Trial marriage husband, need to work hard chapter 895 to chapter 985. Isn't an adopted daughter a person? How could she ask for $30 million? That's unbelievable. Whenever the Quan family gets into trouble, they want Lin Qian to take the blame. But now that she has a strong backing, she's not going to take the blame. Miss Yi looked at Lin Qian and then back at Li Jin. Of course, she believed Li Jin's words. She simply felt that Mother Quan was a liar. Previously, you said that Lin Qian seduced your son and that your son was the victim. But, she's now standing here and telling me in front of so many people that it's all nonsense. Mrs. Quan, what do you say to that? Miss Yi questioned Mother Quan again. You're a disgusting adoptive mother, Miss Yi scolded on behalf of Lin Qian. Miss Yi scolded on Lin Qian's behalf without holding back. She then apologized, I'm sorry Miss Lin, I've wronged you. But, it's good that you've made things clear now. Otherwise, if anything happens to the Quan family, you'll have to take the blame. Lin Qian glanced at Mother Quan. Mother Quan appeared to be hoping that Lin Qian would step in to save the day, but Lin Qian pretended not to notice. Mrs. Quan, now that Lin Qian can't take the blame for you, shouldn't you tell me where Quan Zai is? At this moment, Mother Quan was like a pigeon on a grill, she had no way to defend herself. After all, before Lin Qian's arrival, she could have pushed everything onto Lin Qian. But, not only did Lin Qian appear in front of everyone, she even brought Li Jin home. This was equivalent to giving her a burning slap to the face. Very well. Does the Quan family think that the Yi family is easy to bully? You've been bullying Lin Qian in the past, now you want to bully me? That's impossible. Just as Miss Yi was about to leave the ceremony with her family, the housekeeper finally approached everyone with a phone in hand. He then said to Mother Quan, Madam, the young master's call has been answered. Hurry, Xiaoyi, don't be angry. Look, Zai's call has been answered. After speaking, Mother Quan took the phone from Quan Zai and pressed the loudspeaker button. Son, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Everyone has misunderstood you. Xiaoyi is angry. I'm currently out surfing with a beauty. I won't be back anytime soon. Why don't you help me get engaged? Don't you like to control me? Since it doesn't make a difference whether I'm there or not, why should I, the son, be there? You can make the decision. Make the decision to get engaged and find a time to get married. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Quan Zai's flirtatious voice could be heard from the phone. Miss Yi, I'm really sorry. If I reject you, my mother will kill me and punish me. So, I have no choice but to temporarily agree to your engagement. Quan Zai paused for a moment before he continued, but, I really don't want to marry someone I don't like. So. I'm sorry, you can have the engagement ceremony on your own. This is my gift to you. After Quan Zai finished speaking, he heard a loud thud. Miss Yi threw a slap across Mother Quan's face. Everyone was shocked. I hate parents that force their children. I never thought that you would take this matter to the extreme. First it was Lin Qian, then it was Quan Zai. You toy with your own daughter to prove that you have absolute power. You're a psycho. I really need to thank Quan Zai. He almost jumped into a pit of fire. If the Quan family likes to put on an act, then go ahead and put on an act. After speaking, Miss Yi led the Yi family out of the ridiculous engagement ceremony. The guests were still watching the ceremony. However, it wasn't an engagement ceremony, it was a spectacular show. Because, just like that, Mother Quan's true colors were exposed in front of so many people. But, at the same time, while she was pitiful, she also made people hate her. After all, everything that had happened today was single-handedly caused by her and everything seemed to happen naturally. She had spent her entire life controlling her children, yet, in the end, her son made a fool out of her at such an important event. Now, everyone in Beijing knew that she was an evil woman. From now on, how was she going to face anyone? Father Quan immediately instructed the housekeeper to ask the guests to leave. After all, the scene that had happened tonight was too ridiculous. Afterwards, Father Quan noticed the blank expression on Mother Quan's face, so he immediately turned to Lin Qian and begged, Xiao Qian, the Quan family did you wrong in the past. But, as you saw tonight, your mother has suffered a huge blow. Can you put in a few good words for her? After all, we, the Quan family, have raised you before. If we don't talk about how we raised you, Mr. Quan, we can at least put in a few good words because I feel disgusted, Lin Qian replied straightforwardly. Don't worry, I won't kick you when you're down. But I won't help Mrs. Quan lie either. Otherwise, I will end up like her. Hayes, this is the Quan family's fault. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have done it in the first place. Father Quan immediately contacted someone he was familiar with and instructed him to control the public's opinion and prevent any negative reports from appearing. But Li Jin also made the necessary arrangements. This time, the Quan family needed to give an explanation. They couldn't simply walk away after bullying Lin Qian and think that they didn't suffer any losses. It was indeed a good show. Tongning glanced at Lin Qian and raised an eyebrow as she left. Quan's eye was on the same page as Li Jin. He had avenged Lin Qian. Are you happy? Mo Ting couldn't help but ask helplessly. Of course I'm happy. From now on, no one will say that Lin Qian seduced her brother, Tongning replied. Perhaps, because of Mo Ting's authority, the guests subconsciously kept their distance from him, even though a lot of people wanted to surround him and ask for his autograph. Mo Ting escorted Tongning out. Even at this moment, there were still people who couldn't understand why the Mo couple would appear at Quanzai's engagement ceremony. It was actually very simple. It was for a friend. After a messy night, Mother Quan ended up fainting. An engagement ceremony that was originally supposed to be going well was completely ruined. How many years of resentment did Quanzai accumulate? All of them were unleashed at once. Of course, from now on, Lin Qian no longer needed to be affected by Mother Quan's rumors. Let's go, I'll send you home. Li Jin looked at the mess the Quan family home was in and said to Lin Qian, there's no need to stay here any longer. Okay, Lin Qian nodded. Although Miss Yi seemed to be a passionate and cute person, Lin Qian was still happy for Quanzai. At least, when it came to marriage, he wouldn't compromise so easily. After this incident, Mother Quan would no longer arrange a marriage for Quanzai, right? Unless she wanted to embarrass herself again. On the same night that Quanzai ran away from his wedding, Long Jie gave Xia Hanmo a phone call. I've already asked around about the matter you asked me to find out. The person replacing Zhou Qing is the station manager's son. It seems, the station manager wants to hand the best show to his son, so he sacrificed Zhou Qing. I don't think anyone can replace Zhou Qing, Xia Hanmo said with a hint of anger. The Big Adventure has been on the air for so many years and has already accumulated a shocking amount of fans. If we replace the host, the audience will definitely object at first. But, as time goes on and a statement is released, everyone will quickly forget who made The Big Adventure popular in the first place, Long Jie explained in a realistic and cruel manner. Long Jie, without Zhou Qing, I don't think I can stay on The Big Adventure. Long Jie understood what Xia Hanmo was trying to say. But, she had just signed a contract with The Big Adventure. If she went back on her word, not only would she ruin the career that she worked so hard to build up, she would also have to pay compensation. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Long Jie, even someone like Zhou Qing was easily kicked aside by the other party. So, what about me? It's simply because I'm an artist from Superstar Media and Tongning's artist that I'm still a hot topic. Otherwise, one day, I would end up like Zhou Guo. What Xia Hanmo said was the truth. It's best if you tell Tongning about this. I can't make the decision, Long Jie suggested. After hearing this, Xia Hanmo nodded her head. At least, before Zhou Qing left, she needed to keep her cool. In reality, Tongning was already prepared for this. After all, she was famous for her love of talent. The next morning, Tongning didn't even go to the set of The Ant Queen. Instead, she asked Lin Qian to arrange a meeting with Zhou Qing. Of course, she hid this from Xia Hanmo. It's my honor to meet the famous Tongning, Zhou Qing politely shook her hand as soon as he saw her. It seems, Zhou Gu already knew that I would come looking for you, Tongning replied with a smile. That's because I know that you're desperate for talent. Of course, the most important reason is because you don't want the popularity that Hanmo has just gained to disappear overnight. Zhou Qing understood what Tongning was thinking. Because of this, there was no need to waste any time talking to her. Hai Rui has invested in a lot of shows and has a good relationship with other TV stations. Perhaps some people might think that it's fine for a popular variety show to change its host, but you and I both know that when someone thinks that way, it means that their ratings will start to go downhill. A certain TV station has a new program and they have been looking for a suitable host. I wonder if Brother Zhou would be interested? Zhou Qing received the information from Tongning and had a look. It turned out, Tongning wanted him to join the enemy camp. For a popular host to leave his own company and join the enemy's camp, this shows a lot of problems. What about Hanmo? Zhou Qing asked. You go first. I have my own arrangements. Zhou Qing smiled and nodded his head. He realized that Tongning was very decisive when she did things. It was no wonder that her artists became popular one after another. Afterwards, Zhou Qing returned to the TV station to find Xianxia waiting for him. Big brother Zhou, don't tell me you're really planning to leave like this? I have no choice, Zhou Qing replied calmly. Because Tongning told him to keep it a secret from Xianxia, Zhou Qing completely hid the fact that he was going to join the enemy's TV station. But, what am I going to do without you? I think you should focus on your show. Don't disappoint me, Zhou Qing instructed in seriousness. Xianxia felt helpless. It wasn't easy for her to find the motivation to work hard, but now, she had no choice but to work for an emotionless TV station. Worst of all, even though she knew the reason, she still had to turn a blind eye to it. Seeing the expression on Xianxia's face, Zhou Qing gave a deep smile and quickly returned to his room, leaving Xianxia all alone in the corridor. Tongning did not announce her collaboration with Zhou Qing to the public because it wasn't the right time yet. She simply felt that the man was too stupid to hand over such a talented host. Did he really think that his son was as capable as Zhou Qing? This was definitely not a decision that a wise station head would make. Or, perhaps, his son was too good with words. Either way, someone else had taken advantage of the situation. This time, Superstar Media became even stronger. After dealing with Zhou Qing's matter, Tongning arrived on the set of The Ant Queen. At that time, the atmosphere on set was like a group of love-struck fans. After all, almost everyone on set was a fan of Mo Ting. Even Kate, who had a lot of problems, was extremely quiet when Mo Ting was around. As soon as Jiaosan saw Tongning, he immediately said, "Are you here to visit me? I never expected President Mo's acting to be so good. Look at whose husband he is. President Mo really dotes on you. From the moment you first joined the set, President Mo has never looked at another woman differently. Even when he has scenes with Kate, he never goes overboard. As soon as filming is over, he's so cold that no one can get close to him," Jiaosan sighed. "So, don't worry, you're the only one in his heart. Don't let your imagination run wild." "I know he's my husband," Tongning replied confidently. Soon, Mo Ting spotted Tongning on set and naturally approached her. He then stood in front of her and asked, "It's so far away. You didn't need to come over." "It's fine." Tongning stretched out her arms and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. "I just want to see you, not too far away." Kate saw the intimate action between Tongning and Mo Ting, so she immediately asked the staff nearby. Luckily, the staff understood English. "What's their relationship?" "Miss Kate, don't you know? They are a loving couple. If Ningjia wasn't pregnant, Miss Kate wouldn't have gotten the role in this film." Kate wasn't angered by the staff. She was simply curious. How could there be a man like Mo Ting who ignored beautiful things, yet loved a pregnant woman so much? Could Tongning satisfy him? She refused to believe that a man could be truly celibate. At least, overseas, it was common for men to cheat on their wives. So, she decided to wait and see. After all, Mo Ting was going to be on set for a few months. But, even though it was a few months, Mo Ting still returned home every day. Apart from filming, he also had to sit in his study room late at night and look through some important documents. Although he had delegated a lot of power, the most important thing was to be in his own hands. Otherwise, the shareholders of Hai Rui would be the first to object. Kate couldn't find an opportunity to do so. But, she remembered that there was a bed scene in the script. So, all she had to do was wait for that day to come. Soon, news of the Quan family's incident spread. Quan's Ai's escape caused the Quan family's stocks to plummet overnight and their reputation was damaged. It seemed, this time, they were going to suffer a huge blow. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing's incident caused an uproar. Over the past few days, Beijing was bustling with activity. Every day, there was a new drama to watch. Xia Hanmo was notified to start filming the next scene, but she had no intention of working with the producer. However, she couldn't come up with a good excuse or reason to leave the big adventure. After all, Tongming had already invested a lot of effort into her, so she didn't want to disappoint her. Soon, the station called for a meeting. But everyone avoided Zhou Qing. After all, a new leader brought his own subordinates. Even if the staff didn't want to leave, they still had to work at the station and couldn't afford to offend the station manager's son. As you all know, I will be hosting the next episode of The Big Adventure. So, I would like to introduce my work experience to everyone, the station manager's son said as he stood on stage and talked about all the awards he had received overseas. I believe, under my leadership, everyone will be able to continue the glory of The Big Adventure. Where did he get his confidence from? Xia Hanmo couldn't help but ask. Hanmo, do you not believe me? The other party could see that Xia Hanmo's interest was waning, so he called her name and asked her alone. Xia Hanmo let out a gentle laugh and shook her head. Continue. To be honest, Zhou Ji's methods are getting old. Nowadays, it's the younger generation's world. If we want to maintain a high viewership rating, we need to come up with something new. So, the next episode of The Big Adventure will have some changes and we will add a fun segment. How could a variety show change its segment so rashly without any publicity? There was no replacement of the old and new hosts. This was obviously suicidal. Was there something wrong with the station manager's brain? Anyone in the industry could tell that the station manager's son had broken a taboo. But, he had a strong backing, so he did whatever he wanted. In fact, Xia Hanmo could understand him too well. He was eager to adapt the show to his style. Don't worry, with the planning of the entire production team, I'm sure The Big Adventure will be even more likable than before. Xia Hanmo couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to leave, but the crown prince kept on bragging. Was he trying to disgust everyone? The meeting lasted for a long time. The introduction of Prince's resume took an hour. The staff below were suffering unspeakably. Actually, Prince was confident because the station chief had found a professional team to build and evaluate it. They felt that it was feasible. Since a program wanted to change the hosting style, why not do it in one go and give the audience a sense of freshness? In the end, the staff walked out of the meeting room listlessly. But, at this time, they spotted Zhou Qing walking out of the station manager's office to hand over some documents. Everyone immediately became spirited. They immediately surrounded him and shouted excitedly, "Brother Zhou, are you having a meeting?" Zhou Qing smiled at everyone like nothing had happened. "Do your best, are you going home now?" someone asked as they saw Zhou Qing holding onto a document. Of course, Xia Hanmo was also among them. "Yes, I've handed over the documents. From today onwards, I am no longer a part of the station. You all need to listen to me," Zhou Qing said in a serious tone. "Especially Hanmo, you must take good care of her. She still has a lot to learn." Zhou Qing said to everyone in a sincere tone. "I will naturally take care of my subordinates. You don't need to worry about them," the station manager's son said as he walked out of the meeting room with hostility. "That's great. I heard that The Big Adventure is going to change its hosting style. I wish you the best of luck." After speaking, Zhou Qing turned to leave. But everyone was reluctant to let him go. He was the one that made The Big Adventure famous, yet the station manager was burning the bridge after crossing it. He was too heartless. Not only did he appoint people for favoritism, he even humiliated Zhou Qing. Everyone felt bad for Zhou Qing. "Zhou Gu, it's fine," Zhou Qing laughed. "Don't tell me that I don't have anywhere else to go after leaving the station? You have somewhere to go. But, it must be hard for you to hand over the show that you created with your own hands at its peak," the station manager's son continued to provoke Zhou Qing. Xia Hanmo was about to roll her eyes from holding it in. Seriously, why were people who had studied abroad so conceited? "I can't help it. Who told you not to have a station manager as a father?" After hearing this, Xia Hanmo couldn't take it anymore as she threw a slap across the face. I've never seen someone act so righteously when they're trying to steal something from someone else. Did you know that you're a piece of trash? Stop talking about your father. I've realized that you have no sense of shame. Save it, no one respects you. Do you really think that you're the best in the world? Xiaohanmo, how dare you hit me, the station manager's son yelled at Xiaohanmo. I hit you to remind you that after the show changes, you will definitely fail miserably. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Xiaohanmo, you've been fired. That's exactly what I wanted. Everyone heard it, the station manager's son fired me. So, please send me my salary from last week's show. After speaking, Xiaohanmo felt a lot better. Zhou Ge, since I've also been fired, why don't you take me with you? It seemed, Tongming understood her artist well enough to know that she would get into trouble and that the big adventure wouldn't last much longer. So, Zhou Qing smiled, let's go. Before leaving, Xiaohanmo glared at the station manager's son once again. Amidst everyone's praises, she left with her head held high, completely unaware that she had gotten into trouble. Of course, Xiaohanmo was willing to take responsibility for what she had done. After all, this was what she really wanted to do. You sure are straightforward. What if you get held accountable for leaving like this? I feel that as an artist, there are some things that are more important than fame and fortune, Xiaohanmo replied. That's what Tongming has always done. Morality trumps everything else. In that case, have you thought about what you'll do in the future? You've just started your career. I'm confident that Tongming will pave the way for me because she's that amazing, Xiaohanmo had no doubt about this. Plus, I'm doing this for justice. Seeing her confident expression, Zhou Qing smiled, since we're both unemployed, can I invite Miss Xia out for a meal? Xiaohanmo naturally nodded her head. The two of them chose a well-hidden restaurant for dinner. However, just as Xiaohanmo sat down, a 2-year-old child next to her fell into the fountain not far away. Although there wasn't much water, the child still cried loudly. As soon as Xiaohanmo saw this, Zhou Qing immediately ran over and pulled the child out of the water. Afterwards, a rich woman ran over anxiously. Is the baby okay? Zhou Qing looked at the woman with a hint of anger for the first time, the child is still young. I suggest you don't let him out of your sight. The woman was stunned for a moment before she quickly carried the child away. This was the first time Xiaohanmo had seen Zhou Qing so emotional. Do you like children a lot? Xiaohanmo asked as soon as Zhou Qing sat down. Not really, Zhou Qing replied softly before changing the topic. Of course, Xiaohanmo immediately sensed that Zhou Qing was a man with a story. On the surface, he appeared gentle and took good care of everyone, but in reality, he was extremely cautious. So, Xiaohanmo did not dig into his secrets. That way, he would be easier to get along with. It didn't take long before Tongming found out that Xiaohanmo had fallen out with the big adventure. Of course, this was all within her expectations. If Xiaohanmo had actually endured the humiliation and stayed on the big adventure, then she would have felt that she had misjudged her. But, there was one thing that Tongming had to admit, she had already set up her trap. The only reason why she did not tell Xiaohanmo was because she wanted to see if she was worth it, and because she wanted her to put on a realistic act. As it turned out, Xiaohanmo was indeed an artist at Superstar Media. As someone that had been blacklisted for a long time, it was normal for her to be cautious. But, right now, Tongming needed to ensure that Xiaohanmo would never be blacklisted again. The previous flood incident had let the outside world reevaluate Xiaohanmo, so this time, it was a good opportunity to consolidate Xiaohanmo's image in the public's mind. The young master of the big adventure probably felt that Xiaohanmo, a female artist with an unstable foundation, dared to slap him in the face. So, he took a photo of his swollen face and posted it online. He wanted to make use of public opinion to frame Xiaohanmo. At the same time, he wanted to create an image of himself as a victim. Unfortunately, as soon as he posted the photo, Superstar Media released a statement apologizing on Xiaohanmo's behalf because she accidentally made a move. However, it was obvious that the essential difference between a man and a woman was that when a man made a move, it was definitely a provocation. But when a woman made a move, the audience would automatically assume that she was bullied and had no choice but to make a move. Plus, the fact that superstar media had admitted to it so openly confirmed the public's suspicions. Xianxia must have suffered greatly. First, Zhou Qing was forced to leave, then Xianxia made a move. I'm sure a certain television station must have had a serious internal conflict. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to regain her popularity. I refuse to believe that she would make a move for no reason. A certain television station is too shameless. Apparently, they're going to make changes to The Big Adventure. We're not going to watch The Big Adventure without Zhou Qing. Can we boycott that television station? The young master's son never expected that his photo would attract such a huge reaction. In fact, all the rumors were negative towards The Big Adventure. When it came to Zhou Qing's matter, he was the one that stole it. Not only did he not keep a low profile, he even went around causing trouble. So, Tang Ning's move, apart from making sure the young master's son's The Big Adventure was boycotted, she also wanted the public to side with Zhou Qing and Xianxia. Of course, this wasn't enough. After all, Tang Ning was someone that knew how to play tricks, so she gave Zhou Qing a phone call. In order to turn the situation around, the other party may start a rumor that the two of you have a special relationship. Or, they may try to slander the two of you. Zhou Ge, you're an experienced person, I'm sure you know what to do. Zhou Qing was a smart man, so he immediately understood what Tang Ning was hinting at. So, the next day, the news would be that Zhou Qing was fired from his job, but he was still in a good mood as he ate with his family. Or, the news would be dug up and made into a hot topic. Zhou Qing and a mysterious woman were seen holding hands as they went shopping. Meanwhile, on Xianxia's side, Tang Ning arranged for a famous account to edit and share the video of Xianxia's interview and her insistence that she was single. This way, even if the television station wanted to start a rumor, no one would believe it. The young master's son was stuck, but the station manager could see through the situation. So, he called his son into his office to teach him a lesson. You can keep a high profile when it comes to The Big Adventure, but why do you have to chase after Zhou Qing and Xianxia? Dad. Don't I have the right to teach two artists a lesson? Forget about Zhou Qing. After all, he may have built up a lot of connections over the years, but he's still not mature enough. But, you even provoked Xianxia. Did you know that the public is currently scolding you? The station manager said angrily as he slammed his hands on his desk. Everyone's talking about Zhou Qing right now. I told you that you're too young, but you refuse to believe me. Zhou Qing's actions aren't gossip, he's trying to prevent us from slandering him. He didn't fight for anything and left in a carefree manner. In his spare time, he spends time with his family and with his girlfriend. If you continue to cause trouble for him, you will be seen as heartless and ruthless. That's enough. Focus on your show. The Big Adventure is now in your hands. Don't do anything that will embarrass everyone. If you really want to beat Zhou Qing, then show me what you're capable of. The station manager was furious. If his son was even half as capable as Zhou Qing, he wouldn't have to worry. But, the jerk had no brains. The fact that he accepted The Big Adventure was already the biggest blow to Zhou Qing. But, he still wasn't satisfied. Just wait and see. I will definitely make you look at me in a different light. The station manager didn't have much expectations for this. As long as Zhou Qing performed well, he would be satisfied. Soon, the new episode of The Big Adventure began filming. Although, with the help of the production team, The Big Adventure managed to maintain a high standard and they even invited an important guest, without Zhou Qing, The Big Adventure lost its original flavor. Did the station manager's son think that the audience was stupid? At this time, Zhou Qing secretly joined another program and quickly signed a contract. However, his only condition was for Xianxia to be his co-host. Towards such a proposal, the other party was very happy to accept. Although the station manager's son wasn't a clear-headed person, he was still under the station manager's control. The fact that he was able to ruthlessly cut off Zhou Qing meant that he was capable and resourceful. So, the old station head personally planned and promoted his son's program with great care. Therefore, in the latest trailer, the old TV station manager grabbed hold of the most mentally unstable group of students and invited the most popular young actresses and young actors. Coupled with the powerful editing and publicity, the old TV station manager soon, The Big Adventure regained some of its popularity. After all, even if fans didn't like the program, they still had to support their idol. The station manager wanted to prove that The Big Adventure could create a legend even without Zhou Qing's help. But there was another problem that he was worried about. Zhou Qing had practically no one in the station that he could control. He was a one-man show, but he was secretly threatening the interests of a large group of people. Tang Ning saw the results of the station manager's actions and felt that he was a worthy opponent. At least, he was a lot better than his brainless son. But the station manager's actions were like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Zhou Qing was a sentimental person. At least, after working at the station for so many years, he didn't have any ulterior motives other than to do a good job. But the station manager was too paranoid, so he couldn't stand the fact that Zhou Qing was gaining more and more respect. He would rather hand The Big Adventure to his son, who was lacking in all aspects. As for whether the station manager's son would be able to make a name for himself, it all depended on the ratings for the first episode. But this was a good thing. Competing with The Big Adventure was another talk show called I Have Hot News for You to Reveal. Every episode had a hot topic and many celebrities participated in it. But, because of Zhou Qing, it had been suppressed for a long time. Everyone was wondering if The Big Adventure would still have an advantage without Zhou Qing. The answer was waiting for the next episode to air. Of course, it was obvious from the statistics that The Big Adventure still had a higher viewership rating. Although it couldn't compare to when Zhou Qing was around, he still had an advantage. But, Tang Ning had no intention of letting the man have his way. Every episode of I've Got Big News for You to Reveal would have a mystery guest appear on the set to come up with a question. So, it was during this golden moment that all the viewers of The Big Adventure switched channels. It was for no other reason than the fact that the guest was Zhou Qing. Oh God, the audience was dumbfounded. Zhou Qing had actually gone over to The Big Adventure's nemesis. For some reason, the audience felt a sense of satisfaction. It was also at this time that the real-time viewership of I've Got Big News for You reached an all-time high, directly surpassing The Big Adventure. The internet had also exploded because of this incident. F***ck, this is too shocking. Zhou Qing went straight to the enemy's camp. This slap in the face is really powerful. Zhou Qing's black-bellied power is at the max. Even I was shocked. Zhou Qing is using data to teach The Big Adventure a lesson. Damn, I'll give this counterattack full marks. Hence, Crown Prince had lost completely. The next day, the data flooded the internet. Zhou Qing's new employer was actually The Big Adventure's rival. After the old station manager looked at the data for the latest episode of The Big Adventure, he let out a deep sigh. He had been too careless. He couldn't have trusted his idiot son. Now that Zhou Qing had directly gone over to the enemy's side, it was like adding wings to a tiger. If Zhou Qing hosted multiple shows in a row, not only would The Big Adventure, but other variety shows wouldn't be able to survive. In the end, he had lost the gamble. Because of this, the station manager's son couldn't accept it, so he blamed it all on Zhou Qing's earlier debut. Luckily, I didn't offend him too badly. Dad, you're always overcautious. No matter what, a change of dynasty is bound to cause chaos. Didn't you already prepare for this? The station manager's son humphed. Coward, you're already scared? But, Zhou Qing took advantage of the situation and quickly announced that he would be taking over a new show called Late Night 8 p.m. It was a show that would specifically take on funny missions with guests at 8 p.m. Xianxia never expected that Zhou Qing would act so quickly. After seeing the news, she felt like she had just taken a nap. How did her world turn upside down? Afterwards, Zhou Qing gave her a phone call. Come out, I'll take you to sign a contract. Huh? You don't want to be my partner? Xianxia finally found out that everything had been planned by Tang Ning and Zhou Qing. Everything had been under their control. Of course, even so, the host of I Have Big News for You still politely invited Zhou Qing to dinner. After all, Zhou Qing was the one that allowed them to hold their heads up high. Even though, Zhou Qing was the one that destroyed his own creation. At this time, Tang Ning finally revealed the reason why Xianxia had hit the station manager's son. Over the years, Zhou Qing has worked hard to get The Big Adventure to where it is today. But, a certain television station decided to kick him out of the show because of nepotism. As everyone knows, Hanmo is an impatient person. So, as soon as she found out that the show treated her benefactor in such a way, she couldn't help but step in. That's how she ended up with the photos of the station manager's son. Since Zhou Qing and Hanmo have a teacher-student relationship, I'm going to help them. I hope they can work well together on their new show. Yes, this wasn't the first time Tongning had spoken the truth. So, the public were no longer surprised by her style. Plus, the things that she said were generally accepted by the public. At least, they felt that she was trustworthy. So, Xia Hanmo and Zhou Qing received a lot of support from their fans. The new show hasn't even started filming yet, but Xia Hanmo has already been approached by an advertising agency. Lin Qian handed a letter of intent to Tongning in her office. Do you want to accept it? It's not the time for her to accept commercials. She needs to focus all her energy on the new show. The reason Tongning said this was because she always considered her artists from a long-term perspective. I understand, Lin Qian nodded. How have you been with your military brother lately? Tongning asked after dealing with some work. Why are you suddenly talking about me? Lin Qian's face immediately turned red. You should be more concerned about President Mo on set. In this world, no man knew how to keep a distance from another woman better than Mo Ting. Even though he had acted together with Kate for so many times, he had never looked Kate in the eye either. So, no matter how hard Kate tried, she couldn't get a single glance from him. Apart from Tongning, Mo Ting could completely abstain from sex. So, Tongning wasn't worried that a cliché story would happen to her. Moreover, she was pregnant. Lin Qian realized she was being silly, so she added, Mo Ting has been like this for many years. There's no way he would do anything to betray you. Tongning smiled but did not reply. Lin Qian suddenly thought of Li Jin, who was currently on a mission. The two of them were always apart more than they were together. Could this really last? Tongning noticed Lin Qian's confusion, but she did not probe further. She simply said, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Lin Qian nodded her head, packed her things and drove back to Xing Lan's home. But, Xing Lan was now an artist of high rue, so it wasn't a good idea for her to live with Xing Lan for the long term. After all, high rue wasn't convenient to manage. So, after thinking for a moment, Lin Qian decided to find a place to live on her own. Of course, she did not consider living with Li Jin at this time. She had been single for a long time, and she didn't want to suddenly rely on a man. No matter how it was now, it would still be the same in the future. However, Lin Qian never expected that an uninvited guest would find her. The other party was a woman, no, to be exact, a female military officer. She was wearing the same military uniform as Li Jin. So, Lin Qian could roughly guess the woman's background and intention. Hello, I'm Han Xiao. Although I don't know who you are, it's rude of you to investigate me, Lin Qian replied. I'm sorry, I didn't investigate you. I only found out about your existence because Li Jin told me. Han Xiao replied politely. I didn't come here today to break up the two of you or anything else. Please don't misunderstand. As his godsister, I simply want to see what kind of girlfriend my brother has found. I don't think it's too much to ask, right? Godsister? Lin Qian frowned. Looks like he didn't tell you. Han Xiao let out a gentle laugh. But, it doesn't matter. I'm sure he's just afraid that you'll misunderstand. But, isn't it better for him to be a little more honest? We've been comrades for many years, and we've saved each other's lives before. Although she's my godsister, I still don't quite understand why Miss Han is here. My purpose for coming here is to tell you of my existence. I hope you don't mind. After all, life in the army is not up to one's own volition. We will cooperate and get in touch. I don't want to be caught by him to explain things to you. Then I'll have to thank Miss Han for making this trip. Lin Qian replied confidently. Although the man was tall and had a strong aura, Lin Qian did not feel that she was inferior to him in any way. I won't say anything else, but Li Jin is a soldier and you work in the entertainment industry. So, I hope you can take care of your image and not make things difficult for Li Jin. Who exactly was Li Jin's girlfriend? Lin Qian suddenly felt a little confused. However, this so-called godsister was also unbearably domineering. Lin Qian did not think that she would embarrass Li Jin in any way. Above all, Han Zhao's methods reminded Mother Quan of how much she wanted to humiliate her. Back then, she allowed Mother Quan to bully her because she was young and naive. But, she was no longer the little brat that didn't know how to protect herself. That's all I want to say. I hope Miss Lin can think for yourself. Lin Qian was angry and upset, but she did not let it get to her head. Firstly, although she hadn't known Li Jin for a long time, she was certain that he would never cheat on her. After all, he was very straightforward when it came to this. Secondly, she believed that Han Xiao was Li Jin's comrade in arms, but she didn't believe that she was his godsister. Thirdly, before Li Jin personally admitted it, she didn't want to sentence someone to death so quickly. Even though, she was indeed angry. After returning home, Lin Qian was not in a rush to contact Li Jin. But, anger was written all over her face. It wasn't like she was a prostitute. She was a pure and innocent girl. Why did she always come across these arrogant scumbags? That night, Xing Lan returned home and saw Lin Qian's expression. She thought she had eaten a bomb. Did Li Jin bully you? Lin Qian shook her head. If that's the case, then he did. Tell me about it. Unable to withstand Xing Lan's nagging, Lin Qian vented all her anger about Li Jin's godsister. Afterwards, Xing Lan burst into laughter. Lin Qian, to think you would have such a day. Do you know how cute you look when you're jealous? Must you make fun of me at a time like this? Seeing that Lin Qian was really angry, Xing Lan comforted, that's enough, don't be angry. As long as you don't believe it, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. Of course. After speaking, Lin Qian returned to her room, tidied up a little and lay down in bed, hoping to sleep away all her worries. But, Xing Lan ended up making a phone call to Mother Li. Auntie, a woman who lied about her cousin's godsister approached Lin Qian and angered her half to death. Your daughter-in-law is going to be gone soon. After receiving the full information from Xing Lan, Mother Li stomped her feet in anger. Where did Li Jin get to know such a dirty woman? Why did she approach Qian? Comrade in arms? What kind of comrade would break up another person's marriage? Old man, hurry up and give that jerk Li Jin a phone call. Ask him what's going on and give me an explanation. Otherwise, get lost and never appear in front of me again. Angry. Perhaps you've misunderstood your son? Misunderstood? How could he be so stupid as to ask another woman to bypass him and approach his girlfriend? He's going to lose his girlfriend sooner or later, Mother Li humphed. How come he hasn't inherited any of my EQ? Xianxia is such a likable child. Don't be fooled by her cold exterior. If something really happens, she's the only woman that would wait for your son at the military base for a few days and nights. Those cheap sluts, step aside. Father Li had no choice but to contact his son. But, Li Jin was in the middle of a meeting and his subordinates and Han Xiao were in front of him. Father, your mother has something to say to you. Father Li didn't want to do it, so he left Mother Li to worry about it. So, in front of Han Xiao, Li Jin picked up Mother Li's phone call and the two men began to discuss Han Xiao. Is this how you like Qian? You even let your love rival attack her home. If I was Qian, I would never talk to you again. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and deal with your messy business. If you don't handle it properly, I will directly acknowledge Qian as my daughter and you will be kicked out of the Li family. Was she really his daughter? A normal person would definitely be confused, but Li Jin's lips secretly curved upwards. This was because his mother really liked Lin Qian. Perhaps, this would make up for the trauma she had suffered in her childhood. Afterwards, Li Jin put down the phone. Of course, this wasn't a formal occasion, otherwise, he wouldn't have picked up the phone so casually. But, after picking up the phone, Li Jin's gaze turned even colder. Major General, what's wrong? Nothing, continue, Li Jin replied. After quite some time, the group finally dispersed. However, as he watched Han Xiao leave, Li Jin couldn't help but ask his subordinate, what kind of person do you think Han Xiao is? She's a good woman, the subordinate replied naturally. Major General, Han Xiao has been at the base for so many years and her character is obvious to all. Not necessarily. Some people always hide their true colors, Li Jin said with a deeper meaning. He then lifted his head and asked, If a woman that has a crush on you went to look for your girlfriend behind your back and said something that caused her to misunderstand, what would you think? I hate scheming women. Although I wouldn't go as far as to lay my hands on someone like that, I would definitely stay away from them, the subordinate replied angrily. But, a moment later, he realized that the woman he was referring to was Han Xiao. That can't be, right? Li Jin looked at him with a deep look but did not say another word. Oh God, I really couldn't tell, the subordinate felt a chill down his spine. Not only was Han Xiao's action evil, but for a woman to do something like this, it was obvious that she was a very shrewd person. Han Xiao went to look for sister-in-law? Doesn't that mean sister-in-law has misunderstood? Major General. What are you still sitting here for? Hurry up and explain yourself. Li Jin did not move as he said to his subordinate, I have a task for you tomorrow. At this time Mo Ting was still on set. As soon as filming ended, he would immediately drive home without any intention of staying. But tonight, Kate was injured because she hit her kneecap when they were filming a fight scene. Kate thought to herself, as long as Mo Ting was still a man, he should at least say a few words of concern, right? But apparently, Kate was disappointed. After all, Mo Ting had told Xiaosun to contact the medical team and that nothing could stop him from returning home. You're not a gentleman at all. I got hurt because of you. Don't you feel guilty at all? I don't think you got hurt because of me. You simply hurt yourself to get my attention, Mo Ting said in front of everyone. You asked for it. Kate, stop wasting your time on me. You're making it harder and harder for me to tolerate you. If you still want to continue filming the Ant Queen, then you need to focus on something else. Otherwise, I will make you leave. Also, don't do something stupid like this again. You're delaying my return home. Mo Ting's words were so straightforward that he completely exposed Kate's past. After all, Kate hadn't decided on her role yet. This time even Xiaosun was a little angry. He knelt down and said to Kate, if you're here to act, I think I can tolerate you for a few more days. But, if you have other intentions, I think you can leave right now. You probably don't know President Mo's position yet. He's not an actor, he's the CEO of an international entertainment conglomerate, Hai Rue. He has the power to decide the life and death of an artist. As long as he wants to, he can make sure that you have no place in the world. So, if you can avoid provoking him, please try not to provoke him. Kate had never been warned like this before, so she was naturally a little afraid. However, Xiaosun didn't mention Mo Ting's identity. But, as soon as he did, Kate wanted to pursue Mo Ting even more. After all, she loved thrills. But, from now on, she wouldn't be so stupid. Mo Ting didn't care if the idiot understood his words. At least, he had given her a warning. If Kate crossed his bottom line again, he was going to kick her back to France. After returning home, Mo Ting returned to being a father and husband. As soon as he saw Mo Zichen jumping up and down on Tongning, he immediately carried him away. You have a child in your stomach. Don't you know how to be careful? It's okay, as long as you don't step on my stomach, Tongning replied with a smile. From the look on your face, Kate must have caused you a lot of trouble. Mo Ting did not say a word, but Tongning understood. Do you really dislike dealing with women? Apart from you, I can't be bothered to talk to other women. It's too tiring, Mo Ting replied. What about our daughter? Mo Ting placed his two sons on the floor and allowed them to move around freely. He then placed Tongning on his lap. In that case, I will of course teach her how to choose her friends from the moment she's born. You're exaggerating, Tongning couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, Mo Ting must feel great being a strict father. Just the thought of a cold man like Mo Ting hugging a soft little girl was enough to make one scream out loud. Mo Ting was a perfect example of extreme love. Apart from his wife, he couldn't be bothered to interact with anyone else because it was too tiring. Of course, this was in line with how lazy he was when it came to relationships. The next morning, Lin Qian, who had been sulking all night, walked downstairs to find a military vehicle parked downstairs. Of course, there was also a young man leaning against it. As soon as he saw Lin Qian, he immediately saluted, "Hello, sister-in-law." The Major General asked me to come pick you up, the young soldier replied happily. Lin Qian didn't know what he had up his sleeve. She originally wanted to reject him, but she wasn't the one in the wrong, so why should she avoid him? So, Lin Qian naturally boarded the young man's car. Soon, the couple arrived at the military base. I thought outsiders aren't allowed to enter? As soon as Lin Qian saw the gate, she was reminded of the day and night she had stood there. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. You can't enter the military base, but you can enter the training grounds, the young soldier explained. Come with me, the Major General is waiting for you. Lin Qian was a little annoyed. He was still angry. Did he send her here to get to know his godsister? Lin Qian entered the base with a pessimistic outlook. At the end of the day, she felt that she really didn't understand Li Jin. She didn't know what Li Jin was like in real life, what Li Jin was like at work, or who his friends were. Indeed, she couldn't be like Tongning and make a bet. Tongning didn't care if it was good or bad. As long as she made a decision, she was willing to bear the consequences and wasn't afraid. But, Lin Qian was different. She was afraid that if she didn't think things through or if it was too dangerous, she would give up. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight for it, but fear was a part of her nature. Soon, the two arrived at the training grounds. But, the first thing that came into view was not the soldiers' training, but Li Jin and a few of his comrades. Among them was his so-called godsister, Han Xiao. In reality, Han Xiao was also quite surprised. She never expected that Li Jin would bring Lin Qian to a place like this to meet his closest friends. Could it be that he was for real? Qian. Li Jin naturally called out Lin Qian's name before pulling her into his embrace. He then looked at the group and said, last time, Qian fainted, so I didn't have the chance to properly introduce you all. This is my girlfriend, Lin Qian. We will be settling down very soon. This was the first time that Li Jin had admitted that he had a girlfriend in front of everyone. Even Han Xiao, who had been at the base for a few years, had never received such treatment. So, it was obvious that Li Jin was serious. The soldiers looked at Lin Qian and then at Han Xiao before they finally replied, Rascal, I didn't know you already had a girlfriend. Why didn't you tell us? We've only known each other for a short period of time. Lin Qian could tell that the soldiers looked a little unnatural. It was probably because of Han Xiao's presence. Afterwards, Han Xiao excused herself, I still have training to do, so I won't keep you company. Wait, no one expected Lin Qian to stop Han Xiao at a time like this. Han Xiao assumed that Lin Qian wasn't the type of person to talk about the schemes between women in front of a man. But, that was exactly what Lin Qian was. Since Li Jin and Miss Han are both here today, I'll get straight to the point. Li Jin, let me ask you, is Miss Han your godsister? Lin Qian asked as she looked at Han Xiao. No, Li Jin denied directly. But, Miss Han came looking for me last night. She wanted me to get used to her existence on behalf of her god-brother because she's your comrade in arms and it's inevitable that you'll end up working together. She told me not to be petty and to take care of my image because you're a soldier. Lin Qian repeated Han Zhao's words from the previous night in front of everyone. Since this is the right time, I'd like to respond to Miss Han. Firstly, you're too nosy. Even if you're a biological sister, you don't have the right to gossip about your brother's girlfriend behind his back, much less his godsister. Secondly, I do mind your existence because no woman can tolerate having such a scheming woman by their boyfriend's side. It's too dangerous. Thirdly, I admit that you soldiers are indeed amazing for protecting the country, but that is not a reason for you to look down on me. I am doing my job well in my position, which is beneficial to the progress and development of society. Why should I be inferior to you? Your arrogance makes it impossible for me to deal with you. That's why I want to make things clear. Don't think that just because you've received a few days of training, you're so great that you can see through a woman's heart. When it comes to career, I admit that you're better than me. But, when it comes to relationships, I hope you can be more straightforward. I can compete with you fairly. After hearing Lin Qian's words, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that this seemingly fragile woman was actually so strong? She didn't even give Han Xiao any face and humiliated her in front of all her comrades. Lin Qian's words were quite straightforward, but that wasn't all. She turned around and looked at Li Jin as she lectured him, if you really have a godsister or a sweetheart online friend, I don't think we're suited for each other. I'm not a woman that seeks perfection. I hate it when my man gets involved with other women and I end up having to clean up after him. Xianxia, are you jealous? Li Jin did not think that she was fierce. He simply thought that she was cute when she was angry. Lin Qian glared at him without replying. Afterwards, Li Jin replied, Han Xiao and I are simply comrades. We were in the past, we are still friends and we will always be friends. Plus, I don't have any godsisters or sweetheart online friends. I simply have a jealous girlfriend. As Han Xiao watched the loving couple, her previously flushed face turned pale white. Her eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. She never expected Lin Qian to be so straightforward. Major General, I don't think it's necessary for the two of you to hurt the people around you when you're in a relationship. Even if Han Xiao has done something unkind, you should still consider Han Xiao's pride. After all, she's been by your side for so many years. Even if it's not love and we're simply comrades, there's no need to be so ruthless. Han Xiao, let me take you home, one of the comrades refuted as he helped Han Xiao turn around. But, Lin Qian was not convinced. So, she once again held the man back. Since you've admitted that she's done something unkind, what makes you think that she's the only one that's been hurt? The man turned around and glared at Lin Qian. It seemed, he had a terrible impression of her. But, at this time, Li Jin said, I'm not asking you to leave. The two men stood there in a stalemate, not daring to take another step forward. I called you here today to see Xianxia. Let me make it clear first, Xianxia is my girlfriend. You can dislike her and disrespect her, but don't let me see you bully her like you did to Han Xiao last night. If you do, I will risk my life. I don't want another woman to go behind my back and try to flirt with Xianxia again. I can't stand such filth. So, if something like this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, Li Jin subconsciously glanced at Han Xiao. Han Xiao endured the pain in her heart and walked away. She had never been humiliated like this before. She had come to the military base for Li Jin's sake, yet this man was so heartless because of another woman. She thought that even if Lin Qian revealed the truth, he would still speak up for her. But, he didn't. At the same time, she thought that Lin Qian was simple, but Lin Qian wasn't as easy to deal with as she thought. After Han Xiao left, Lin Qian turned around and asked Li Jin, is there anything else? I still need to go to work. Li Jin could tell that Lin Qian was still angry, so he turned around and led her out. I'll walk you out. No need. Lin Qian's voice was cold. She refused to believe that Li Jin didn't know what Han Xiao was thinking. But, he still insisted on keeping her by his side. What was the meaning of this? Li Jin could tell that Lin Qian still had her own thoughts, so he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and led her out. Seeing this, the other comrades couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Actually, sister-in-law can't be blamed for being angry. Han Zhao's actions were a little unreasonable. Relationships can't be forced. Over the years, the Major General has been aware of Han Zhao's feelings for you, but he still kept his distance from her. This proves that he doesn't like her. Seeing how nervous the Major General is, he must have fallen for her. Lin Qian didn't care what the others were saying. She simply wanted to break free from Li Jin's grip. Xianxia, let go of me. I've always kept my distance from Han Xiao. I've never crossed the line and I've never given her any hope, Li Jin explained. At the military base, I've always been a soldier. There's no way I would talk about relationships in a place like this. The only person I like is you, no one else. What happened last night won't happen again. I promise. After hearing this, Lin Qian turned around and looked at Li Jin. You've already stood me up a few times. What guarantee do you have? When it comes to work in the country, I'm a soldier and I have no choice but to obey orders. But, when it comes to personal relationships, I will never break my promise to you, Li Jin said patiently. I know that you don't feel safe, so I've already asked the higher-ups to allow you to join the army as long as we get married. Who wants to join the army? I also have my own things to do. When Lin Qian said this, it was obvious that her anger had been reduced by half. Let's go, I'll take you back to work. Actually, the reason why Li Jin asked Han Xiao to come was because he wanted to explain everything to her. This clearly showed how open Li Jin was when it came to relationships. But Lin Qian simply couldn't stand the fact that Han Xiao still had to work by his side. Just as Han Xiao said, she minded. She actually minded it so much. As if he could read Lin Qian's mind, after boarding the car, Li Jing grabbed Lin Qian's chin and kissed her. Be more confident, okay? I hope that every time you see Han Xiao, you can act like this. Because it proves that you care about me. Lin Qian rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to refute, a soldier ran over and stopped his car. Major General Li, the political commissar wants to see you. It's urgent. You can go back. I can leave on my own. Seeing how busy he was, Lin Qian knew it wasn't easy for him to take half a day off. Li Jing did not say a word. He simply pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qian. But, before she opened it, he said, I'll get someone to give it to you. Afterwards, Lin Qian picked up a piece of paper and realized it was a marriage application. Because the partners of soldiers had to go through a vetting process, under normal circumstances, they would need to submit an application and investigate the woman's family background. Usually, it would take a month. Although Li Jing had submitted an application, Lin Qian understood what he meant. As long as she wanted to get married, she could do it at any time and he was already prepared. Lin Qian put away the application and placed it in her handbag. Even though, at that moment, she really wanted a family, after returning from the military base, Lin Qian immediately headed over to the set of 8 p.m. to look for Xia Hanmo. But, with Zhou Qing's help, Xia Hanmo had improved at lightning speed. She even had her own way of dealing with the outside world. After arriving at the set, Lin Qian stood quietly to one side and watched Xia Hanmo and Zhou Qing interact. Because of Han Zhao's words, Lin Qian was tormented. Although she was part of the entertainment industry, it didn't mean that her existence was worthless. So, when faced with the successful Xia Hanmo, Lin Qian had a new idea. She needed to be more serious so that Xia Hanmo wouldn't have to worry about anything. Soon, it was time for the Fei Tian Awards again. As one of the most mainstream awards in the country, even though Tang Ning no longer cared about her identity as an actress, Mo Ting still asked Fang Yu to arrange for Tang Ning's application. This time, she was to participate in Survivor. Mo Ting's reasoning was simple. Even if Tang Ning didn't care about it, he didn't want anyone else to take what belonged to her. In the industry, there were newcomers debuting every day and many artists falling from grace. Newcomers started to gain popularity and old artists were forgotten. But Mo Ting didn't want Tang Ning to become a thing of the past. He wanted her to be eternal. Even though the Ant Queen's filming schedule was extremely tight, Mo Ting always placed Tang Ning's matters at the top of his list. However, Kate, who had her eyes on him, did not relax for even a moment. Instead, she carefully studied Mo Ting's preferences. So, on the surface, her calmness was only on the surface. In reality, she was completely captivated by this Asian man. His superb acting skills and his charisma during filming were all things that she was infatuated with. Her manager reminded her that Asian men prioritized their family and told her not to create trouble for herself. Otherwise, she would end up burning herself. But, Kate clung on to her last sliver of hope. She hoped that the bed scenes would arrive soon. She refused to believe that a man could ignore her perfect body. In terms of body, Tang Ning used to be a model and almost made it onto the Victoria's Secret stage. It's enough for President Mo to look at Tang Ning, he doesn't need to be obsessed with your body. The manager had always felt that Kate was hard to control. But, in the past, she had always been playful and restrained herself. But this time, she was serious. During the bed scenes, I will deliberately let Mo Ting come into contact with my real body. It will definitely be exciting. Her manager felt that she was going crazy. After all, her manager was thinking for the sake of the bigger picture. She didn't want to offend Mo Ting because of Kate and cross his bottom line. You won't get the chance, the manager told Kate. Afterwards, the manager gave the agency a phone call behind Kate's back. She felt that Kate was currently doing something dangerous and disregarding the agency's interests. When it came to work, the manager was indeed a bit harsh. But, she wasn't ruthless enough to allow her artist to destroy someone else's family. She felt that it was necessary for her to ask the director to remove this scene. But, Chiaosen replied, it's okay. When the time comes, I will use a body double. In reality, Xiaosen had already tolerated Kate enough. In fact, he felt that he had already used all of his strength on Kate. Kate's manager was already aware of the danger, but Kate did not. Because, as soon as Kate's manager entered Xiaosen's office, she noticed a pile of information on Xiaosen's desk. It was obvious that Xiaosen had already looked through every single one of them. This meant that he was seriously considering replacing Kate. The manager wanted to calm Xiaosen down, but she had to ensure that Kate wouldn't act recklessly again. Because of this, Xiaosen's manager even gave Xiaosen a luxury watch. But Xiaosen did not even open it and simply handed it back to his manager. Of course, Xiaosen also gave Tongning a phone call. But, after looking through the list of actresses, they still couldn't find a suitable candidate. Let's give Kate another chance. After all, she's already filmed so much. It's a shame to give up now. I should have listened to you and not looked for a foreign actress. She's reaped what she sowed. Tongning did not respond to Xiao Senator to be exact, her attention was drawn to the children's variety show that Mo Zichen was watching on TV. The little rascal held on to the remote control with a serious expression as he watched the television without moving an inch. He obviously couldn't even run. Afterwards, Tongning hung up Xiao Sen's phone call and turned her attention to the television. Between the two brothers, the older brother Mo Zishi liked to sleep and was very active. Meanwhile, the younger brother Mo Zichen was very old-fashioned. No matter what he did, he acted like an adult and was very interesting to watch. As a result, Zishi appeared more like a child while Zichen appeared more mature. Tongning was certain that the little rascal's IQ was higher than hers and Mo Ting's. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a television station. It was still raining as Xia Hanmo and Lin Qian stepped out of the studio. So, as Lin Qian headed to get her car, Zhou Qing also stepped out from behind. Hanmo. Zhou Ge? Xia Hanmo looked at Zhou Qing suspiciously. I know you have a good relationship with Lin Qian, but there are some things that I'm not sure if I should tell you. It's just a suggestion, I don't have any ill intentions. Xia Hanmo was a little surprised, but she still replied politely, go ahead. I fully acknowledge Lin Qian's abilities and she treats you well. However, I feel that her background is a little complicated. After all, her boyfriend is in the military. I feel that after she gets married, she may place her focus on her family. So, you need to be prepared and see if you can find a suitable assistant and manager. Although I'm sure Tongning will make arrangements, the most important thing is to take care of your needs. After hearing this, Xia Hanmo nodded her head, thank you for the reminder, Zhou Ge. But, I don't think I need it for now. Okay, I just want you to know what's going to happen, Zhou Qing smiled. Soon, Lin Qian returned to Xia Hanmo's side in her car. At the same time, Zhou Qing's assistant also returned with his car. The two returned home separately. However, Xia Hanmo had a feeling that although Zhou Qing was doing this for her own good, she couldn't accept Lin Qian leaving like this. So on the way back, she couldn't help but ask Lin Qian, when are you getting married? I haven't considered it yet, Lin Qian replied. Xia Hanmo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't now. As for the situation that Zhou Qing mentioned, he would have to wait until that day came. Kate wanted Mo Ting, so she tried everything she could to have physical contact with him. Everyone on set could probably tell that she had feelings for Mo Ting. But, the only thing that comforted the crew was the fact that Mo Ting never looked at Kate in the eye. So, the staff that were infatuated with the couple felt a lot more at ease. This Kate is way too open. She doesn't give up on any opportunity. President Mo is Tongning's. I simply hope that she can restrain herself a little. I honestly don't have a good impression of foreign actors. Although their acting is good, their relationships are a bit messy. Just wait and see. Kate is going to make a fool of herself. As the staff discussed Kate's manager naturally heard about it. Her days on set were already getting harder and harder, but Kate still didn't know how to restrain herself. Afterwards, Kate asked one of the staff to fetch her a glass of water. But, as soon as the staff handed it to her, she simply took a sip and poured the water away. It was too hot. What are you doing? Are you trying to burn me to death? The small stage supervisor felt wronged. After all, it wasn't part of her job to take care of this actress. But, in order not to offend her, she went to fetch another glass of water. But, this time, Kate complained that the staff didn't add any sugar. The small stage supervisor couldn't take it anymore, so she lowered her head and complained. But, this time, Kate happened to overhear it. Although she couldn't understand the language, she could tell that the woman was complaining. So, she asked her manager, "What did he mean by that?" "He said that you're not as good as Tongning," the manager replied. "If Tongning was really that good, why didn't your production hire her? How could you continue to support AB*TCH? The manager couldn't understand English, so she felt even more wronged. Seeing this, Kate burst into laughter and poured the warm water over the stage supervisor's head. "Tongning is AB*TCH. AB*TCH. Seeing that no one was around, the manager decided to let Kate be so proud. But, she never expected that Mo Ting would eventually find out about this. After the small stage supervisor felt wronged, she went to complain to Xiao Senator. Although her English wasn't good, she remembered the last thing Kate said, so she kept repeating it over and over again. After hearing this, Xiao Sen's face turned red. But, the scariest thing was, Mo Ting was right behind them. President Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply looked at Kate and walked over. Xiao Sen and the stage supervisor followed behind Mo Ting. The two of them were prepared to face the storm. However, Kate was overwhelmed by Mo Ting's favor. When had Mo Ting ever approached her? So, she immediately stood up from her chair and welcomed him with a smile. But, Mo Ting simply said, "Go back to France immediately. Don't let me see you again." Kate's expression immediately turned cold. She didn't understand Mo Ting's request. Why? Get lost. However, Mo Ting was extremely cold as he turned to Kate's manager and said, "If you're smart enough, you will tell your agency to give up on Kate. Otherwise, I will make your agency look bad." The manager did not move. To be exact, after hearing Mo Ting's warning, she didn't know how to react. Mo Ting was truly angered. This was something that the manager was certain of. So, she had no choice but to listen to Mo Ting. After all, compared to Kate, no one was willing to offend Hai Rui. Actually, she had a feeling that things would turn out this way. She thought she would be able to hold on until the film was completed. But, Kate was obviously too difficult to control. She had no self-awareness at all. It seemed, it was time to throw away Kate. How dare Kate scold Tongning? What would happen if Mo Ting heard this? "No, I need to continue filming. You guys invited me here, you have no right to make me leave." However, Mo Ting simply left the set without looking back. "I will send you a contract cancellation letter after this." Xiao Sen could only say this. He knew that Mo Ting had been holding back, but Kate had only been flirting with his body and did not do anything too extreme. But, now that she was stupid enough to scold Tongning, she was obviously digging her own grave. President Mo was the type of person that could endure anything. He could be cruel to himself, but he couldn't tolerate Tongning being wronged in the slightest. Especially those that had insulted Tongning and been caught red-handed by him. Kate continued to cry and asked Xiao Sen what was going on. But, her manager ignored her. As she packed her things, she gave her agency a phone call and told them that Kate had messed up the film and was being asked for a refund. "Is this how you bully foreign actors? I'm going to sue you, sue them, sue them." As long as she could win, did she really think that President Mo was easy to deal with? Kate continued to test Mo Ting's bottom line. She thought that Mo Ting could tolerate her. But, that was before she insulted Tongning verbally. "Director, the actress has been rejected. Should we continue filming?" In the distance, Xiao Sen sighed, "Of course not. Let's wait for further notice." Afterwards, as Kate watched everyone pack their things and prepare to leave, she decided to chase after her manager. But, her manager directly boarded her car and did not open the door for her. "Kate, I've endured you for so many years. I'm finally free. You can book your own plane ticket back to France," her manager said before she left. "Bitch, come back here." Kate chased after her, but her manager refused to look back. Afterwards, Xiao Sen explained the situation to Tongning over the phone, Kate insulted you and President Mo hurt her. That's what happened. I understand, Tongning replied. Although Kate doesn't have many scenes, replacing her would mean starting all over again. The problem is that we don't have a suitable candidate right now. Xiao Sen's biggest headache was not having a suitable actor. At this time, Tongning's lips curved upwards as she asked Xiao Sen, since we're looking for a new actor, why don't we make some changes to the script as well? What do you mean? Xiao Sen asked. I have a new idea. It was impossible for Tongning to act on her own. After all, she was pregnant. So, it wasn't appropriate to hire another actress. But, that didn't mean the matter was stuck in a stalemate forever. So, Tongning had a new suggestion. However, just as they were discussing how to deal with this matter, Kate went to the embassy and made a big deal out of it. However, it was obvious that the French embassy would not accept it. Kate was being unreasonable. But, news of the matter still leaked out. Although people in the industry had already looked down on Tongning and Xiao Sen once, they never expected that they were actually filming a sci-fi film. But, now that the actress had stepped out to cause a scene, how could Tongning's sci-fi dream continue? As a result, more and more people gathered to watch the commotion. Is Tongning under the spell of being an actress and going into such an unrealistic dream? Although I've always supported Tongning, domestic sci-fi films are so bad. Do you really think there's a way for them to make a comeback? Just wait and see. When the time comes, we'll see another domestically produced sci-fi film that uses a Hollywood cast. I really hope that Tongning doesn't go down the wrong path. In the eyes of others, Tongning was going down the wrong path. With the addition of Kate's incident, practically no one had high hopes for Tongning to film a sci-fi film. They all thought she was crazy. But, if Tongning cared about what others said, she wouldn't have jumped into the film and risked her life in the first place. So, while everyone was expressing their pessimism towards Tongning and Xiao Sen finally met. Hai Rui will handle Kate's matter well. So, I'm going to tell you my idea. I think the Ant Queen can be changed. Tongning said as she handed Xiao Sen a blueprint. Recent sci-fi films can completely abandon the old formula of having a hero with a beautiful woman. It doesn't necessarily have to have a woman. Huh? Xiao Sen didn't fully understand what Tongning meant. Are you saying? We don't have to have a woman, but we do have to have a girl. If we go down the path of a father and daughter, it will appear more profound. Plus, there have been many successful examples overseas. Plus, this is a sci-fi film. If we add a helpless little girl, it will stimulate the audience's desire to protect her and increase their sense of danger. So, I don't think that a girl will lose to a woman. Most importantly, I've already found a candidate, Tongning said as she placed the information in front of Xiao Sr. This girl's name is Coco Lee. Because her father is Canadian, she has a bit of mixed blood. She's 7 years old this year, but that's not the main point. The main point is, this little rascal is a complete drama queen. All of a sudden, Xiao Sen had no idea what Tongning was talking about. But, as a business partner, Tongning's idea was undoubtedly the best choice they could make. So, Xiao Sen was extremely excited. After quite some time, he finally asked, so, how did you come up with such an ingenious plan? Speaking of which, Tongning couldn't help but thank her rascal, Zichen. A 1-year-old child actually helped his mother solve such a big problem while watching television. This is killing multiple birds with one stone. Most importantly, with a girl as the main lead, I won't have to worry about President Mo anymore. Xiao Sen was still a little cautious around Mo Ting. By the way, have you spoken to President Mo about this? Tongning nodded her head. On the night that she discovered this woman, she had already mentioned it to Mo Ting. As a pregnant woman, did you think I would be able to do so many things? Do you think I can do so many things? Even if I wanted to do it, it would have taken me a few days. Yet, Mo Ting did it all in one night. Mo Ting's strength wasn't just because he was talented, but also because of his ability to strategize. There were some things that he didn't need to do himself. As long as he made the right arrangements, he would be able to achieve miraculous results. So, President Mo purposely used Kate as an excuse to kick her out? It seemed Mo Ting was really angry about this. The little girl, Coco, was indeed a little drama queen. From a young age, she had already made money by going on TV shows to help her father earn money. But there was a huge difference when compared to acting in a film. In reality, although Coco was born into a mixed-race family, she only had her father. Because her father was weak and useless, her mother gave up on them a long time ago and married a rich businessman to be his second wife. So, Coco was very sensible. After her father discovered her talent in acting, she decided to help him lighten his burden. As a result, she was quite famous in the child entertainment industry. Tongning was, after all, a mother. Seeing a sensible child like her, she naturally felt pity for her. So, as soon as she saw the father and daughter, Tongning instinctively patted Coco on the head. She would never forget the first time she saw Coco. Her eyes were especially big, clear, and filled with an unyielding stubbornness. Although I'm thankful that Miss Tang has given Coco this opportunity, after looking at the outline of the film, I'm afraid Coco won't be able to handle something like this, Father Li said as he patted his daughter on the head. Mr. Li stroked his daughter's head and said in a regretful tone, "I'm her father. I don't have her mother anymore. I can't lose her too, so I have to protect my daughter. Coco, what about you? Do you want to give it a try?" Tongning asked as she lowered her head. She had long, black hair that gave her a sense of spirituality. After thinking for a moment, she turned her head and said to Father Li, "Daddy, I still want to give it a try. But, what if you're afraid?" "Daddy, you're too stupid. No matter what we film, there will always be a lot of people on set. As long as there are people around, I won't be afraid," Coco replied firmly. "Plus, I trust that auntie will protect me." Father Li knew that Coco wasn't afraid, she simply wanted to lighten his burden. He was too honest. Previously, when he was doing business, he was scammed by a friend and ended up with a huge debt. "Okay. Don't worry, I will protect her well," Tongning said as she handed the contract to Father Li. "You can get a lawyer to analyze it." After all, Father Li had already looked through a lot of contracts for Coco. He could tell that she was doing her best to take care of him. "No need, I'll sign it." Tongning really liked Coco Li because she was really lovable. So, before Father Li left with Coco, she said sincerely, "Mr. Li, there are a few things I want to tell you." "Miss Tang, please go ahead." Kiki is now 7 years old. In the future, more and more people will pay attention to her. So, you must learn to be strong. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect Kiki. "I'm sorry, we will understand your basic situation. We know that you are in debt, and you are not responsible for this at all. Why did you take a step back?" "To be honest, it's because I'm not that cunning. As long as someone uses Coco to threaten me, there's nothing I can do." Because of this, Kiki hopes to become stronger so that she can protect her father. She then turned to look at Coco. "If you have money, what do you want to do?" "Help Dad hire a bodyguard so that no one can hurt him. Then, help Dad hire a lawyer to teach those who bully Dad a lesson." Look, even Coco knows what to do. Of course, this is only on the surface. Most importantly, you need to become stronger on the inside. Father Li thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. After thanking Tongning, he left with Coco Li. Tongning watched as the father and daughter left and suddenly felt her heart ache. That night, after returning home, Tongning told Mo Ting about her encounter with Coco. After hearing this, Mo Ting furrowed his brows. "Are you worried about the father and daughter?" As soon as Tongning heard this, she knew he was thinking about something else. So, she immediately punched him on the chest. "What are you thinking about?" "This is an instinctive desire to protect the weak." Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning and helped her sit more securely on him. He had always known that even though his wife was hurt by Han Yufan, she was still cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Especially after becoming a mother, she became more sensitive to emotional matters. "You will definitely like this girl." Mo Ting did not say a word as he focused on his work and let Tongning sleep in his arms. 3 days later, Xiaoxia arranged for Coco to go for an audition. Although Coco's performance wasn't satisfactory, President Mo simply said, "She's worth training." Just like that, Coco was confirmed to be the female lead of the Ant Queen. To be exact, she was a mini version of the female lead. Afterwards, President Mo sat to one side reading through his script. Under normal circumstances, President Mo didn't like to be disturbed. But, as soon as Coco saw him, she walked over to him and asked, "Uncle, can I sit down?" Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at her without saying a word. It was a silent agreement. Coco sat not too far away from Mo Ting with both hands on the chair. Every now and then, her eyes would glance at the script in Mo Ting's hands. "I've heard from a lot of older brothers that Uncle is good at acting. Can you teach me?" Mo Ting shifted the script slightly to the left so she could see it. In reality, he still needed experience with little girls. After all, his daughter was about to be born soon. As the crew saw this, they were quite surprised. Not many people were brave enough to approach Mo Ting. But, Coco did not seem afraid. One of the crew members snapped a photo with his phone. The contrast was so cute. Oh God, he almost fell out of his skin. Tongning has good taste. Afterwards, someone asked Coco, "Don't you think that Uncle is scary?" Coco shook her head, "I don't think so. I didn't do anything wrong and I'm sure he wouldn't do anything to me." It doesn't make sense, does it? This little vixen was quite likable. Many people on set suddenly felt like they couldn't compare to a 7-year-old little girl. Back to the film, the main storyline of the Ant Queen changed from a man and a woman to a father and daughter. This was actually easier to develop because it was a bond that existed in the first place. It allowed the film to jump straight into the main storyline without having to arrange any awkward encounters. In the end, the film changed to a father entering an unknown place to save his kidnapped daughter. During his battle of wits with the kidnappers, someone ended up alerting an unknown giant creature, termites. The first scene of the film was about the daughter being kidnapped. Li Lele didn't know how to act, so she ended up falling and breaking her skin in the first scene. Coco did not cry, even though tears were already welling up in her eyes. "Grandfather Chiao, it doesn't hurt. Let's try again." "Io, Grandfather Chiao can't bear to see you like this," Chiao-san hugged Coco. Everyone turned to look at Mo Ting. But, it seemed, Mo Ting was waiting for a rescue. Soon, Tongning arrived on set. As soon as she saw Coco hurt, she comforted her and smiled, "I'll teach you." Tongning could already imagine how much Mo Ting would dote on her after her daughter was born. He was a clumsy father that couldn't do anything about his daughter. So, even though Tongning couldn't personally act, she was more than capable of giving a demonstration. Plus, Coco's risk was already low to begin with. All the fighting scenes were handled by Mo Ting, so there was practically no danger when Tongning demonstrated. They look like a family of 3, yes, Tongning's future daughter will definitely be as beautiful as this. Someone posted a photo of Mo Ting and Coco sitting on a chair online. Originally, she simply sighed in the industry, but she never expected it to go viral. After all, the contrast between Mo Ting and Coco was so cute that it made people feel like they were in love. WTF, what kind of photo is this? When did Mo Ting take this? Who is this little girl? She looks so cute. They look like a loving father and daughter. The contrast is so cute, it's so cute. I wonder when this photo was taken. Isn't this little girl the little child star Coco? Why is she taking a photo with President Mo? It didn't take long before someone came forward and deduced from Kate's incident, this could be a still from the sci-fi film that Tongning is working on. Didn't Kate mention that President Mo is the lead actor? When I first heard that it was a sci-fi film, I didn't really care. But, now that I see this photo, I'm a little excited. I love contrast. President Mo is like a cool father. In reality, the leak of this photo did not affect the production of The Ant Queen at all. After all, the public were only speculating and it wasn't a real still. However, this photo attracted one person's attention. That was Coco's birth mother. This woman that married a rich businessman wasn't easy to deal with. After her husband passed away, she did not receive any inheritance because the rich businessman left all of his assets to his children. As for Coco's mother, she only had one house. Previously, when she saw how much debt Fatherly owed, there was no way she would look for the father and daughter. But, now that Coco and Mo Ting were friends, she decided it was time to fight Fatherly for custody of Coco. After all, Coco's appearance fee was bound to be quite impressive. Plus, Coco's father was a cowardly man. As long as Coco wanted him, the man would not dare to compete with her. In order to create an image of a good mother, Mrs. Li called Mr. Li Senhao. I miss my daughter. I want to see her. Li Du's father was surprised that the woman he hadn't seen in 5 years was thinking about his daughter. So, he hung up without hesitation. However, this woman actually came to his house. Seriously, it's been so many years. Why didn't you move to a new house? The woman complained as soon as she stepped into the house. She had lived here for many years in the past. Who would have thought this man was still living here? Could it be that he had squandered all of Coco's appearance fees? What do you want? Do I need a reason to see my daughter? The woman said as she spread open her delicate arms. Coco isn't home. Come back another day. Father Li chased her away. I want to know. Isn't Coco filming right now? Plus, I heard that Coco has a close relationship with the richest man in the entertainment industry. That's not true, Father Li said before he pushed the woman out the door. He knew that this woman was doing this because she was greedy. So, he immediately gave Tongning a phone call. Miss Tang, Coco's mother has come looking for me. She wants to see my daughter. I don't think she has pure intentions. What should I do? After hearing this, Tongning felt that this woman acted quickly. Did she come looking for him just like that? Firstly, the two of you will need to move temporarily. I will arrange for you to stay in a hotel near the film base. But, she is Coco's mother. I have no reason to stop her from seeing the child. Even if it's legal, it won't work, Father Li said anxiously. Father Li said anxiously. I've always been on guard because I was afraid that this woman would steal Coco from me. If she truly wanted to be a good mother, I wouldn't mind. But, she's definitely not a good mother. Mr. Li, don't worry. We can discuss it tomorrow. With Tongning's help, Father Li felt a lot more at ease. But, the woman continued to knock on the door. Li Senhao, if you don't let me see Coco, I will arrange for a lawyer to sue you. You must know that your finances are unstable at the moment. Under these circumstances, the judge will normally give the daughter to the mother. This was exactly what Father Li was worried about. Of course, since Tongning had found Coco, she was prepared to help her deal with her family matters. She wasn't going to let anyone ruin such a good seedling. Plus, she was disgusted by people that only gave birth and didn't raise. So, leave these disgusting matters to me. Coco will be taught by you for the time being. I'm a little slow, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. After hearing this, Tongning couldn't help but laugh. So, you're aware that you have no ability to deal with little girls. If our daughter is born in the future, how much will you spoil her? President Mo, you're so busy every day, yet you can't deal with little girls. I can hold and teach my own daughter. Just treat Kiki like your own daughter, isn't that enough? After speaking, Tongning smiled as she walked away from Mo Ting. However, she couldn't help but sigh. It was so difficult to produce a good film. In the past, she had always heard about how many restarts other people had to go through. But, now that it was her turn, she finally realized how difficult it was to be a producer. But, even if it wasn't for her own film, if someone was in a similar situation as Coco, she would definitely do her best to help them out. As for the person in question, she was here to deal with them. Of course, Father Li was an important part of the process and couldn't be left out. So, Tongning decided to meet with Father Li. However, as soon as they met, Father Li sighed, I have a feeling that Coco will be snatched away. With me around, she won't be able to steal it, Tongning said confidently. Firstly, you've already paid off all your debts and you have a 6-figure balance in your bank account. Your finances aren't a problem. Secondly, she has a history of abandoning Coco. Thirdly, she's currently in financial trouble. After hearing Tongning's words, Father Li calmed down a little. Every time he thought about Coco leaving him, he felt like he had nothing left to live for. Tongning looked at Father Li. This man was too kind. To be exact, he was too weak. That's why he couldn't protect the most important person in his life. After all, taking a step back in life wasn't going to lead to a bright future. In reality, Tongning had a more detailed plan in mind. But, seeing Father Li's reaction, she knew he couldn't do anything else. So, she decided to hold back and let Xianxia handle it. However, a broken family and a grudge with their parents could affect a child's mental health. She could only hope that Coco was as strong as she was now. In that case, should I take Coco to see her? Why not? There's nothing you can do to stop your mother from seeing her. You just need to bring more people with you when the time comes, Tongning replied. Okay, I understand, Father Li nodded at Tongning. At this moment, Coco was still on set filming. As an inexperienced small-time actress, she was extremely hardworking and had a strong willpower. Many of the adults on set felt inferior to her. When Tongning wasn't around, Coco's favorite thing to do was to follow Mo Ting. She read Mo Ting's scripts and acted as his tail. Her gaze rarely left Mo Ting. This was because Mo Ting gave her a sense of security. It was normal for Coco to crave for Mo Ting's protection. After all, she had found one of the biggest bosses in the entertainment industry. But Mo Ting actually allowed Coco to follow him around. So, the staff on set were surprised and curious. Coco, bend down a little more. That's right, seeing Xiaoxin's strict request for Coco, Mo Ting couldn't help but remind, be more appropriate. Xiaoxin smiled, don't worry, this child is born with a special constitution and is suitable for the entertainment industry. It's fine if Tongning cares. After all, she's always cold on the outside but warm on the inside. But, President Mo, he's training his daughter-in-law. Xiaoxin's eyes widened in shock. Was this real? However, weren't the two Mo brothers only a little over a year old? How could they find a daughter-in-law so quickly? Moreover, she was older by more than 5 years. Of course, Mo Ting was just joking, but Xiaoxin took it seriously. Uncle, last night, I heard from my father that the woman wanted to take me back. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you to do something you don't like, Mo Ting replied. 2 days later, in the entertainment circle, there was a piece of gossip. A certain station's young master had his left hand chopped off. It was said that he had played around with someone else's girlfriend. He deserved it. That night, Xiaohanmo was recording a show. Lin Qian went to the parking lot to get her coat, but she heard someone talking on the phone in the parking lot. You still want to find trouble with me? Now, everyone in the country knows that I was the one who made that program popular. He merely took advantage of it. Did he think that I wasn't retaliating because I was afraid? You've done a great job. I'm only missing a hand. It's not enough to repay the hatred in my heart. Hearing this last sentence, Lin Qian froze. The voice was too familiar. So familiar that she couldn't accept it. Afraid that the man would discover her, Lin Qian quickly retraced her steps. However, the man on the phone obviously noticed Lin Qian's back as she left, but he wasn't sure. Afterwards, Lin Qian returned to Xiaohanmo's side and removed her black coat. At this time, Zhou Qing also entered the studio. When he saw Lin Qian, he did not suspect anything. This was because Lin Qian was currently wearing a white shirt. Qian, where's my coat? Didn't you go to the parking lot to get it? As soon as Zhou Qing heard Xiaohanmo's question, his expression changed. But, Lin Qian did not panic as she replied, I didn't go. I went to the makeup artist to help you get your earrings. Zhou Qing finally let go of his guard and returned to the front of the camera. They were going to film a new promotional video. Lin Qian remained calm. After everyone returned to work, she quietly left the backstage and gave Tongning a phone call. It turned out, there were people in this world that were so good at disguising themselves. This completely shattered Lin Qian's understanding of Zhou Qing. It turned out, a person with a high EQ and a gentle temperament could even fool herself. Afraid that Xiaohanmo wouldn't accept it, Lin Qian did not immediately tell her. Instead, she told Tongning first. After hearing from Lin Qian, Tongning said to Lin Qian, don't let anyone know about this. If Zhou Qing is really that kind of person, we need to come up with a detailed plan. Especially for Xiaohanmo. We need to make sure that she can retreat safely. Okay. Lin Qian calmed herself down a little, but she was still worried about her safety. So, she gave Li Jin a phone call. Afterwards, Lin Qian returned to the studio. But, at this time, Zhou Qing's gaze drifted over. Lin Qian couldn't avoid it, so she looked at him. Why didn't she realize that this man was so good at disguising himself? After filming was over, Lin Qian went to the car park to get her car. At this time, Zhou Qing approached Xia Hanmo and said, "Hanmo, Lin Qian lied to you. She went to the car park a moment ago and may have overheard my phone call with a friend." "But, why would Lin Qian lie?" "I think she might have misunderstood me. The station manager's son has been causing trouble for me, so my friend wanted to stand up for me. She must have thought that I was going to deal with the station manager's son. Since it's a misunderstanding, all you need to do is explain yourself." Xia Hanmo did not seem to mind. After all, it was normal to hear the wrong person on the phone. If Lin Qian really misunderstood, you need to explain yourself to her. "Don't worry, Zhou Gu." Xia Hanmo had no idea that this was a trap. So, after they boarded the car, she said to Lin Qian, "Qian, Zhou Gu said he saw you go to the car park. Did you go there?" Lin Qian did not say a word. She had a feeling that Zhou Qing must have told Xia Hanmo about it. But, only the two of them knew exactly what he said. For the sake of her own safety, Lin Qian shook her head. "I really didn't go to the car park. I went to the waiting room." Zhou Gu must have made a mistake. "You really didn't?" "Yes," Lin Qian nodded. "Okay then." From this moment onwards, Xia Hanmo simply felt that Lin Qian and Zhou Qing were acting strangely. After all, if Lin Qian suspected Zhou Qing, she wouldn't have any evidence and would end up exposing herself. Worst of all, Xia Hanmo would also start to lose trust in her. Afterwards, Li Jin drove Lin Qian home. After listening to Lin Qian's description of what happened, he patted her on the head encouragingly. "You did well." "But, I'm very worried about Hanmo and my own situation," Lin Qian replied. "I don't know why, but discovering someone's secret isn't a big deal. But, the Zhou Qing that picked up the phone gave me the feeling that he was cold-blooded and heartless. Now that I think about it, I'm still a little scared." "Don't worry. I'll protect you," Li Jin comforted. "Since you don't want to live in my villa, then you can move in with my parents. After all, my mom likes you a lot." "What are you talking about?" Lin Qian glared at Li Jin. But, Li Jin wasn't just saying it. He actually had plans to do so. After receiving the phone call from Lin Qian, Tongning couldn't help but re-evaluate Zhou Qing. He was known to be the best host in the industry, had a high EQ, was talented and had practically no flaws. But, no one expected him to hide it so well. As soon as Mo Ting returned home, he noticed Tongning looking at Zhou Qing's information. He approached her and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tongning spent some time explaining to Mo Ting what Lin Qian had seen. After a few seconds of silence, Mo Ting's eyes darkened. To be able to disguise himself so perfectly, he's not an easy person to deal with. Zhou Qing's IQ and EQ are both very high and he knows how to judge the situation. "I'm afraid, he even borrowed your help." Mo Ting was referring to helping Zhou Qing jump ship to a rival. Even though, Tongning wanted Xia Hanmo to lay the groundwork. Tongning didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Qing because she didn't like to underestimate her enemies. "Ting, if what Lin Qian saw is true and Zhou Qing's disguise is true, then do you think we should be cautious of him in the future?" "He will definitely steal Xia Hanmo," Mo Ting replied. Originally, he wanted to slowly get closer to her and use Xia Hanmo and superstar media to solidify his position. But, now that Lin Qian has found out, he will definitely try to drive a wedge between the two of them. As long as Xia Hanmo trusts him, it means that you trust him. After all, Lin Qian's partner is in the military and military families are strict. As soon as they get married, Lin Qian will have no choice but to return to her family. So, he assumed that you, who knows how to weigh everything, would give up on Lin Qian and choose Xia Hanmo. After hearing this, Tongning agreed with Mo Ting. "He's wrong, I won't give up on anyone. If he's actually plotting against superstar media, I won't let him off so easily. Let's observe a little longer." Luckily, Lin Qian reacted quickly this time and denied it. She was currently dealing with Coco's matter, so by the time she found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Plus, she didn't think that just because she didn't expose Coco, she would be safe. Zhou Qing was too good at pretending. In an instant, he completely overturned his image of a good man. But this time, such a powerful character, really, would he be so easy to deal with? Later that night, Zhou Qing pretended to care about his reputation and asked Xia Hanmo about Lin Qian. He even made a special trip to Xia Hanmo's apartment to treat her to supper. Xia Hanmo already had a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhou Qing. As long as Zhou Qing showed her the slightest bit of kindness, her impression of him would multiply. Hanmo, you're actually very talented. With the help of someone as capable as Lin Qian, your future will be limitless. You've actually helped me a lot, Xia Hanmo said. Thank you, Zhou Ge. It's nothing. Silly girl, why are you thanking me so much? After speaking, Zhou Qing took Xia Hanmo for a walk in a quiet area. I visited your brother at the hospital, so I know it hasn't been easy for you. Silly girl, it's been hard on you over the years. Xia Hanmo was a little surprised. She never expected that Zhou Qing would visit her brother. But the most surprising thing was, Zhou Qing took advantage of the time when no one was around to hug her. Zhou Ge, Hanmo, Zhou Qing was good at playing hard to get. He did not make any further moves, nor did he confess to Xia Hanmo. He simply made her heart race as he whispered in her ear, although Lin Qian might misunderstand, I still want to hug you. This way, Xia Hanmo would hide the fact that Zhou Qing was hugging her because of the phone call they had in the parking lot. As expected, the next day, Xia Hanmo did not mention a single word about what happened the night before to Lin Qian. Because Lin Qian had to take care of her own safety, she couldn't reveal her true feelings. But, she hated this feeling. She felt like the distance between her and Xia Hanmo was slowly growing. Since Tongming wanted to investigate Zhou Qing, she had no choice but to tell Lin Qian not to do anything. Meanwhile, Tongming wanted to quickly resolve the matter with Coco. That way, she could focus on dealing with Zhou Qing. So, when Motherly made an appointment to see Coco, she told Fatherly to bring his bodyguards and lawyer. Coco obviously didn't want to see her mother. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Especially when Motherly approached to hug her, Coco immediately sat down on the sofa and burst into tears. This was what Tongming had taught her. She wanted this woman to never harass her father again. You're a bad woman. For the sake of money, you abandoned me and father a long time ago. Now, you're trying to take me back. You're inhumane. You're simply trying to cheat Dad of his money. You're so bad. Motherly never expected that Coco would react in such a way. As a result, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Coco, Mom loves you, all you love is money. When I was 2 years old, you abandoned me in the snow. Dad was the one who saved me. You're inhumane. Now that I can make money, you're trying to take me back? I'm going to sue you in court. No matter what, she had to first stand on the moral high ground. She had to make everyone understand that this woman had abandoned her husband and daughter. She couldn't let Motherly gain the upper hand. The little drama queen did her job well. So, everyone began to point at Motherly. How can a mother be like this? She's crazy. Isn't that the Coco that Mo Ting took a photo with? This woman is trying to take advantage of someone just because they're rich. She's unbelievable. Take a photo of her and expose her to the public. In an instant, everyone was scolding the heartless woman. Meanwhile, Coco returned to her father's side and let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, the lawyer approached Motherly and said, We are lawyers hired by Mr. Li and Coco. Madam, I think it's time for us to have a chat. When it comes to Coco's custody, you have no right to interfere, do you understand? What a joke. I am Coco's mother. Plus, her father doesn't even have the ability to raise her. Why can't I get my daughter back? Lawyers, don't think that you can fool me. No matter how good you are at arguing, you can't change the fact that Coco is my daughter. It's only right and proper for a mother to want her daughter back. As soon as the lawyer heard this, it was obvious that Mother Li was an unreasonable woman. So, the lawyer directly handed a letter to Mother Li. Before you want Coco back, let's first settle a few things. Firstly, you abandoned your husband and daughter. When you first divorced your husband, you didn't raise Coco at all. In fact, you even abandoned her. So, let's talk about your legal responsibilities first. Secondly, even if you really want to get back custody of Coco, the court will definitely investigate your finances. With your current circumstances, are you sure you want to go to court? Madam, we all know what your motive is. But, I can assure you that if you go to court, not only will you not get Coco back, you will also be charged with abandonment. According to our country's laws, abandonment is punishable by up to 7 years in prison. Think carefully. Mother Lee was obviously intimidated by the lawyer's words. After all, abandonment and finances were 2 black marks on her that couldn't be erased. Even if I can't get Coco back, as Coco's mother, she's currently earning a lot of money. Isn't it natural for her to be filial to her mother? In the lawyer's eyes, this woman was a complete scoundrel. That's why Father Lee was clung on to by a woman like this and ended up being abandoned by her. Madam, you seem to have made a mistake. Today, you won't be going to court to fight for custody of Coco. But, we can still sue you for abandonment. If you really want to get in, I don't mind. You still want money? The lawyer sneered as he watched Mother Lee's face turn from red to white. A jerk like you doesn't deserve to be a mother. Just wait and see, your husband's children will kick you out of the family very soon. One last thing, Coco's value is indeed different now. But, she's still not someone that someone like you can climb up to. If you appear in front of Coco again, I can guarantee that you won't miss a single day of your 7 years in prison. If you don't believe me, you can try me. After speaking, the lawyer turned around with his team and met up with Coco and her father. Let's go, it's settled. Won't that woman come looking for me again? Coco asked. Don't worry, I won't. He then carried Coco in his arms. As they parted ways, he turned to Father Lee and said, Mr. Lee, I'm not sure if you've heard of the saying, the weak are the ones who do the most evil. I'm sure you've tried your best, but you won't be able to protect Coco like this. I suggest you hand Coco over to Superstar Media and let them manage her future. After Lee Du's father heard this, he knew that the lawyer was telling the truth. He nodded at the lawyer. Thank you, lawyer. I will consider it carefully. It's not a consideration. It's a necessity. After that, the lawyer got into his car and left the father and daughter's sight. Coco looked at her father's hurt expression and felt a little sad. Daddy, you're actually good enough. But Dad is really weak. Father Lee sighed. Coco, let's learn together. You learn how to act and I learn how to become strong. Okay, I promise, Daddy. The father and daughter promised to stay away from the scary woman. But, just as the lawyer predicted, as soon as Mother Lee returned home, she was quickly chased out by her husband's children. The reason was simple, the woman had borrowed a lot of money from them. So, for the sake of the house, they demanded that Mother Lee pay them back. But, how could Mother Lee pay them back? In the end, she was kicked out of the house. After hearing about this, Coco did not show much emotion. It was like she was listening to someone else's mother talk about how pitiful her life was. Afterwards, she threw herself back into filming. She said that she wanted to thank everyone that had helped her and that she would do her best to learn and do her best. Xianxia and Zhou Qing had already met up a few times in private. Practically all of them were done behind Xianxia's back. As long as Xianxia was at home, Zhou Qing would come up with all sorts of romantic ideas to make her experience an unforgettable one. That night, Zhou Qing arranged to meet Xianxia downstairs again. But, because Lin Xian still had something to give Xianxia, she turned around and ran into Xianxia and Zhou Qing taking a stroll in a nearby park. No wonder Xianxia smiled a lot more these past few days. She originally thought that the filming was going smoothly, but it seemed, Zhou Qing had secretly made a move. Lin Xian didn't know how deep Xianxia had fallen. But, if she told Xianxia now, she would definitely not listen. If she did, she would fall into Zhou Qing's trap and cause their relationship to drift apart. What was she supposed to do? Lin Xian thought about it for a while and finally decided to give Tang Ning a phone call. Ningjia, I saw Xianxia and Zhou Qing on a date tonight. Is there any way to stop them from seeing each other? Since Xianxia is now afraid of you and has her guard up against you for something so important, let's beat her at her own game. Let's spread news of them going on a date. Afterwards, use the excuse that they can't be involved in a scandal to temporarily separate them from each other. Tang Ning instructed. Okay, I understand. Lin Qian didn't like to use underhanded methods, but this time, she did it to protect her friend and her artist. Zhou Qing's true colors were hidden too well, so he wasn't worth being friends with. The next day, the newspapers published news of the couple going on a date that was suspected to be real. As soon as Lin Qian saw the news, she immediately gave Xia Hanmo a phone call. "Hanmo, don't get too close to Zhou Gu for now. There's already a scandal going around." But, how did news like this get out? Not only did Xia Hanmo not listen to Lin Qian's advice, she even began to suspect Lin Qian. The reason for this was because Zhou Qing saw Lin Qian's car return to her neighborhood while they were on a walk the previous night. Afterwards, the news started to spread. Of course, Xia Hanmo suspected that Lin Qian had leaked the news. After all, it wasn't the first time she had been betrayed by her manager. "Hanmo, what are you trying to say?" "I'm not trying to say anything." "I understand," Xia Hanmo replied half-heartedly before she hung up the phone. At this time, Zhou Qing was standing by her side. "I don't know what's wrong with Lin Qian. It's fine. She's probably trying to stop us from being together," Zhou Qing laughed. But, it was obvious that Lin Qian had lost this round. This also confirmed Zhou Qing's suspicion that Lin Qian had overheard his phone call. On the surface, Xia Hanmo had indeed stopped interacting with Zhou Qing. After all, she was trying to avoid scandals. But, behind the scenes, they were seeing each other more and more often. In Xia Hanmo's heart, Zhou Qing was magnanimous and elegant. He practically never got angry at anyone's evil intentions. So, when she thought about how Lin Qian had tried to stop her, she became even more fearful of her. After following Xia Hanmo for so long, Lin Qian could already tell that every time Xia Hanmo spoke to her, she was always half-hearted. Sometimes, the relationship between women couldn't withstand tests, especially when it came to love. Lin Qian was anxious, but no one had discovered Zhou Qing's secret. Even if Hai Rui made a move, they wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with him. So, what was she to do? Xia Hanmo once again fell into a trap. At first, the two avoided talking about Zhou Qing. But, as Lin Qian continued to avoid him, Lin Qian's opinion of her grew. "Qian, I feel like there's something wrong with you lately." "What's wrong with you? Tell me." Lin Qian shook her head. The words were stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say them out loud. "If you're tired, go home and rest for a few days." Lin Qian's heart was burning with anxiety and she felt wronged. So, to avoid arguing with Xia Hanmo, she turned around and headed to the parking lot to retrieve a jacket for Xia Hanmo. At this time, Zhou Qing suddenly appeared from the shadows and said to Lin Qian, although I don't know how I've offended you, why did you expose my relationship with Hanmo? Plus, Hanmo values you so much. I don't want you to do anything to hurt her." Zhou Qing was still Zhou Qing, perfect and flawless. Lin Qian assumed that even if Tongning were to personally challenge Zhou Qing, she wouldn't be able to do much against him. "You've really misunderstood me. I didn't do anything." Lin Qian did not take advantage of the situation because she knew that Xia Hanmo was nearby. "I simply hope that Hanmo can be happy. I hope that you can be happy too." After speaking, Zhou Qing left, leaving Lin Qian standing there with trembling legs. If she hadn't overheard Zhou Qing's phone call that night, she would have developed a good impression of a perfect man like him. At this moment, Lin Qian felt that there were a lot of things that she couldn't explain because she had no evidence. Over the next few days, Xia Hanmo's attitude towards Lin Qian was extremely cold. She didn't know why their relationship had turned out this way because of a man. Lin Qian couldn't stand this kind of torture. But, she knew that no matter what she said, Xia Hanmo wouldn't believe her. "Ningjia, I don't think I can take it anymore. Hanmo has become like a stranger. No matter what I say, she refuses to budge." After hearing this, Tongning felt like she was about to lose an artist. If she were to step out and say these words, Xia Hanmo would feel like the entire superstar media was plotting against her. If that was to happen, there would be no chance for her to turn back. "Qian, you and I can't control a person's heart. We've already done everything we can. You should do your part and tell her the truth. If she still doesn't turn back, what else can we do? We have no evidence." Zhou Qing kept pressuring Lin Qian because he wanted Xia Hanmo to kick Lin Qian out. Their relationship had already deteriorated to this point, so it was only a matter of time before Lin Qian left. Is there really no other way? Hanmo is in danger. Hanmo won't be in danger for now. You are the one in danger, Tongning said in seriousness. From now on, even if you're with Xiaohanmo, you need to be in a place where we can contact you. After all, love made people blind and it also made them follow blindly. Okay. After giving Tongning a phone call, Lin Qian complained to Li Jin. She didn't know what else she could do for Xiaohanmo. All she could do was watch as Xiaohanmo jumped into a pit of fire. Li Jin comforted her and urged her to move back to his parents' home. However, Lin Qian still had a lot of concerns. But, she would soon accept Li Jin's suggestion. As Late Night 8 p.m. was a nighttime show, all of the events took place at night. Plus, the venue was an abandoned amusement park on the outskirts, so the staff were on high alert. Lin Qian and Xiaohanmo were currently at odds with each other, so all she could do was watch from afar. After all, Xiaohanmo didn't need her help. Soon, due to a mission, Xiaohanmo disappeared and the staff followed suit. Lin Qian and a few other staff waited in the waiting room for a while. Afterwards, a staff member ran over to her and said anxiously, "Hanmo has disappeared." Lin Qian was a little surprised as she immediately stood up from her seat. What happened? She got separated while she was on a mission. I don't know where she is right now. Next door is a kennel owned by a farmer. After hearing this, Lin Qian had no choice but to follow the staff to look for Hanmo. However, she was still feeling uneasy. Along the way, she gave Li Jin a phone call. But, when she arrived at the abandoned area, she didn't see a single person. Lin Qian turned around, but before she could see her surroundings clearly, a few black dogs pounced on her. Lin Qian had nowhere to hide and was pushed to the ground. The dogs pounced on her at the same time and bit her. Lin Qian knew that she was going to die today. But luckily, the dog kennel manager saved her. "Miss, are you okay?" Lin Qian gasped. Her entire body was in pain as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "How did you end up at the kennel on your own?" After hearing the old man's words, Lin Qian suddenly understood, Xiaohanmo hadn't gone missing. She had simply been led into a trap. "Thank you, uncle. Can you take me home?" Of course. Lin Qian did this so that the old man could be her witness. It didn't take long before the old man helped Lin Qian back to the filming location. However, the production crew had already moved to another location without notifying her. Haha, Lin Qian sneered to herself. Lin Qian held onto the phone that she had painstakingly picked up and gave Tongning a phone call. She then gave Xiaohanmo a call. This time, she no longer spoke in a tolerant tone. Of course, Xiaohanmo was happily filming the show and had no idea who she was. "Miss, you're hurt quite badly. Luckily, the dogs here have all been tested for rabies. But, you still need to be careful." The old man escorted Lin Qian to the exit. Soon, Li Jin's car arrived. Seeing Lin Qian in a sorry state, he thanked the old man and carried her into the car. Originally, he wanted to take Lin Qian straight to the hospital. But, Lin Qian told him, "Go to the museum. Xiaohanmo is there." "Qian, I have to go." Lin Qian's voice trembled a little. At this time, Tongning put on a jacket and said, "Ting, I have something to do. Ting, I have some matters to attend to. Send me out once." Xiaohanmo never imagined that she would hurt Lin Qian so deeply this time. Even though there was a huge conflict between them, she shouldn't have ignored Lin Qian. Especially since Lin Qian had suffered such a serious injury because of her. Throughout the entire journey, Li Jin's brows were tightly knitted together. Obviously, this man was angry, because to him, nothing else mattered. Lin Qian was his treasure. Yet, the person he treasured so much was treated in such a way by Xiaohanmo. Most importantly, he couldn't take Lin Qian to the hospital just yet. He knew that if he didn't let Lin Qian say what she wanted to say, she would regret it for the rest of her life. So, before they arrived at the museum, Li Jin used the first aid kit in his car to treat Lin Qian's injuries. He then supported her as they walked towards the production crew. At this time, the guests were resting. As soon as they saw Lin Qian in such a sorry state, they immediately ran over. Of course, this included Xiaohanmo and Zhou Qing. "Lin Qian, what's wrong?" "Lin Qian?" Lin Qian looked at everyone before she finally looked at Xiaohanmo. "When you moved, did you think about giving me a phone call? Even if others don't mind, I'm your manager. Aren't you worried that I'm missing?" I thought you had something to deal with, so I left first. I don't think I've ever left without saying goodbye before, have I, Miss Xia? Xia Hanmo's gaze suddenly shifted somewhere else. Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but sneer. Xia Hanmo, after all this time, I, Lin Qian, have never let you down. So, I have something to say to you in private. Everyone else, can you please step aside? I'm currently injured, so it's not convenient for me to move around. Lin Qian's eyes were filled with extreme anger and hatred, causing everyone to subconsciously retreat to the side. Lin Qian looked at Xia Hanmo and scoffed, isn't the problem we've been having lately obvious? Didn't you want to know what I heard in the parking lot the other day? I heard Zhou Qing talking to his friend on the phone. He was the one who ordered his men to chop off the station manager's hand. This is why I don't want you to interact with each other. You actually forgot our past of fighting side by side for a man. Do you think I have any ulterior motives for you? Just now, someone said that you were missing and asked me to rush in to look for you. In the end, that person brought me into the kennel. If it weren't for the kennel keeper who saved me, I would have been torn apart by the big dogs. And what about you? I'm missing, yet you're so stingy with your phone call. As a manager, I've done everything I should have done, Xia Hanmo. From tomorrow onwards, you can start looking for someone else. After all, you already had that plan. After speaking, Lin Qian turned around to leave. However, Xia Hanmo, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke. Zhou Gu has already told me everything you've just said. Lin Qian, is it because you think you can no longer control me that you're putting on a show like this? Anyway, weren't you the one who leaked the information between me and Zhou Gu? You're leaving? Great, I also want to swap with you. I'll go talk to Xianxia. After hearing this, Lin Qian suddenly realized that the gap between the two of them was already so big. Without waiting for Lin Qian to turn around, Xia Hanmo continued, just like Zhou Gu said, you are a rookie manager and I am a famous artist. How do you think Xianxia will choose? Lin Qian stopped in her tracks. Just as she was about to turn around, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from behind, let me tell you right now how I will choose. Tongning, why is Tongning here? Tongning, everyone was shocked by the appearance of Tongning and Mo Ting. It didn't take long before Tongning arrived in front of them. Xia Hanmo looked at Tongning and then back at Lin Qian. The answer was obvious, however, just as Xia Hanmo was feeling proud of herself, Tongning suddenly threw a slap across Xia Hanmo's face. With a loud bang, a loud noise was heard. I, Tongning, will never tolerate an ungrateful person. People who walk different paths can't work together. Xia Hanmo, you need to remember, the slap you received today was not an innocent one. After speaking, Tongning helped Li Jin support Lin Qian. Let's go. Xia Hanmo was stunned, extremely stunned. She thought Tongning would choose her. Tongning, why? I am the famous artist. I can make you famous, but I can also make you go back to hell. For the sake of a man that you don't even understand, you are willing to give up on the person that protected you. Xia Hanmo, you are no longer worth the effort of Superstar Media. Tomorrow, I will send you a contract cancellation. Since your brother has someone to take care of him, I won't worry about him anymore. After speaking, Tongning led Lin Qian away. However, as soon as Zhou Qing saw this, he immediately ran over and spoke up for his girlfriend, Tongning, I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. This time, Tongning turned around and looked at Zhou Qing with a gentle smile, Zhou Qing, look at us. The CEO of Hai Rui, the boss of Superstar Media and a major general in the Air Force, placing all your bets on Xia Hanmo was obviously not a wise decision. I don't understand what you're talking about. I simply want to know, why did you give up on your artist? What did Hanmo do wrong? She didn't do anything wrong. She simply bit the hand that fed her, Tongning said confidently. Superstar Media doesn't support people that betray us while helping outsiders. After speaking, Tongning turned around again, Lin Qian is seriously injured today, so I'm not going to argue with an idiot. Let's fight again another day. Let's see who's stronger than you. Zhou Qing, if I don't kill you, my surname isn't Tang. After that, they left the filming location, leaving behind a bunch of people with dumbfounded expressions. It could be said that Tongning had single-handedly saved Xia Hanmo's life. Yet, she had completely broken up with Xia Hanmo in front of so many people. And the trigger for this was Xia Hanmo's manager, Lin Qian. Above all, the most confusing thing was, why did Tongning hate Zhou Qing as well? What exactly happened? Is that why Superstar Media gave up on Xia Hanmo? Are they still going to film the show? Who knows? Hearing the discussions around her, Xia Hanmo did not respond. To be exact, she never expected Tongning's reaction to be so extreme. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing's analysis was completely useless when applied to Tongning. After all, Tongning wasn't someone that cared about benefits. Hanmo, are you okay? Seeing that Xia Hanmo did not respond, Zhou Qing immediately ran over to support her. Xia Hanmo did not say a word. She only had one thought in her heart. She thought Tongning was joking with her by being so serious. If Lin Qian didn't do anything wrong, then what did she do wrong? Soon, Lin Qian was sent to the hospital. Although her wound had been treated, she still needed to go through a series of shots. As she sat in the hospital room surrounded by familiar faces, Lin Qian couldn't help but burst into tears. Li Jin immediately pulled her into his embrace so she wouldn't feel helpless. At this moment, Tongning could feel Lin Qian's suffering. So, even if she had to fall out with Xia Hanmo and tear her own work apart, she wouldn't hesitate. Not only did she not give Xia Hanmo a chance, if it weren't for the patrolling guards, Lin Qian might not have walked out of the kennel alive. But, after Lin Qian disappeared, Xia Hanmo didn't seem to care at all. The thing that disappointed Tongning the most was when Xia Hanmo first appeared. Did Xia Hanmo think that she was amazing just because she was famous? Did she think she was going to give up on Lin Qian? From the day that Superstar Media was established, it wasn't for profits. The 4 people in the hospital room watched as Lin Qian cried, allowing her to vent her anger. But, a little while later, Tongning received a phone call from Long Jia. What happened? The public is in an uproar right now. They're saying that you tore your artist apart in public. What did Xia Hanmo do? What exactly happened? As it involved PR, Tongning explained the entire incident to Long Jia. As soon as the short-tempered Long Jia heard the entire story, she immediately scolded, "Well done. I never thought that Xia Hanmo couldn't tell right from wrong. Zhou Qing is a shrewd person, but Superstar Media has always followed the truth. Investigate the entire matter and collect evidence. Collect the cause and effect. Don't forget to give Xia Hanmo the contract termination letter. Even if Zhou Qing manages to settle this incident, I can guarantee that the television station will still come after him for revenge." Understood, Long Jia nodded. After making the phone call, Tongning returned to the hospital room. By this time, Lin Qian had already calmed down and stopped crying. Tongning walked over and pulled Lin Qian out of Li Jin's arms and hugged her. "You've suffered. I won't let this matter pass. But, Zhou Qing is scary. No matter how terrifying he is, he still has his flaws. Even if he doesn't expose them now, they will one day be exposed. Go home and recover first. Leave the rest to us to handle. I will make you pay for everything you've been through." Lin Qian nodded her head and hugged Tongning tightly. She buried her head in Tongning's neck and let out a loud sob. That night, Xia Hanmo felt like she was in a dream, a very surreal dream. Tongning had announced in front of everyone that she wanted to cancel her contract. It turned out, in Tongning's heart, she was merely a chess piece that could be easily thrown away. She still thought how important she was. "Hanmo, are you all right?" Zhou Qing comforted her with a guilty look on his face. "I'm sorry, I dragged you into this and caused such a huge misunderstanding between you and Superstar Media. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. It seems like I'm going to ruin your next program again. Be a good girl, Hanmo. Draw a line between us and apologize to Tongning." Zhou Qing sighed. "Don't give up on your life because of me." Hearing this, Xia Hanmo turned around and held on to Zhou Qing's face as tears rolled down her cheeks. "I can go back and apologize to Tongning, but I will never break up with you. You are such a good person and I don't want to give up on you so easily. I'm going back to apologize because I don't want Tongning to deal with you. You know that she's too scary. There's nothing in this world that she can't do." "Hanmo, I'm sorry." Zhou Qing hugged Xia Hanmo tightly in his embrace. "I won't let you down. I promise." Xia Hanmo truly felt wronged. She didn't think that she had done anything wrong. Zhou Qing was such a good person, so why did even Tongning misunderstand him? Lin Qian must have tried to sow discord in front of Tongning, and that's why Tongning hated Zhou Qing so much. How could Lin Qian sentence Zhou Qing to death after hearing a simple phone call? However, Xiao Hanmo had no idea that the phone call was only the beginning. From that moment onwards, Zhou Qing's every action was proving to Tongning and Lin Qian what kind of person he was. Xiao Hanmo didn't want to return to Superstar Media to apologize, but from the looks of it, it seemed she had to make a sacrifice in exchange for their future. At least, that was what she thought. Otherwise, Zhou Qing's newly established career would be ruined once again. That night, the industry was in an uproar because Tongning tore apart her own artist. How ruthless did Tongning have to be to actually tear apart her own artist? According to a friend, Lin Qian was bitten by a dog. But, when Xiao Hanmo moved to another location, she didn't even contact her manager. That's why Tongning showed up and slapped Xiao Hanmo across the face. But, why did Zhou Qing get involved? That's right. Tongning obviously threatened Zhou Qing last night. What exactly happened between the two of them? I'm so curious. The newspapers, the media, and the internet were all filled with news of Tongning tearing apart her own artist. Although outsiders had no idea why, they had a feeling that it was going to be another amazing show. After seeing the news, Xiao Hanmo realized how ruthless Tongning was the night before, so she felt even more wronged. For the sake of their future, Xiao Hanmo went to Superstar Media's office. But, Tongning didn't have the patience to see her, so she handed the matter to Long Jia to handle. As soon as Long Jia saw Xiao Hanmo, she wanted to slap her across the face to wake her up. Especially when she thought about Lin Qian's injuries. In the end, she held back and handed Xiao Hanmo a contract. Have a look. This is the contract cancellation contract. Long Jia, can you let me see Tongning? Even if she wants to cancel my contract, she needs to convince me. If she believes that there's something wrong with Zhou Qing simply because of Lin Qian's side of the story, then she's being too careless. Long Jia looked at Xiao Hanmo. At that moment, she felt that the Xiao Hanmo that came to Tongning's office begging her to clear her name had disappeared. The Xiao Hanmo in front of her now had the word love written all over her face. She had already lost the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. I thought you would at least ask about Lin Qian's injuries. After all, Lin Qian has done so much for you, Long Jia sneered. Long Jia sneered. I bet you've already forgotten that Lin Qian almost died at the kennel last night. Why did she get injured? Because someone said you were missing and she was worried about you. She was worried about you, so she chased after you and ended up getting bitten by a dog. But, what about you? Zhou Qing? Would Zhou Qing risk his life to save you? Do you think I'm wrong for calling you ungrateful? After hearing Long Jia's words, Xiao Hanmo froze. Long Jia, I know I'm going a little overboard with what I'm saying, but I honestly just want to see Tongning. Long Jia knew it was pointless to say anything to Xiao Hanmo because her heart was already with Zhou Qing. She simply felt like everyone had misunderstood her and Zhou Qing. Long Jia lowered her head and thought for a moment. In the end, she gave Tongning a phone call. Xiao Hanmo wants to see you. If possible, I also want to see Lin Qian. At this moment, all Xiao Hanmo could think of was to clear Zhou Qing's name. She wanted to tell everyone that Lin Qian was the one who had caused all of this. She wanted to tell everyone that Lin Qian had set everything up from the beginning. Perhaps, this was what they meant by the observer sees the game more clearly than the observer. Afterwards, Tongning agreed to see Xiao Hanmo. The couple looked at each other again, but they were no longer like they were before. There was no emotion in their eyes. What else do we have to talk about? Tongning asked as she sat in her chair. I've already said everything I need to say last night. I want you to give me a chance. I want to prove that Zhou Qing is innocent and that Lin Qian is slandering him. Hearing this, Tongning looked at Xiao Hanmo coldly. Why would Lin Qian slander Zhou Qing? Because she thinks I can't be controlled. When you say this, ask yourself, do you believe it? Tongning asked Xiao Hanmo patiently. You know that Lin Qian has no reason to slander Zhou Qing, but you don't want to believe it. There are so many suspicious things going on, but you don't want to face it. You trust Zhou Qing, yet you point the sword at your own people. Because of you, Lin Qian has been in so much pain that she's still in the hospital. I'm sure you know what kind of person she is. But, for the sake of your lover, you would rather fabricate lies to slander Lin Qian than believe her words. Because, in front of you, Zhou Qing is perfect. No, you don't need to deny it, Xiaohanmo. I'll just pretend that Lin Qian fed her good intentions last night to the dogs. From today onwards, you no longer need to have anything to do with Superstar Media. After speaking, Tongming lowered her head. Get out. What do I have to do to make you believe that Zhou Qing is innocent? In that case, what do I have to do for you to believe that Zhou Qing has actually hurt someone? Tongming, I know you're powerful. With you around, Zhou Qing and I won't be able to survive in the industry. If you really want revenge, then come at me. Don't target Zhou Qing. He didn't do anything wrong. After hearing Xiaohanmo's words, Tongming let out a laugh. When it comes to people outside of Superstar Media, I always do things according to the rules. As long as someone tries to use Superstar Media to achieve their own goals, I will destroy their reputation. If they borrow Superstar Media's name, they will return the favor. As for you, I have nothing more to say. Since I've torn you apart with my own hands, there's no reason for me to get involved with you again. By the way, the more righteous you are in front of me today, the more you will regret it one day in the future. Since you're so generous, you can definitely find another way to help Zhou Qing. Don't ever step into Superstar Media again. After speaking, Tongming called the security guards on the phone. Tongming, are you really that heartless? You've never seen how heartless I am. After speaking, she instructed the security guards to chase Xiaohanmo out of Superstar Media's territory. But, even at this moment, Xiaohanmo still couldn't understand why Tongming didn't give her a chance. She had no idea where she went wrong. But, it didn't matter. Tongming wasn't in a rush and Lin Qian wasn't going to waste her time on someone like that. After all, one day, Zhou Qing was going to help them teach Xiaohanmo a lesson. As long as Xiaohanmo was no longer useful to them, would Zhou Qing still be loyal to her? Tongming refused to believe it. Afterwards, Xing Lan and Luo Xing visited Lin Qian at the hospital. Thinking about how close Xing Lan and Lin Qian were, Xing Lan was so angry that she wanted to bite Lin Qian. I never thought that Xiaohanmo would betray Superstar Media for the sake of a man. You're no longer a part of Superstar Media, Lin Qian reminded with a smile. How am I not? I'm a part of Superstar Media when I'm alive and I'll be a ghost when I die, Xing Lan scoffed. I'm waiting for the day that SL*T is abandoned. When that time comes, she'll know who's loyal and who's a traitor. It doesn't matter. Although it still hurt to think about it, she wasn't going to be soft-hearted when it was time to let it go. As for that Zhou Qing, I never expected him to have such a good reputation. I can't believe he's actually a hypocrite. He sure has hidden himself well. What do the public think? Lin Qian was currently concerned about the public's reaction. She was afraid that Tongming would cause another storm because of her. What else can they think? They're probably curious and want to watch a show. Everyone wants to know why Tongming tore her own artist apart. After hearing Xing Lan's words, Lin Qian lowered her head. She would never forget Tongming's reaction the night before. Xiaohanmo now has nothing. I'm curious to see how Zhou Qing plans to use her. Although the situation was out of Zhou Qing's control, it wasn't as bad as the public imagined. Otherwise, wouldn't all his years of pretending to be a good old man have gone to waste? While Xiaohanmo was at Superstar Media, Zhou Qing headed straight to the hospital and personally stood in front of the station manager's son. He appeared to be pleading for peace, but in reality, what? You just jumped ship to your enemy and you're already here too. Plead for mercy? I know who hurt your hand, Zhou Qing said calmly as he looked at the station manager's son's hand. Zhou Qing looked at the station manager's hand and said calmly, I'm here today to return a favor to your father. The station manager's son looked at his crippled hand and suddenly became emotional. Tell me, who did it? It's someone from Superstar Media. I'm here today because I want you to let Hanmo off. After all, because of this incident, she and Superstar Media have already fallen out. Tongming wants to frame me, but Hanmo doesn't agree. That's why the conflict last night happened. The station manager's son looked deeply into Zhou Qing's eyes as he grabbed onto his shirt and threatened, if I find out that you've lied to me today, I will chop you in half. Since Superstar Media is going to frame me anyway, you can chop me in half right now, Zhou Qing sneered. Zhou Qing sneered. think about it, there was an actress that passed away because of Tongning. Haven't you heard about how vicious she is? The station manager's son thought for a moment and still felt that there were too many suspicious points. Why did Superstar Media hire someone to hurt me? For Xia Hanmo's sake, as long as you can't host The Big Adventure, our show will temporarily have no competition, Zhou Qing explained. Did Xia Hanmo know about this beforehand? No. Otherwise, Hanmo wouldn't have fallen out with Superstar Media because of me. She was also surprised by Superstar Media's actions, Zhou Qing replied with a sincere and convincing look. The station manager's son thought for a moment before he laughed. I never expected this. I thought I was already the most arrogant person in the world, but Tongning was even more arrogant than me. Interesting. After this incident, Superstar Media will definitely come up with a complete PR plan to push all the blame onto me. Originally, no one discovered my plan, but Hanmo accidentally found out. Plus, she's too kind. How could Superstar Media sacrifice their own people? So, they had no choice but to sacrifice me. But, as long as Hanmo is safe, it doesn't matter. On the surface, Zhou Qing appeared very righteous. It seemed, he was simply trying to protect his woman and plead for her. But, what was the truth? He was trying to draw the blame onto Tongning because he wanted to see her and the station manager's son fight. I can let Xia Hanmo go and I can let you go. As long as Tongning uses PR and uses you as a scapegoat, I will definitely make her wish she was dead. Besides, who said that you have nowhere else to go? You can always come back. After all, I can't host The Big Adventure right now. How could I let my opponent take advantage of me? Zhou Qing's gaze deepened as his expression darkened. I'm no longer suitable, but Hanmo still has potential. I can be her right-hand man. Whatever you want. Either way, now that the station manager's son had found his enemy, he placed all his focus on Tongning. As long as Superstar Media made a move, it would prove that Zhou Qing was telling the truth. Zhou Qing's trap was killing two birds with one stone. Not only did it protect his and Xia Hanmo's future, it also successfully diverted the danger away from them. All Tongning had to do was reveal the truth. The public were extremely curious about this matter. All sorts of speculations began to emerge from the mouths of netizens. Rumors say that Lin Qian and Xia Hanmo both like Zhou Qing, but Xia Hanmo set Lin Qian up, so Superstar Media got angry. But, I heard that Xia Hanmo and Lin Qian got into a fight and Lin Qian got hurt because of Xia Hanmo. So, in a fit of anger, Tongning tore her own artist apart. But, no matter what, Superstar Media had yet to make a statement. It seemed, Tongning simply told Long Jia to collect evidence, but she had no intention of announcing it to the public. There were 3 reasons for this. Firstly, Superstar Media didn't need to give an explanation for dealing with someone. After all, they had paid the full amount of compensation. Secondly, Zhou Qing's incident wasn't confirmed. So, Tongning wasn't as stupid as Zhou Qing thought she would be. She wasn't going to reveal everything to the public and allow others to slap her in the face. Thirdly, because of her silence, the public feared Xia Hanmo even more. If anyone dared to use someone that Tongning had torn apart, they would be waiting to be destroyed. In other words, the reaction that Zhou Qing hoped for, Tongning did not do as he wished. Of course, the Crown Prince was also there, so Tongning was going to see him. As for who the Crown Prince would believe, that would depend on Tongning's persuasion. After looking for the station manager's son, Zhou Qing headed straight for Xia Hanmo's home. Zhou Ge. I didn't manage to reach an agreement with Superstar Media. I feel useless. How could you be useless? As long as you trust me, you are the kindest angel in the world, Zhou Qing comforted as he held Xia Hanmo's face in his hands. Don't worry, to prove that I didn't do it, I went to look for the station manager's son and he was willing to trust me. In fact, he even invited us back to the television station to continue supporting The Big Adventure. Are you telling the truth? Xia Hanmo asked as she stopped crying. Of course. After all, the television station won't be using us anymore, so we can just go back. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to jump around like this? Idiot, as long as we go back, everyone will think that the television station is righteous and forgave us during our most difficult time. That's a happy ending. Zhou Qing had long understood the human heart. In fact, his understanding was no less than Tong Ning's. So, everyone was filled with anticipation for the two men's battle. It seemed, Zhou Qing was a step ahead of Tong Ning. Did this mean that Tong Ning was going to suffer in silence? That's good, that's good. Xiaohanmo felt that she didn't trust Zhou Qing incorrectly. She simply felt that she must have been blind to have asked Tong Ning to clear her name. Luckily, Zhou Ge, I met you. Otherwise, I would have been sold by Superstar Media sooner or later. Idiot, things will get better between us in the future. Don't worry. Zhou Qing held on to Xiaohanmo tightly because she had a lot of things that he could use to his advantage. Most importantly, he felt that this little brat was too easy to trick. He couldn't wait to see how many secrets Superstar Media would reveal to him in the future. Meanwhile, at Superstar Media's office, Long Jia had an appointment with the station manager's son. Just as she was about to tell Tong Ning the time, Mo Ting suddenly appeared in the office and Tong Ning was resting on his lap. What's up? Boss, what do you think of Zhou Qing's matter? Long Jia wanted to know what Mo Ting thought. Zhou Qing was too difficult to see through, he wasn't like any of his usual opponents. Zhou Qing stole Xiaohanmo because he thought he could find out about Superstar Media's secrets from her. Even if he didn't get what he wanted, at least he managed to steal her away. But, right now, no one dares to use them, says who? Mo Ting asked calmly. Zhou Qing can go back and look for his previous employer, I don't quite understand. Xiaohanmo came from Superstar Media and is a hot topic. As long as he creates a little hype, he will be able to achieve unexpected results. So, as long as he holds on to Xiaohanmo and uses her, the things that happened to him in the past will never happen again, Mo Ting explained. After all, he has the ability to do so. At this time, if his previous employer accepts him, it would mean that they are loyal to each other. After all, it's a win-win situation, but, the station manager's hand, without evidence, Zhou Qing can make up another story, Mo Ting said. That's why, if we want to completely overthrow Zhou Qing, apart from finding evidence, there's only one way. Huh? This was the first time Long Jia had heard Mo Ting analyze so much. We'll wait for Xiaohanmo to find out and wake her up. Xiaohanmo can still be saved? It wasn't easy for her to clear her name. She deserved to be slandered in the past. Long Jia would never forget that Lin Qian had done so much for her, only to be misunderstood by Xiaohanmo and slandered the man she loved. Thinking of this, Long Jia was furious. She was tempted to grab Xiaohanmo and give her a few slaps across the face. Ning said that the more she perseveres today, the more she will regret in the future. Boss, I've arranged a meeting with the station manager's son. The time is set for 7 p.m. tomorrow. Tell Lu Che that I want to see the station manager. Tell him not to tell anyone and keep this a secret, Mo Ting said as he patted Tong Ning on the head. No matter how good Zhou Qing was at playing, he was still a hopping grasshopper. Did he think that his step-by-step plan would work? He could play in shallow waters, but he couldn't enter deep waters. As soon as Long Jia heard that Mo Ting was going to make a move, she couldn't help but laugh. This meant that even if Zhou Qing won the station manager's son's trust, he wouldn't be able to escape Mo Ting's palm no matter what he wanted to do. He wasn't as important as he thought he was. At least, to the industry, Zhou Qing was merely a low-level player. Tong Ning's meeting with the station manager's son was naturally not going to be kept a secret from Zhou Qing. On the surface, he did trust Zhou Qing, but he also wanted to know what Tong Ning had to say. Since Tong Ning wants to see you, it means she's not going to back down with me and Hanmo. She's trying to kill us all. Xiaohanmo is no longer under her control. Since you guys are coming back, if she wants to hurt you, she will need to get my permission first, right? In reality, the station manager's son was actually more interested in watching Tong Ning and Zhou Qing fight. But, even so, it couldn't alleviate the pain of losing his right hand. Zhou Qing did not say a word as he looked at the station manager's son. How about this, when I meet with Tong Ning tomorrow, you and Xiaohanmo can hide in the waiting room. If Tong Ning dares to slander you, you can come out and testify against her. Zhou Qing looked at the station manager's son. He knew that the station manager's son was doing this because he didn't trust him completely. So, he shook his head, since the crown prince has already said so, I will definitely believe you. Hanmo and I will wait for your news at home. The station manager's lips curved upwards as he sneered. Especially after seeing Zhou Qing's expression, he was even more excited to see Tongning tomorrow. Tongning did not know that Mo Ting wanted to see the station head. In fact, Lu Che had already arranged everything before her meeting with the crown prince. However, the old station manager did not know the purpose of Mo Ting's visit. He was confused as to why Mo Ting would want to meet him. I wonder why President Mo wants to meet with me. For some unspeakable things. Mo Ting sat opposite the station head. In front of them was a cup of fragrant tea. Old station head, do you know who broke your son's arm? The old station master pondered for a moment before shaking his head. This brat has a flamboyant personality and has made many enemies, Zhou Qing. Mo Ting gave the old man the answer and explained everything that had happened between Zhou Qing and Superstar Media to him. President Mo, do you have any evidence? I am the almighty CEO of Hai Rui. What reason do I have to slander him? Mo Ting looked at the station head coldly. My motive is simple. He made my wife unhappy for a moment, so I want him to suffer for the rest of his life. I'm sure you understand what I mean. The station head was a smart man. If he could use this to gain a lot of cooperation from Hai Rui, he wouldn't be stupid enough to protect someone that had hurt his son and was so scheming. President Mo, what do you want to do? Since Zhou Qing wants to return to the television station, then let him. But, he can never dream of hosting a top-tier show again. Let him go wherever he's in trouble. Let him deal with any trouble. In short, I want him to suffer every single day. Most importantly, I want this matter to be flawless. I want no one to notice anything amiss. After hearing Mo Ting's words, the station head nodded his head. Everyone said that the CEO of Hai Rui was cold-blooded and ruthless. But, after seeing him for himself today, he realized that he lived up to his reputation. If Zhou Qing made Tongning suffer, it was equivalent to making Mo Ting suffer. Don't worry, President Mo, I'll pretend that I don't know how they fight in private. But, I'll make sure to make the necessary arrangements. I'll wait for your good news. If Zhou Qing wanted to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry, he needed to first see if he had enough chips in his hands. Perhaps, he thought he had set up a well-thought plan. But, he had no idea that he was merely an ornament for high-level players. Even if he won against Tongning and everything, returned to his original position and used Xianxia, he would never be able to make a comeback. 7 p.m. the next day, Tongning arranged to meet at a restaurant. Inside the private room, the station manager's son brought along 2 bodyguards. Meanwhile, Tongning brought along Long Jia and 2 bodyguards. Is this my honor? I can't believe I get to meet the legendary Tongning. You sure are giving me a lot of face. Tongning looked at the station manager's son and asked, Did Zhou Qing come looking for you? You're indeed a smart person. You managed to make things interesting with one sentence. I'm sure you can guess what he said to me, the station manager's son said as he looked at his broken right hand. The station manager asked as he looked at his crippled right hand. I would like to know, Miss Tang, what evidence do you have to convince me? After all, Zhou Qing's story is already very interesting. Can you come up with something even more interesting? Tongning laughed before she replied, Firstly, I'm not here to explain myself or gain your trust. You need to understand that with my status, there's no need for me to lower myself to make things difficult for you. Secondly, Zhou Qing and Xianxia are stray dogs, but I'm sorry, I'm not. Thirdly, you don't fully trust Zhou Qing because you know how trustworthy his words are. You simply summoned him back to your own territory so that you can humiliate and get revenge on him. He wants to fight back, but you want to conquer him. You need to tell him that there are some things that can't be reversed. He can't win against anyone. After hearing Tongning's words, the station manager's son finally realized that Tongning was indeed Tongning. Haven't you always liked justice? Haven't you always liked to help those that have been treated unfairly? What's wrong? Are you starting to learn how to bully others? Tongning lowered her head. After quite some time, she finally replied, I'm different from you. If someone bullies me, I will only bully them back. I never take the initiative. Of course, since someone dares to bully me, I will let him know the consequences of his actions at all costs. Aren't you afraid that you'll also pay the price? If he's going to die, let him die first. I understand what you mean. It's a pleasure working with you. The young master extended his left hand. Throughout the entire conversation, Long Jia was dumbfounded. It turned out, there was actually a way to negotiate like this. In fact, the two of them had already understood each other's intentions during their negotiation. Tongning had made it clear that she wouldn't cause trouble. This was the same as how she dealt with the outside world. So, compared to Zhou Qing, the station manager's son trusted Tongning more. On the surface, he appeared to be brainless, but, compared to Zhou Qing, he came from a prestigious background. Because of this pride, he was more willing to play around with Zhou Qing. So what is the crown prince trying to do? I didn't understand a word of your conversation, Long Jia asked on the way home. So, who does he trust? Just wait for the show. No matter who the station manager trusts, he will definitely torture Zhou Qing first. At that time, he obviously won't make an enemy out of me. Otherwise, he would simply be digging his own grave. Does that mean Zhou Qing is in trouble? That's about it. In reality, Zhou Qing didn't have much confidence in the station manager's abilities. But, he firmly believed that his plan would earn the station manager's trust. Indeed, after seeing Tongning, the young master simply scolded her for acting. As expected, that woman pushed everything onto you. She wanted me to deal with you, but I refused to do so, the young master said to Zhou Qing. Bring your woman home. I want Tongning to suffer. Zhou Qing smirked, thinking that his plan had worked. Don't worry, with Xia Hanmo by my side, I'm confident that the big adventure will reach new heights. Do your best. The station manager's son did not agree to anything. He simply smiled and patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder. From the looks of it, the two men had resolved their grudges with a smile. But, in a place that Zhou Qing couldn't see, the station manager's son sneered, Are you still thinking of a grand plan? Brother Zhou, did Prince really let us go back to the TV station? I won't be banned? Xia Hanmo thought that with Tongning's power, no one would dare to offend her. However, he didn't expect that there would always be a way out. Little fool, of course you can. Zhou Qing hugged Xia Hanmo. I told you, I won't let anything happen to you. From now on, we will become even more famous, Xia Hanmo believed in Zhou Qing. She had always believed in him. Even though she ended up hurting Lin Qian, she didn't care. In fact, she hated Lin Qian to this very day because she still believed that Lin Qian had single-handedly planned everything. Our new life is about to begin. He had schemed against Tongning, schemed against the station manager's son, kidnapped Xia Hanmo and injured Lin Qian. Yet, he still wanted to start a new life. Isn't this a little too whimsical? Afterwards, Tongning released an announcement on behalf of Superstar Media. She announced that she and Xia Hanmo had officially parted ways due to differences in their values. Even if the outside world made wild guesses, she did not intend to give them an answer. After all, Xia Hanmo was no longer worth her time. From now on, this person had completely disappeared from Superstar Media's blueprint. Without Superstar Media's protection, Xia Hanmo was about to experience the taste of a storm. She thought she had made a great decision, but this was the beginning of a road of regret. A few days later, Lin Qian was discharged from the hospital. Tongning personally went to pick her up. But, because Li Jing protected her the entire time, she couldn't help but tease, from the looks of it, I won't be able to keep you. You're going to get married sooner or later. I won't leave you. I am also a part of Superstar Media, Lin Qian quickly expressed her determination. Okay, go home and rest for a few days. There are more important tasks waiting for you. Tongning patted Lin Qian on the shoulder and gestured for Li Jing to take good care of her. Li Jing left the hospital with Lin Qian. This time, he directly drove Lin Qian back to his parents' home. Lin Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mother Li was ecstatic. After all, Lin Qian was going to be her daughter-in-law sooner or later. Especially after hearing about how Lin Qian was bitten while trying to save someone, she felt that Lin Qian was loyal and a good girl. So, as long as Lin Qian was willing, she would prepare a room for her at any time. Qian, Li Jing is always away from home for half a month. Just treat it like you're keeping us company on his behalf. Mother Li said to the worried Lin Qian. But, I know you're worried that you won't be officially recognized. I heard from Li Jin that he's already submitted a report and is just waiting for you to agree. As long as you agree, you can be our daughter-in-law at any time, but, I work in the entertainment industry. That's not a problem, Mother Li said as she patted Lin Qian on the back of her hand. We've done everything right and have a clear conscience, right? Plus, Auntie is still waiting for you to help me get an autograph from a celebrity. Lin Qian, perhaps all the trials and tribulations that the heavens had given her were all experiments to tell her that the best things would always be left for the last. After going through so much pain, Lin Qian felt that she was extremely lucky to have met Li Jin and the Li family. Let's go. Auntie will show you your room. The main reason why Li Jin wanted to take Lin Qian home was because he didn't want to see her get hurt again. Xianxia owed Lin Qian something, so he was waiting for her to get it back. It didn't take long before news spread throughout the industry that Zhou Qing and Xianxia had returned to his previous employer. After superstar media fell out with them, no one dared to hire Xianxia anymore. His former employer was a righteous and compassionate person, so he received the support of Zhou Qing's fans. Zhou Qing thought that he had been resurrected from the dead. So, when he returned to the television station, he was glowing and full of hope. He thought that with the station manager's son injured, the big adventure would still need him to lead it. So, no matter what, the station would definitely return him to his former position. So, when he received news that the station was holding a meeting, Zhou Qing felt that his opportunity had arrived. So, he tidied up his things with Xianxia and headed to the television station together. Don't worry, this used to be my territory. From now on, it will still be my territory. As long as you're on my territory, no one will bully you. But, the truth was, when his former subordinates saw Zhou Qing again, they weren't as friendly as he expected. In the past, everyone in the television station would greet him as Zhou Ge, but now, no one respected him. No, the show had only just begun. The meeting at the station was about making adjustments to the program based on the recent events that had happened. Of course, the arrangements for The Big Adventure were involved, so Zhou Qing was well prepared. He had already thought of how he was going to explain that he had jumped ship to a rival agency after returning to the program. He was confident that he could handle everything beautifully. Perhaps everyone else also assumed that The Big Adventure would eventually be handed back to him. But, when it came to finding someone to support the program, the station manager did not even look at Zhou Qing as he said to the host of another program, "You previously had experience hosting The Big Adventure. We need you right now." After hearing the station manager's words, everyone was surprised. Practically, everyone turned to look at Zhou Qing. Why was this different from what they expected? Most importantly, during the entire meeting, the station manager did not mention Zhou Qing or Xianxia at all. It was like they didn't even exist. Zhou Qing did not show it on his face, but deep down, he knew that the old man was deliberately causing trouble for him. That's why he was humiliating him in front of everyone. I don't think it's appropriate for me to do this in front of Zhou Ge, the man said as he looked at the station manager. Zhou Qing, I have other plans, the station manager replied with a smile. Since that's the case, then I'll take on this responsibility. Everyone thought that the station manager would give Zhou Qing a better plan than The Big Adventure. But, after discussing The Big Adventure, the station manager said to Zhou Qing, after the meeting, stay here. I have something to say to you in private. Soon, the meeting came to an end and everyone stood up to leave. Only Zhou Qing and Xianxia remained in the meeting room as they waited for the station manager's arrangements. Zhou Qing, Xiaoying has been lacking a helper lately. I think Xianxia is a suitable candidate. Let her go, the station manager said. Zhou Qing did not say a word. Meanwhile, Xianxia had no idea what she was being arranged to do. As for you, you've already gone to a rival's territory, so it's not appropriate for you to come back and take over The Big Adventure. So, at a time like this, you should focus on something else and wait for the right time. Once the storm has passed, I will hand The Big Adventure back to you. Tao Tao is pregnant and has applied for maternity leave. So, you can temporarily take over her duties. Station manager, are you asking me to run some news? Zhou Qing understood what the old station manager was trying to say. Right now, the situation outside is very tense. Right now, it's only temporary inconvenience for you guys. Zhou Qing did not nod, nor did he shake his head. Although his expression was the same as usual, Xiaohanmo could sense that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. I still have other matters to attend to. Think about it carefully and go report. With that, the station manager turned around and left. After they left, Xiaohanmo grabbed onto Zhou Qing's arm and asked, "Who is showing?" "A radio host. Her content is midnight love talk." That was the most unpresentable place in the station. The old station head had actually asked Xiaohanmo to act coy in the radio station. As for him, he was not much better. A dignified A-list host was actually called to run news. "Brother Zhou, let's endure it for a few days first," Zhou Qing replied. He had thought that his return would be even more glorious, but he had never imagined that this would be the result. As Zhou Qing and Xiaohanmo left the room, the other colleagues pointed at them. These two were so confident when they first left. But, look at what happened in the end. From what I can see, Zhou Gu is indeed the big brother of the variety industry. But, he made a mistake by challenging the station manager's authority. He misjudged his position. I never thought that he would be sent to run news. Life sure is full of ups and downs. Zhou Qing did not say a word as he listened to the discussions. But, Xiaohanmo couldn't stand it any longer. She originally wanted to stick up for Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing held onto her shoulder firmly. "Let's talk at home. Zhou Gu, you've been implicated because of me." Xiaohanmo still felt that Zhou Qing's current situation was all because of her issues with superstar media. The difference was too big, so Zhou Qing needed to re-accept everything. So, he even gave the station manager a phone call. As soon as the station manager heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Zhou Qing, you're too naive. Did you think that after returning to the enemy's camp, the insiders would accept you? It's already good enough that you have news running errands for you. Yet, you're still thinking about the big adventure?" After hearing this, Zhou Qing clenched his fists tightly. "I only agreed to come back because of you. Zhou Qing, I think you've made a mistake. You were the one who begged me to give you and your woman a way out. That's why I allowed you to return to the television station. Is your current position not suitable for you? You need to think this through. The person you've offended is Tongning. Don't tell me you really think that you have a way out." Zhou Qing was so angry that he threw his phone on the floor. Xiaohanmo was shocked. She had never seen Zhou Qing like this before. Zhou Qing was so irritable. After all, no matter what he did, he always looked elegant. So, Xiaohanmo's heart began to race. What did the station manager say? "You will report to the radio station tomorrow. Don't worry, leave everything to me." Zhou Qing concealed his anger, but he did not comfort Xiaohanmo. It turned out, he had simply been played by the station manager's son, so, late that night, after Xiaohanmo fell asleep, Zhou Qing directly headed to the hospital to negotiate with the station manager's son. "I've already told you the truth. Why can't you give me a way out?" "How did I not give you a way out? Could it be that I'm forcing you to die by not giving you the role of host for The Big Adventure? You obviously know how important The Big Adventure is to me. Tongning broke your arm, yet instead of getting even with her, you're venting your anger on me. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? You're not even worth a fart." The station manager's son replied. "Whether I look for Tongning or not is my business. It's completely different from how I treat you." Zhou Qing glared at the station manager's son with hatred in his eyes. "Do you hate me? Hit me then. I only have one arm anyway." Zhou Qing clenched his fists. He hated the station manager's son's arrogance, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he had no choice but to return home. Xiaohanmo immediately ran up to him. "Zhou Gu," but Zhou Qing pushed her away. Originally, he thought he had picked up a treasure. But it turned out to be useless. Xiaohanmo was stunned by Zhou Qing's action as she stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. "I'm too tired today. Let's talk tomorrow." Zhou Qing was currently in a situation where the television station was clearly toying with him. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already offended Tongning and had nowhere else to go. Xiaohanmo wanted to help Zhou Qing, but when she pulled out her phone, she couldn't find anyone to ask for help. Superstar Media had originally given her everything, but now, everything had returned to how it used to be. It turned out, after leaving Superstar Media, she was nothing. So, all she could do was watch as Zhou Qing closed his door and wallowed in his own sadness. With this thought, Xiaohanmo felt like she had to do something for Zhou Qing. So, the next day, she barged into the station manager's office. The station manager's secretary couldn't stop her, so the station manager asked her to leave. I want to know why the station manager must torture Zhou Qing. He hasn't done anything wrong. Plus, he's so talented that he shouldn't be buried in the news. Xiaohanmo, since you've entered this office, you will have to face the consequences today. I'm sure you know that. The station manager put down the pen in his hand and looked at Xiaohanmo. The station manager put down the pen in his hand and looked at Xiaohanmo. Let me be honest with you, you and Zhou Qing think too highly of yourselves. There's nothing in this world that should be taken for granted. What you think Zhou Qing should do is your opinion, but that is only your personal opinion. Just because you think he's not wrong doesn't mean he's not wrong. Get lost. Based on what you've done today, Zhou Qing is going to become a laughingstock. Plus, since you don't want to be a radio host, we won't keep you in our small temple. Go back to where you came from. It didn't take long before everyone found out about Xiaohanmo's actions at the radio station. Of course, this included Zhou Qing. As soon as Zhou Qing heard about it, his face turned red in embarrassment. Why did Xiaohanmo always act on impulse? So, as soon as Xiaohanmo returned home, Zhou Qing threw a slap across her face without a second thought. Look at what you've done. Everyone in the station's chat group was talking about the incident and laughing at how Zhou Qing ended up in this state. Xiaohanmo was dumbfounded. She never expected that Zhou Qing would hit her. But, after hitting her, he remained calm as he sat on the sofa and casually flipped through the news. You hit me? Yes, I'm hitting you. Can't you behave yourself and not cause trouble for me? I'm already a mess. Zhou Qing said coldly, I've already come this far, yet I'm still a laughingstock. Do you think life isn't exciting enough? Xiaohanmo, I'm begging you. Just stay at home and don't do anything. That's the biggest help you can give me. Xiaohanmo understood how Zhou Qing felt, so she did not blame him for the slap. She simply felt that she was too stupid. However, taking action was only the beginning. Recently, I've heard a lot of jokes about Xiaohanmo. Do you want to listen? In order to coax Lin Qian, Long Jia shared all the gossip she had heard. Speaking of which, after Zhou Qing and Xiaohanmo returned to a certain television station, one of them was assigned to cover the news and the other was assigned to be a coquettish radio host. Hearing this, Lin Qian asked Long Jia to stop. I don't want to hear anything about this person anymore. You. Long Jia sighed and shook her head. You can't be like Tongning and I. You should be happy when you see your enemy get their retribution. I don't want to waste my time on someone like that, Lin Qian replied. Long Jia nodded her head and did not force Lin Qian. She understood Lin Qian's personality. Everything else isn't important. But, you need to remember one thing, you are still a manager at Superstar Media. You need to be arrogant. If one day you come across Xiaohanmo, you need to tell her that you didn't want anything, okay? Lin Qian nodded her head again. Tongning had previously said that she would directly remove Xiaohanmo from Superstar Media. So, whenever the public mentioned Xiaohanmo and mentioned that she had anything to do with Superstar Media immediately issued a warning. This person has nothing to do with Superstar Media. As for Zhou Qing, he was indeed smart and he hid his abilities well. But, he thought too highly of himself. He couldn't even get past Tongning and Mo Ting. Of course, the person that Tongning hated the most was not Zhou Qing, but Xiaohanmo. How much effort did Superstar Media put into Xiaohanmo? How much sincerity did Lin Qian put in for her? Yet, for the sake of a man, Zhou Qing hurt Lin Qian so badly, just the thought of it made Tongning feel angry. Although Lin Qian didn't care, she was going to make Xiaohanmo understand that she and Lin Qian were now people from two different worlds. Even though he was being toyed with, Zhou Qing still had to run the news because he had no other choice. Unless, he completely admitted defeat. But, how could he accept it now that things had gotten to this point? However, Xiaohanmo was useless. After leaving Superstar Media, she had no value at all. This was what hurt Zhou Qing the most. As a result, the relationship between the two was greatly affected. Zhou Qing began to ignore Xiaohanmo. Even at home, the two minded their own business and did not communicate at all. Xiaohanmo continued to endure because she felt guilty. However, the Zhou Qing in front of her was a complete stranger. If you're bored of looking at me, I can move out. You don't even have any value to sell right now. Zhou Qing laughed. Hanmo, tell me, what else can you help me with? Didn't you say it yourself? I'm the way I am now because of you. Hearing this, Xiaohanmo felt like her heart was about to break into pieces. I really want to help you. Zhou Qing lifted his head and looked at Xiaohanmo. After staring at her for a long time, he finally sneered, you said it yourself. Don't regret it when the time comes. I won't regret it, Xiaohanmo replied confidently. Zhou Qing did not say a word. To be exact, all he could think of was how to make the station manager and his son suffer. He had been suppressed so badly that everyone at the television station would mock him whenever they saw him. It seemed he couldn't survive in the industry any longer. But he didn't want to take a burden like Xiaohanmo with him. He was smart, so all he had to do was plan ahead and he would have a successful career in another field. But he couldn't tolerate taking a stupid person like Xiaohanmo with him. So, he was going to squeeze every last bit of value out of Xiaohanmo. This idiot still thought that it was Lin Qian's fault. For the sake of love, women could really lose their rationality. The person I'm going to take you to see today is Mr. Liu of Dongxing Pictures. Recently, he's preparing to launch a new program, which might be helpful to us. If you can help me win Mr. Liu's support, then we still have a chance to make a comeback. Understand? After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xiaohanmo secretly nodded her head. In order to win the battle, Xiaohanmo dressed up to the nines and did her best. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel. As soon as they entered the VIP room, they saw a short and chubby man sitting at a round table. Xiaohanmo felt a little uncomfortable, but Zhou Qing still approached him. For some reason, Xiaohanmo felt that this Zhou Qing was a complete stranger. This was because President Liu's eyes were cloudy and his entire body exuded an oily aura. One glance was enough to tell that he wasn't a good person. Especially when he looked at Xiaohanmo, there was a trace of possessiveness in his eyes. This made Xiaohanmo even more afraid of this dinner. Come, Miss Xia, have a seat. Xiaohanmo sat down between Zhou Qing and President Liu. She subconsciously reached out her hand to hold onto Zhou Qing's arm, but Zhou Qing quickly pushed her away. Xiaohanmo froze. President Liu likes to drink. Hanmo, why don't you have a few drinks with him? Xiaohanmo looked at Zhou Qing in surprise. What did he think she was? Didn't you say that you would help me? I need you right now. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your word? Xiaohanmo clenched her fists, but in the end, she let it go. That's more like it. Who doesn't drink when they're out to have fun? Miss Xia, drink 3 glasses as punishment. President Liu directly poured Xiaohanmo 3 glasses of red wine. As he watched Xiaohanmo drink 3 glasses, he took the opportunity to touch her thigh. However, Xiaohanmo immediately stood up. What are you doing? Xiaoxia, why are you having such a big reaction? President Liu laughed. We're out to eat and drink. Why are you so excited? Xiaohanmo's face turned red as she sat down. But, this time, President Liu went even further. He almost reached under her skirt. Xiaohanmo directly threw a glass of red wine at him. If you're so good, why don't you try touching me again? Seeing this, the man stood up and said to Xiaohanmo, bitch, with your current status, I'm giving you face by sleeping with you. How dare you hit me? As soon as Xiaohanmo heard the word sleep with you, she froze. She turned around and looked at the expressionless Zhou Qing with disbelief written all over her face. Don't tell me you're so naive to think that you can get what you want without paying anything? If you were still a part of Superstar Media, I might have given you face. But now, Superstar Media no longer acknowledges you. How dare you pretend to be innocent? Big Brother Liu, please don't get angry. Hanmo just didn't think it through. Please wait a moment. After speaking, Zhou Qing dragged Xiaohanmo into the bathroom and pushed her against the wall. Can't you handle a little alcohol? His hand is almost under my skirt, Xiaohanmo said angrily. Then just let him touch. Xiaohanmo's eyes grew big as she suddenly understood what Zhou Qing was trying to say. It turned out, this man was deliberately trying to sell her out. Why are you so different from the old Zhou Qing? Xiaohanmo couldn't help but ask. I don't care. You must help me secure this deal today. After arguing for a while, the two returned to the private room. At this time, President Liu calmed himself down and said to Xiaohanmo, actually, I quite admire your character. How about this, as long as you drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment, I'll let this matter go. Xiaohanmo did not say a word as she held back her tears and drank another 3 glasses of wine. But, this time, she wasn't so lucky as she directly fainted on the table. Even in her wildest dreams, Xiaohanmo never imagined that she would fall into such a deep trap. Especially the next morning, when she woke up in her hotel room, President Liu was tidying up his clothes. Xiaohanmo froze for a moment before she threw a crazy kick at President Liu. You're worse than an animal. President Liu was in a good mood after being kicked. This is an unspoken rule in the industry. What? Don't pretend that you don't know. Zhou Qing personally handed you over to me. That's impossible. Xiaohanmo refused to accept the truth. That guy has always been like this. By the way, he was the one who hired someone to break the station manager's son's arm. After speaking, President Liu smiled at Xiaohanmo and left the hotel. Xiaohanmo wanted to chase after him, but she was completely naked. For a long time, she couldn't accept the terrifying news. All she could do was return to her bed. But, the bed reminded her of how dirty she was. No, it's not like that. Xiaohanmo really didn't expect that she would actually hear the truth from Mr. Liu. Xiaohanmo screamed like a madwoman. You've been in the hospital for so long, but you haven't eaten anything you like. Today, I'm taking you out to eat something good. Li Jin brought Lin Qian to a hotel. It seemed, he noticed that she hadn't been talking much lately, so he decided to take her out for a walk. I'm fine, Lin Qian appreciated Li Jin's thoughtfulness. Li Jin wrapped his arm around Lin Qian and the couple entered the hotel together. But, at this time, they ran into a familiar figure at the entrance. Lin Qian looked at Xiaohanmo and Xiaohanmo looked at Lin Qian. Xiaohanmo's tears almost rolled out of her eyes, but Lin Qian pretended not to recognize her as she turned around. Lin Qian. Xiaohanmo mumbled. Lin Qian did not move. She wasn't hurt by the person that used to be her. But, Lin Qian ran over and grabbed onto Lin Qian's hands. About Zhou Qing. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. However, Lin Qian simply said one word, let go. Xiaohanmo froze for a moment, but she did not move until Lin Qian added, what? Are you regretting it? It's only been a few days. Do you still remember what Ningjia said? Xiaohanmo took a step back as tears rolled down her cheeks. That's right. I brought this upon myself. I did it for a man and a jerk. Xiaohanmo, you choose your own path. Don't blame yourself for always meeting jerks. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not recognizing who they are. Although I don't know what you've been through, I don't like to add insult to injury. You and I have nothing to do with each other, so I hope you behave yourself. After speaking, Lin Qian switched seats with Li Jin and left Xiaohanmo sitting in the same spot. Did you arrange this? Lin Qian did not believe that it was a coincidence. How could it have happened at this particular hotel and at this time? My people found out that Zhou Qing sold Xiaohanmo out. Last night, Lin Qian didn't need to explain. But, who could she blame? Qian, I won't pity someone that's hurt me. Plus, Xiaohanmo doesn't deserve any pity. She chose her own path, so she will bear the consequences herself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. After hearing Lin Qian's words, Li Jin relaxed. He was afraid that Lin Qian would still pity Xiaohanmo. But, he was wrong. His Qian wasn't soft bun. So, Li Jin relaxed. Let's order. Lin Qian nodded her head and quickly looked away. She then opened the menu in her hands. Xiaohanmo hailed a taxi to Zhou Qing's home. But, when she arrived, she discovered that the key that Zhou Qing gave her previously couldn't be opened anymore. Zhou Qing had changed the locks and all of her belongings were in the nearby trash. Men sure were ruthless when they wanted to, but she couldn't blame anyone for this. After all, she had single-handedly caused all of this. This was her own choice. Xiaohanmo sat on the floor. All of a sudden, everything was gone. Previously, she had insisted that Lin Qian was the one that framed her. But, now that she thought about it, she simply felt embarrassed. It turned out, she had been the one in the wrong the entire time. Haha, so, she didn't blame Lin Qian for treating her like a stranger. After all, it was what she deserved. Lin Qian had been hurt so badly in the past, but the person she hated the most was the jerk, Zhou Qing. He had set up so many traps to trick her. Now that he was done using her, he kicked her away. Yet, all she could do was hide in a corner and cry. This was impossible. Did Zhou Qing want to use her to return to the top? This was impossible. She wanted Zhou Qing to pay her back tenfold. When a woman's heart was filled with this kind of hatred, her body became a terrifying weapon. Perhaps Zhou Qing thought that Xiaohanmo, who had nothing to lose, could only fend for herself. But, he was wrong. Xiaohanmo directly turned around to look for President Liu and said, "I can agree to be your mistress. But, I have one request. I want Zhou Qing to suffer a fate worse than death." President Liu sat on the sofa smoking a cigar and smiled. "No problem, I don't have anything to lose. Plus, if you want, you can come to my agency and act in a film. I don't care about anything else. I simply want Zhou Qing to pay a painful price. You can think about it that way, because I've always been generous to women." He didn't expect Mo Ting and the station manager had spoken to each other beforehand. He didn't expect that Tongning had already planned everything. Above all, he didn't expect that Xiaohanmo would willingly become his mistress just to make him suffer. He was now immersed in the joy of hosting a new show. But, President Liu was a man of his word. He directly handed the show over to Xiaohanmo. In other words, Xiaohanmo directly bypassed everyone else and became the person in charge of the show. So, no matter what Zhou Qing did, he had to listen to Xiaohanmo. "Zhou Qing, I'll show you how terrifying a vengeful woman can be." Tongning knew everything about Xiaohanmo like the back of her hand. In the end, she could only sigh. She never expected Xiaohanmo to return for revenge. Perhaps, following President Liu was the best ending for her. After all, even though President Liu wasn't a proper man, he was generous to women. There was a rumor in the industry that every woman that had been with him would praise each other when they broke up. I can't wait to see Zhou Qing's expression when he finds out that Xiaohanmo has become the person in charge of the show. A man like him should go to hell. Long Jie scoffed. "I hope Xiaohanmo's revenge will be strong and not cowardly." Tongning turned and looked at Long Jie. This woman had already been a mother for so long, but she still couldn't control her liveliness. "There's a show for you to watch." "If that's the case, doesn't that mean Xiaohanmo has found herself a new backer? Are you willing to be someone's mistress?" Tongning asked. "Of course not, this is the best way to torture Xiaohanmo. Of course, if she manages to hold on to President Liu, then that's because she's capable. Even if we meet again in the future, we will still be in the same industry and I won't ostracize her," Tongning replied. A pitiful person was bound to have a hateful side. This was Xiaohanmo's life. "We can move on from this person. Let's talk about the next person," Tongning said to Long Jie. She then turned on her laptop and showed her the most recent email she had received. A letter asking for help? Long Jie looked through the letter curiously. She was completely dumbfounded. "Oh God, does this really happen in our industry?" Tongning nodded her head. "I've already asked Ting to verify it. It's 100% true." The Fei Tian Awards had recently been very popular. Apart from Tongning, there were also a few other nominees for Best Actress. One of them was the main character in this letter. "I've decided to let Lin Qian handle this artist. I'm sure, after experiencing Xiaohanmo's incident, Lin Qian has reconsidered her role as a manager." "Okay, I'll go make arrangements," Long Jie nodded her head. She had a feeling a good show was about to start. Even though this year's Fei Tian Awards didn't seem to have any suspense. From the moment she became pregnant with her daughter, Tongning had gradually reduced her workload. After all, her health was more important and Mo Ting wouldn't allow her to overwork herself. With Coco Lee's hard work, filming for the Ant Queen was progressing smoothly. After every climax, Xiaoxia would marvel at how smart Tongning was. If she hadn't suggested replacing Kate with a small-time actress, the Ant Queen would have to wait a few more years for the public to see the light of day. President Mo, after Tongning gives birth, you should ask her to return to acting. She's really talented. Mo Ting looked at Xiaoxia without saying a word. Honestly, I think she has a lot more to contribute to the film industry. We belong to each other, but we also respect each other. If she doesn't want to do something, I won't force her, Mo Ting replied. It's rare to see a loving couple like you, especially in the entertainment industry. Actually, it wasn't that hard. As long as you loved each other enough, it was fine. Late at night, the weather was cold. Mo Ting was still filming his scenes when Tongning finished cooking some chicken soup and brought it to him. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? Huh? I'm going to wait at home anyway. Besides, the things I can do for you are trivial, Tongning said as she placed the steaming hot chicken soup in Mo Ting's hands. Xiaoxia looked at the couple from afar. To be exact, the entire crew looked at the couple enviously and sighed. Whether a couple loved each other or not, it was easy to tell from the way they treated each other. You do it for me, I do it for you, they don't even think about themselves. This was perhaps the best way to look at love. The next day, President Liu's new program officially began production. Of course, he had yet to introduce the person in charge of the program. This was going to be the biggest surprise of the day. After all, Zhou Qing was going to attend a meeting, wasn't he? The scene was going to be spectacular. Walking the same path, some people would make it to the end, while others would fall behind and fall into the abyss. This was the reality of life. Even though Tongning tried her best, she still couldn't avoid it. Xiaohanmo's incident not only hurt Lin Qian, but it also enlightened her. Giving up was something she needed to learn. Xiaohanmo chose a path that she thought would lead her to a life-and-death struggle with Zhou Qing. But she had no other choice. As soon as Zhou Qing betrayed her, she no longer cared about the long term or the future. She was determined to make Zhou Qing pay for what he had done. Before the meeting started, President Liu said to Xiaohanmo in the villa that he had bought for her, "Don't be too ruthless. After all, they were once lovers. Give them a way out." Xiaohanmo was dressed in a black suit and looked energetic. Her face was expressionless, but her feelings towards President Liu were complicated. This was a man that used special methods to possess her, so she should have hated him to the core. Yet, he ended up giving her a new home and she did all of this willingly. She gave up on a bright future and insisted on digging her own grave. As a result, who could she blame for getting herself to this point? Xiaohanmo suddenly thought back to the night at the abandoned amusement park when Lin Qian appeared in front of her covered in injuries. How sad must Lin Qian have been at that time? She felt that she would never be able to make up for the guilt she felt towards Lin Qian. Okay, Xiaohanmo replied. In the end, Xiaohanmo replied to President Liu. But, they both understood that Xiaohanmo would never let Zhou Qing off easy. Soon, Xiaohanmo arrived at the company building of Dongxing Pictures. After seeing Xiaohanmo, the relevant staff of the company confirmed that she was the new person in charge of the company. How did things end up like this? Didn't Superstar Media give up on Xiaohanmo? Didn't she follow Zhou Qing to the television station? How did she end up as our boss? What other reason could there be? All she did was climb into President Liu's bed. I was wondering why such a big case was handed over to a woman that doesn't know anything. It turns out, they were throwing money away for the sake of a beauty. That's enough. Since it's President Liu's arrangement, we'll just help Miss Xia. Although President Liu's personal life wasn't open and aboveboard, he was famous for being calm and cunning in the management of the company. The employees of the company also trusted and were loyal to him. This was closely related to the benefits that President Liu gave his employees. Soon, Xiaohanmo entered the director's office. She had officially taken over the show. Director Xia, the meeting is about to start. Xiaohanmo looked at her new secretary and nodded. Call me when everyone is here. All right. The new secretary knew how Xiaohanmo got promoted, but she still treated her with respect. Because Xiaohanmo's life was quite interesting, full of ups and downs. Soon, all the staff for the new program were in place. Zhou Qing also arrived on time. But, the person in charge's seat was still empty. So, everyone was confused. Director Liu said that the new director will be in charge of this show. Why is he not here yet? Everyone, calm down. The director will be here soon, Xia Hanmo's secretary comforted before she left. A few minutes later, the door to the meeting room was pushed open by the secretary and Xia Hanmo walked in. Everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Especially Zhou Qing. As soon as he saw Xia Hanmo, he thought she was here to cause trouble, so he immediately stood up and approached her. This isn't a place for you. If you want to see me, go wait outside. Xia Hanmo glanced at Zhou Qing in disdain and said in a cold tone, I'm not here to see you, Mr. Zhou. You're being too presumptuous. Since you're not here to see me, why are you here? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but everyone is waiting for Director Xia to start the meeting, Xia Hanmo's secretary reminded. Director Xia? Zhou Qing muttered to himself. That's right. I am the person in charge of the new show, Xia Hanmo. From now on, please take care of me. After speaking, Xia Hanmo walked over to the main seat and sat down. Zhou Qing's face turned green. He never expected that Xia Hanmo would put on an act like this. How could she suddenly become his direct superior? Is President Liu sure? Why would he need someone like this to be in charge? Zhou Qing questioned Xia Hanmo. But, as mentioned before, President Liu was good at leading his subordinates. Since Xia Hanmo was the person that President Liu wanted to protect, everyone in the company had to do as she was told. We believe in Director Xia. Plus, a hero doesn't have to be judged by his background. Since Director Xia is now in charge, everyone in Dongxing will be responsible for supporting her. Zhou Ge, is there anything wrong with that? Zhou Qing was speechless as his expression turned ugly. Mr. Zhou, if you want to continue working in Dongxing, I think you should treat me better, Xia Hanmo sneered. Xia Hanmo sneered, everyone thinks that you're in high demand, but we all know what you really look like, so why bother pretending? You should be grateful that President Liu is willing to give you a chance to get back on your feet. If you have any other thoughts, I can kick you out at any time. Zhou Qing's face turned from green to red because of Xia Hanmo's insults. If there's nothing else to say, we can start the meeting now. President Liu had already prepared everything. Xia Hanmo's presence was merely a formality. In reality, whether or not she was the director was secondary. However, Zhou Qing was feeling extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to contact President Liu and demand an explanation. He even gave him a phone call. But, the person who picked up his phone was Xia Hanmo. President Liu, I'm Xia Hanmo. Why are you picking up President Liu's phone call? Hearing this question, Xia Hanmo laughed, why are you still asking me? Didn't you send me to President Liu's bed? Now that I've fulfilled your wish, why are you still asking me? Xia Hanmo, you're a SL*T. I can't compare to you. Zhou Qing, President Liu has already confirmed with the station manager's son that you were the one that broke his right arm. Do you think you can still live? Must you be so ruthless? Zhou Qing gritted his teeth in anger. I can be even more ruthless. After replying, Xia Hanmo hung up the phone. She really needed to thank President Liu for everything that he had done. Have you vented your anger? President Liu asked as he puffed on a cigar. Not enough, Xia Hanmo replied. Haha, take your time. You'll have plenty of chances. After all, Zhou Qing will never leave the country. To be honest, Hai Rui has been involved for a long time. Zhou Qing will be slowly tortured to death by this industry. After hearing this, Xia Hanmo understood that Hai Rui had gotten involved for the sake of Tongning and Lin Qian. You were fine following Tongning, yet you sacrificed yourself for a man like that. Although I, Lu Chengfeng, am not a good person, I have always been generous towards women. So, as long as you want me to, I will do my best to support you and make you famous. After hearing this, Xia Hanmo's emotions became even more complicated. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt like she was being protected. But, she quickly realized, how long could this protection last? But, no matter what, President Liu was still better than the jerk, Zhou Qing. At least, Zhou Qing had only lied and betrayed her, he had never done anything for her. After making the phone call, Zhou Qing did not raise his guard. He knew that the station manager's son already knew the truth, but he did not put his guard up at all. Soon, the doorbell rang. Zhou Qing immediately stood up to open the door. But, before he could see who it was, he was punched in the stomach. Of course, the man was an expert, so he couldn't possibly attack an area that would leave a scar. So, he simply punched Zhou Qing's stomach. Trash, let me tell you, from now on, I will appear in front of you every few days to give you a good beating. The station manager's son has specially paid for me to torture you for the rest of your life. Consider yourself unlucky. Zhou Qing lay on the floor, unable to move. The pain in his stomach made him cramp up and he soon fainted. Tongning had once said that karma was important in this world. If you planted a seed in the past, you would definitely reap the same result in the future. Zhou Qing's fate was not worthy of sympathy. After all, to the public, everyone still thought he was as glamorous as ever. But, because of this, he was in pain. All that was left of him was a shell. He was going to slowly play with it. No one noticed that Zhou Qing was injured. The next day, he did not show up on set. As soon as Xianxia saw him, she asked the staff, "Why isn't Zhou Qing here? We've already called to rush him." "It seems, Zhou Gu has been injured and is in the hospital," the staff replied. "Why?" "I heard he was attacked at home." Xianxia didn't ask any further. She had a rough idea of what was going on. This was Zhou Qing's retribution for the sins he brought upon himself. After Superstar Media kicked Xianxia out, the public had their doubts about Superstar Media. But, the fact that Tongning couldn't stand it anymore meant that Xianxia had indeed done something outrageous. But, the only good thing was, Xianxia didn't step out to complain about her innocence after being betrayed by her manager. This was the only good impression Superstar Media had left. Meanwhile, Luo Xing's acting career was getting better and Xing Lan's status was getting higher and higher. So, the public had high expectations for Tongning and hoped that they could become someone that Tongning was willing to train. But, everyone knew that Tongning only accepted talented artists that had endured unfair treatment. As for the others, she didn't even want to look at them. Tongning was about to hand over a new task to Lin Qian. This artist that had sent her a letter asking for help was no longer young. She was a 3-time Best Actress winner, but in the end, she ended up being disfigured. And the person who harmed her was now taking the best things for her and enjoying everyone's love. She couldn't accept it. As soon as Lin Qian saw Tongning, she looked at her questioningly. "Ningjia, she's already 40 years old and her face is already disfigured. Does she still want to act on television? Does she want to return to the film industry? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult." She thought about Luo Xing and Xing Lan. They were both young, beautiful, and had the money to back them up. The only reason they were able to become famous was because they had a large fan base. But, this actress, why did I ask you to take over this artist? The reason is simple. It's because a person's soul is immortal. I think she's very compatible with you. An actress's value doesn't lie in how many films she has appeared in or how much she has achieved. Instead, it lies in her determination to continue working on her career. Have a look at the information in your hands first and tell me what you think. Lin Qian was confused, but she still opened up the information. According to the information, Luo Xing's early years had been smooth sailing. But, because she was too kind, she always trusted her assistant. Who would have thought that her assistant would have evil intentions and try to replace her? Not only that, she attended events on her behalf and acted as a substitute. In the end, she ended up taking away the awards and status that belonged to her. She even made a fuss about her recipes and almost caused her to lose her ability to walk. This was also the time that she ended up with a scar on her face. Who was her previous assistant? Feng Jing. Is she also one of the nominees for the Fei Tian Awards? Lin Qian asked. Tongning nodded her head. Yes, that's her. Lin Qian knew that Tongning hated people that stepped on others to get ahead. So, it was no wonder that Luo Yinghong's letter moved Tongning. In that case, Ningjia, what do you intend to do? Sign her. As soon as Tongning said this, she immediately put her plan into action. As soon as the public heard about this, they were shocked. This time, Tongning wasn't helping a young singer or a handsome young man. She was helping a 40-something-year-old actress that had a disfigured face. Is Tongning playing with fire this time? Not only is she old, she's also disfigured. How could Tongning promote an actress that's been out of fashion for so many years? What is she thinking? If Tongning manages to make this person famous, I'm going to chop off my head and let her kick it around like a ball. Of course, since Tongning had taken a liking to this woman, it meant that she had experienced an unusual experience. So, the person that had caused her to become like this must have been nervous. That's right, it was Feng Jing. Feng Jing's work had also been nominated for the Fei Tian Awards. Unfortunately, she had been suppressed by Tongning's survivor. Now, Tongning had even picked her up as an opponent. How could she swallow this anger? It didn't take long before Feng Jing contacted Tongning through her agency. Over the phone, the 40-something-year-old Feng Jing appeared calm and experienced. Tongning, as a junior, you should respect your seniors. Did you really think that you are the vein of the entertainment industry? Don't get too involved. As soon as Tongning heard this, she laughed and replied, Feng Jia, I hope you can keep your composure. Just like when you stole someone's things, you have to be careful with every step. From the looks of it, you want to be my enemy? Hong Jia simply wants to go back to being an actress. Her? Old and ugly? Haha, you may not even be a match for me. Don't tell me about justice and fairness. In this industry, I only recognize the winner as king. Tongning, if you want to do something, then bring it on. After speaking, Feng Jing hung up the phone. Behind Tongning, Mo Ting overheard their conversation. As he carried the child in his arms, his expression remained calm. Are you being threatened again? Why are you always being threatened? I can't help it. If I insist on certain things, I'm bound to offend some people. Could it be that President Mo is tired of protecting me? Tongning turned around and smiled. Mo Ting shook his head and put down his son. He then pulled Tongning into his arms. No, you have no idea how special you are to me. In this world, there weren't many people that dared to go against the current. And, Tongning happened to be that type of person that dared to challenge others and refused to admit defeat. No matter what, I need to go see Hong Jia first. Always bring bodyguards with you and be careful, Mo Ting's most basic requirement for Tongning was. Tongning nodded her head and wrapped her arms tightly around Mo Ting's waist. She didn't know why, but perhaps it was because she had been through too much recently. She only felt safe and steady in Mo Ting's arms. Okay, Xichen is still outside. I'll carry him in first. After speaking, President Mo turned around to find the little rascal, Mo Xichen, crawling into the living room on his own. He looked at his parents suspiciously. He wasn't like Mo Zishi, who asked for a hug as soon as Mo Ting returned home. He was a child that didn't want to be carried by his parents. He was a complete mischievous person. This rascal is going to be amazing when he grows up. Tongning couldn't help but laugh. Oomph, President Mo humphed, if he's sensible early, then he'll start training early. He's still so young, he's still Mo Ting and Tongning's son. The little rascal had no idea what his parents were talking about. He simply dragged his butt and crawled over to the bed. Of course, he couldn't get onto the bed. In the end, President Mo had to pick him up and place him on the bed. Mo Zichen sat on the bed and stared blankly at his father. After looking at him for a moment, he turned around and picked up a toy beside him. He had no intention of paying attention to Mo Zichen. He could play happily on his own. Seeing the interaction between the father and son, Tongning was shocked. No matter how she looked at it, Mo Zichen's actions didn't seem like something a 2-year-old would do. This child is so smart. I wonder who he resembles. Of course I'm like you, Mo Ting patted Tongning on the head. You only know how to make me happy. Mo Ting smiled. After coaxing the child to sleep, he returned to the bedroom with his wife. No matter how bloody the outside world was, this home was Tongning's eternal paradise and warm harbor. Lin Qian was about to take on a new job. But, before this, Mother Li repeatedly asked her to find a time to settle things with Li Jin. That way, she would be able to justify herself in the future. Xianxia, I don't mean to offend you. I simply want to ask if there's anyone else in your family. Back then, why were you adopted by the Quan family? After hearing Mother Li's question, Lin Qian felt a little uncomfortable. But, since she was already living in the Li family home and Li Jin's parents treated her so well, she had no reason to hide anything. If you don't want to tell me, then don't." Lin Qian shook her head and said to Mother Li at the dining table, "Auntie, I'm actually not too sure about my background. I've been with the Quan family since I was young. After I became an adult, I went overseas to study. So, I honestly don't know if I have any relatives left in this world." After hearing this, Mother Li immediately hugged Lin Qian. "If you can't remember, then don't think about it. From now on, we will be your parents. Good girl, you are a loyal and affectionate child. Oldly and I truly like you. Plus, Jean Eyre also likes you. So, we hope you can settle down as soon as possible. But I'm currently working, that's okay. Just focus on your work. Auntie isn't an open-minded person that insists on being served by a daughter-in-law. I also hope that girls can be independent. So, go ahead." Lin Qian felt like she had used up all the luck in her life on meeting Li Jin and the Li family. Thinking about how well Mother Li treated her, she couldn't help but cry. With a boss and friend like Tang Ning, a lover and confidant like Li Jin, and the love of mother and father Li, Lin Qian felt that her life was already perfect. So, as soon as Li Jin returned home, she couldn't help but tell him, "I agree to get married." Huh? Li Jin was a little surprised as his hand that was taking off his military uniform paused. "I said, I agree to get married." Seeing Lin Qian's face turn red, Li Jin carried her in his arms and placed her on the dressing table. "Otherwise, did you think you could run away? You're already living in my room. Let's be serious. I want you to help me investigate my background. I know that it's now possible to record my fingerprints and compare them to the database. What if your biological parents aren't good people?" Li Jin asked. "Are you really prepared to accept this? I want to get married to you. I want to get married with a clean slate. I don't want anything bad to happen and bring shame to the Li family. After all, you've treated me so well." Li Jin hugged Lin Qian and nodded his head, "I agree." On the third day of preparation for the new program, the host finally appeared in front of everyone. Xianxia could tell that Zhou Qing's injuries weren't light. He was forcing himself to stay awake as his face turned pale. But, so what? If a jerk was sick, wouldn't he still be a jerk? "Zhou Ge, you don't look so good. Are you sure you're okay?" One of the staff rushed over to help him up. "I'm fine. Let's continue." "Zhou Ge, you're so professional." As soon as Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but sneer. "Zhou Ge, you sure know how to act pitiful. Should I tell everyone how you got hurt?" "Xianxia, don't be so ruthless," Zhou Qing warned as he gritted his teeth. "There's still some fun to be had. I love seeing you at my beck and call. Don't you also need to obey President Liu? I especially enjoy the feeling of stepping on your head. So, why would I be ruthless?" Zhou Qing glared at Xianxia. However, Xianxia simply smiled. "I know what you're thinking. You want to get rid of me, don't you? Speaking of which, let me warn you, Zhou Qing, it's best that you don't compete with me in terms of ruthlessness. To make you suffer, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me." "You're crazy." Zhou Qing humped before he turned and left. However, his current life was indeed very difficult. After all, he didn't dare to return home and simply stayed in the hospital. He was afraid that he would be caught and beaten up again. After all, the only thing that kept Xianxia going was her hatred towards Zhou Qing. President Liu was indeed good to her. It was almost like he was trying to make up for what he had done in the past. So, she wanted to forget about that night. But, there were some things that couldn't be easily forgotten. During her spare time from work, Xianxia enjoyed visiting superstar media. Even though she knew that she would never receive Lin Qian's forgiveness, simply looking at Lin Qian made her feel a lot more relaxed. Recently, Li Jin had been driving Lin Qian to work more often. Did this mean that Lin Qian was getting married soon? Indeed, as soon as Lin Qian arrived at the agency, she told Tang Ning and Long Jia about it. As soon as Long Jia heard about it, she smiled. "It's been a long time since Superstar Media held a happy event. Hurry up and get married. Have you already decided?" Tongming was also happy for Lin Qian. After all, she had met a man that treated her well and gave her everything. Lin Qian nodded. The Li family have always treated me well. I think marriage isn't a bad idea. As long as you're happy. But, does the Li family still support you working? Long Jia was still doubtful. Yes, I've already told them about my situation and they are very supportive, Lin Qian said before she fell into deep thought. After speaking, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. But, I've been investigating my background recently, who knows, you might be the heiress of a wealthy family. Don't be afraid. Long Jia was always optimistic, so Tongming and Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. President Tang, Ms. Luo is here. Tongming's secretary knocked on Tongming's office door. Let's go, your artist is here, she said to Lin Qian. Lin Qian nodded her head and followed Tongming out of the office. As soon as they saw Luo Yinghong, they quickly greeted her. This was the first time Lin Qian and Long Jia had seen Luo Yinghong in person. From her appearance, she appeared to be a gentle woman with wavy hair and beautiful phoenix eyes. However, there was a long scar on the left side of her forehead. These were probably the scars that Feng Jing had inflicted on him. Tongming, I'm sure you're aware of my situation. Originally, after so many years, I had already stopped thinking about her. But, that woman, Feng Jing, is really scary. Do you know what she's been doing lately? She's actually getting close to my son. My son is only 22 years old. At such a young age, he actually told me that he fell in love with a 40-year-old actor. How can I accept such a thing? Didn't Feng Jing think her actions were disgusting? She has already taken everything from me, and now she wants to take away my son. She's playing with my life as a form of entertainment. What else can I do? I'm really helpless right now. I think, only by returning to the entertainment industry, will my son be able to take back his admiration for his mother. I want to save my family, so I've come to ask you for help. After hearing about Luo Yinghong's experience, everyone fell silent. They never imagined that there would be such a complicated story. Poor parents, yet Luo Yinghong's son treated a traitor as his father. No wonder Luo Yinghong wanted to make a comeback after disappearing for so many years. I know that the world is dominated by young and fresh actors. At my age, it's impossible for me to make a comeback. But, for the sake of my son, I'm willing to give up everything. Perhaps, no one would be able to tell how despicable Feng Jing was. But, when they thought about it carefully, they realized that she had already taken away someone's life. Now, she was trying to take away someone's family. This was even more despicable. Tongming was silent for a moment as she scanned Luo Yinghong from head to toe. I can still be saved. Huh? Luo Yinghong couldn't believe her ears. Tongming actually said that she could. Still be saved? But, if you want to change, then you need to have the courage to try. Plus, the process won't be easy. I've already gotten to this point and experienced everything that needed to be experienced. What else can't I do? Luo Yinghong smiled bitterly. So, whatever plan you have, as long as you think I can be saved, then go ahead. I'm willing to endure any hardship. I'm relieved to hear that. This meeting with Luo Yinghong once again filled Tongming with emotions. It turned out, there were plenty of people in this world that were just like her, sacrificing themselves for someone else. But, not everyone was like her and retaliated. Luo Yinghong had endured for over 10 years, but she still couldn't find peace. Even now, she was still being humiliated by Feng Jing. She didn't even let her son off. It was clear to see how vicious this woman was. I've finally seen the world. It turns out, there are actually women that have a lot of sexual needs and want to find a younger man. Long Jia couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this was only after Luo Yinghong left. How much does Feng Jing hate Hong Jia that she wouldn't even let her son off? It's not necessarily because she hates Hong Jia. She simply feels good doing it, that's all, Tongming replied. In that case, what do you plan to do? Tongming finally entered the main topic. She looked at Lin Qian and said, prepare a physique teacher and a fitness coach. Hong Jia needs to first change her image in her son's heart and also in the eyes of the public. Right now, she's worse than a newcomer. Everyone is waiting to see her make a fool of herself. In that case, what's your opinion of her? Lin Qian asked. An inspirational and elegant woman. In order to win back her son, she's willing to sacrifice everything and do everything she can, Tong Ning explained. Of course, there's a risk that the media will mislead her. So, this time, you need to control the tempo. Most importantly, Feng Jing is going to cause trouble and she's going to bite back, plus, this time, she's not going to return to being an actress. That's useless. Feng Jing won't lose. What we need to do is surprise everyone. This time, it wasn't just Luo Yinghong's battle, it was also superstar media's key to moving forward. After all, Luo Yinghong's chances of becoming famous again were too slim. There were countless eyes watching. What other unexpected PR tactics could Tong Ning come up with? Feng Jing thought that Tong Ning would make Luo Yinghong compete with her. But, that wasn't the case. Luo Yinghong was born into a prestigious family and had been talented since a young age. Feng Jing, on the other hand, was merely a small assistant. Even though Feng Jing had been in the industry for many years, there were still a lot of things that couldn't be learned easily. She needed to learn them systematically. So, Tong Ning wanted Luo Yinghong to pick up the pieces. No matter how impressive Feng Jing was now, she would always be mindful of her family background. This was what Tong Ning wanted to make Luo Yinghong suffer. Why did Luo Yinghong's son despise her? Actually, it wasn't hard to understand why. Luo Yinghong was once an amazing actress, but she lost to her little assistant. Luo Yinghong continued to vent her hatred in front of her son. She was indirectly showing her son how capable Feng Jing was and how she was able to steal everything that belonged to his mother. Most importantly, Luo Yinghong was once glamorous. But, after her son was born, he did not enjoy the glory that she once brought. So, he despised his mother and developed a desire to conquer Feng Jing. As a result, Luo Yinghong's son had mixed feelings towards Feng Jing. He admired her, wanted to conquer her and wanted to receive motherly love from her. But, no matter what, his attention was always on Feng Jing. If he wanted to turn this situation around, it was almost impossible to rely on forceful methods. This was purely a psychological battle. If he wanted to win, he had to take it one step at a time. Lin Qian accepted the challenge because Luo Yinghong's matter didn't just affect superstar media, it also affected her personally. After her relationship with Xia Hanmo ended, she didn't know if she could pull herself together again. So, Tong Ning stood beside her and taught her how to strategize. But, at the same time, she also took some time to visit the police station to record her fingerprint. But, after a few days, there was still no news. In reality, the results of the fingerprint comparison had already been released. Li Jin was notified by the police, but he did not tell Lin Qian. While the two elders of the Li family were happily preparing for the couple's wedding, Li Jin decided to keep the secret to himself forever. Over the past 20 years, Lin Qian had already suffered so much. So, for the rest of her life, he simply wanted her to be happy. After returning home, Lin Qian asked Li Jin about the fingerprint. But, Li Jin simply replied, "The police haven't received any news." "I think it's like a rock has been buried in the ocean." Lin Qian took a deep breath. Although she felt it was a pity, there was nothing she could do. After all, the fingerprint was the only evidence. If even the police couldn't do anything about it, what could she do? Be good and be Mrs. Li. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Qian nodded her head and placed her focus on Luo Yinghong's matter. Li Jin liked to see Lin Qian get serious. So, in the study room, the two were surprisingly harmonious. However, Lin Qian would never find out that Li Jin's safe contained all the information about her. Late at night, in a certain high-end villa, Feng Jing held onto a wine glass as she sat in the garden, quietly admiring the night view. Then, her assistant opened the door and entered the room. In addition to bringing her the new drama that she was about to take on, she also brought a surprising piece of news. "Sister Jing, my nephew contacted me. Recently, someone has been doing a fingerprint comparison at the police station. When the results came out, he was shocked and immediately called me. After doing a family investigation on the fingerprint, I found out that the person seems to be your daughter. You've been guarding against her for so many years, and she has finally appeared. After hearing this, Feng Jing immediately put down the wine glass in her hand and turned to look at her assistant. Are you sure? I've been in contact with the police. You know that. Ever since you told me about this, I've been on guard in case someone used this to attack you. I just didn't expect your daughter to still be alive. Feng Jing froze for a moment before she began to panic. So, the police have already given the person's information to the outside world? From what I understand, they did. Who is she? Feng Jing was extremely concerned about this question. I asked my nephew to send the information to my email. Have a look. Her assistant handed Feng Jing the information on her phone. Feng Jing looked at it and suddenly burst out laughing. How is this possible? How could there be such a coincidence? What coincidence? Have a look for yourself. Feng Jing handed the phone back to her assistant. A moment later, her assistant's eyes grew wide in shock. This is too. Her assistant was completely shocked. Since that's the case and she's part of the industry, we should pull her back. Wouldn't it be better for her to return to your side and help you? Feng Jing shook her head. She wasn't that optimistic. It's true that I abandoned her years ago. Do you think you'd be able to accept it if you were in my shoes? Feng Jing asked as she rubbed her forehead. Feng Jia, that's not good. If the other party finds out about this and uses it to attack you, what will you do? That's right. What would I do? Feng Jing fell into deep thought. In that case, I'll have to make up a story and put on a pitiful act. When the time comes, we might actually be able to pull her over to our side and work together with us from the inside. No, we need to make the first move. Find a time to ask her out. The assistant thought for a while. Since Feng Jing was the only one that knew the truth, the best solution was to let her make up a story. Don't worry, Feng Jia, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Lin Qian never imagined that the truth about her past after getting married would lead to an even more interesting story. In order to help Luo Yinghong get rid of her previous image, Tongming asked Lin Qian to help her manage her image. Most importantly, she also asked Lin Qian to make the scars on Luo Yinghong's face less scary. Tongming hired a beautician from South Korea to deal with Luo Yinghong's scars. Even if they couldn't completely remove them, they could at least lighten them. At this time, Tongming had no idea about Lin Qian's past because Lin Qian had never mentioned it before. So, Tongming had no idea what was going to happen in the future. In fact, it was completely out of her control. Before Luo Yinghong began her training, Tongming asked her to arrange a meeting with her son to have a good talk with him. Luo Yinghong's son looked at his mother mockingly when she said that she wanted to make a comeback. Mom, you're not young anymore. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? If you go out now, won't it be even more embarrassing? Tongming instructed Luo Yinghong not to tell her son that she wanted to save him, even if her organs were destroyed. So, she told her to act like she didn't care. You're already 22 years old. I can't control you anymore. If you think that being with that woman will make you happy, then go ahead. I've already thought it through and I have my own life to live. You should go. From now on, I won't care about you anymore. The tall boy looked at Luo Yinghong in ridicule. Don't try to break us up, listen carefully, I want to live my own life. From today onwards, you go your own way and I'll go my own way. We are no longer mother and son. From today onwards, whether I succeed or fail, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if one day I return to the film industry, don't come looking for me, your mother. Because I will never acknowledge you again. Don't worry, I won't come looking for you. There's no way you can beat Feng Jing. Faced with her son's humiliation, Luo Ying's eyes turned red. But, unlike before, she didn't try to persuade her son to stay. She knew that with Feng Jing around, the two of them would only grow apart. Afterwards, Luo Yinghong packed her things and left the house. This surprised the Luo family's son, who was secretly observing from the doorway. As soon as he returned home, he said to Feng Jing, "My mother doesn't seem to be joking this time. She even went looking for Tongming." Of course she wasn't joking, Feng Jing said as she lay in the living room in her silk pajamas. But, it's useless. Even if she went looking for Tongming, there's no way she can beat me, Feng Jing said confidently. After all, she still had a trump card in her hands. After all, she still had a trump card in her hand that she hadn't used yet. Lin Qian never expected that Feng Jing would come looking for her. She thought it was because of Luo Yingheng. So, after consulting with Tongning, Lin Qian agreed to go. However, after arriving at the hotel, Feng Jing did not mention anything about Luo Yingheng. Instead, she looked at Lin Qian carefully and invited her to sit down. Lin Qian wasn't used to Feng Jing's attentiveness, so she said, "What do you want? Just say it. There's no need to put on an act." Feng Jing lifted her head and looked at Lin Qian. After staring at her for a moment, her eyes turned red. "Qian, Miss Feng, I'm not that close to you." Lin Qian was disgusted by Feng Jing. "Qian." Feng Jing completely ignored Lin Qian's rejection as she grabbed onto her hand and burst into tears. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Qian pushed her away angrily. "It's all Mom's fault for losing you." Feng Jing took a few steps back and suddenly knelt on the floor. "I've been looking for you for so many years. It wasn't easy for me to find you." Lin Qian froze for a moment before she finally realized what Feng Jing meant. So, she let out a laugh. "Miss Feng, have you made a mistake?" "How could Mom make a mistake? Didn't you recently go to the police station for a fingerprint comparison? Mom has been looking for you for a long time, so she keeps going to the police station. The police told me what happened." Feng Jing said as tears streamed down her face. "If you don't believe me, look at the information." Lin Qian was at a loss. Her mind was completely blank. She couldn't accept that the woman in front of her, who had stolen everything from someone else, was actually her mother. "Qian, you really are my daughter." Lin Qian wasn't stupid. Although she received the information, she didn't completely believe Feng Jing's words. After all, she wasn't a silly girl that believed everything that others said. "Qian, don't call me that. I don't like it. To be honest, I don't know how to trust you after crying all over me. So, I need to verify everything before making a decision. Qian, I really didn't mean to lose you. You have to forgive me." Lin Qian did not think that her mind had been affected by the fact that they had acknowledged each other. So, she simply replied coldly, "Whether it is or not, I will find out after I investigate it." After speaking, Lin Qian stood up and left without even taking a sip of her coffee. After Lin Qian left, Feng Jing wiped away her tears and continued to drink her coffee like usual. She acted like she didn't know the person that had just put on a show. Of course, Lin Qian's heart wasn't completely unaffected. At least, as soon as she boarded the car and looked at the information in her hands, she clenched her fists. But, she didn't have the time to be sad. Even if Feng Jing was her mother, she still had to find out the truth. After meeting with Feng Jing, Lin Qian immediately went to look for Tongning. After all, the two people that she trusted the most were Tongning and Li Jin. But, Li Jin was currently on a mission at the military base and wouldn't be home for a few days. As Tongning looked at the information in Lin Qian's hands, her eyebrows subconsciously furrowed. She didn't think that Feng Jing was sincere about reuniting with her daughter at a time like this. Lin Qian knew that it was a coincidence that Lin Qian was investigating her identity because of her marriage. But, she didn't believe that Feng Jing didn't have an ulterior motive. "What do you plan to do now?" Tongning asked. Lin Qian lowered her head and sighed, "I'm not sure either. I simply want to talk to someone. If Luo Yingheng finds out about my relationship with Feng Jing, I'm afraid she won't trust me anymore. Who knows, she might even vent her anger on me. First of all, you need to understand the entire situation. Whether Feng Jing lost you or abandoned you makes a big difference. Secondly, as long as you keep your work and personal matters separate, I'm sure Han Jia won't vent her anger on you. She's different from Feng Jing. Lastly, do you want to know who your biological father is?" Lin Qian shook her head. She knew that someone like Feng Jing couldn't possibly find a good man. Tongning nodded her head and patted Lin Qian on the shoulder. "Don't be sad. Worst comes to worst, we'll still be by your side." Lin Qian's eyes turned red as tears began to well up in her eyes. But, after a moment, she held them back. "Don't worry, a small matter like this won't affect me. If you can't hold on any longer, let me know. I'm fine." After speaking, Lin Qian gently hugged Tongning before leaving Hyatt Regency. Afterwards, she headed to the agency to see Luo Yinghong. At that moment, Luo Yinghong was in the middle of a lesson. She needed to regain her rusty skills as soon as possible. Perhaps, because of Feng Jing, Lin Qian began to feel guilty towards Luo Yinghong. Even though nothing had been proven yet. That night, Mo Ting returned home and Tang Ning explained everything that happened to Lin Qian to her husband. As soon as Mo Ting heard everything, he pulled Tang Ning into his embrace. Lin Qian isn't as weak as you think. Feng Jing is just a clown. I'm afraid that Feng Jing revealed her identity because she wants to use Lin Qian. If your guess is correct, then there's no point in worrying. I'm sure Lin Qian can tell right from wrong. Even if she can't, she still has us, Mo Ting comforted. He knew that Tang Ning had endured the coldness of her family since she was young, so he understood her well. Lin Qian had already suffered so much at the hands of the Quan family. Was she going to be bullied by her own mother as well? If Feng Jing dared to, Tang Ning was going to do whatever it took to make Feng Jing suffer 100 times worse than Lin Qian. After returning to the Li family home, Lin Qian found her parents discussing about the guests. Her heart ached. She didn't mind her family background, but she did mind Feng Jing's character. Worst of all, she was afraid that if her father was dragged into the matter, the Li family would be even more humiliated. Soon, Feng Jing arranged to meet with Lin Qian for the second time. She was planning to tell Lin Qian about her father. Lin Qian wanted to know what game she was playing, so she agreed to meet with Feng Jing again. But, this time, Feng Jing didn't only meet with Lin Qian, she also met with Luo Yinghong. As soon as Lin Qian saw the two women sitting in the VIP room, she turned to leave. But, Feng Jing pulled her back. Qian, where are you going? This was something Lin Qian did not expect. She never expected Feng Jing to act so quickly. Feng Jing, don't you think you're calling my manager too intimately? Luo Yinghong questioned. Feng Jing chuckled and pulled Lin Qian back. She then said to Luo Yinghong, I can call Qian any way I want. You probably don't know, Hongjia, but Qian is my long-lost daughter. It wasn't easy for me to find her, but who would have thought that she would become your manager? Isn't this a coincidence? After hearing this, Luo Yinghong froze for a few seconds. She then glared at Lin Qian angrily. Is Feng Jing speaking the truth? Feng Jing must have thought that Lin Qian was an easy target. But, Lin Qian was a thorn in her side. Hongjia, to be honest, I'm not sure if this woman is telling the truth. She suddenly ran over to me in tears. Plus, even if she is, I think it's best that Ms. Feng doesn't expect me to help you or return to your side. I hate people that steal from others. Since I'm Hongjia's manager, I will help her until the end. I don't care if Hongjia believes me or not, I'll leave it at that. After speaking, Lin Qian turned to leave. But, Feng Jing once again held her back. Qian, I'm your mother. You can't treat me like this. You obviously knew that Hongjia would be angry at me if she found out about this, yet you deliberately invited us here. I'm well aware of your motive, Lin Qian said as she struggled free from Feng Jing's grip. I'm disgusted by your actions. Qian, Feng Jing never expected that Lin Qian wouldn't give her any face. As soon as Luo Yinghong saw this, she couldn't help but clap her hands in approval. Great. You stole my son, so you should at least give me some compensation. I think it's perfect for your daughter to be my manager. Feng Jing swallowed her anger and glared coldly at Luo Yinghong. Ugly, not even the gods can make you famous again. Just wait and see. Luo Yinghong was quite surprised. After all, Lin Qian was Feng Jing's daughter. For a moment, she thought Lin Qian was up to no good. But, when she thought about Lin Qian and thought about what she had just said, Luo Yinghong had reason to believe that Lin Qian would never acknowledge Feng Jing as her mother. Is this what you call revenge? After returning to the agency, Luo Yinghong decided to have a chat with Lin Qian. From Lin Qian, she found out that Lin Qian wasn't the one behind the incident. Feng Jing was simply too shameless. Sister Hong, I hope you can believe me. Since you're my manager, of course I trust you. Even if I don't trust you, I still have to trust Tang Ning, Luo Yinghong said. Since things have gotten to this point, let's talk things out. Feng Jing likes to do despicable things. I don't want us to get hurt again. Thank you, Hongjia, Lin Qian thanked. Luo Yinghong shook her head and smiled at Lin Qian. With you by my side, I'm sure that woman will feel like she's sitting on pins and needles. She'll definitely try to sow discord between us. Actually, as someone who's been a mother before, I can tell you for sure whether you were abandoned or accidentally lost. The public has never heard of Feng Jing's story. In other words, she doesn't want the public to know about your existence. If she was honest, she wouldn't have kept it a secret so well. After hearing this, Lin Qian nodded her head. She wasn't a saint, so she didn't find it hard to accept. After all, she had already expected this to happen. If a mother really lost their child, they would definitely look for her. According to Feng Jing's abilities, if she wanted to, she would have found her a long time ago. There was no way she would have gotten into a situation like this. Hongjia, get some rest after practice. Luo Yinghong gave her a friendly smile. But, Luo Yinghong had underestimated Feng Jing. Since Feng Jing exposed her relationship with Lin Qian in front of her, Luo Yinghong was prepared for the worst. The next day, the entertainment media received an explosive piece of news. It turned out, the famous actress Feng Jing had an illegitimate daughter. In fact, this illegitimate daughter was the adopted daughter of the Quan family, Lin Qian. As soon as the news was released, Feng Jing received a huge uproar. Netizens began to expose her. But, Feng Jing didn't seem to care. She simply called Lin Qian multiple times, but Lin Qian did not pick up. After all, she had no place in Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian was simply worried about what the Li family would think of her. So, she opened up and told Mother Li everything. As soon as Mother Li heard about it, she was moved and hugged Lin Qian. Silly child, you must be sad. You're still worried about comforting us. Actually, we don't care about your background. You are a good child and the Li family has already decided that you are our daughter-in-law. As for those bastards out there, don't even think about adding to your drama. No matter what, we will always stand on your side. The Li family will be your safe haven for the rest of your life. Don't worry. Lin Qian was moved by Mother Li's words. Thank you, Auntie. We're almost a family. There's no need to thank me. Afterwards, Lin Qian received a phone call from Luo Yinghong. That woman is trying to frame me. I know, Hongjia, Lin Qian replied calmly. Since she dares to do this, she must be extremely confident. Don't get involved in this matter. Let her create more drama for herself. Okay. As long as you know that I didn't do it, that's fine, Luo Yinghong replied. Lin Qian ignored Feng Jing as well. Meanwhile, the rumors became more and more ridiculous. Seeing that she couldn't drive a wedge between Lin Qian and Feng Jing had no choice but to admit that she once had a daughter and that she had been looking for her for many years. The police also provided her with proof that she had never given up on looking for her own flesh and blood and had persisted for so many years. As an actress, I wanted to keep my private life a secret and not let my past affect everyone's image. That's why I didn't announce it to the public and left it to the police. But now that I've found my daughter, I can step forward and shoulder my responsibilities as a mother. I only hope that my daughter can forgive me for my carelessness and the pain I've caused her for so many years. He was putting on a good show, but Lin Qian did not respond to him at all. The netizens quickly gathered their thoughts and tried to figure out what this sudden drama was all about. Feng Jing used to be Luo Yinghong's assistant, but after Luo Yinghong became famous, she started her own agency. And now, the long-dormant Luo Yinghong decided to make a comeback. But, Luo Yinghong's current manager, Lin Qian, was Feng Jing's daughter. Plus, the public had no idea that Feng Jing was actually married. Why was the drama getting more and more exciting? Although the public didn't know what Feng Jing had done to Luo Yinghong, the industry already had all sorts of speculations. Now that a drama was about to begin, it was naturally used to hype it up. At this time, Feng Jing was in a pitiful state, so she did not hide the fact that she owed her daughter. Her apology was quick, so the public couldn't hate her. After all, the police were there to testify on her behalf. But, no matter how big of a commotion Feng Jing made, Lin Qian did not respond. Even though she was being chased by the media, she still kept her mouth shut. After receiving no response, Feng Jing spent the entire day crying and looking haggard. She made sure her image was as pitiful as it could be. In fact, she even personally contacted Superstar Media. Tongning was in the middle of looking through some documents. After hearing from her secretary that Feng Jing was at the door, she turned to look at Lin Qian. Lin Qian was focused on taking care of Luo Yinghong, so she turned off her computer and walked out to meet with Feng Jing. Tongning, hurry and tell Xianxia to come out and see me. Tongning lowered her head and smiled. Feng Jia, your scenes are useless to Superstar Media. No matter how well you act, you are nothing but a joke to us. Tongning, Lin Qian is my daughter. All I want to do right now is bring my daughter back. You're afraid that Lin Qian and Hong Jia will reveal that you have an illegitimate daughter. That's why you're putting on a show, right? Tongning sat down elegantly on the sofa. Because you know that with Lin Qian's appearance, your scandals will be exposed sooner or later. So, rather than letting others control you, why don't you control it yourself? Don't tell me you want your daughter back. Lin Qian won't go with you. Tongning, what right do you have to interfere between me and Xianxia? Feng Jing sneered. Elsewhere, I may not have the right, but at Superstar Media, I think I have the right. After all, you are currently standing on my turf. I'll be back. Feng Jing knew that she wouldn't be able to see Lin Qian this time, so she turned and left. Not long after, Lin Qian walked out of the practice room and saw the empty doorway. She didn't say a word. In the future, she'll probably come to disgust you once every few days. You have to be prepared. By acting pitiful, she can take her career to the next level. In fact, she can even cause you and Hong Jia's relationship to be in danger at any time. Lin Qian sighed helplessly. His heart felt terrible, but he couldn't find a place to vent it. As Tongning looked at Lin Qian and saw the pained expression on her face, she could imagine how she would be forced by Feng Jing in the future. Ning Jia, help me think of something. Tongning seemed to be waiting for Lin Qian to say this, but she was afraid she wasn't firm enough. Are you sure? You know, when I deal with people, I will never be lenient. Of course I'm sure, Lin Qian replied. Okay, then you just wait for a good show. Tongning had already treated Lin Qian like a sister, so how could she possibly watch as Lin Qian was tortured like this? Afterwards, wherever Lin Qian went, she was once again surrounded by reporters. But, this time, Lin Qian did not avoid them. Instead, she faced one of the cameras and responded, I'm just a manager. I don't want the public to pay too much attention to my identity. Plus, I'm still investigating this matter. Lin Qian, are you saying that you're questioning Feng Jing's identity as your mother? There are plenty of things I'm questioning. From what I remember, I was abandoned. After speaking, Lin Qian turned to leave. But, her response gave the media too much information. Did Lin Qian think that Feng Jing had abandoned her? After seeing Lin Qian's interview, Feng Jing was so angry that she flipped the table. Her daughter sure didn't know what was good for her. If Lin Qian insisted on forcing her, then she had no choice but to use force. Afterwards, Feng Jing instructed her assistant to contact Lin Qian. She said that she had something important to discuss with Lin Qian. It was about her biological father. Although Lin Qian didn't want to face it, Feng Jing told her that if she didn't show up, she would tell Li Jin's parents about it. Qian, you wouldn't want the Li family to cancel your engagement before you even get married, would you? Lin Qian had no choice but to agree to meet with Feng Jing. But, before they met, Lin Qian still told Tongning about it. Tell me where you're meeting and I'll arrange it, Tongning said. Although I know you're feeling anxious right now, trust me, okay? Lin Qian nodded her head as the burden in her heart disappeared. At this time, Li Jin was still at the military base and had yet to return home. This was probably the only drawback of marrying a soldier. Soon, Lin Qian arrived at the meeting place. As soon as Feng Jing saw Lin Qian, she grabbed onto her hand and cried, Qian, I know you won't be able to forgive me, but I still hope that you can call me mother. Lin Qian assumed that Feng Jing was addicted to acting. Even without an audience, she could still entertain herself. So, Lin Qian pulled her hand back. Tell me, what happened to my father? I'm your mother. Is this how you treat me? As expected, Feng Jing immediately wiped away her tears and calmed down. Don't talk nonsense. Qian, I'm your mother. You'll never be able to leave me in this lifetime. Feng Jing laughed before she said coldly, I want you to help me deal with Luo Yinghong. Otherwise, I'll tell Li Jin's parents that your father is a rapist. I'm sure the Li family wouldn't allow the daughter of a criminal to enter their home. Lin Xian froze for a moment as she suppressed her emotions. If this gets out, it won't do you any good either. If worst comes to worst, I'll just fight to the death. I'll be the victim, but you'll lose your love and your home. You're insane. Lin Xian commented with one word. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. Luo Yinghong, that SL*T, actually wants to take me back? Did you think I'd let her succeed? Of course not. So, I want you to give me an answer right now. Do you agree or not? Lin Xian looked at Feng Jing and remembered that Tongning was right next door. Only then could she calm down her flustered thoughts. Answer me. I don't agree to it. Lin Xian lifted her head after a moment of silence and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. She knew that if she was limited by one step, she would be limited by everything else. Feng Jing looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. After hearing Lin Xian's response, she asked like crazy, aren't you afraid that the Li family won't give up on you? If the Li family doesn't want me, then it's because we're not fated to be together. But, I will never compromise with you. So, you can go ahead and tell the Li family that I won't be threatened by you. Feng Jing never imagined that Lin Xian would be so stubborn. Even after being threatened like this, she didn't budge. What was her heart made of? Fine, since that's what you said, don't blame me for being heartless. Lin Xian glared at Feng Jing coldly. A moment later, she turned around and left Feng Jing's line of sight. She was determined and did not hesitate at all. Feng Jing sat in her chair, completely disappointed in her daughter. Why was Lin Xian so disobedient? Since that was the case, she no longer needed to care about their mother-son relationship. In reality, Lin Xian did not leave the hotel. Instead, she turned around and entered the room next door. As soon as she saw Tongning, she pounced on her. Lin Xian did not cry, but Tongning knew that Lin Xian's heart was about to break. Tongning did not immediately comfort Lin Xian. After quite some time, she finally said, I believe in Li Jin's feelings for you. You need to believe it too. Don't worry, I won't admit defeat to evil. Especially not to someone like Feng Jing. Tongning knew that Lin Xian had always been strong. Even if she was being threatened by Feng Jing, she would never compromise. I will definitely get revenge for you. Lin Xian nodded her head and left the hotel with Tongning. At this time, Lin Xian received a phone call from Li Jin. But, Lin Xian did not pick up. Soon, Lin Xian returned to the Li family home. As soon as she saw Li Jin, she did not say a word. After quite some time, she finally pounced into Li Jin's arms and hit his chest. What took you so long? The first thing that Li Jin did after returning from his mission was to pay attention to the entertainment industry. So, on the way home, he found out that Feng Jing had been stirring up trouble. Thinking of the grievances that Lin Xian had suffered over the past few days, he hugged her tightly in his arms. Xianxian, I'm sorry. Lin Xian couldn't hold it in and finally started crying in Li Jin's arms. Li Jin was afraid that his parents would misunderstand, so he carried Lin Xian back to his room. Xianxian, after crying for a while, Lin Xian finally regained her composure and asked, Did you already know about my background? Even Feng Jing received the news. Did you receive the results a long time ago? Li Jin took a deep breath and hugged Lin Xian as he nodded his head. I never planned on letting you know about this. Lin Xian sneered and shook her head. Unfortunately, someone doesn't want me to have an easy time. You know what? Li Jin, Feng Jing even threatened me today. If I don't help her achieve her goal, she'll tell auntie and uncle about my father. What happened to your biological father? Li Jin asked. In reality, he forced himself to remain calm on the surface, but he was actually heartbroken. Lin Xian was his treasure, yet, there were people that repeatedly hurt her. She said that I was an illegitimate child that was left behind by her. After hearing this, Li Jin hugged Lin Xian tightly. Luckily, you didn't believe her. Huh? Lin Xian looked at Li Jin confusedly. Li Jin let go of her and went into the study room to retrieve some information. He then handed it to her. I asked a friend to investigate Feng Jing. According to the information, before Feng Jing became Luo Yinghong's assistant, she was once in a relationship with a rich heir. Afterwards, due to a series of bad behavior, she was abandoned by the rich heir. not long after you were born. So, your biological father should be that rich second-generation heir. Silly Xianxia, luckily, you didn't fall for her trap. Lin Qian looked at the information and suddenly felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. If you want to acknowledge your biological father, no need, Lin Qian rejected. I'm doing great right now. I don't want to endure being abandoned again. Lin Qian's concerns weren't unreasonable. Since the rich heir came from a wealthy family, he must have been married and had children. So, if she suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't she be ruining his peaceful family? Lin Qian didn't think it was necessary. Li Jin retrieved the information from Lin Qian's hands and placed it to the side. He then approached Lin Qian and pulled her into his embrace. If that woman wants to die and look for our parents, then let her. You need to trust that our parents aren't easy to deal with. Lin Qian leaned into Li Jin's embrace and nodded her head in relief. I trust you and I trust uncle and auntie. Li Jin cupped Lin Qian's face in his hands and kissed away her tears. However, as they passionately kissed, the couple almost lost control. However, at the crucial moment, Li Jin controlled himself and patted Lin Qian on the head before pushing her onto the bed. Have a good sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time to eat. Okay, Lin Qian was indeed tired. Very tired. After coaxing Lin Qian to sleep, Li Jin headed downstairs to discuss Feng Jing with his parents. As soon as Li Jin's parents heard this, Mother Li slammed her hands on the table. How could an animal like this exist? How could he use his own daughter? Mom, Xianxia has suffered a lot. Don't worry, as long as this SL*T dares to come looking for me, I will put on a good show. I will let her know that she can't afford to offend or bully anyone. If she doesn't want Xianxia, I want her, Mother Li humphed. As soon as Li Jin heard this, he was relieved. And you're always out on business, leaving Xianxia to suffer on her own. There's no one to comfort her. Mom, when I'm not around, I'll leave Lin Qian in your care. If you weren't my son and working for the country, I would have kicked you to death a long time ago, Mother Li scoffed. Obviously, she was surprised that her son managed to find a woman like Lin Qian. It was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Li Jin was willing to suffer on his own. As long as his mother treated Lin Qian well, it didn't matter if a man was a little despised. In that case, I'll be waiting to watch a good show. Lin Qian had no idea what was happening, but the Li family were determined to get justice for their daughter-in-law. So, Tongning wasn't going to sit around either. Did Feng Jing think that she could do anything? It wasn't long before she realized that she had offended someone she shouldn't have offended. There was no doubt that Feng Jing was capable of taking action. On the surface, she had asked her manager to meet the Li family to discuss their marriage. She wanted to fulfill her responsibility as a mother. But, Feng Jing's intentions were obvious and everyone knew what she was up to. Mother Li pretended not to know anything about Lin Qian, so she naturally fell into Feng Jing's trap. The two agreed to meet as soon as possible to give Lin Qian and Li Jin an explanation. Mother Li told Lin Qian about Feng Jing's meeting with Lin Qian, who was about to leave for work that morning. She wanted her to be mentally prepared. Xianxia, although you haven't acknowledged Feng Jing as your mother, since she made an appointment with me and your uncle, we naturally have to meet. Dinner will be at 7 p.m. at a nearby hotel. Don't forget the time when you get home. Auntie. Lin Qian called out to Mother Li uncomfortably. Leave everything to me. You don't need to worry about anything. Lin Qian nodded her head. Although she trusted Mother Li, she didn't trust Feng Jing. Who knew how many tricks this woman had up her sleeves to achieve her motive? Although Lin Qian was worried, she had no choice but to head to Superstar Media to supervise Luo Yinghong's training. At work, she meticulously organized Luo Yinghong's classes so that one day, Luo Yinghong could return to her rightful position. But, during breaks, Luo Yinghong always stood by the window in a daze. Feng Jing must have thought of plenty of ways to torture you. Hearing Luo Yinghong's words, Lin Qian turned her head and smiled bitterly. No one knows her better than I do. Luo Yinghong said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. For the sake of our goal, we can sacrifice anything. So what if she's our own daughter? If you don't get rid of her, you will suffer for the rest of your life. Lin Qian did not say a word. She was worried about the dinner tonight. If Feng Jing had the guts to say that she had been raped, then there was nothing she could say. Tongning could tell that Lin Qian wasn't paying attention, so she tried her best to help Lin Qian gather more secrets about Feng Jing. She had a feeling that she would be able to uncover more terrifying secrets from Feng Jing. Lin Qian told Tongning about her parents' meeting that night. After hearing this, Tongning simply laughed. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you'll be embarrassed? Or are you afraid that the Li family will despise you? Lin Qian shook her head. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill her one day. Tongning placed her hand on Lin Qian's shoulder and shook her head. To deal with the SL*T, you can only use an even more despicable method. Tonight will definitely be a great show. Maybe. Lin Qian smiled and left the company at 6 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, she arrived at the hotel on time. As Lin Qian stared at the hotel entrance, she had no intention of stepping in. She had no intention of acknowledging Feng Jing's identity. After hesitating for a while, Lin Qian decided to enter the hotel. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, Mother Li pulled her aside. Auntie? Why aren't you up there yet? Of course I'm going to wait for you. Mother Li said. Come, hold my hand. Lin Qian took the opportunity to hook her arm onto Mother Li's. Compared to Feng Jing, they looked more like mother and daughter. As the two arrived at the meeting place, Feng Jing and her assistant were already waiting impatiently. Mother Li had deliberately arrived half an hour late with Lin Qian. Sorry, we're late. Mother Li led Lin Qian to sit down like they were blood-related. As soon as Feng Jing saw this, she stood up to pull Lin Qian to her side. But, Mother Li quickly stopped her. No need. Xianxia can sit next to me. She's fine. I'm relieved to see that Mrs. Li treats Xianxia like her own daughter, Feng Jing said pretentiously. I was actually afraid that Xianxia would suffer after getting married. It seems, she respects you a lot. She simply hates me as a mother, Feng Jing said, putting on an act. While the two women were talking, Li Jin and Father Li arrived. The two men acted like soldiers, so it was obvious that they didn't talk much. Li Jin took the opportunity to add a chair next to Lin Qian as he wrapped his long arms around her body, drawing her into his sphere of influence. He glared at Feng Jing with a warning look. Seeing this, Feng Jing continued to smile. My future son-in-law doesn't seem pleased with me. Xianxia has never acknowledged her identity, Li Jin replied straightforwardly. But, I can't deny it, Feng Jing shrugged. I know that the Li family is a wealthy family and must place a lot of importance on their reputation. That's why I want to make things clear to you today. I don't want you to accuse me of cheating in the future. It seems, Ms. Feng has something important that you haven't told us yet, Mother Li said with a deeper meaning. Yes, I do. It's all about the past. To be honest, I have no idea who Xianxia's father is. Back then, I was young and arrogant and made a lot of mistakes. Even Xianxia's birth was unexpected. If news of this gets out of hand, I won't be responsible. Ms. Feng sure is straightforward. Aren't you afraid that you'll ruin your daughter's marriage? Mother Li asked as she raised an eyebrow. If I don't make things clear now, wouldn't it be even worse if I'm found out in the future? Plus, Xianxia was raised by the Quan family and was in a relationship with her brother. By the way, has she told you all about this? Feng Jing asked in a provocative tone. Lin Qian looked at Feng Jing coldly. She hasn't said anything. Mother Li replied. Feng Jing glanced at Lin Qian before she turned to look at Mother Li and Father Li. She's probably too embarrassed to talk about it. Her father is unknown, her mother is being bullied and the family that adopted her has ulterior motives. If I was her, I wouldn't say anything either. Ms. Feng, did you know that your words are enough to destroy Lin Qian's image in front of us? Our Li family has a strict tradition. We can't tolerate people that are despicable, nor can we tolerate people that act recklessly, Mother Li said angrily. That's right. That's why I'm curious. Why do you want Xianxia to be your daughter-in-law? It seems she's not being honest, Feng Jing continued to fan the flames. Mother Li turned and looked at her husband before she looked at Lin Qian and Li Jin. She then nodded her head. Indeed, Lin Qian lowered her head. She suddenly felt extremely nervous. At this moment, she felt like she had been betrayed by her mother and had no pride left to speak of. Although Lin Qian is my biological daughter, we've never interacted with each other before. So, I did some research on her. She used to have a special relationship with the Kwan family's adopted son, and she's in the entertainment industry. I'm sure she'll make your son a cuckold sooner or later. In summary, I don't approve of Lin Qian marrying your son because it's a disgrace to the Li family. I don't think I'm worthy of her. In order to play along with Feng Jing, Mother Li nodded her head. You're not wrong. After all, having a mother in the entertainment industry is indeed worrying. That's why I'm here today to help Xianxia cancel her engagement. Seeing the expression on Mother Li's face, Feng Jing's lips secretly curved upwards. She believed that no parent would throw their son into a pit of fire. They clearly knew the woman's situation, yet they still wanted them to get married. Especially when Feng Jing saw Lin Qian's humiliated expression, she felt a sense of victory. She wanted to tell Lin Qian that as a daughter, if she didn't listen to her mother, she would end up losing everything. The Li family looked at Feng Jing without saying a word. This made Feng Jing think that the entire family was so angry that they were speechless. Indeed, the Li family were angry. But the reason for their anger was different from what Feng Jing imagined. Qian, things have already gotten to this point. Come home with me. After speaking, Feng Jing stood up from the dining table. However, Mother Li took the opportunity to hold on to Lin Qian's legs and glared at her coldly. Ms. Feng, you've really opened my eyes today. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. You've sold your daughter well. Feng Jing turned around and looked at Mother Li, not understanding where she was coming from. Mother Li laughed and played the voice recording on her phone to Feng Jing. You sure are despicable. After speaking, Mother Li stood up and pushed Lin Qian into his arms. Stand to the side. You're affecting my performance. As soon as Li Jin heard this, he immediately pulled Lin Qian and Father Li onto the sofa in the waiting area, leaving Mother Li to deal with Feng Jing. Firstly, you said that you're here to cancel Qian's engagement. I would like to ask you, Ms. Feng, what right do you have to cancel it? Don't talk to me about blood ties. I'm going to take Lin Qian overseas tomorrow and change her DNA. You can claim that you're Lin Qian's mother, but we're not going to admit it. It's fine that you were abandoned by a rich second-generation heir because you couldn't keep your man. At least you stole someone else's Best Actress title, so you didn't lose too badly. But, I don't understand. Is it really that honorable to say that you were raped in front of outsiders? If you didn't feel embarrassed when you said that, I'd have to admire you from the bottom of my heart. Why didn't the Fei Tian Awards award you with a most shameless award? Also, I wasn't talking about Xianxia when I said lustful generation. I was talking about you, the almighty Best Actress. You actually stole someone else's 20-year-old son to warm your bed. You sure are reckless. In the end, you're right. You're indeed not worthy of the Li family. Trash like you better not come looking for me a second time. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the recording in my hands will become a joke. Mother Li was like a firecracker as she bombarded Feng Jing with her thoughts. Feng Jing's face turned red from the humiliation. Even though she considered herself to be shameless, she still felt extremely embarrassed when she heard that, but Mother Li did not say enough. She directly walked over to Feng Jing and looked down at her. This was the advantage of being tall. You don't want Xianxia, I want her. So, I don't want to hear anything bad about her from your mouth. She's going to be the daughter-in-law of the Li family. If anyone dares to ruin her image and speak ill of her, then I won't have been a government official's wife for nothing. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. If I find out that you threatened Lin Qian again, then I'm going to reveal everything that happened in the past to the public. After speaking, Mother Li pushed Feng Jing away. You're trash. You're dirtying my hands. Afterwards, Mother Li said to the 3 people beside her, aren't you going to leave? I'm about to puke from the stench. Father Li looked at the 2 women and they stood up from the sofa. Mother Li pushed Feng Jing aside and deliberately held on to Lin Qian. The 2 women looked like mother and daughter, completely unaffected by Feng Jing's attempt to drive a wedge between them. Feng Jing was humiliated and Mother Li even managed to get her hands on the recording. As she watched them leave, she was so angry that she almost flipped the table in front of her. How dare you trick me? Just wait and see. After boarding the car, Lin Qian began to cry. For some reason, her heart ached. As soon as Li Jin saw this, he quickly wiped her tears away. You're fine. Why are you crying? I don't think I'm worth it. Lin Qian said as she sobbed. Good child, don't let your thoughts be burdened. Your auntie has been through all sorts of storms over the years. How could she not be able to defeat a few pieces of trash? Don't worry, your auntie isn't someone to be bullied, Motherly comforted. Mom was once a female scout. Don't worry and let her protect you. Otherwise, she'll be bored. Lin Qian was originally crying, but after hearing this, she let out a laugh. Thank you, for protecting me. She remembered how well the Li family treated her. At the same time, when she faced Feng Jing again, she was going to show no mercy. Most importantly, everything that happened today made her realize one thing: there were some things that she had to settle with her own two hands. Otherwise, Feng Jing would never stop because she had no sense of shame. This meeting made Lin Qian realize how protective the Li family were and made her even more determined to help Luo Yinghong. After hearing how Motherly tore Feng Jing apart, Tongning almost wanted to clap and cheer for Motherly. This was the type of explosive power and courage that she needed. Ning Jia. I think it's time for Feng Jing to pay for what she's done. Tang Ning looked at Lin Qian, his eyes sparkling. In that case, let's take things one step at a time until she's beyond redemption. As Tongning said these words, she had already paved the way for Luo Yinghong. Of course, she also wanted to destroy Feng Jing. Luo Yinghong's rise was bound to cause Feng Jing's downfall. Do you already have a plan in mind? Tongning waved at Lin Qian and began to give her instructions. After hearing this, Lin Qian nodded her head. The reason why she was convinced by Tongning and was willing to become her right-hand man was because of Tongning's meticulous thinking and foresight. She had the ability to convince others. I understand. After 45 days of intensive training, Tongning instructed Luo Yinghong to appear at gyms, bookstores, golf courses, tennis courts and high-class skincare facilities. Every time Luo Yinghong appeared, she would attract the attention of the audience. Because of Luo Yinghong's change and positive and healthy lifestyle, they were touched. Before signing with Superstar Media, Luo Yinghong had the image of a resentful housewife. In fact, as time passed, she had already become a housewife and an old woman. She no longer looked like an actress. But, after signing with Superstar Media, she jumped out of the box and left her normal life to live for herself. She worked out healthily and participated in all sorts of elegant activities. It was like she wanted to turn her future life into art. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but sigh. Even if Luo Yinghong no longer worked as an actress, she would still become an artist. It was all because of her talent. Actually, the most unexpected thing about Luo Yinghong was that she actually knew how to make a lot of handicrafts. After her husband passed away and her son became rebellious, she developed the habit of making handicrafts to vent her emotions. So, under the influence of art, the things she made were always pleasing to the eye. As a result, Tongning specially built a new home for Luo Yinghong. The home was filled with some of Luo Yinghong's artworks. After the photos were leaked, she immediately won over the hearts of many women. However, the public didn't understand. What path did Tongning want Luo Yinghong to take? Why did Luo Yinghong never play by the rules? If she wanted to make an actress famous again, she didn't want her to take on a film or negotiate for resources. Instead, she wanted her to live a comfortable life. Because of this, Luo Yinghong broke away from her previous habits. From the way she dressed, she underwent a shocking change. In the past, for the sake of living, she had already become a normal housewife who wore simple clothes. But now, in order to live for herself, she took out all her savings and bought herself the best things according to her physique teacher's instructions. As a result, Luo Yinghong was either wearing a fairy-like dress or a fitted qipao. Although she looked like she was 40 years old, she was calm and elegant. It was worth noting that Luo Yinghong's change was extremely admirable. After all, not everyone could let go of their lives and completely change their way of life. But, Luo Yinghong used her actions to tell everyone that a 40-year-old woman could also live for herself. As a result, the public couldn't compare Luo Yinghong to anyone in the entertainment industry, not even Feng Jing. After all, Luo Yinghong was living like a fairy. Soon, news of Luo Yinghong spread all over the internet. All sorts of photos of her, whether they were of her working out, playing golf or doing handicrafts, were all uploaded online. Even though she had a scar on her face, it didn't affect her beauty. On the contrary, the scar made her existence even more special. Next, it was time for Tongning to step into the spotlight. Because of Luo Yinghong's outstanding artistic talent, she specifically introduced her to the director of Saint Jewelry and arranged for them to meet as soon as possible. After seeing Luo Yinghong's artwork, the director was extremely interested in her talent. He also invited her to join the jewelry design for the new season and hoped that she could be the spokesperson. Luo Yinghong was overjoyed by this news. She couldn't believe that someone was still willing to use her after her face was already in such a state. Was this real? She can still shoot commercials? The scar on her face was probably the thing that made Luo Yinghong feel the most inferior. However, one sentence from Tongning dispelled her worries. You don't have to worry at all, because the makeup artist will use the shape of your scar to design your tattoo. President Tang's suggestion is very good. I look forward to our cooperation. After receiving her first contract, Luo Yinghong almost burst into tears. She couldn't believe that she would actually be able to return to the entertainment industry. Tongning. Is this all real? I don't think it's real. Tongning smiled as she handed a tissue to Luo Yinghong. You have talent to begin with, that's without a doubt. The series of changes that Superstar Media created for you was to give you a brand new image in front of the public. Of course, forcing a change wouldn't be accepted. But, at the age of 40, the fact that you were able to abandon everything and live a new life is something that many young people admire and admire. That's why the early stages of the project have been so smooth. As for Saint Jewelry, I can't deny that we are working together and have agreed on the conditions. But, this is a mutually beneficial situation. After hearing Tongning's explanation, Luo Yinghong didn't know what to say. You can really read people's minds. You know exactly what the public wants. That's amazing. Tongning shook her head as she stood up and said, Our first battle was great, but Feng Jing will soon join us. We will also face a lot of difficulties and challenges. I trust you, Luo Yinghong replied. I trust in your arrangements. No, the person that you should trust is Lin Qian. In front of everyone, she runs around for you, but behind the scenes, she does her homework for you, Tongning said. Although I am the one that executes the general direction, Lin Qian is the one that comes up with a lot of ideas. She will never stand on Feng Jing's side. Luo Yinghong held on to her contract and looked at Lin Qian as she nodded her head. I know. I've been paying attention to everything. It's good that you understand. Lin Qian has encountered an ungrateful person in the past. I just hope that you can understand her pain. Don't worry, I know what's good for me, Luo Yinghong replied firmly. She told me everything that Feng Jing has done to her. I don't think Feng Jing will ever get the chance to hurt Lin Qian again. Protection was always mutual. Now that Luo Yinghong had a new lease on life, she naturally wouldn't forget how busy Lin Qian had been. At this time, Feng Jing thought that Tongning would only let Luo Yinghong gain some popularity on the outskirts of the industry. Otherwise, why hadn't she done anything in 2 months? Did she think that Luo Yinghong could return to the entertainment industry with her lousy toys and a healthy body? Feng Jing had no idea that Luo Yinghong's return wasn't to compete with her because she wasn't worthy. Luo Yinghong wanted to win against her. Otherwise, compared to Feng Jing, wouldn't she be degrading herself? Tongning had always supported people in this way. On the road to stardom, she couldn't set her enemies as her goal. She hoped that every artist would eventually find their own crown. That was something that couldn't be achieved by fighting with their enemies. But, taking revenge on one's enemies was a must. If possible, it was best to move forward by stepping on their heads. Xing Lan, Luo Xing and Xia Hanmo were the same. And now, Luo Yinghong was the same. Feng Jing still hasn't realized how dangerous you are. This is the best time for us to make our move. By the time Feng Jing realizes what's going on, all she can do is wait to be beaten. Because, Tongning had already paved the way forward. Perhaps it was because Tongning had been working for too long and had been standing for too long, she felt a little tired. So, Luo Yinghong quickly held on to her and comforted, sit down and get some rest. Tongning shook her head and smiled as she rubbed her stomach, it's fine. It's the one in my stomach that isn't listening. You. As Tongming was wearing a thick layer of clothing, Luo Yinghong had no idea that she was pregnant. "You're pregnant, why are you tormenting yourself? Did President Mo allow it?" "Shoo, don't let him know," Tongming quickly reminded. However, a certain someone happened to walk into the office and overheard their conversation. "I heard it," Mo Ting said as he stood behind the couple. Tongming was a little surprised. She then turned around and looked at Mo Ting's thoughtful expression as she explained, "It's just a little pregnancy reaction. It's a normal physiological reaction. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Tongming was a little helpless, but she didn't mind. She knew that Mo Ting wouldn't be at ease if he didn't receive the results of the checkup. Luo Yinghong looked at the couple. Tongming was obviously a smart and capable woman a moment ago. But, in front of Mo Ting, she appeared weak and fragile. "In that case, Xianxia, we'll be leaving. Let's hurry." Luo Yinghong nodded her head. Afterwards, she once again immersed herself in her training. Even though Tongming had already paved the way, Luo Yinghong couldn't afford to slack off. She knew that if she wanted to establish herself in the entertainment industry again in the long run, she needed to produce something amazing. It was already evening, yet she still had to go to the hospital for a checkup. Tongming felt a little bitter. But, she never expected to see Zhou Qing at the hospital. Unfortunately, Zhou Qing didn't see the couple. Judging from Zhou Qing's hunched back, it doesn't look like a light injury. Mo Ting did not respond. He simply gestured for her to look straight ahead with his chin. Tongming followed Mo Ting's line of sight and saw Xianxia walking towards the couple dressed in a black suit and a trench coat. Tongming thought that Xianxia and Zhou Qing were still tangling with each other. But, Xianxia simply said, "Long time no see." It had been almost 2 months. It had indeed been a long time. "You and Zhou Qing, we've been apart for a long time. I followed behind him because I wanted to know how long he had left to live. As you know, the station manager's son spent a lot of money to torture him. That was the only way I could alleviate the guilt I felt towards Lin Qian," Xianxia explained. "I've seen Superstar Media's recent movements and heard about Lin Qian's situation. I hope she can get through this. Plus, I really regret it." After hearing this, Tongming did not soften her heart and forgive Xianxia. After all, the person that Xianxia owed the most was Lin Qian. "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore." After speaking, Xianxia turned around and left. She knew that even if Tongming no longer hated her, she would never forgive her. So, all she could do for Tongming and Superstar Media was help Tongming and Superstar Media out in the dark. If she's smart enough, she'll use Mr. Lu's influence to climb up again. "Let's go." Mo Ting never had anything to say about betrayers. In fact, he didn't even want to comment on them. After all, the most important thing for Superstar Media was Luo Yinghong and the Ant Queen. Luo Yinghong's first victory was within everyone's expectations, so there was nothing Feng Jing could do. Even if she wanted to incite her fans to slander Luo Yinghong's name, the two of them weren't on the same level. Since they weren't competitors for no reason, it was inevitable that someone would use it against her. This was where Tongming was smart. She had many paths to explore as an artist, not just by being an actress. She understood one thing: no matter what you wanted to do, before you were popular, you had no right to choose. On the contrary, once you become a popular artist, no matter what you want to do, it will come naturally. So, Feng Jing could only watch as Luo Yinghong rose up. Plus, she was a predator. Apart from Luo Yinghong's disfigured face, she couldn't find any other way to deal with her. After all, it was too easy for Luo Yinghong to bite back at her. But, the scariest thing was, as soon as Feng Jing made a move, Tongming would immediately retaliate. Lin Qian hoped that moment would come sooner rather than later. She couldn't wait to see Feng Jing's reputation destroyed. After the incident where Feng Jing broke off the engagement, the Li family's preparations for the wedding shot up like a rocket. Soon, Mother Li arranged for Lin Qian and Li Jing to pick out a dress. Even though they arrived at a bridal shop, Lin Qian still didn't feel like it was real. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get into character anytime soon. Seeing that Lin Qian wasn't paying attention, Li Jing quickly asked, "You don't like this shop? We can go to another one." Lin Qian shook her head, "I'm not ready yet, the marriage application has already been approved," Li Jing said as he hugged Lin Qian. Since you don't like it, let's go home, but, Li Jin did not say a word as he led Lin Qian home. There were paparazzi following us just now. We'll try on the dress another day. Lin Qian nodded her head. But, that might be 10 days from now. I need to go on a mission tomorrow at 5 a.m. I'll wait for you to come home, Lin Qian replied gently. But, there were some things that she didn't want to keep to herself. Li Jin, I'm sorry, but I'm not a housewife. I can't stay at home and wait for my husband like other women. I'm also not like other women that spend their time on weddings. I think, you don't need to say anything. If you don't want to do it, then let mom and dad prepare it for you, Li Jin obviously understood. After all, in Lin Qian's heart, all ceremonies were empty. She liked things that lasted for a long time. No matter how much effort she put into a wedding or how grand the event was, it couldn't compare to him spending 2 more days at home with her. Lin Qian nodded her head gratefully. But, that night, she sat in bed in a daze. Although she and Li Jin were living together, Li Jin wasn't home most of the time. Even when he was home, they would lie in separate rooms and never cross the line. But, that night, Lin Qian stared anxiously at the closed bathroom door. Afterwards, she removed her robe and pushed the door open without a care in the world. Seeing this, Li Jin quickly looked away. Qian, get out. Lin Qian pressed herself against Li Jin's body and hugged him. I don't regret it. Under the shower, Li Jin struggled. But, Lin Qian took the initiative to move closer. Li Jin's willpower slowly collapsed. Soon, the couple moved onto the soft bed and were tightly pressed against each other. Have you really thought it through? Li Jin tried his best to hold back. His voice was deep and raspy, but it was filled with passion. Lin Qian hooked her arms around his neck and nodded her head. I've thought it through very clearly. As soon as Li Jin got his answer, he leaned down. Their bodies moved passionately as they twisted and turned. Their intimate kisses were accompanied by deep moans that made one blush and their hearts race. That night, Lin Qian slept in the crook of Li Jin's arm. But, before 5 a.m., she was woken up by Li Jin. You're leaving? Li Jin turned around and leaned over to kiss Lin Qian. It's still a bit early before dawn. Go back to sleep and take a bath when you wake up. Be safe. As a military wife, this was the only thing Lin Qian could say to Li Jin. I'll always wait for you. Soon, it was time for the Fei Tian Awards ceremony. It was scheduled to be held in a few days. Feng Jing was one of the most popular nominees. Although she put on a sad show of searching for her daughter, she did not gain much of an advantage at the Fei Tian Awards. After all, when it came to popularity, there was no way she could compete with Tongning. But, even if she didn't receive an award, as a nominee, she still had to appear at the ceremony. In this aspect, she wasn't Tongning and couldn't be as willful as her. Everyone assumed that Tongning wouldn't attend the Fei Tian Awards because she was certain that she wouldn't be returning to acting. But, Hai Rui ended up nominating Survivor for an award and it ended up receiving multiple nominations. Because of this, Mo Ting came looking for Lin Qian in private. President Mo, did you need something from me? Lin Qian was curious. Logically speaking, Mo Ting had so many outstanding generals around him. No matter what happened, he shouldn't have come looking for her. So, why was he looking for her today? Mo Ting put down the pen in his hand and looked at Lin Qian. As the Ant Queen was already halfway through filming, Mo Ting was able to arrange his time for work at Hai Rui. I'm sure you're aware that Tongning won't be attending the Fei Tian Awards this year. As for you, you are still her assistant. So, I want you to receive the Fei Tian Award on her behalf. This is perfectly justifiable and reasonable. Me? Lin Qian was confused by Mo Ting's instructions. I thought you'd like a situation like this, Mo Ting said with a hidden meaning. Don't forget, Feng Jing is also one of the nominees. Lin Qian suddenly understood Mo Ting's intention. Previously, Feng Jing had used her to play the pitiful card, but she didn't respond. So, this time, when Feng Jing was filled with anticipation for the Fei Tian Awards, her own daughter ended up receiving it on behalf of someone else. She definitely didn't feel good about it. Thank you, President Mo. I really like it. After working with Tongning for so long, it was inevitable for her to learn a little bit of black-bellied. Yet, Mo Ting made such a direct arrangement. It was obvious how scary he was. that's good. The Fei Tian Awards was one of the most prestigious awards in the country. If Tong Ming publicly looked down on it, people would definitely talk about it. So, as Tong Ming's manager and the CEO of Hai Rui, he naturally had to make things work for both parties. Since Tong Ming didn't want to attend, she naturally wouldn't allow her subordinates to receive the Fei Tian Awards on her behalf. Coincidentally, Tong Ming could use her pregnancy as an excuse. Afterwards, Mo Ting explained everything to Tong Ming. As expected, Tong Ming did not object. "You're the smartest. You already guessed that not only would I not object to letting Lin Qian go, I would be extremely supportive. Are you satisfied?" Mo Ting hugged his wife as he placed his hand on her stomach. "What do you mean?" Tong Ming blinked at him. Mo Ting's gaze darkened. It was too late for Tong Ming to run away. A moment later, Mo Ting lifted her in his arms and rushed towards the bedroom. "The danger has passed. Now, it's time for you to make it up to me." Afterwards, Tong Ming thought to herself, was she asking for trouble? Meanwhile, as Feng Jing watched Luo Yinghong's rise, she had no choice but to encourage her son to persuade his mother. She had promised Luo Yinghong's son that if he could convince Luo Yinghong to give up on her comeback, she would consider marrying him. Luo Yinghong's son didn't know what possessed him, but he ended up finding his mother's new home. As it had already been exposed online, it wasn't difficult to find it. Unfortunately, Luo Yinghong's attitude towards her son had become extremely cold. She remembered what Tong Ming had previously told her. "Mom, I told you a long time ago that we broke off our relationship as mother and son. You go your own way and I'll go mine," Luo Yinghong replied straightforwardly. "Although I admit that you're a little popular now, you're still far from Feng Jing's. You should be helping your son. She's already agreed to marry me, as long as you don't cause trouble for her," the tall man said as he looked left and right. From time to time, he would ruin his mother's handiwork. Luo Yinghong glanced at her son without replying. After a few seconds, she finally gave the security a phone call. "Someone is causing trouble here. Can you please come over?" As soon as Luo Yinghong's son saw this, he glared at her angrily. "I'm your biological son. How could you treat me like this? You still remember that you're my biological son, yet you're with my enemy," Luo Yinghong retorted. "Stop wasting your time here. What happened between you and Feng Jing has nothing to do with me. Before I expose your scandal to the public, show me some respect. Otherwise, you won't be able to continue living in Beijing." The tall man was so angry that his face turned green. He never expected that Luo Yinghong would be so stubborn this time. He thought that everything Luo Yinghong did was to get him back as her son. But, he never expected that the Luo Yinghong he saw was actually trying to live her own life. He suddenly began to panic. Soon, the security guards entered Luo Yinghong's home. Luo Yinghong pointed to her son and said, "Next time you see him, don't let him in." "Okay, Ms. Luo," the security guard stepped forward and held the tall man back. "Also, make him pay some money before you let him go," Luo Yinghong said before she returned to her room without looking at her son. Tong Ming had instructed her not to be soft-hearted towards her son and not to make eye contact with him. If they looked at each other, she would reveal her emotions and everything would be for naught. As expected, although Luo Yinghong's son was angry, he looked at her in a different light. At least, in his heart, the mother that once swallowed her anger had disappeared. Afterwards, Luo Yinghong told Lin Qian about the incident. This made Lin Qian feel even more guilty. "Hongjia, don't worry. I'll get revenge for you very soon." Luo Yinghong smiled and shook her head. "I'm not telling you this because I want you to make it up to me. I know that you're also the one that got hurt. I simply want you to know what evil things Feng Jing has done this time. Don't worry, her good days have already come to an end." As a result, Lin Qian felt that she had a huge responsibility at the Fei Tian Awards. After all, she was representing Tong Ming, the legendary Tong Ming. Not only did she have to give Luo Xing encouragement and set a good example, she also had to teach Feng Jing a lesson and get revenge for Luo Yinghong. Most importantly, she had to draw a line between herself and Feng Jing. At the Fei Tian Awards ceremony, Tong Ming asked Lin Qian and Luo Xing to walk the red carpet together. On the surface, Lin Qian appeared to be supporting Luo Xing on behalf of Superstar Media. But, in reality, Lin Qian was there to receive an award on Tong Ning's behalf. Superstar media gathered on the red carpet. Lin Qian noticed that Luo Xing was friends with quite a few people in the industry and was happy that he had matured. In superstar media, Luo Xing was the youngest, but he had experienced the fickleness of human nature and it wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. So, he treasured everything that he had. President Huang, who shook hands with me just a moment ago, offered me an astronomical amount to join his agency, Luo Xing said to Lin Qian as they walked down the red carpet. Lin Qian was a little surprised as she turned to look at the popular little heavenly king and watched as he smiled at her. But, I rejected him because I don't want to become a second Xia Hanmo. As a man, Luo Xing would always remember the hope that Tong Ning had given him. Even if he met the woman he liked and ended up going against Tong Ning, he would never betray Tong Ning and superstar media. We are a big family. Lin Qian nodded her head and smiled at Luo Xing. Don't worry, superstar media may not give you the best, but we are willing to do our best for you. When you are at your lowest point, we will help you find a way out, and when you are at your most glorious, we will applaud you wholeheartedly. As they walked down the glittering red carpet, Luo Xing looked at Lin Qian and revealed his brightest smile. After all, joining superstar media was the best decision he had ever made. It didn't take long before the two women entered the venue. But, before the awards ceremony started, Feng Jing spotted Lin Qian sitting in the front row. So, she deliberately switched seats and sat beside her. I never expected to see you here. Unfortunately, there aren't any seats for assistants and managers. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to speak to Feng Jing. Since you're already able to make an appearance in front of so many big events, why bother with an old woman? You can debut on your own. After hearing this, Lin Qian looked at Feng Jing coldly. Don't worry, I'm not like you who only knows how to steal other people's achievements. Feng Jing's expression turned cold as she turned to look at Luo Xing. Actually, you're just like me. You like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. After Lin Qian understood what Feng Jing was trying to say, a look of annoyance appeared in her eyes. I'm not as dirty as you. By the way, go back to your original position. I don't want to see you for another second. After hearing this, Feng Jing reached out her hand to comb Lin Qian's hair. We are mother and daughter. Don't be so heartless every time you see me. The heartless things are yet to come. Feng Jing returned to her seat and glared hatefully at Lin Qian's back. What was a manager so proud of? Was the woman that you were talking to just now the one that's been on the news? Luo Xing asked as soon as Feng Jing left. Yeah. Lin Qian nodded. Just pretend she doesn't exist. Don't waste your time on her. Luo Xing turned around and glanced at Feng Jing before he nodded his head. You don't look like a good person. After hearing this, Lin Qian did not react in the slightest. After all, the show was about to start soon. 8 p.m. The awards ceremony officially began. The host was still the same as before, but this time, Tong Ning did not appear on stage. According to tradition, the Fei Tian Awards' first award was for newcomers. Luo Xing successfully won the Best Newcomer Award and the Most Promising Newcomer Award. This was the first time Tong Ning's artist had won a mainstream award since the establishment of Superstar Media. It was a great victory for Superstar Media. As the spotlight shone on Luo Xing, Lin Qian couldn't help but cheer for him. After all, she knew how much Luo Xing had sacrificed to get to where he was today. Afterwards, Luo Xing went on stage and received his trophy from the guest presenter. He then excitedly stood in front of the microphone. First, he raised the trophy high up in the air to express his gratitude to everyone. Then, he began to give his acceptance speech. In the past 2 years, I've been through a lot. I'm really nervous to be able to stand on this stage. After speaking, Luo Xing turned around, wiped his tears away and returned to the stage. I must thank my management agency, Superstar Media, for being able to receive the first important award in my life. A long time ago, I thought I was a singing genius, but I didn't understand why Ning Jia wanted me to act. I once doubted myself, but in the end, I finally understood Ning Jia's good intentions. She was the one who discovered my potential and told me that, whether it was singing or acting, as long as I was willing to work hard, I would be rewarded. I love Superstar Media and I love the family that has protected me as I grew up. At the same time, I want to tell all the agencies that tried to poach me that I will not leave Superstar Media. Thank you for your support. As a person, it is important to be grateful. That is the only way to go further. I hope my management agency and I continue to get better. Thank you Xianxia, thank you to my family and thank you to all my fans. A large part of Luoxing's words were directed at Xiaohanmo. The reason why he chose a place like this to say these words was because he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He simply wanted to live and die with superstar media. As she sat in front of the TV and watched the live broadcast, Tongning lowered her head and smiled gently. She felt like all her hard work hadn't gone to waste. Although there were people like Xiaohanmo in this world, as long as one had a heart and was grateful, they would be like Luoxing. Even if they had to fight against the entire world, they still wanted to be superstar media's most adorable artist. Mo Ting sat beside Tongning and patted her on the head as he watched. Luoxing, I don't plan to let him join Hai Rui. Huh? Tongning looked at Mo Ting confusedly. What's wrong? Even Xing Lan's contract will be transferred back to Superstar Media, Mo Ting said. I know that they can only truly become Superstar Media if they join Superstar Media. As for me, I only need you. As long as I'm at Hai Rui, Superstar Media won't be able to escape from your grasp. You've already calculated everything, Tongning laughed. Thank you, Ting. Mo Ting looked at Tongning gently as he patted her on the head. If you really want to thank me, then you should take care of your own body. I understand. Let's continue watching the live broadcast. The awards continued to be handed out. Afterwards, it was time for Survivor to shine. The director had won a few awards, so he had gained quite a lot this time. This was all because he believed in Tongning. He was even more certain that Tongning was his lucky star. Afterwards, the climax of the awards ceremony arrived, the Best Actor and Actress Awards. This time, because Tongning wasn't present, the other 4 nominees thought they still had a chance, especially Feng Jing. After the host announced the guest presenter, Lin Qian turned around and looked at Feng Jing. She clenched her fists tightly. It seemed she was extremely nervous. However, Lin Qian calmly turned her head around with a sneer on her face. Soon, the nominees' works appeared on the screen. When a clip of Tongning's film, Survivor, appeared, everyone erupted in applause. They knew deep down that even though Tongning was no longer in the industry, the works that she created were eternal and irreplaceable. It was obvious that Survivor was too outstanding. Tongning's character was made of flesh and blood. So, even though the lights flickered on the nominees, in the end, the winner was still the absent Tongning. As soon as her photo appeared on the big screen, everyone screamed in excitement. A moment later, the guest presenter announced for the winner to go up on stage to receive her award. Everyone was confused. Could it be that Tongning had come to the venue? But, as soon as Lin Qian stood up from her seat, everyone realized that she had asked her assistant to receive her award on her behalf. How could she not attend such an important event? How willful. Feng Jing watched as Lin Qian walked up to the stage. She watched as her daughter received the award she wanted on behalf of someone else. Lin Qian understood the anger in Feng Jing's heart, but this was exactly what she wanted. Of course, as the person receiving the award, she wouldn't steal the spotlight. After receiving the award from the guest presenter, she walked over to the microphone and bowed to everyone. She then explained, I am Tongning's assistant and I am here to receive this award on her behalf. The reason why she isn't here today is because she is currently pregnant, so it isn't convenient for her to be here. That's right, she's pregnant again. Tongning has already announced her indefinite retreat from the industry, but she is still grateful for the award. At the moment, she has no plans to make a comeback. Thank you for everyone's support and concern for her. Lastly, I would like to use the stage of the Fei Tian Awards to say a few words that I would like to convey. Originally, I didn't think that I belonged to the industry, but recently, a piece of news pulled me into this circle and disrupted my peaceful life. It has to do with my relationship with actress Feng Jing. Since she's here today, I might as well explain everything to her. We have nothing to do with each other. Whether we are related by blood or not, whether or not we come from the same gene, in my heart, I am an orphan, and I will always be an orphan. Plus, I am simply a behind-the-scenes worker. I have no intention of creating hype or debuting. I am a part of Superstar Media and a part of Hai Rui. I will always follow my artist and hope that the rumors will stop. Thank you. It was obvious from Lin Qian's words that she had no intention of admitting to her relationship with Feng Jing. If Lin Qian had said this in private, Feng Jing wouldn't have taken it to heart. But, Lin Qian said that she didn't have a mother in front of so many people. This meant that she was serious and had no intention of returning to Feng Jing's side. Below the stage, Feng Jing was about to go crazy from anger. Not only did Lin Qian take away her award, she even told everyone that she wouldn't acknowledge her as her mother. This humiliation was like 1,000 arrows piercing through her heart. After speaking, Lin Qian walked off the stage with the award in her hands. This caused the people on stage to fall into an awkward silence. After all, Feng Jing was present. Wasn't Lin Qian giving her mother a slap in the face? But there were also plenty of people that understood Lin Qian. After all, everyone knew that Feng Jing had done a lot of disgusting things behind her back to get to where she was today. Since Lin Qian was a part of superstar media, it was only natural that she wouldn't acknowledge her. After all, the people at superstar media were all righteous people. Actually, everyone has the right to make their own choices. As long as they are willing to take responsibility for their own choices, we will give Miss Lin our blessings. After speaking, the host continued to present the rest of the awards. But, this was no longer important to Lin Qian and Feng Jing. As Lin Qian returned to her seat, Luosheng turned to look at her and said, "You looked really handsome on stage just now." After speaking, Luosheng gave her a thumbs up. That woman is probably going to go crazy from anger. Lin Qian turned her head slightly and glanced into the distance. She was extremely satisfied with this moment. She just didn't want Feng Jing to have an easy time. The climax of the entire awards ceremony was probably when Lin Qian stepped onto the stage for Tongning. Because these simple words actually contained a lot of meaning. To say the least, there was an undercurrent between Lin Qian and Feng Jing. After 2 hours, the awards ceremony finally came to an end. The crew of Survivor was, of course, the biggest winner. They won Best Actress, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and many other important awards. As for Tongning, she also won Best Actress for the second time in a row. This was her ability. This was something that no one doubted. Afterwards, Luosheng and Lin Qian left the venue together. However, halfway out, they were stopped by Feng Jing. "Miss Lin, don't you think you've gone too far?" Feng Jing asked as she looked at the trophy in Lin Qian's hands. "Even if you don't admit it, I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. You and I have an inseparable blood relationship. Did you have to be so heartless?" After hearing Feng Jing's emotional words, Lin Qian remained calm. She simply lifted her head and looked at Luosheng. "Let's go." However, Feng Jing grabbed onto Lin Qian, but Luosheng quickly pushed her away. "Show some respect. Don't get touchy. Superstar media isn't someone you can touch." It wasn't easy for Feng Jing to regain her footing, but she still had to take care of her image. "Young people, don't be so hot-tempered." Lin Qian and Luosheng completely ignored her as they continued to walk away, completely treating her like air. Only Feng Jing understood how much damage Lin Qian's words had caused her. After all, the public were already guessing why Lin Qian would rather die than admit that she was her mother. If Feng Jing's acting was true and she had been painstakingly protecting her daughter all along, Lin Qian wouldn't have hated her so much. "Xianxia, let's go home first and discuss this further," Feng Jing's manager said. "Superstar media isn't giving me an easy time." After the Fei Tian Awards, Lin Qian's wedding date was officially set. In case anything unexpected happened, Mother Li arranged for Lin Qian and Li Jin's wedding to be held 3 weeks later. She sincerely supported Lin Qian's attitude towards Feng Jing. Especially after seeing how firmly Lin Qian drew a line with Feng Jing on television, Mother Li knew that Lin Qian would never forgive or acknowledge Feng Jing. After hearing about the wedding date, Lin Qian only had one question for Mother Li. "I'm not sure if Li Jin will be at home on that day." "Silly child, since I've made this arrangement, I've obviously discussed it with Jin Er. When the time comes, you simply need to be the most beautiful bride." "But, we haven't even picked out a dress yet." After hearing this, Mother Li let out a gentle laugh and held on to Lin Qian's hand. "Jin Er has already found someone to make a dress for you. He even hired a weapons engineer from the military base to design your sword and personally participated in the process. But, he doesn't know my size." At this point, Mother Li scanned Lin Qian from head to toe and laughed. What part of your body do you think he doesn't know? After hearing this, Lin Qian's face turned red. Xianxia, it's impossible for us to share the burden of what you've been through. But, I think arranging for you and Jean Eyre to get married right now is the best way to support you. After hearing this, Lin Qian immediately hugged Mother. Li, Auntie, thank you. Thank you and Uncle for treating me like your own daughter and treating me so well. Soon, you will be our daughter-in-law. Helping Jean Eyre protect you is the only thing we can do for him. After speaking, Mother Li gently patted Lin Qian's back comfortingly. She couldn't help but sigh at how kind and strong she was. Lin Qian leaned into Mother Li's embrace, feeling like she was in Li Jin's embrace. At this moment, she repeatedly reminded herself that no matter what happened, she would continue to be strong. It didn't take long before Lin Qian told Tongning about her wedding because she needed to arrange her vacation. Most importantly, Tongning was currently pregnant and Long Jia needed to take care of Luo Xing. If that happened, who would take care of Luo Yinghong? Don't worry and go get married. You can also take the opportunity to have a nice honeymoon. As for Hong Jia, I'll take care of it. Afterwards, Tongning picked up a document from her desk and handed it to Lin Qian. Since you don't have a family, Superstar Media will be your family. I can't let you marry them with nothing. Puzzled, Lin Qian opened the folder and discovered that it contained Superstar Media's share transfer agreement. Ning Jia, this gift is too expensive. You will be an employee of Superstar Media for the rest of your life. With this document, you will have to work for Superstar Media for the rest of your life. Take it. Lin Qian held on to the agreement and nodded her head. She knew, in front of Tongning, there was no point in being unreasonable. I will remember this kindness, Lin Qian said as she pointed to her heart. Her words sounded like she was making a vow. Tongning shook her head, indicating that there was no need for her to remember. After all, the two of them were already family. This was how they treated their loved ones. Soon, Saint Emperor Jewelry announced their collaboration with Luo Yinghong. In fact, they also announced that Luo Yinghong would be their new spokesperson. As soon as this news was released, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Luo Yinghong, who had been trying her best to live a good life, would be able to secure a spokesperson so quickly. Furthermore, it was for the famous jewelry brand, Saint Emperor. Originally, this wasn't something that many people had high hopes for. But, because Tongning had previously laid the groundwork for Luo Yinghong and they knew that she was very capable, coupled with the fact that many people had seen her work before, the public completely accepted Luo Yinghong's endorsement. They felt that Luo Yinghong was extremely compatible with the concept of an original design, especially when the Sage Emperor posted a design of Luo Yinghong's at the bottom of the blog. Everyone immediately acknowledged Luo Yinghong's identity as the spokesperson. They all felt that her new and elegant aura was too similar to the Sage Emperor's. Even Luo Yinghong herself was in disbelief. How was this possible? Below Saint Emperor Jewelry, there were all expectant comments. How was there no insults or attacks? Luo Yinghong thought back to the course that Tongning had arranged for her and the path of her comeback. She realized that every step was planned out by Tongning and everything was useful. Tongning never made any useless arrangements. At this moment, Luo Yinghong finally understood what it meant to be powerful. Luo Yinghong never imagined that she would receive such a top-notch endorsement. Only after Saint Emperor made an official announcement did she realize that it was real. But, the step that Luo Yinghong took did not come into contact with Feng Jing in any way. This was the only way that Feng Jing would have no reason to frame an artist that wasn't her competitor. Not long after, Tongning secured an important interview for Luo Yinghong. To prevent any accidents from happening, Tongning allowed the reporter to enter Superstar Media to interview Luo Yinghong. The public were extremely curious about Superstar Media, so they naturally looked forward to Luo Yinghong's interview. Meanwhile, Feng Jing saw everything that Luo Yinghong did, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, she couldn't find a single flaw in Luo Yinghong. After all, Luo Yinghong was flawless. What should I do? Do you want me to watch as that SL*T becomes more and more popular? Seeing Feng Jing throw a tantrum, her manager had no choice but to comfort her, even if she successfully makes a comeback, she still won't be a match for you. You don't need to worry. How could I not worry? What if one day, that SL*T becomes more popular than I am? If that happens, wouldn't I just let her bully me? No, I won't allow that to happen. But, what else can we do? Her manager sighed helplessly. Feng Jing lowered her head in thought. After a moment, she looked at her manager and said, I have no other choice. I can only use that SL*T son. Are you saying? At this moment, Feng Jing's gaze was extremely sharp. When it came to fighting against Tongning, she could only retreat step by step. She had no other choice. Afterwards, Feng Jing pulled her manager over. There's something I need to tell you. Get someone to do it immediately. As soon as the manager heard this, she nodded her head. Okay, I know what to do. Feng Jing refused to believe that Luo Yinghong would actually disregard her son. She sounded so cool, but in reality, she was just pretending to have a heart of stone. Let's wait and see. At this time, Luo Yinghong was sitting in her office looking at the interview when she suddenly received a phone call from her son. Mom, come and save me. As soon as Luo Yinghong heard this phone call, her heart burned with anxiety. She immediately stood up from her chair and asked for her son's whereabouts. The person on the other end of the phone mumbled an address and hung up. Luo Yinghong immediately looked up the address and discovered that her son was currently at a famous nightclub in Beijing. In a place like that, it was easy to be schemed against and fall into someone else's trap. With this thought, Luo Yinghong immediately turned to leave. But, Tongning stopped her. Xianxia, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Tongning, I don't have time to explain. I need to go out for a bit. Wait. Tongning held on to Luo Yinghong's hand. Xianxia, this is an important time for you. I'm sure you know that Feng Jing could trip you up at any time. You need to explain yourself. It won't take up a single minute. After hearing Tongning's words, Luo Yinghong calmed down and grabbed onto Tongning's hand. I just received a phone call from my son. He's currently at the Sound of Night. Tongning immediately instructed her secretary to look into it. Without hesitation, the secretary replied, President Tang, that's a famous nightclub in Beijing. My son is calling for help. Since your son is calling for help, there's nothing you can do even if you go on your own. By the way, Xianxia, have you ever thought about the fact that if you really go, your reputation will be ruined regardless of whether your son is there or not? Especially if Feng Jing abandons your son, what will the rumors say about you and your son? After hearing this, Luo Yinghong froze. That's right. Feng Jing, all of this could be Feng Jing's doing. Don't worry, I'll get my secretary to contact the police and get them to handle this matter. Luo Yinghong nodded her head. She was now certain that this was a trap that Feng Jing had set up. Luo Yinghong gradually calmed down. But, this also made Tongning realize that no matter how many vows Luo Yinghong made and how much she wanted to grow, the most important thing in her heart was still her son. Feng Jing's simple test was enough to make her panic. From the looks of it, helping Luo Yinghong get her son back was the most important thing. Soon, the police reported that Luo Yinghong's son was fine. He was simply drunk and acting crazy. The police asked him a few questions and let him continue drinking. Luo Yinghong sighed as she thought about it. If Feng Jing had gotten her way and lured her to a nightclub, who knew what would have happened? With this thought, Tongning suddenly turned to her secretary and instructed, head over right now and find the reliable bartender at the nightclub. Grab Xianxia's son's phone and give Feng Jing a phone call. Tell him Xianxia's son is in trouble and tell Feng Jing to hurry over. Otherwise, the photos on his phone will be leaked. I understand, President Tang. Since Feng Jing wanted to play this game, it was perfect. Don't be in such a rush to leave. When Feng Jing arrives, take a photo of her. There's no need to announce it, I have a use for it. Yes. The secretary quickly left the office. Meanwhile, Luo Yinghong had no idea what her mother was up to. All she wanted to do was confirm that her son was fine before she sat back down and focused on her work. As Tongning watched Luo Yinghong leave, she suddenly felt that as a mother, she was quite pitiful. She had been bullied by Feng Jing for so many years, yet she had no way to retaliate. Worst of all, Feng Jing had a sharp weapon in her hands that could pierce through Luo Yinghong's heart at any time. So, if Luo Yinghong wanted to be freed from her past, she needed to make sure that Feng Jing had no weapon that could threaten her. Feng Jing had no idea that Tongning had already reshuffled the chessboard. Nor did she expect that Tongning would play along with her plan. So, when she received a phone call from the bartender, she wasn't stupid enough to head over to the nightclub. But, when she heard from the bartender that the idiot had a photo of them on his phone, everything changed. If these photos were to be leaked, her reputation would definitely be destroyed. The bartender asked her for some hush money. It wasn't too much and was within Feng Jing's acceptable range. But, there was one condition: she had to personally pick up Luo Yinghong. After all, there were too many people at a nightclub, so she didn't trust anyone else. Plus, her manager was currently in a negotiation and had no time to spare. It didn't take long before Feng Jing arrived at the nightclub. After putting on a disguise, not many people recognized her. Originally, she wanted to lure Luo Yinghong to a nightclub so she could slander her. But, who would have thought, she ended up being lured here and was forced to make a deal. After picking up Luo Yinghong, Feng Jing felt something wasn't right. Especially when she noticed the smile on the bartender's face. So, Feng Jing quickly left the nightclub with Luo Yinghong's son. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have asked the bartender to make him drink so much. Afterwards, Tongming's secretary returned to Superstar Media with the evidence and photos. President Tang, everything went smoothly. Feng Jing was worried that the photos would be leaked, so she had no time to suspect anything. Even if she suspects now, it's too late. Tongming looked at the photos. Although Feng Jing had disguised herself well, there were still photos of her up close. Especially when she was helping Hong Jie's son out of the nightclub. With this, Feng Jing will have to obediently return him to me. Send a few photos to Feng Jing. Okay. The secretary was very smart and knew what was important. She knew what Tongming needed to do, so she quickly completed the task. Feng Jing never imagined that, after scheming her entire life, she would fall into someone else's trap so easily. When it came to scheming, she wasn't even 10% as good as Tongming. But, Tongming never used her schemes on innocent people. What she believed in and insisted on was an eye for an eye. She never took the initiative to cause trouble, but she was never afraid of trouble. Soon, Feng Jing received Tongming's gift. After opening the envelope, she looked at the photos inside in shock. Who is this? Who took these photos? The first person she thought of was Luo Yinghong. Although she didn't think Luo Yinghong was smart enough to do something like this, she still had Tongming. Who in Beijing didn't know how scary Tongming was, so, she directly gave Luo Yinghong a phone call. SL*T, are you going to ignore your son just to deal with me? Luo Yinghong looked at her phone confusedly and continued to listen. Tell me, what do you want? Be straightforward. Luo Yinghong had no idea what Feng Jing was saying, but she could roughly guess what she was trying to say. So, she directly hung up the phone and told Tongming about the phone call that Feng Jing had just given her. As soon as Tongming heard about it, she laughed. Hong Jia, stay calm. Feng Jing is about to lose her trump card against you. Afterwards, Tongming told Luo Yinghong everything that she had instructed her secretary to do. After hearing everything, Luo Yinghong couldn't help but be impressed by Tongming's wisdom. After all, how could a normal person think of taking advantage of an existing trap? But, Tongming did what she did and the results were miraculous. Regardless of everything else, they now had something on Feng Jing. From now on, Luo Yinghong no longer had to face Feng Jing passively. It didn't take long before Feng Jing found her way to the entrance of Superstar Media. Of course, Tongming wasn't going to let her in so easily. So, she made her wait outside for a few hours before she asked her secretary to leave. Feng Jing scanned Superstar Media's surroundings and scoffed. She then said to her secretary, I think you should ask President Tang to come out. I'm sorry, Ms. Feng, but President Tang is currently resting. It's not convenient for him to receive guests, the secretary replied patiently. What about Luo Yinghong? Tell her to come out and see me. I'm sorry, Ms. Feng. You need to make an appointment to see Hong Jia. After hearing this, Feng Jing's chest heaved up and down. She was obviously furious. After all, she was quite popular in the entertainment industry and no one had ever treated her with such disrespect like Superstar Media. Your President Tang sure has a lot of face. The secretary smiled. Just as she was about to leave, Feng Jing grabbed onto her wrist. Don't tell me that Superstar Media deliberately thought of this to humiliate me. Ms. Feng, please show some respect, the secretary warned. Feng Jing held on to the secretary and glared at her coldly as she threatened, you will eventually get off work. When that time comes, I'll deal with you. The secretary glared at Feng Jing before she freed herself from Feng Jing's grip and walked out of the room. A moment later, Tang Ning and the secretary entered the room together. Feng Jia, it's fine that you came to Superstar Media, but why did you have to threaten my secretary? Tang Ning asked. Feng Jing looked at Tang Ning with a cold and disgusted expression. Tang Ning, don't you think your methods are a little too despicable? Feng Jia, why don't you get straight to the point? Tang Ning sat down in her chair without even asking her secretary to prepare a cup of tea for her. Photos. After hearing these two words, Tang Ning lowered her head in silence for 2 seconds. She then lifted her head and smiled at Feng Jing, so that's what you're here for. After a short pause, Tang Ning continued, since you know I have something on you, do you think it's appropriate for you to act so arrogantly? What do you want? Feng Jing gritted her teeth as she pointed at Tang Ning. It's simple. Break up with Sister Hong's son and never contact him again. Otherwise, I'll see you on the headlines. You need to understand that her son is the one clinging to me, not the other way around. Feng Jing sneered. What? You don't believe we're true love? Although I feel sorry for stealing Luo Yinghong's son, don't you think you've gone too far by breaking someone up like this? Tang Ning couldn't be bothered talking to Feng Jing, so she turned around and said to her secretary, prepare to release the photos to the media. Tang Ning. Don't push me too far. Since when did an outsider like you have the right to interfere with the grudge between me and Luo Yinghong? I love it when you push me too far. Release him. Tang Ning ordered her secretary. Seeing that Tang Ning was difficult to talk to, Feng Jing softened her attitude and retracted her aura. Tang Ning, we are both women and our lives are not easy. Why must you make things difficult for me? Since that's the case, why did you steal someone's career and then steal their son? After speaking, Tang Ning turned around. Since you won't give up, then I have no choice but to release the photos. Did you think you could bully my artist? Even if she is my secretary, you can't bully her. Because, from today onwards, I plan to give my secretary 2 bodyguards. Do you want to cause trouble for her? Bring it on. After speaking, Tang Ning prepared to leave the room. At this time, Feng Jing held back her anger and said, I promise you. I promise you that I'll break up with her son. That way, you'll give me the photos, right? That depends on your sincerity. Everyone knew that Tang Ning was difficult to deal with. She didn't give in to persuasion or force, neither did she give in to the authorities. She had her own way of doing things. So, no matter what, Feng Jing's only option was to break up with Luo Yinghong's son, no matter what tricks she had up her sleeves. Plus, if Hong Jia's son misunderstands that Hong Jia is the culprit, then I will distribute the photos to the media as well. In fact, I will give everyone a copy. After saying this, Tang Ning left the reception room without hesitation. This completely destroyed Feng Jing's last bit of hope. She thought she could use this opportunity to make Luo Yinghong lose her son for good. But, how could Tang Ning not know what she was thinking? Feng Jing was no match for Tang Ning. Time and time again, she was forced into a corner. Especially this time, she had no choice but to sacrifice the rook to save the king. So, Feng Jing hated Tang Ning and hated Luo Yinghong more than she hated Luo Yinghong. After leaving the room, Feng Jing's secretary looked at Tang Ning with anticipation. President Tang, are you really going to give me bodyguards? Yes, I'm thinking about it, Tang Ning nodded. Feng Jing's secretary had done a lot for her. Although it was a little exaggerated, Tang Ning still wanted to protect someone who had done so much for her. Thank you, President Tang. That way, I won't have to be afraid anymore. Tang Ning smiled and returned to her office. But, when it came to Feng Jing, there was no way she was going to let her off so easily. This matter involved Luo Yinghong and Lin Qian. Only when she completely subdued this jerk, would she truly be at ease. Afterwards, Luo Yinghong heard about the negotiation between Tang Ning and Feng Jing. Of course, she wasn't worried that Feng Jing would bully Tang Ning because Tang Ning was powerful enough. So, the only thing she needed to do now was wait for her son to return home. Xianxia, you need to remember, even if your son returns, you can't forgive him immediately. He'll suspect that you're playing a trick to break him and Fengjing apart. You need to keep him in the cold and hang him in suspense until he returns to Fengjing. He needs to be completely hurt by Fengjing, otherwise, he'll still end up getting involved with her. After hearing this, Luo Yinghong held back her pain and nodded her head. Tongning's words made sense. You can't let Fengjing do a single thing that she wants you to do. I understand, Luo Yinghong nodded her head in seriousness. Hold on a little longer. Your son will definitely return to your side. Luo Yinghong had every reason to believe that Tongning's promises would come true. So, she continued to focus on her work and put her all into the collaboration with Saint's jewelry. I will prepare for the interview and work hard to rebuild my life. Fengjing couldn't accept it. Previously, she couldn't use Lin Qian, and now, she lost Luo Yinghong's son. It seemed, as long as superstar media was involved, she had no way of resisting. However, it wasn't easy for her to chase the childish man away. If she didn't have to deal with Luo Yinghong, she wouldn't have gone looking for a man that was so much younger than her. Not only did he know how to spend money, he also had a bunch of bad habits. She had no desire to serve him, let alone take such a big risk. Xianxia, if you chase Xiaoku away, will Tongning really give you the photo? What else can I do? Fengjing asked as she took a sip of wine. I'm like meat on someone's chopping block. What else can I do? I no longer have anything that I can use against Luo Yinghong. From now on, I can only wait to be trampled on by Tongning. Seeing Fengjing's depressed expression, the manager also felt that Tongning was too difficult to deal with. Without batting an eyelid, she slowly advanced, took away someone's weapon and forced them into a corner. Her ability was too scary. By the way, Xianxia, I received news that Lin Qian is getting married soon. The date is coming up. Will you be attending? Getting married? As soon as she heard about Lin Qian's wedding, Fengjing sneered. Her mother is already suffering, yet she's still dreaming about happiness? She must be dreaming. Since she made things difficult for me at the Fei Tian Awards, shouldn't I no longer hold back? Fengjing finished the glass of red wine in one gulp. Help me prepare something. As her mother, I'm showing my sincerity by giving her a dowry. I can't wait to see how happy she is going to be. Fengjing's manager looked at Fengjing and sighed. Recently, Fengjing hadn't been doing well. Plus, she even tried to frame her own daughter. Wasn't she afraid that the fact that she abandoned her daughter would be found out? Even so, the manager still did as she was told. After all, she had been by Fengjing's side for so many years. As Tongning expected, after being abandoned by Fengjing, Luo Yinghong's son found his way to Luo Yinghong's home. However, he was unable to enter because Luo Yinghong had instructed the security to stop him from disturbing her the next time he saw her. Soon, Luo Yinghong returned to the apartment. As soon as she saw her son, she pretended to be cold. What are you doing here again? Mom. I feel terrible. I have nowhere else to go. What? Fengjing wants to break up with me. The 22-year-old man cried like a child. His words struck Luo Yinghong's heart, but she held it in. What does it have to do with me that she wants to break up with you? Don't forget, you were the one that abandoned me to chase after your true love. Now, I no longer welcome you here. After speaking, Luo Yinghong turned around without giving her son a chance to plead. Mom, you really don't care about me? Let's talk about this again when you can tell right from wrong. After speaking, Luo Yinghong stepped into the elevator and disappeared from her son's sight. The reason why she was able to harden her heart was because she had suffered a lot over the years. Just like Tongning said, if she didn't teach the jerk a lesson now, she would never be able to save him in the future. And love, it just so happened that it allowed people to grow up quickly. It didn't take long before Luo Yinghong accepted an interview from a well-known media outlet. The public was very interested in her comeback and rise. In particular, they wanted to know how she moved Tongning to the point that she was willing to take such a huge risk to sign her. During the interview, Luo Yinghong wore a long white dress that made her look elegant and intelligent. With her fluffy hair and unique tattoo, the once self-abased Luo Yinghong had now regained a lot of her confidence in front of the cameras. To be honest, I wrote a long letter to Tongning, Luo Yinghong replied embarrassedly. In that case, can you reveal what you wrote in the letter? I simply told her that I wanted to make a comeback and asked her if she had any way to turn my situation around. She wanted me to stand up again and work hard to continue living. I originally thought that there would be a lot of people contacting Tongning, so she wouldn't notice me. But, to my surprise, she was willing to sign me on. After signing with Superstar Media, from the time you've interacted with Tongning, what kind of person do you think she is? The reporter continued to ask. Luo Yinghong thought for a moment before she replied in seriousness, she is a person with great love and doesn't worry about the world. No matter what difficulties she faces, as long as she has made up her mind, she will do her best. She is that kind of person. Have you ever suspected that she might not be able to help you? At first, of course, I was suspicious. After all, look at my age and appearance. I have no advantages at all. That's why I feel that I'm lucky to have met Tongning today. Through Luo Yinghong's example, the public finally saw a powerful Superstar Media. As long as you went through Tongning's transformation, no matter how old you were or how flawed you were, you would still be able to shine and find your own crown. So, those that wanted to join Superstar Media kept coming. They all knew that after Tongning's transformation, they would be able to join Hai Rue, the ultimate sanctuary of the entertainment industry. After Saint's Jewelry, a lot of other big companies approached me to work with them. Actually, even if I don't become an artist, becoming a designer isn't a bad choice. Even Luo Yinghong managed to make such a beautiful turnaround. So, the public gave Tongning a nickname, Diamond Manager. Diamond and Ace were no longer enough to describe her ability and courage. Plus, her existence did cause a slight change in the entertainment industry. Even if those changes were minuscule, they were insignificant. But, there were always people that believed in justice and fairness in the world. Of course, there were also people that were afraid that if the enemies that she had once harmed and robbed were to find Tongning, it would mean the end of their path to stardom. All in all, Tongning's name had the power to inspire fear and respect in the entertainment industry. Of course, Tongning's power also came from the fact that she had a strong backing. With Mo Ting's support, she could do whatever she wanted in the entertainment industry. Wasn't this couple like a king and queen? But Tongning didn't care about the nickname that the public gave her. Because her true career was the Ant Queen. Now that Feng Jing could no longer suppress Luo Yinghong, all that was left was for Luo Yinghong to get back at Feng Jing. But, before that happened, it seemed, she first needed to tear apart the dowry that she had prepared for Lin Qian. It seemed, Lin Qian had invited Tongning and Mo Ting to be her wedding witnesses. As soon as Motherly found out about this, she personally gave Tongning a phone call. Ever since she decided to accept Lin Qian as her daughter-in-law, she had taken on the role of both her in-laws and her own family. As long as Lin Qian wanted something, she would do her best to satisfy it. Tongning and Motherly, as soon as they started chatting, it didn't seem like they were meeting for the first time. Because, the two of them had a lot in common. But, the one thing they had in common was that they were extremely protective of their own people. At Lin Qian's wedding, Tongning was determined to make it a grand event for her. The two chatted for an hour. If President Mo hadn't rushed her, Tongning would have continued chatting with Motherly. In the dead of night, you tossed your husband aside to chat with an old woman. Have you considered my feelings? Huh? Tongning put down her phone and pounced into Mo Ting's arms. She felt his firm muscles. It's a pity we didn't meet sooner, so we chatted for a bit longer. Tongning was currently 4 months pregnant and her stomach was already bulging. Mo Ting didn't dare to hug her, so he simply let her lie on his body like a koala. Ting, I'm tired. Rest well if you're tired. Mo Ting said as he gently stroked her hair. Since you are pregnant, no matter what you want, everyone will satisfy you. What about you? Tongning lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting. I heard that Li Jin personally helped design Lin Qian's wedding dress. So, I'm quite envious. You want it? Tongning nodded. In that case, I'll give it to you. Mo Ting said as he carried Tongning off the sofa and headed for the bedroom. Tongning was a little surprised before she realized what Mo Ting meant by you want it. This man was becoming more and more cunning. A moment later, Tongning was placed on the soft bed. President Mo immediately unbuttoned his shirt and lifted her chin. She was already used to seeing President Mo naked, so she no longer blushed. Instead, she revealed a look of infatuation. Even though he was 35 years old, he did not have a single trace of fat on his body. Instead, his skin was smooth to the touch. This was all thanks to his long-term training. A moment later, her pajamas were removed. As she was pregnant, she looked at Mo Ting helplessly. But, before she could say a word, Mo Ting had already sealed her lips with a kiss. Her body temperature continued to rise. Tongming was like a boat drifting on the ocean. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach the shore. Only when that place was filled did she feel at ease and satisfied. The temperature in the bedroom continued to rise. Two perfect bodies intertwined with each other. No matter how much time had passed, their bodies and souls were still in perfect harmony. Afterwards, Tongming lay on Mo Ting's chest and fell asleep. But, the words she said just now had left an impression on Mo Ting's heart. Then, the man got up, put on a black robe, and went to take care of his two sons. As their wedding was a flash marriage, Mo Ting was upset that he didn't give her a grand wedding. But, he still believed that Tongming didn't like superficial things. She preferred him to dote on her, accompany her, and take care of her for the rest of her life. No marriage could be replicated. Li Jin indeed loved Lin Qian wholeheartedly, but that didn't mean he had to do the same thing. He had his own way of loving Tongming. In reality, Tongming was just thinking about it. Although it was a pity that they didn't hold a wedding, she was indeed a mother of three, so she no longer cared about formalities. Above all, Mo Ting would give her anything she wanted. Now, he was helping her fulfill her dreams. With a man like this by her side, how could she not be satisfied? Even in her dreams, she worried that she had said the wrong thing. So, when she woke up, she looked for Mo Ting, only to find him in the baby's room. Tongming ran over and hugged him as she buried her head in his back. When I woke up and didn't see you, I felt uneasy. Mo Ting continued to coax the child as he allowed Tongming to hug him. A moment later, Mo Ting finally turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you tired?" "I can still fight," Tongming mumbled from behind. After hearing this, Mo Ting's lips slowly curved upwards. He had already done so much for her and had quietly contributed so much behind her back. So much that just thinking about it made her heart ache. "Be a good girl and go to sleep. I have an early scene tomorrow." No matter how bloody the outside world was, at least in this home, there would always be warmth. This was Tongming's way of loving her family. As the date of her wedding approached, Lin Qian went on a break and temporarily handed Luo Yinghong's matters to Tongming. But, ever since Luo Yinghong's interview was successful, a lot of resources had been delivered to her. Tongming put aside the scripts because she didn't feel that Luo Yinghong was suitable for acting. Plus, Luo Yinghong was well aware of her own position. She preferred to participate in design and enjoy her freedom. So, she had no objections to Tongming helping her with her upcoming shows and designing collaborations. "You are currently qualified to work in the fashion industry. That's why I'm positioning you as a fashion guru." Luo Yinghong did not doubt Tongming's judgment at all. After all, Tongming started her career as a model. In the past, she was only one step away from becoming an international supermodel. "Don't worry, I'm confident. Compared to acting, I'm more interested in this aspect. Most importantly, I can avoid that SL*T Feng Jing. I refuse to believe that she'll be able to steal my position this time." "That's good," Tongming smiled. "I looked at the time of Lin Qian's wedding. She's currently at work, so help me congratulate her on her behalf." "I will. Also, be careful of that B*TCH Feng Jing. She knows how to take revenge on her own daughter. That's what she's best at." Tongming looked at Luo Yinghong, trying to reassure her. She already knew that if Feng Jing really came, she was going to make sure she didn't have a chance to recover. A week before the wedding, Lin Qian received her wedding dress. Although Li Jin wasn't by her side, she was still moved to see her in a wedding dress that her lover had personally designed. Tongming looked at Lin Qian's starry fishtail wedding dress and couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed getting married. "When is Li Jin coming back?" "Tonight," Lin Qian replied as she looked at herself in the mirror. "Is it okay? Even if it's not, you will still get married in it." Tongming humphed. It's beautiful enough. It was rare for Lin Qian to reveal a sweet smile like this because she was truly happy. However, that night, Li Jin did not return home as promised. Mother Li was already used to it, so Lin Qian reminded herself to get used to it. However, this wait went on for 4 to 5 days, and there was still no news from Li Jin. Lin Qian did not panic. She had reason to believe that as long as Li Jin made it back, he would crawl all the way to the wedding, even if he had to crawl. But, if Li Jin didn't make it back, then she would complete the wedding on her own. After all, she and Li Jin were bound to be husband and wife. Sometimes, this child is so strong that it makes one's heart ache for her, Mother Li sighed as she watched Lin Qian busy herself with work. Old Li, get that bastard out of the base. He already has a family. Why is he still working so hard all day? Although you gave birth to our son, you probably don't know him as well as our daughter-in-law does. Father Li chuckled. You talk too much. Mother Li snorted coldly. Not long after, she received calls from her relatives and friends. They were all asking her if she knew about Lin Qian's background and if she had met her parents, making her look like a liar. At first, Mother Li didn't understand. But, a while later, she received a phone call from Xing Lan. Auntie, hurry and show Lin Qian the entertainment news. What's going on? The old couple quickly unlocked their phones and scrolled through the latest news. Only to find a headline titled, Shocking. So this is Feng Jing's daughter's background. The news attracted everyone's attention. The old couple opened the news with a serious expression. The first scene they saw was a photo of Lin Qian as a child. She was holding a cigarette in her hand as she stood at the entrance of a bar. As Feng Jing had visited these gray areas after giving birth to Lin Qian, she was able to find photos of Lin Qian when she was young. It was just that Lin Qian had no memory of it. Now that Lin Qian was about to marry into a wealthy family, news like this broke out. It was inevitable for the public to suspect that Lin Qian had a dirty background. Even if she was Feng Jing's biological daughter, who knew what kind of environment she grew up in when she went missing and wasn't adopted, therefore, Li Nanhing's mother understood what the relatives who had just called her meant. He was just indirectly telling her that with her background, she couldn't marry into the Li family. It would be embarrassing. Old Li? Don't look at me. Leave the matters of the young to the young. In any case, I feel that my wife has a clear conscience. From start to finish, the old couple's heart ached for Lin Qian. But, of course, they weren't stupid enough to believe that a piece of news like this was a coincidence. However, it was not their place to interfere with the matters of the entertainment industry. They could only stand firm. It didn't take long before Lin Qian received news from Xing Lan. She didn't need to think too deeply to know who was behind this. She wanted to go downstairs to explain to the old couple, but the two elders of the Li family didn't seem to care and pretended that nothing had happened. Not long after, Lin Qian received a phone call from Tongning. After the wedding, take good care of this old monster. In other words, Tongning was planning to reveal everything that Feng Jing had done after Lin Qian's wedding. Right now, the public is wondering if your wedding will go ahead. After all, such a big piece of news has been created and Li Jin has yet to make an appearance. You need to stay calm and do what you need to do. I know, Lin Qian replied confidently. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you take revenge. I'll make her pay you back with interest. But, without Li Jin by her side, she felt a little less confident. But, it didn't matter. Because she was already a soldier's wife, she couldn't lose her composure. Late at night, Li Jin drove out of the military base. But, on the way back, one of his subordinates asked, Chief, have you seen the news? Li Jin parked his car and turned on his phone. As soon as he saw the news about Lin Qian, his expression turned cold. Major General, sister-in-law must be sad to be home on her own. I owe her. After speaking, Li Jin put away his phone and ran back home. As soon as he returned home, Mother Li immediately ran over to greet him. What took you so long? I'm sorry, Mom, you're sorry, not me, but Xianxia. Hurry upstairs and check on her, Mother Li said as she pointed to Lin Qian upstairs. Li Jin nodded his head and quickly made his way upstairs to the bedroom. As soon as he saw Lin Qian packing her things, he immediately wrapped his arms around her and hugged her from behind. I'm sorry. I've never been able to protect you and made you suffer. Knowing that her man was home, Lin Qian relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. I'm not that weak. I will definitely make the person that humiliated you pay. After hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. Why did you say the same thing as Ning Jia? I'm angry. The pain that came from a biological mother wasn't something that an ordinary person could endure. What mother would throw mud at their own daughter? As long as you're back, nothing else matters. After saying this, Lin Qian turned around and hugged Li Jin. As long as you're safe. Li Jin lifted her in his arms and placed her on the bed before he kissed her. He missed Lin Qian too much. Xianxia. Xianxia. Lin Qian had no way of resisting Li Jin's cries. Soon, she was immersed in his passion and couldn't pull herself away. Perhaps, everyone felt that Lin Qian's scandal had completely embarrassed the Li family by being exposed to such an embarrassing scandal before their wedding. Feng Jing denied everything and even cried in front of the reporters. She claimed that she didn't take good care of her daughter and that's why she suffered. With a scandal being exposed before their wedding, I don't think Lin Qian will have a good life after marrying into the Li family. If the son of a wealthy family marries a wife like this, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in the industry? Perhaps, Lin Qian will be called off their engagement. Later that night, Li Jin saw these comments on his phone. He immediately let go of Lin Qian and grabbed his phone into the bathroom. On one hand, he blamed himself for not being able to protect Lin Qian. On the other hand, he hated Feng Jing. He needed to think of a solution once and for all. With this thought, Li Jin pulled out the information regarding Lin Qian's family background. There was a price that Feng Jing had to pay. Of course, before that happened, his voice as a husband was extremely important to Lin Qian. How could he bear to let the person he deeply loved suffer like this? So, he did not think too much about it. The next morning, he gave Tongning a phone call. He turned around and looked at Lin Qian. She appeared to be sleeping soundly. Since this incident happened in the entertainment industry, he was going to use the entertainment industry's method to resolve it. At least, he was going to give Lin Qian a wedding that was blessed and not attacked and humiliated. Tongning was even more direct as she said, "How do you want to play? Superstar Media will provide you with everything you want." The next morning, the relatives that didn't know that Li Jin had already returned home came over because they were worried that the Li family had been tricked. Father Li went out for a walk, leaving only Mother Li at home helplessly. Qing, I don't think Lin Qian will make it. Look at the comments online. Look at how much the Li family is laughing at you. Xiao Qing, listen to us. Xiao Jin's marriage is indeed unreliable. She spent time in the secular world at such a young age. Who knows if she's done anything embarrassing? If she's found out in the future, wouldn't the Li family be waiting to be ridiculed? Xiao Jin is a talented man. What kind of woman can't he find? Why would he bring a woman like this home? Isn't he purposely making things difficult for himself? Also, you need to be careful. She might have already been violated when she was young and her body is no longer clean. People like her are really dirty. After hearing the suggestions from the women, Mother Li held her forehead. After all, it was fine if these people said it, but she didn't want Lin Qian to be sad. I heard that the woman is currently living at your place. She's not married yet and she's already moved in. She doesn't seem to have a good upbringing, that's right. If you don't want to reject her, we can help you. Mother Li quickly ran over to stop them. What if they really went upstairs and made a big deal out of it? Xiao Qing, don't stop us. After speaking, the group of people headed upstairs. How could Mother Li stop 5 to 6 people? They were, after all, relatives of Mother Li, so they naturally knew which room Li Jin was staying in. So, they headed straight over. But, just as they knocked on the door, the person who opened the door was Li Jin. As soon as they saw Li Jin, the relatives were a little surprised. Their expressions immediately turned into mocking smiles. I didn't know that aunties and uncles were so concerned about me, Li Jin said coldly as he closed the door and leaned against it. What do you want to do? Xiao Jin, we only came because we saw the news online. Who gave you permission to interfere in my family matters? Li Jin asked. Think carefully. This is the Li family home, not the Zhao family or the Wang family. How dare you touch my wife? Xiao Jin, your words are too harsh. We are just worried about you. Are you worried about me, or do you want to build a relationship with me? Li Jin asked coldly. Everyone, the Li family's matters are not up to you to decide. No matter what Lin Qian is like, the wedding will still go ahead. If you don't want to come, then get lost. If I didn't come back, what would you have done to my wife? The group of people was completely frightened by Li Jin's aura. Such a solid block of ice was really not to be trifled with. So, the relatives subconsciously took a few steps back. We also heard from the internet, you can scram now. From today onwards, don't ever appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll have endless ways to call upon your children. If you don't believe me, you can try. The group of people was stunned. They knew that Li Jin was really angry. Although they looked unhappy on the surface, they were incomparably afraid. Let's go, all of you go back. We're fine. Jin Air knows what he's doing. You don't need to worry about him. You should just mind your own business. Sigh, the group of people couldn't afford to offend Li Jin, so they could only sigh and leave. But, Motherly was speechless at these people. They were crazy. Although they were part of her family, they weren't good people at all. Luckily, Li Jin returned home the night before. Otherwise, Lin Qian would have been torn apart by these people. After sending off the troublemakers, Motherly turned around and returned home. But, at this time, a man in his early 30s appeared at the front door of her home with a gift. He took off his sunglasses and asked Motherly, "May I ask if Miss Lin Qian lives here?" "You are?" After confirming where Lin Qian lived, the man immediately pulled out a business card. "Please let me see Miss Lin." As soon as Motherly saw the card, her eyes opened wide. She had also seen Lin Qian's information and knew that her father's surname was Gu. Afterwards, Motherly led the man into the living room and went upstairs to tell Li Jin everything. After hearing this, Li Jin did not tell Lin Qian. Instead, he went downstairs to meet the man. "I believe you are Miss Lin's fiancé," the man said politely as he shook Li Jin's hand. "Let me introduce myself." "No need, I know who you are," Li Jin replied. "I've already done my research." "Since you already know, then I'll get straight to the point. The thing is, after Miss Lin and Feng Jing's relationship was revealed, our president began to suspect Miss Lin's identity. So, he asked me to secretly investigate her. However, he was previously in Europe and didn't have the time to do so. Now that he's confirmed that he is related to Miss Lin, he sent me to meet her first. He's afraid that his sudden appearance will scare Miss Lin. Xianxia has no intention of disturbing the Gu family's peaceful life," Li Jin replied straightforwardly. "Mr. Li, don't misunderstand. Our president simply wants her to be welcomed back at any time. Everything is up to Miss Lin. But, there's no denying that Miss Lin is the flesh and blood of the Gu family. Since that's the case, I'm sure you're aware that Feng Jing is going around slandering Qian. If the Gu family are willing to acknowledge her as their daughter, they should clear her name. Don't worry about that, the president has already spoken to me about this. He's already explained everything about his relationship with Feng Jing to me. If you need anything, just let me know." After hearing this, Li Jin raised an eyebrow. In other words, the Gu family were here to assist her and not to be her enemy. Since that was the case, it was perfect. "I can tell you on behalf of the president about how Feng Jing lied to others in the past." "You don't need to tell me. You can tell the public." Lin Qian didn't expect the wedding to be so lively. Last night, she had been tormented by Li Jin so much that she didn't even know about the strange relatives causing trouble. As a result, she had missed out on a good show. She was filled with regret. However, this didn't count for much, because what Li Jin said next was the most shocking. Her biological father actually came knocking on her door. "How could he be so sure that I'm his daughter? He must have investigated you for a while. Otherwise, why would the Gu family only send someone after the news broke out a few months ago?" Li Jin replied. "But, he's quite pitiful. He was tricked by Feng Jing at such a young age," Lin Qian ridiculed. "No wonder Feng Jing abandoned her." Li Jin couldn't stand Lin Qian's self-mockery, so he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, "It's all in the past now. I will protect you, okay?" Lin Qian nodded her head. At least, it was already one day before her wedding. Li Jin's return gave her a sense of relief. Since that's the case, it's time to retaliate. The Gu family said that no matter what Li Jin wanted to do, they would cooperate unconditionally. After all, Father Gu's new wife came from a family of scholars. After hearing about her husband's misfortune, she took good care of him. Even with Lin Qian's existence, she was still magnanimous. Of course, the condition was that Feng Jing didn't get off easy. She had to get her retribution. Afterwards, Li Jin gave Tongning a phone call. Meanwhile, Tongning was already preparing a statement. Since they were going to create news, they were going to make it big. It didn't take long before Superstar Media released her first counterattack after all the news about Lin Qian was slandered. The content was as follows. Firstly, after a thorough investigation, Superstar Media has determined that a childhood photo of Lin Qian was leaked by her biological mother, the actress Feng Jing. Secondly, the actress Feng Jing was once the assistant of our agency's artist, Luo Yinghong. Her private life was extremely messy, but because she hadn't abandoned Lin Qian at that time, the photos of Lin Qian were taken while she was in the entertainment industry. They weren't photos that appeared after Lin Qian disappeared. Thirdly, the actress Feng Jing gave birth to a child out of wedlock. Because she was afraid that her dirty laundry would be exposed, she blocked all information about her daughter and colluded with the police because she was afraid that the appearance of her daughter would tarnish her reputation. But, because she couldn't stop Lin Qian from appearing, she cried and tried to distort the truth. In reality, she abandoned her daughter, not separated from her. Fourthly, the actress Feng Jing tried to take revenge on her own daughter after she failed to do something for her. Her actions are disgusting and Superstar Media must hold her accountable. Superstar Media will provide evidence for the above accusations. Actress Feng Jing, you're on your own now. As soon as this statement was released, the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. The information contained in this statement was simply too much. Many of the netizens had to digest the information a few times before they understood what was going on. Especially when they heard Superstar Media release a recording of Feng Jing exposing the photos to the paparazzi and photos from their investigation. Although the 4 accusations weren't conclusive, it was enough to convince most people that Feng Jing was evil. Tongming had endured for so long and collected for so long. No matter what, she had to give them something. Otherwise, how could he answer to Feng Jing's arrogance? Of course, now that Feng Jing's scandal had been exposed, it wasn't time to clear Lin Qian's name yet. A good show had to be performed one scene at a time for it to be interesting. So, what Superstar Media is trying to say is that Feng Jing's private life is messy. After giving birth to Lin Qian, she abandoned her and was afraid that Lin Qian would come looking for her, so she colluded with the police. Now that Lin Qian has appeared, not only is she trying to act pitiful, she even wants Lin Qian, who works at Superstar Media, to work for her. If Lin Qian doesn't work for her, she's trying to smear her daughter's name. Am I clear on that? Upstairs. Awesome. Perfect understanding. Based on the evidence, this seems to be the case. After all, considering Lin Qian's attitude towards Feng Jing, it makes perfect sense. I never thought that the actress that I supported for so long would be such a piece of trash. I must be blind. Is Superstar Media telling the truth? Isn't this a dog-eat-dog situation? Come on, Superstar Media didn't cover up Lin Qian's background. Secondly, according to Superstar Media's style, why would they slander an innocent actress? Thirdly, isn't this evidence enough to prove the truth? As a result, it didn't take long before Feng Jing was scolded online. Even Feng Jing's agency had no idea that she had so much dirt on her. It was completely unexpected. But, it was only because Luo Yinghong's foot hadn't landed on her yet. Otherwise, Feng Jing would have been in an even worse state. Although Feng Jing's agency was helpless, they still had to help their artist at a time like this. So, they quickly refuted Superstar Media. We've always been aware of Superstar Media's capabilities and their ability to distort the truth. They can bully a small agency like us, we can handle it. The agency was trying to remind the public that with Tongming's capabilities, she could easily turn a deer into a horse. But, Tongming didn't mind as she replied, there's still half of the scandal left. There's still more to come. Don't be in a rush to clear your name. This sentence was probably more of a deterrent, wasn't it? After all, no one knew what kind of show Tongming had up her sleeves. Feng Jing's agency suddenly panicked. If they had known this would happen, they would have surrendered from the start and thrown away Feng Jing. That way, they wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Feng Jing never expected that superstar media would attack her, an actress, for the sake of a manager. How much did Tongning value Lin Qian? Plus, she never expected that her past had already been exposed by Hai Rui and the Li family. She thought she had kept it under tight wraps. But, superstar media said that there was more to come. But, the agency couldn't do PR because they didn't know how Tongning was going to slap them in the face. So, they could only watch Feng Jing perish on her own. Originally, Feng Jing had a high chance of winning a Fei Tian award. But, Tongning just had to stand in her way. Since she didn't receive the award and caused so much news, it meant that she no longer had any value. Most importantly, they had to cut ties with her as soon as possible. Xianxia, hurry and think of a solution. Superstar media has been too ruthless this time. If you don't retaliate, the agency is going to give up on you, Feng Jing's manager said anxiously. She was already worried enough, but now, she was sitting at home drinking red wine. What kind of situation was this? What else can I do? Feng Jing asked in an elegant manner. If you're going to give up on yourself, no one can save you. Ha ha ha, save me? That won't change Lin Qian's background. Even if superstar media attacks me, it won't change Lin Qian's background. Seeing Feng Jing's expression, the manager gave up on talking to her. Perhaps, this was retribution. Lin Qian is a SL*T. A little B** TCH. Haha. Since things had already gotten to this point, Feng Jing no longer needed to hide. So, she decided to let her emotions run wild as she ridiculed herself. I abandoned my daughter? I'm regretting giving birth to Lin Qian. I'm her mother, but what happened in the end? I was heartlessly trampled on by my daughter. After all, I'm the one that gave her life. Ha ha ha, even if that's the case, there's one thing I must admit, Lin Qian didn't come from a good background. How could she possibly marry into a wealthy family with such a dirty background? She must be dreaming. This is Lin Qian's fate. Superstar media, come and suppress me. After all, you guys are already used to bullying people. Superstar media, your ability to fabricate news is top-notch. No one dared to support Feng Jing. After all, superstar media's attack was fierce and they wanted to destroy Feng Jing in the first round. Not to mention, Tongning still had a plot to follow. But, even so, Feng Jing wasn't afraid. No matter what the public said, she continued to put on her own act. Not only did she claim that superstar media was slandering her, they even attacked her personally. Some people, even when the entire world thought that they were shameless, continued to stand strong in the industry and disgust others. They also said some disgusting things. Of course, she thought she could hurt Lin Qian. But, in reality, Lin Qian didn't care about a single word she said. After all, tomorrow was her and Li Jin's wedding. If she had the time, why didn't she properly plan out the wedding? After all, Tongning was already standing up for her. Of course, the public didn't have high hopes for Lin Qian's family background. After all, superstar media had exposed Feng Jing, but they hadn't cleared Lin Qian's name. And, Lin Qian understood that there was no way to clear her name. Even if she could clear her name, she didn't need it. She preferred to live an honest life. Tomorrow's wedding will definitely attract the attention of the media. Are you sure uncle and auntie won't be unhappy? This was the only thing that mattered to Lin Qian. She didn't want the dignified Li family to be criticized because of her. Don't be afraid, okay? Don't you know how protective our parents are? Li Jin patted Lin Qian on the back comfortingly. I hope so. Hurry and get some rest. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Although Lin Qian was a little uneasy, she still listened to Li Jin and went to bed early. But, in the dead of night, she would still feel sad that her life was like this. Getting married was supposed to be a happy and moving event, but she still had to be careful. It was normal for Lin Qian to think this way. But, what she didn't know was, Tongning had already arranged everything and Li Jin and the Gu family had already come up with a plan. No one wanted to see Lin Qian get married with a grievance. Tongning instructed Mo Ting to arrange a group of bodyguards while the Gu family arrived at the Li family home early in the morning. As soon as Lin Qian saw them, she was a little surprised. However, the man smiled and said, "Miss, since you are part of the Gu family, please allow me to serve you. I am the Gu family's housekeeper and have taken care of the CEO for half his life. I can be considered as half a father. I definitely have the right to serve you." Lin Qian turned to look at Li Jin and saw him nod his head. This was what the Gu family should do. Afterwards, Lin Qian and Li Jin boarded the car and arrived at the hotel where the wedding was to be held. Lin Qian began to put on her makeup, while Li Jin began to welcome the guests. Some of the media were present, but Li Jin did not make things difficult for them. After all, they were all arranged by Tongning. Plus, there was going to be a good show to watch. The Mo couple were the witnesses for the wedding. Apart from Luo Yinghong, all the other artists from Superstar Media attended. So, the wedding was extremely lively. At this time, Feng Jing once again used Lin Qian's identity to create hype. She wanted to see Lin Qian embarrass herself. Thanks to Feng Jing's influence, many of the guests didn't understand Lin Qian or the Li family. They all thought that Li Jin would definitely spend the rest of his life as a joke after finding a wife like this. Even the commanding officer at the military base started to look down on Lin Qian. But, Li Jin did not explain as he calmly welcomed the guests into the hotel. Inside the bride's dressing room, Lin Qian was already dressed in a white dress. This was personally designed by Li Jin. At this moment, when Lin Qian wore it, she finally felt real. She was about to get married. However, while she was getting her makeup done, she still paid attention to the comments and news from the public. "Is there anyone causing trouble outside? What are you worried about?" Tongning asked as she sat beside Lin Qian. "I'm worried that the Li family will be implicated because of me. Since Li Jin is willing to marry you, do you think he'll care about this?" Tongning asked. "The wedding is about to start. What are you worried about? The public is laughing at the Li family for marrying a broken shoe. That's enough. Focus on being your bride." After speaking, Tongning pulled out a jewelry box from the Gu family housekeeper and pulled out a necklace. She then placed it on Lin Qian. "This is? It's too expensive. What are you thinking about?" Tongning chuckled. "The Gu family gave this to me. They were probably afraid that you would reject them." After hearing this, Lin Qian felt a little more at ease. It wasn't like she could take Tongning's shares and expect her to buy jewelry for her. Tongning looked at the necklace on Lin Qian's neck and smiled. Obviously, Lin Qian had no idea where the necklace came from. But, it didn't matter. After all, there was going to be a good show. Perhaps only a small portion of the guests outside would have high hopes for Lin Qian and Li Jin's marriage. When that time came, their eyes would definitely be blinded. "Okay, the wedding is about to start. I'll help you put on the veil." 12 p.m. The countdown to Lin Qian and Li Jin's wedding officially began and the ceremony was scheduled to begin at 9 p.m. Inside the dreamy wedding hall, Tongning and Mo Ting sat in the main guest seats. Beside them sat Long Jia, Lu Che, Xing Lan and Luo Xing. Meanwhile, the other guests were all chatting amongst themselves. Of course, there was a lot of ridicule directed at Lin Qian. There's a storm outside, yet they're still able to get married. It can be seen that the Li family is either bewitched by a vixen or their brains are flooded with water. Keep your voice down. What if it's true love? Even if they're true love, they can't choose a woman with such a complicated and dirty background. If worst comes to worst, they can just keep her as a mistress. Who knows what the Li family are thinking? Perhaps, Lin Qian is amazing in that area? Haha. Stop talking, the wedding is about to start. Tongning did not lose her temper on the spot. After all, it wasn't worth it. Soon, Li Jin and the veiled Lin Qian appeared in front of everyone. Li Jin was dressed in a light blue suit that accentuated his cold aura. As he came from a military background, his body was tall and slender, so he was naturally handsome and captivating. On the other hand, Lin Qian, who was standing beside him, appeared to be extremely lovable and had a rare sense of gentleness. The couple approached the stage and stood in front of the host of the wedding. Lin Qian could clearly sense that the guests weren't looking at her with blessings or praise, they were looking at her with disdain. It was as if they were looking down on her from the bottom of their hearts. This made her want to run away from it, but, at this time, Li Jin suddenly pulled her around to face the guests and remove her veil. At this moment, the diamond necklace on her neck emitted a dazzling glow. Perhaps, the men didn't know much about necklace, but the eyes of the rich women lit up. Is the necklace on Lin Qian's neck the eternal star that the British royal family auctioned off? Wasn't it auctioned off by a rich man for $140 million? How did it end up on her neck? This isn't a fake, is it? No, this is the necklace that was auctioned off. I can guarantee it on my honor. The guests began to discuss amongst themselves. Even those that didn't know the background of the necklace and the media could tell that it was worth a fortune. After all, it was made from 108 diamonds and the cutting process was one of the best in the world. Tongning scanned her eyes across the guests before she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace and adjusted herself into a comfortable position as she watched Li Jin perform. Before the ceremony begins, I have something to say to the guests, Li Jin said as he held on to Lin Qian's hand. I know that everyone has seen a lot of news regarding Xianxia recently and you all agree that she has a complicated background and isn't very glamorous. I've also heard the dissatisfaction that some of the guests have towards Xianxia. So, I would like to ask, what does my marriage have to do with any of you? The reason why I've chosen to marry Xianxia at this time is because she is the wife that I've decided to marry. This has nothing to do with her background. So, everyone, you don't need to worry about us. From now on, we will continue our journey until our hair turns white. Also, I'd like to ask everyone to wait a few more minutes because an important guest is still on his way. Who is it? Everyone was curious. Did the Li family invite Feng Jing as well? That couldn't be possible, right? Were they trying to make things difficult for themselves? After speaking, Li Jin held on to Lin Qian's hand and waited patiently in front of the host of the wedding. 5 minutes passed, but there was still no movement from the entrance. After a while, a person finally entered the hall from the side door. Those that were a distance away may not have seen him clearly, but those that were close by couldn't help but cover their mouths as soon as they saw him. This man was none other than the current king of the hotel, Xianxia. Sorry, I'm late, Lin Qian looked at the man in surprise. Her palms were already sweaty. She never imagined that she would see her father under such circumstances. Upon closer inspection, the two men did indeed look alike. As for Xianxia, he was dressed in a black suit. Even though he was old, one could still see his heroic spirit. He walked onto the stage and stood in front of the newlyweds. He grabbed Lin Qian's hand and placed it in Li Jin's. You must treat the daughter of the Gu family well. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. What did he mean by that? I, Xianxia, have never done anything in my life that I regret. However, there were times when I was young and frivolous. At that time, I was ignorant and had my feelings cheated. I didn't even know that Xianxia was born. But, Xianxia is the flesh and blood of the Gu family. She is my precious daughter. From today onwards, if anyone dares to look down on her, they are looking down on me. Good heavens, it turned out that the plot could be reversed like this. One moment, Lin Qian was a chicken, and the next moment, she was a phoenix in distress. The mystery of her birth was really full of ups and downs. No wonder she could wear such a necklace. It turned out that she was actually the daughter of a high-class tycoon. Although she had been living outside for a long time, she could now be considered to have returned to her family. In reality, Lin Qian once again felt that everything in front of her was surreal. Especially when her father suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She didn't know how to accept it, even. Though she knew that Li Jin had arranged this to clear her name. Xianxia, Dad owes you an apology, Lin Qian shook her head. She had never expected anything from her father. That's enough. Today is your big day. Let's start with the ceremony. Feng Jing immediately found out that Xianxia had come out to acknowledge his daughter. She was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. She was surprised because she never expected that this man would acknowledge Lin Qian's identity. But, she was happy because, by acknowledging Lin Qian, did that mean that he was acknowledging her past? So, she thought that she would be able to rise in status because of her daughter. But, in reality, both superstar media and the Gu family released a statement to clarify Lin Qian's identity. Of course, they also revealed Xianxia and Feng Jing's past relationship to the public. Feng Jing hid everything from the public and lied about Lin Qian's feelings. Then, she tried to take advantage of the relationship to benefit from it. But, in reality, she secretly hooked up with a few rich heirs and wasn't a proper woman, so, the statement meant that the Gu family acknowledged Lin Qian, but they didn't acknowledge Feng Jing. Not only this, but they also revealed how Feng Jing used underhanded methods to lure others and how she used their feelings. The Gu family didn't think that their past was shameful because Gu Qixian was a victim and could face his own mistakes. But, because of this revelation, Feng Jing's situation became even worse. Most importantly, when the Gu family revealed Lin Qian's identity, they specifically stated that as a member of the Gu family, Lin Qian would receive their protection and that if anyone tried to hurt her, even if it was her own mother, they would not forgive them. As a result, Feng Jing's imagination was completely cut off. The onlookers immediately exclaimed that they had just watched a good drama series. Was this the follow-up to Tong Ning's story? No. After the Gu family made their statement, Superstar Media simply said, "Tomorrow, the drama will continue." How could Luo Yinghong's foot be considered complete before it landed? Lin Qian's wedding was going to be unforgettable. At least, it was going to be a topic of conversation for a few days. Xing Lan sat next to Long Jia while Lu Che sat beside him. Ting. Seeing the scene, he praised himself for being smart and becoming friends with a rich heiress. Isn't Ning Jia the most important heiress here? Long Jia reminded. That's right, Ning Jia. I've recently fallen in love with a perfume from Tangkor, but it's out of stock. Xing Lan took the opportunity to act coquettishly. Tong Ning glanced at her and smiled slyly. I've handed Tangkor to my brother. Why don't you contact him? Are you talking about Luo Xing? Speaking of which, it had been a long time since she had returned to the Tang family home. Although Xia Yuling would come over every now and then to help her take care of her son, it had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather and Tang Jingxian. It seemed, after resolving Feng Jing's matter, it was time for her to pay them a visit. Lin Qian was finally married. Even though, she felt like this wedding was a complete act in front of the elders. Everyone else's weddings were filled with happiness, but her wedding was filled with an important historical responsibility, to clarify her identity. Lin Qian was actually a little disappointed. So, as a husband, Li Jin secretly told Lin Qian as he toasted the guests, "Tomorrow, I will be going on a mission. I'll be gone for around 2 months. After I return, I'll take you on a honeymoon and hold a wedding that truly belongs to us." So, he was implying that the wedding was a complete act. Lin Qian glared at him, but she couldn't bring herself to be angry. So, she directly retorted, "I will also be returning to work tomorrow. I want to see how Feng Jing's reputation is destroyed." On the night of their wedding, Lin Qian put the necklace away. Now that she knew the origin of the Heart of Eternity, she still couldn't accept an item from the Gu family. But, since the necklace had already proven her identity, she decided to return it. Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water indicated that Li Jin was in the middle of a shower. Dressed in a red silk pajamas, Lin Qian turned around and looked at their wedding bed. At this moment, her face suddenly turned red. She was actually married and she understood what was going to happen next. Soon, Li Jin stepped out of the bathroom naked. As soon as he saw Lin Qian packing her things, he immediately hugged her from behind. "Don't pack anymore. Let's get some rest, okay?" Lin Qian understood what he meant, so she slowly put down the things in her hands. As soon as Li Jin saw this, he lifted her in his arms and placed her on the soft bed. As he had to leave at 5 p.m., he had to make every second count. "You're finally my wife," Li Jin mumbled as he kissed Lin Qian. "But, Qian, marry me. I may not always be by your side." Lin Qian understood. So, she wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, "Go ahead. I'll take good care of the house." Following this, Li Jin did not need to say a word. He simply covered her softness and deepened his kiss. Outside the door, Mother Li was secretly eavesdropping on the sounds in the room. Her hands danced around in joy with an exaggerated expression on her face. Father Li felt helpless at her actions. "Old man, I think we're going to have a grandchild soon." Father Li glared at her and pulled her back into the room. What kind of mother eavesdropped on their son as soon as they got married? Shameless. Of course, Li Du's mother was just playing around. But, that night, everyone was immersed in the joyous atmosphere of Lin Qian's wedding. So, they had no idea that Feng Jing had used Luo Yinghong's son to swindle her out of her savings. The couple had agreed to meet at the airport to flee the country. As soon as Luo Yinghong found out that her savings had been stolen by her son, she immediately went to look for her son's best friend. After hearing about her son's whereabouts, she immediately rushed to the airport. Before the couple could board their flight, Luo Yinghong found their flight number and stopped them from going through security. At this moment, Luo Yinghong no longer cared about her identity as she removed Feng Jing's mask and threw a slap across her face. This incident naturally appeared on the entertainment headlines the next day. After all, it happened in the middle of the night, so Luo Yinghong didn't have time to notify Tongning. Afterwards, Feng Jing went to the hospital to get her injuries checked and demanded that Luo Yinghong be charged with assault. Meanwhile, Luo Yinghong's son remained by Feng Jing's side like a loyal servant. Sometimes, a chill would only last for a short moment. The reporters surrounded the hospital and Feng Jing was also being interviewed. This time, Luo Yinghong did not run away because she was in the hospital the entire time. As soon as she saw Feng Jing crying, she directly walked into the crowd of reporters. "Look, it's Luo Yinghong." Facing the reporters, Luo Yinghong asked in a tough tone, "You're going to cry to everyone that I hit you. Are you brave enough to tell them why I hit you?" Feng Jing froze as her eyes flickered. This time, Luo Yinghong couldn't hold back anymore as she walked over to her son and snatched his bag. She then pulled out a gold card and showed it to the reporters. "Once upon a time, when you were my assistant, you stole my resources, stole my Best Actress award and stole my life. I've never thought about getting back at you. But now, you're even trying to steal my son and my savings. Are you brave enough to admit to your relationship with the man beside you?" The reporters froze for a moment before they started snapping photos of Feng Jing. The information in Luo Yinghong's words was too much. What did she say? Feng Jing actually seduced her son? She even tried to trick her out of her savings. Feng Jing looked at the man beside her and suddenly found herself unable to refute. After all, the couple were intimate and this was an undeniable fact. But, she never expected that Luo Yinghong, the person that cared about her son's reputation the most, would say something like this. "Mom, don't go too far. Feng Jing and I are truly in love. What can't we do?" As soon as the man said this, the reporters went crazy as they surrounded him. Meanwhile, Luo Yinghong laughed angrily. "I've said it before, there's nothing you can't do. If you like a SL*T like her, then go ahead and do whatever you want." But Luo Yinghong raised her gold card and continued, "You shouldn't have tricked me out of my savings for that SL*T. If you're capable, you should earn your own money to support her. You're my mother. You earned your money for me. Since you're going to give it to me in the future, why can't you give it to me now? Bull*T. Even if I were to donate it to charity, I would never give it to you. You're on your own," Luo Yinghong said as she stepped out from the crowd with her head held high. At this moment, all she could think about was the fact that she didn't want her son anymore. Things quickly got out of hand. But, Luo Yinghong's actions weren't actually inappropriate. Although she was the one who made the first move, from the media's reports, not only did Feng Jing steal someone's life, she also stole their son. Not only that, but she also stole their son and savings from them. If someone else was in her shoes, they would have immediately jumped in with a knife. So, everyone supported Luo Yinghong and felt that her reaction was decent and domineering. By the time Tongning found out about the incident, Luo Yinghong had already returned to superstar media from the hospital. As soon as she saw Tongning, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself." "You've already controlled yourself well enough," Tongning said as she hugged Luo Yinghong. "Leave the rest to me. Hongjia, you are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. Your son is already 22 years old. No matter what decision he makes, he will have to personally face the consequences. Don't worry, I won't fall." Tongning nodded her head. She knew that before Luo Yinghong's son was hurt by Feng Jing, Luo Yinghong would be hurt by her own son first. So, from today onwards, she was going to live her own life and pretend that she never gave birth to her son. With Luo Yinghong's words, Tongning had nothing to worry about anymore. So, Feng Jing's past crimes, which year, which incident, and what she stole from Luo Yinghong, were all recorded down in Tong Ning's notebook. Although Feng Jing had already been kicked by everyone when she was down and looked like she was crying, as Luo Yinghong's artist, superstar media still had to control the public's opinion. At least, they had to make sure everyone understood what kind of person Feng Jing was. The video of Luo Yinghong's retaliation at the hospital was so satisfying. Feng Jing is a cancer to the human race. I hope she lives the rest of her life in misery. She could even do something like snatching someone else's son. Moreover, this child is 1 generation younger than her. Lin Mingyao's eyes widened. Superstar Media is going to sue this jerk. This was originally the final show that Tong Ning had prepared for Feng Jing. But, who would have thought, it was brought forward and made the world hate Feng Jing to the bone. Meanwhile, after being hurt by her son, Luo Yinghong was determined to forget that she had a traitor. So, she threw herself into work and tried to forget about her pain. Fortunately, the onlookers outside had avenged her. At the same time, Feng Jing's management agency filed a lawsuit claiming that she had breached the contract. In other words, what awaited Feng Jing was the rest of her life. Of course, Luo Yinghong's son wasn't any better off. After his relationship with Feng Jing was exposed, he had no choice but to cut off all contact with the public. Perhaps, when Luo Yinghong told him to be a disgrace, he didn't feel it at all. In fact, he thought he had a personality and needed thousands of people to tell him that he would be struck by lightning before he realized what he was doing. But, it was already too late. Luo Yinghong had already sold off their old home. She didn't even give him an old set of clothes. From now on, everyone would know that he and another woman had conspired against their mother. His face and name would be hated no matter where he went. Most importantly, Luo Yinghong's experience was pitted by countless people. Many people pitted her, but she had no intention of revealing her weakness to the public. Instead, she continued to walk down the path of elegance and elegance. At least, she still had to live for the rest of her life. Fortunately, she was now an artist at Superstar Media and had Tong Ning to back her up. After this incident, Superstar Media once again acquired a talented person with a bright future. Although she was already in her early 40s, her talent still couldn't be hidden. So, at this point in time, Tong Ning had an actress, a singer, a fashion guru and a host. But, when it came to Xiaohanmo Hayes, it was a difficult new year, but it also brought new hope. After Feng Jing's incident, Tong Ning and Mo Ting took the 2 mischievous kids to the Tang family home. Tang Jingxian and Su Qingyan's relationship was stable and Tang Xian's daughter had grown up and was starting to look like a mother. Tang Yichen continued to spend her days at the hospital and barely anyone could be seen at home. When are we attending your wedding? Tong Ning raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Jingxian. It's about time you gave them an explanation. Tang Jingxian looked at Su Qingyan and the couple shrugged their shoulders. They had no plans to settle down yet, so they decided to spend more time in a relationship. Wasn't that great? Last time you came back, you were a famous actress. This time, you are a diamond manager. What will you be the next time you come back? Tang Jingxian teased. Ace producer. Tong Ning replied with a smile. Tisk, Tang Jingxian did not have high hopes for Tong Ning's career in film production. Even though he knew Tong Ning was serious in everything she did, with the current domestic film industry, even if Tong Ning was successful, he didn't think she would be able to catch up to those overseas. It wasn't like he was purposely being pessimistic. He had never seen Tong Ning do it before. Tong Ning smiled without saying a word. At this time, Mo Ting looked at Tang Jingxian and asked coldly, "Who are you cutting?" Tang Jingxian rubbed the back of his head. He was speechless. Seeing this, Tong Ning immediately burst into laughter. Originally, everything was going smoothly. But, Luo Xing's dinner party disrupted Superstar Media's peace. And, this time, it may even affect Superstar Media's survival. In reality, Luo Xing wasn't wrong. Even though he personally negotiated all his resources, he always reported to Tong Ning ahead of time and listened to her analysis before he headed over with a peace of mind. But, he didn't attend this dinner party of his own volition. In reality, the daughter of the boss of a film and television agency liked him a lot, so she wanted to invite him to take part in a popular IP that they were currently filming. In fact, he was going to play the male lead. Luo Xing felt that this offer was very tempting. But, the thing that made him uneasy was the fact that the satellite TV agency was working with had a reputation for being disgusting. Although he was still young, under the influence of Tongning, his outlook on life had been set straight. If he had a choice, he would not have chosen to appear in a television show like this and increase the viewership of a satellite TV station. So, even though he did not directly reject the man, he still managed to get his point across. I'm sorry, President Fan. I'm not trying to be arrogant or disappoint you. I just recently accepted a TV show and I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it in time. Young man, it's fine. We can wait for you. The man seemed to be trying to flatter Luo Xing for the sake of his daughter. Here's the thing, President Fan. I'm not afraid to be honest with you. But, if you really want to wait for me, it may take a long time. I'm afraid that I'll hold you up. It's fine. I have other projects to attend to. Luo Xing couldn't offend the man directly. After all, the man was genuinely giving him a chance. So, he had no choice but to reject him for now. After returning to Superstar Media, Luo Xing explained his thoughts to Tongning. Ningjia, this television station has a bad reputation and treats the audience like idiots. So, I really don't want to take part in this drama. But, I can't really reject President Fan. After hearing this, Tongning patted Luo Xing on the shoulder and agreed with his decision. You did nothing wrong. You don't need to feel guilty. I understand your current status and it's not a good idea to offend people. You can look for other resources first. Let's see if President Fan will continue to pester you. Okay, Ningjia. As a popular young man, he needed to enjoy popularity, but he also needed to endure the pain that others didn't understand. A lot of good resources were currently aimed at Luo Xing. There were even big bosses that wanted to personally train him. But, Luo Xing truly believed that there was no need for them to work with each other because their values were different. He didn't object to President Fan and the others' way of doing things, but he didn't agree with them either. Soon, the other ancient drama that Luo Xing had previously agreed on was officially announced. Originally, Luo Xing thought he would be able to hide from President Fan on set. But, to his surprise, his daughter clung on to him and made President Fan look for him again. Luo Xing, I did promise you that I would wait for you. But, look at how unwilling Xiaoyao is. Can't you give me some face and start filming earlier? I'm sorry, President Fan. I've already discussed this project. I know you've already discussed it, but a film like this won't be aired on a top channel. What future does it have? Was President Fan trying to force him? President Fan, I need to be honest. I will definitely finish this film, Luo Xing said helplessly. After all, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend President Fan. President Fan squinted his eyes meaningfully and decided to let Luo Xing off the hook. I hope you don't regret this. Although Luo Xing was a little scared, he didn't regret it like President Fan said. Although he didn't know the consequences, he still stood by his decision. Soon, Luo Xing packed his luggage and prepared to head to the set. But, due to financial issues, they decided to extend filming indefinitely. After hearing this, Luo Xing immediately felt that something wasn't right, so he gave the director a phone call to ask for the reason. The director sighed and said, I wonder who offended our major shareholder. Why did they suddenly withdraw their investment? Luo Xing, I'm so sorry. Luo Xing felt like he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. It turned out, capital could be played like this. It completely ignored the results of other people's hard work. Thinking that this was President Fan's doing, Luo Xing was furious. But, what could he do? Soon, President Fan came looking for Luo Xing again. On the surface, he appeared extremely polite. Luo Xing, I heard that the drama you accepted has stopped production due to financial issues. I've also checked your schedule. I'm sure you don't have an excuse to reject it this time, right? Luo Xing endured the disgust in his heart and tried his best to remain clear-headed. President Fan, I'm still an artist of Superstar Media. I need to ask my manager first. President Fan was dressed in a suit, smoking a cigar as he patted Luo Xing on the shoulder and nodded his head. That's the way it should be. But, you need to think this through. My brother-in-law is also a shareholder of Hai Rui and has access to many resources. If you follow me, I will definitely make you an international superstar. After hearing this, Luo Xing did not feel like he was receiving special treatment. Instead, he felt pressured. This was because President Fan was telling him that they also held shares in Hairue. In the end, an arm couldn't win against a thigh. But, after calming himself down for a moment, Luo Xing still gave Tongning a phone call and explained the entire situation to her. After hearing everything, Tongning said to Luo Xing, "Give the phone to President Fan." Luo Xing did as he was told, President Tang. As soon as President Fan heard this, a deep smile appeared on his face. Even if it was Tongning, he wasn't afraid. After all, they were both investors and she was a relative of Hairue. He didn't believe that Tongning would dare to do anything to him. President Fan, President Tang, I've heard so much about you. I heard that President Fan wants to invite our Luo Xing to act in your super IP. But, I wonder, why did President Fan skip his agency and directly look for an actor? Luo Xing is a coward. I hope you won't scare him. Since it's a good resource, President Tang should know how hard it is to come by. I like Luo Xing because he's young and has good acting skills. That's why I decided to convince him first before contacting you. I wonder which Mr. Fan's IP will be. Don't tell me it's the pirate Dr. Sage that had a copyright dispute before? President Fan paused for a moment. He never expected that Tongning had already investigated everything. I'm sorry, President Fan. I think it wouldn't be too late for us to work together after you've secured the copyright. I know you want Luo Xing, but Luo Xing's contract will soon be transferred to Hairue. When that time comes, if you really want to work with him, please make a trip to Hairue. President Fan used Hairue to pressure Luo Xing, so Tongning played along and used Hairue to push President Fan to the extreme. Even though President Fan had a lot of resources, he was still involved in shady businesses. Although there were plenty of artists that didn't care about copyright disputes, Tongning and Luo Xing, of course, weren't going to make money from ill-gotten gains. After beating around the bush with Tongning, President Fan was finally angry. He hung up the phone and threw it at Luo Xing. If my daughter didn't like you, I wouldn't even look at you. You don't know what's good for you. Luo Xing stood to one side, not daring to move. At least, when it came to physical strength, he couldn't compare to this man. After President Fan left, Luo Xing's legs turned to jelly. So, he once again pulled out his phone and gave Tongning a phone call. Ningjia, what should we do next? You've already received the Fei Tian Best Newcomer Award, so you are more than qualified to go to Hairue. Only Hairue can protect you from these shitty resources. But, I don't want to go to Hairue. Luo Xing had already decided that he was going to stick by Tongning's side. Even Xing Lan's contract has returned to Superstar Media. Why can't I hold on a little longer? Listen to me. President Fan's background can't be underestimated. Even I have to be cautious of him. If he continues to pester you and things get out of hand, none of us will be able to deal with him. Luo Xing did not say another word. He simply felt a little sad. Although Hairue was the best platform for development in the industry, he still felt like something was missing. Of course, Luo Xing had no idea that this was only the beginning of the series of problems that he caused. Since Luo Xing refused to take on an IP, the production team couldn't continue waiting for him. So, they decided to replace him with another popular young actor. As soon as the announcement was made, it became a hot topic. Soon, news of Luo Xing's rejection began to spread. The public couldn't understand why Luo Xing would reject such a big production and IP. Just wait and see. When this drama becomes popular, Luo Xing will know the meaning of regret. This drama is so good. Luo Xing must have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai. F*CK, I can't believe Luo Xing had the guts to reject the role. He must be out of his mind. No matter how badly the public looked at Luo Xing did not say a word. There was not a single trace of regret on his face. However, President Fan's evil intentions were blown from his sister to the shareholders of Hairue. After some embellishment, they completely changed the meaning of President Fan's words. After all, President Fan's sister knew how to take advantage of other people's weaknesses. So, a little while later, Hairue held an emergency board meeting and Mo Ting attended. The main topic of the meeting was the meaning behind Superstar Media's existence. President Mo, we originally agreed that Superstar Media would look for artists and that after they become famous, they would sign with Hai Rui and their contracts would belong to Hai Rui. But now, not only did Luo Xing, who has the right qualifications, not join Hai Rui, but even Xing Lan's contract has been returned to Hai Rui. I want to know why. Secondly, I'm sure you've seen Superstar Media's reputation in the industry. Although Tongning doesn't use Hai Rui's name to do things, the fact that you are her husband and she's supporting you means that you are her backing and support. Since you are a subsidiary company, your achievements are enough to shock the parent company and your reputation is close to Hai Rui's. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? Thirdly, Tongning's way of doing things is extreme and heartless. On the surface, it may seem like she's advancing the entertainment industry, but in reality, she's making enemies for Hai Rui. Although she's helped a few artists become famous, Hai Rui can do the same thing. In fact, they can do it better than her. In summary, I don't think Superstar Media needs to exist anymore. What does everyone think? The director used the most incisive words to make things difficult for Mo Ting. In fact, his words were reasonable, so it triggered a crisis for all the shareholders. President Mo, Superstar Media exists because of your love for Tongning. But, she is your wife, not ours. Please consider the interests of the shareholders. Mo Ting did not say a word as he sat coldly in his seat and glared at the shareholder. He was dressed in a dark striped retro suit and exuded the aura of a king. Whose interests did she threaten? Mo Ting asked coldly. You've already received a year's worth of dividends from Hai Rui, yet you're telling me that Superstar Media has threatened the interests of the shareholders? This is an insult to the money that you've received. Secondly, did you think that without Tongning around, Hai Rui would have fewer enemies? Right now, the entire entertainment industry has their eyes on Superstar Media and they're all pointing towards them. Because Hai Rui has been too relaxed, their PR department hasn't been activated for a long time. Yet, you're telling me that she's made enemies for Hai Rui? She's already blocked 80% of the enemies for you. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? Thirdly, according to the latest season's report, Hai Rui's reputation, influence, scale and artists are all much better than before. Hai Rui is still the leader of the industry and Superstar Media is just a category. In reality, Superstar Media is just a department within Hai Rui. How is it possible that their fame can surpass Hai Rui's? Fourthly, if you don't control your brother-in-law, you will be kicked out of Hai Rui sooner or later. After speaking, Mo Ting looked at the other shareholders. I don't remember Hai Rui's shareholders being so easily fanned. Have you all lost your judgment as you age? As for the management contract, I have the final say. I know better than you what to do and when to make the necessary arrangements. As for Chairman Lin, what you should be doing right now is not being brainwashed by your brother-in-law. Mo Ting pointed to his own head as he said this. As a decision-maker, I think I am more aware than anyone else. If Hai Rui really collapses one day, you can always come looking for me. From now on, don't waste my time with boring board meetings like this. Especially when it comes to personal grudges. Mo Ting's words were extremely ruthless and merciless. He was indeed angry. This group of people had better foresight than the average person, otherwise, they wouldn't be shareholders of Hai Rui. But, they were easily swayed by their influence. How could he not be angry? President Mo, allowing an artist under Hai Rui to start their own agency has already set a precedent. If we don't do something about it now, won't other artists follow suit? Mo Ting was about to stand up, but after hearing the man's words, he lifted his head and looked at him with a sharp gaze. It seemed that this matter was not over yet. What do you guys think? Mo Ting directly asked the other shareholders. Of course, most of the shareholders were well aware that with Mo Ting around, nothing could go wrong. If they offended Mo Ting now, it was hard to say what would happen to Hai Rui in the future. According to how much Mo Ting doted on his wife, he could easily give her a portion of his shares and let her join the board of directors. It was obvious that Mo Ting had his own boundaries and did not mix business and personal matters. So, there was no need for them to cause trouble for him. To begin with, a portion of the shareholders already felt that this meeting was a waste of time. Hai Rui's management has been in the hands of the Mo family for so many years without any problems. So, I am willing to continue to trust in President Mo. Me too. I don't think Superstar Media poses a threat to Hai Rui. I agree. I understand what President Mo is trying to say. It's because someone has a personal grudge, so I think it's best not to affect everyone's rights. I think Tongning has done a good job by regulating some of the ugly things that happen in the industry. Hai Rui has never done anything unethical, so this is obviously a good thing for Hai Rui. As the shareholder spoke, Mo Ting stood up from his seat. However, just as he was about to leave, he looked at the shareholder with a dangerous expression. Seeing this, the shareholder immediately ran over and blocked Mo Ting's way. President Mo, don't blame me for doing this. I am simply protecting the interests of the shareholders. I don't think you're smart enough, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. If you cause trouble for my wife in front of me, you are digging my heart out. You're on your own. After speaking, Mo Ting walked out of the meeting room and returned to his office. Lu Che followed behind Mo Ting. His instincts told him that Mo Ting was truly angry. President, we need to deal with this matter as soon as possible. As soon as the shareholders have ill intentions and start causing trouble, it will be troublesome and annoying. I don't need you to tell me that, Mo Ting replied calmly. As for the madam. Shut your mouth, Mo Ting ordered. Even so, Mo Ting told Lu Che not to reveal the matter to anyone. But, Tongning still found out about the meeting. This was because President Fan had called her to show off. President Tang, did you know that Superstar Media is about to collapse? I don't quite understand what President Fan is trying to say. Haha, I heard that Hai Rui held an interim shareholders meeting and the main issue they were discussing was Superstar Media. Did you think that Mo Ting wouldn't suffer because he made an exception for you and allowed you to establish your own company? The more famous Superstar Media is, the more doubtful he will be. Can you not be so selfish? After hearing this, Tongning's heart skipped a beat. She was a little confused. But, of course, she couldn't let the man hear her thoughts. If President Fan can be a little more open with his actions, I think the world will be at peace. Let's see if you collapse first, or if I do it first. After hanging up the phone, Tongning immediately contacted Lu Che. Of course, she knew that Mo Ting wouldn't let Lu Che speak, so she went straight to the point. Lu Che, President Fan told me that Hai Rui held an interim meeting. Lu Che suddenly felt a little guilty. Tongning wasn't easy to fool. The man has already told me everything. Whatever you say now is useless. Madam, this is just a small matter. It won't affect the president. Don't be provoked by a villain, Lu Che changed the subject and comforted her. Then, it must be true, Tongning's eyes darkened. Did someone cause trouble for him? Yes, it was quite intense. Lu Che couldn't stand Tongning's worried tone, so he had no choice but to tell her the truth. But, the president suppressed it. You don't need to feel pressured. Is he angry? Tongning continued to ask. Of course he is. The shareholders are targeting you. After hearing this, Tongning knew that the shareholders wouldn't actually affect Mo Ting. But, she still felt guilty that they were causing trouble for Mo Ting. Sometimes, she walked too quickly and ended up at the front on her own, so she couldn't see the people behind her. Hai Rui's shareholders meeting was a wake-up call for Tongning. Mo Ting allowed her to transfer Xing Lan's contract back, but, she couldn't use Mo Ting's love to throw him into the middle of a dispute. Today, the director didn't succeed, but he could continue to support the other shareholders. The human heart was hard to control. So, she needed to know where her boundaries were. So, after returning home, Tongning hid in the study room and thought to herself for 2 hours until Mo Ting returned home. What's wrong today? Why are you sitting in the study room so early? Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. A moment later, she placed Xing Lan and Luo Xing's contracts on Mo Ting's desk. Since it's a contract, it should be strictly enforced. President Mo, this is the only way it's fair. As soon as Mo Ting saw their contracts, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Tongning's actions. Did Lu Che tell you? No, President Fan, who wants Luo Xing, called me to show off and let me know my bottom line, Tongning replied honestly. But, to her surprise, Mo Ting immediately pulled her into his embrace. "They're just a few clowns. You don't need to take it to heart." Tang Ming let out a sigh of relief as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. "I've thought about it seriously. While I'm strict with others, I also need to be strict with myself. Only a mature approach like this can win the respect of others. That's why I took a step back, not because I'm afraid, but because I feel bad for you. I don't want you to waste your energy dealing with these people. There's no need. Most importantly, Superstar Media can't protect its artists. This is something that only Hai Rui can do." Tang Ming's understanding was clear and her mind was clear. After all, her goal in establishing Superstar Media wasn't to chase after fame and fortune. In the end, Mo Ting nodded his head. "You and I don't need to explain too much." Tang Ming had never felt that there was anything wrong with being under Mo Ting's protection. Whether it was submission or respect, she was completely willing to be under this man's protection. He willingly sacrificed and willingly paid. However, with President Fan's concession this time, he was going to assume that giving his brother-in-law a piece of advice was going to be a weapon against Tang Ming. In reality, external threats had never been a threat to her. Her only weakness was Mo Ting. It was just Mo Ting, that was all. Tang Ming gave up on 2 of her artists' contracts and allowed Luo Xing and Xing Lan to join Hai Rui. This was praised by the shareholders and proved that Tang Ming had a clear understanding of the situation and had no selfish intentions of rebelling. Originally, the shareholders were all appreciative of Tang Ming's actions, but some people felt that Tang Ming was just putting on an act and playing hard to get. Mo Ting did not say a word, but his eyes were obviously dangerous. If there was really no problem, why did she know to follow the contract as soon as we held the shareholders' meeting? Let's not talk about whether or not Tang Ming has a problem. Right now, I think you have a big problem. Mo Ting's voice suddenly echoed through every corner of the meeting room. "What are you trying to do?" "President Mo, forgive me for being straightforward, but my true intention is to shut down Superstar Media." This time Mo Ting did not allow him to continue. He simply turned and said to Lu Che, "Go to Superstar Media and bring the madam here." "Now?" "Yes, now." Mo Ting replied firmly. Superstar Media is a legitimate company. No matter what, the parties involved should be present. Otherwise, will I have to hear similar criticisms every time I hold a board meeting? All the shareholders were speechless. Mo Ting scanned the room and glared coldly at Director Lin. "As the CEO and chairman of Hai Rui, my authority has been challenged time and time again. Since that's the case, I will resolve it today. Hai Rui does not tolerate disloyal people." After Tang Ming clarifies the situation with Superstar Media, the board of directors can vote on whether Superstar Media should stay or not. As soon as Director Lin heard this, he thought Mo Ting had given in. But, to his surprise, Mo Ting had something else to say. "While we're at it, we can also vote on the proposal to kick Director Lin out of the board." Everyone was stunned as they lifted their heads and looked at Director Lin. "President Mo, I am a shareholder. You have no right to do this." "Whether I have the right or not, do you want to go back and look at the contract in your hands?" "Huh?" Mo Ting closed the documents in his hands and asked in a cold voice. "I'm sure you all know me well. When it comes to those that cross my bottom line, I will never show mercy. Especially when it comes to those that keep provoking me. If I was you, I would be as quiet as a chicken." Director Lin's expression changed, but he couldn't say a word. "President Mo, forget it. On account of the many years we've fought side by side, I'll let you go." "It's too late," Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. "As long as I am the CEO of Hai Rui, I will not allow anyone to challenge my authority. Let's wait for Tang Ming." After speaking, Mo Ting leaned back in his chair. Actually, Mo Ting couldn't be blamed for being angry. Mo Ting had already explained everything about Superstar Media and Tang Ming had even taken a step back. It turned out, from Director Lin's point of view, Mo Ting was simply giving him the right to push his luck. At this moment, Director Lin broke out in a cold sweat. But, there was no turning back. Since Mo Ting had spoken, there was no turning back. Above all, he refused to believe that with so many shareholders present, they would actually agree to kick him out of the office. Afterwards, for an entire 40 minutes, the meeting room was completely silent. No one dared to touch Mo Ting's lips when he was in a fit of rage. Afterwards, Tongming was escorted to Hai Rui's meeting room by Lu Che. But, along the way, Tongming asked Lu Che about the entire situation. Director Lin actually dared to challenge Mo Ting in front of the board of directors. Did he really think that Mo Ting had become a merciful father and was easy to bully? "Madam, please," Lu Che said. Although he knew that everyone in the room was itching to eat Tongming alive, Tongming wasn't an ordinary person. This level of pressure was not a problem for her. Tongming nodded her head, pushed open the door and entered the room. The shareholders all looked at Tongming. They knew that her appearance meant a huge battle was about to erupt, so they were filled with anticipation and fear. "Come here," Mo Ting said as he turned to Tongming. Tongming withstood the pressure and approached Mo Ting. However, Mo Ting stood up and gestured for her to sit in the main seat. "I called you here today because Director Lin has suggested to take back Superstar Media at the board meeting twice. I want to know what you think. After all, Superstar Media was created by you." After hearing this, Tongming looked at Director Lin with a determined expression. After about 10 seconds, she finally replied, "Before I answer this question, can I explain the entire situation to everyone?" Mo Ting did not say a word, but the other directors nodded their heads. After receiving their approval, Tongming said, "I think it's more appropriate to call the matter between me and Director Lin as a personal grudge. It all started because Director Lin's brother-in-law, President Fan, was interested in Superstar Media's artist, Luo Xing. He wanted to invite Luo Xing to take part in his IP drama, but as everyone knows, Director Lin's brother-in-law has a working relationship with a reputable TV channel. Plus, there was a dispute over the copyright, so Luo Xing refused to take part in the drama. Because of this, I ended up offending President Fan. During our conversation, President Fan personally told me that his brother-in-law was a shareholder of Hai Rui and told me to be careful with my actions. But, a mistake is a mistake. I can't do something that doesn't benefit me just because I want to offend someone. I think this is the reason why Director Lin has been chasing after me relentlessly. It's because someone has been giving me pillow talk. What we should be discussing right now is whether or not Superstar Media should be shut down." Director Lin slyly changed the subject. "Why are you bringing up a personal grudge with me?" "If it wasn't for a personal grudge, we wouldn't be in this mess," Tongming retorted. "You want to suppress Superstar Media because you're not used to me. But, what right do you have to do that? Don't forget, all of you agreed to the establishment of Superstar Media. Plus, Superstar Media has always behaved itself and only done what it should. So, why do you hate it so much? Director Lin, if you're not bringing up a personal grudge, then what are you bringing up? I'll say it again, what we should be discussing right now is whether or not Superstar Media should be shut down. If President Mo says that he doesn't need Superstar Media anymore, then I am willing to give up on being the boss of Superstar Media." Tongming replied straightforwardly. "I've already said that the shareholders will vote on it. If they agree to Tongming leaving Superstar Media, then we will do it. I'm a man of my word. But, at the same time, after we've dealt with Superstar Media, let's also deal with Director Lin." Tongming looked at Mo Ting anxiously. However, Mo Ting simply squeezed her shoulder, gesturing for her not to worry. "President Mo, I have been working for Hai Rui for a long time. Since you are no longer willing to submit to my authority, then there is no point for me to be an old official. Exercise your right to vote. Write both answers in one letter." Seeing Mo Ting's serious attitude, the other shareholders knew they had to get a result today. "Director Lin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but for the sake of your brother-in-law, you actually hurt your friendship with President Mo for so many years. Is it worth it?" "That's right. Superstar Media's existence hasn't hindered us at all. Why are you so stubborn? President Mo already gave you a chance last time, you should cherish it. Do you really want to leave the board?" Under the persuasion of the crowd, Chairman Lin wavered a little. From the moment Mo Ting became serious, he had already started to regret his decision. However, it was hard to get off the tiger. Since he had already come this far, it was not up to him to turn back. At least, Tongming and Superstar Media would be buried with him. let's exercise our right to vote. Soon, Luce returned with the suggestion box and the shareholders wrote their answers on a piece of paper and placed it in the box. Afterwards, it was time for the public vote. Let's first announce the votes for Director Lin's dismissal. He agreed to this. After hearing Mo Ting's words, Luce nodded his head and handed out the votes in front of the shareholders. Chairman Lin couldn't believe that the shareholders would treat him like this. How could they disregard their many years of friendship? He couldn't understand that Mo Ting was asking everyone to choose a side. President, the votes are out. More than half of the votes are in favor of Director Lin's dismissal. After hearing this, Chairman Lin's hands began to tremble. He never expected this would be the result. There were actually so many people waiting for him to be dismissed. It didn't matter. He was waiting for superstar media to be buried with him. But, when Luce announced the votes again, Chairman Lin almost went crazy. The number of votes in favor of superstar media's closure is only 30%. So, the proposal cannot go into effect. You cheated. Chairman Lin yelled at Luce. Mo Ting, you set a trap. You were waiting for me to jump in. Mo Ting looked at Chairman Lin coldly. Tong Ning did everything according to the contract. There was no need for the board to vote. I've already given you a lot of face. For the sake of a woman, you're going to hurt the shareholders? I've said it before. If you hurt my wife in public, you're digging my heart out, Mo Ting replied calmly. From today onwards, you will be kicked out of the board of directors. From now on, you will be a quiet shareholder. I, Mo Ting, will stop here today. Since you dote on your brother-in-law so much, then from today onwards, I, Mo Ting, will specifically cause trouble for him. I want to see when President Fan, who often walks by the river, will get his shoes wet. I can also help you calculate how many years he will be sentenced to after he goes to prison. You want to fight with me? Your fate is yet to come. Of course, Mo Ting couldn't possibly say the second half of his sentence out loud. But, he still needed to be careful around Chairman Lin and President Fan. At least, the shareholders present wouldn't challenge Mo Ting's authority just because they had done so much for Hai Rui. Their goal was profit, and Mo Ting was the only person in Hai Rui that could maximize their profits. So, it didn't matter if the board kicked out a director. Plus, all the shareholders understood that Chairman Lin was obviously making a scene in front of Mo Ting because of a personal grudge. But, who would have thought, Mo Ting didn't buy it. Everyone knew how much Mo Ting doted on his wife. Yet, Chairman Lin thought that he could win against someone else's beloved. Needless to say, he deserved it. That's all for today's meeting. Dismissed. After speaking, Mo Ting helped Tong Ning out of the meeting room. He looked at Chairman Lin's hateful gaze with disdain. After all, there were plenty of people that hated him in this world. But, he would never compromise and sacrifice Tong Ning's interests just because his opponent was strong. This was how a man protected his woman. In fact, it would always be effective. Is it really okay for you to be so protective? When it comes to people that bully and trample on you, I won't give in at all, Mo Ting replied. Plus, there's no reason for me to give in. But, what if other shareholders do the same thing? Mo Ting patted Tong Ning on the head and transferred some of his energy through the warmth of his palm. Since it's already in the past, there's no need to bring it up again. You simply need to remember that I will protect you no matter what. That's all. Over the past few years of marriage, she had never doubted this. But now, because of her, he had even kicked a shareholder out of the board. If you really feel guilty, then tonight, you can pay with your body. What do you think? Hearing President Mo's playful words, Tong Ning let out a laugh. From now on, if you come across a situation like this, you can discuss it with me beforehand. For your sake, I can tolerate it. Of course, I can also fight. But, don't let what happened today happen again. It's not good for Hai Rui's stability, okay? Tong Ning always thought about him. No matter what happened, she could always take a step back. So, he wasn't going to let her continue to worry. I'll listen to you. Although Mo Ting had kicked Director Lin out of Hai Rui, it didn't mean that President Fan would let the matter go. To be exact, he had found an even stronger reason to believe that it was Tong Ning's fault that his brother-in-law had been kicked out of the board. So, he gathered all his resources and decided to attack Luoxing as a way to get revenge on Tongning. As a result, a large number of fake reviewers quickly appeared online, claiming that Luoxing looked down on the pirate doctor. As a result, the conflict between Luoxing's fans and the pirate doctor was ignited. Especially the book's fans. Anyone that had been in the entertainment industry would know that the large and complex fan base was the easiest to follow and the hardest to control. In the eyes of his fans, Luoxing's rejection of the pirate doctor was equivalent to him refusing to acknowledge the influence of the book. It was a famous work in the online literature industry. Plus, Luoxing was the first person to invite the male lead to read the novel, so the male lead was the one to take over. This subtle relationship naturally led to a fight between fans. Luoxing was only one person. Yet, he was being attacked and ridiculed from all directions. This made Luoxing feel extremely helpless. Although, this wasn't the first time he had faced such a situation. She simply told Luoxing not to respond. The copyright of this novel is already set in stone. The crew of Grand Theft Auto are simply taking advantage of loopholes and walking the gray area. You don't need to be afraid. Just do your best. I heard from Long Jia that President Fan took the matter to Hai Rui's President Mo and even called for a board meeting. Is that true? Luoxing asked. Although he felt helpless, he wasn't worried about himself. After all, he had previously heard from President Fan that his family was a shareholder of Hai Rui. Ting and I will handle this matter. You should prepare to go to Hai Rui. At the mention of Hai Rui, Luoxing opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. He knew that going to Hai Rui was the best way to help Tongning. Alright. After you join Hai Rui, your manager will fight for the best resources for you. You won't need to train yourself like you did with me, Tongning said as she looked at Luoxing. Trust me, Hai Rui is every artist's paradise. Luoxing nodded his head obediently. He had long treated Tongning like an older sister and he wanted to protect her. But, he wasn't strong enough at the moment. Only when he became a top artist would he have the right to speak and protect the people he wanted to protect. I will never forget that Superstar Media gave me a second chance at life. Tongning smiled as she patted Luoxing on the head. This was a good kid that valued relationships. Of course, even though Luoxing had joined Hai Rui, they did not ask him to clarify the situation. Instead, they continued to allow the online violence to spread. But, the path that Hai Rui had chosen for Luoxing was exactly the same as Tongning. After all, they were both from the same school. Luoxing, I know you don't want to let go of Superstar Media and Tongning, but you just need to remember what Tongning has done for you, Luoxing's manager said. Luoxing's manager at Hai Rui told him, the board meeting this time caused quite a stir. All the shareholders were blaming Tongning for not following the contract and transferring her artists to Hai Rui. Although President Mo took control of the situation in the end, Hai Rui is still a multinational corporation. Everything needs to be done according to the company's rules. Understand? I understand, Luoxing nodded. That's good. You are currently being slandered, so you don't need to respond to the public. Take this opportunity to choose your script. Because of his manager's understanding, Luoxing's uneasiness disappeared. Originally, he thought. You probably don't know what kind of status Tongning has in Hai Rui. We all idolize her because she has the courage to do things that others don't dare to do and offend people that others don't dare to offend, his manager laughed. Following on, the Grand Thief began filming. Everyone that had high hopes for this IP hoped that the final result would make Luoxing regret it 1,000 times over. But, Luoxing did not respond. Afterwards, Luoxing bumped into President Fan again at a cocktail party. At first, Luoxing had no intention of responding, but President Fan blocked his way. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Now you know what it feels like to be slandered. Luoxing held onto a glass of wine as he glared at President Fan coldly. In reality, he wanted to roll his eyes. You don't even have the courage to speak to me. What a coward. I'm afraid your guts are as small as your private parts. After hearing these insulting words, Luoxing finally looked President Fan in the eye. But, at this time, his manager approached him and said, how can you talk to just anyone? Hurry over. Director Lee didn't see you and is asking about you. His manager's words were filled with disdain and disdain. This made President Fan extremely unhappy. Oh, Tongming is finally willing to hire a bed-warming assistant for you? You fat pig, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. I am a part of Hai Rui, his manager replied. By the way, the Grand Thief has begun filming. I heard that the author who was accused of copyright infringement has already prepared information to appeal. I hope everything goes well for you. After speaking, his manager dragged Luo Xing out of President Fan's sight. Of course, President Fan was simply making things up. After all, he had to admit that Luo Xing was already a part of Hai Rui. As for the Grand Thief, although it was very popular, anyone with eyes could tell that it wasn't written by one person. It was likely that the original author hired a few writers to put it together. Because of the profits involved, the writers weren't willing to accept such a small share of the profits, so they decided to take the book to court. At first, the rumor only spread in a small circle. But no one believed it. But, after Superstar Media added a lot of information and evidence, the rumor suddenly exploded in the industry. After all, no one could accept that their beloved novel had been created like this. Especially when it was so popular. It was a huge disappointment. The original novel quickly clarified itself online. But, the culprits had already hired lawyers and handed over the information to the court. As a result, the information was quickly exposed to the public. Afterwards, Hai Rui arranged an anti-defamation PR. Hai Rui announced that they had officially taken over Luo Xing's contract and provided an explanation for the incident that was being slandered the most, Rogue Doctor. As Luo Xing already knew that there were copyright issues with the original novel and that the original novel's actions were too despicable, he firmly refused to act in a work that had no bottom line. Even if he was completely defamed online, it didn't matter. We don't dare to climb up to a super IP like this. We simply want to keep our feet on the ground. The world is full of temptations and there are many ways to gain benefits. But, if we choose to lie and use unscrupulous methods, we will be exposed sooner or later and suffer a backlash. I hope everyone can respect the difficult environment of creation and intellectual property. I also hope that the pirate doctor will not mention Luo Xing's name again. We refuse to make bundled purchases. As soon as this statement was released, everyone realized why Luo Xing had rejected such a great opportunity. It turned out, there was a huge problem with the IP. But, he didn't want to go against his conscience and act in a work like this because he knew his bottom line. Only now do I realize that all the artists produced by Superstar Media have righteous values. That's right. Although he was defamed badly in the past, he has now clarified that he is a good actor with a bottom line. He deserves to be praised. He's a lovable actor. From now on, I'm going to watch all of his TV shows. Soon, the public's attitude towards Luo Xing changed 180 degrees. After all, behind the truth, he was a lovable actor. This was also the reason why Tongming and Hai Rui weren't in a rush to explain on his behalf. If they did, he wouldn't receive as much sympathy as he did now. Not only had President Fan's plan been ruined, but he was also facing a huge loss. Just the thought of Tongming's involvement made him furious. What do I have to do to get rid of this bitch? I'm starting a feud with her. Now that Luo Xing and Xing Lan were on the right track, Luo Yinghong was slowly gaining some fame in the fashion industry. Meanwhile, Mo Ting and Coco's filming soon entered its final stages. As she watched Mo Ting film a scene in a cave, she gave Xiaosan a thumbs up. Xiaosan was extremely excited, especially after seeing Coco's performance. As a 7-year-old girl, she was able to become stronger in the face of strong opponents. This was something that many young actors couldn't achieve. It's been a long time. Let's have a meal together and reward the crew. Sure. Xiaosan nodded his head. Tongming, I'm getting more and more excited. My anticipation level is getting higher and higher. I feel like the final product is going to be a huge hit. I know you are satisfied, but you can't work day and night like this. Xiaosan was working too hard. Even after filming was over, he still had to allocate time to the post-production team. Only when he personally supervised could he be at ease. Why do you nag like my daughter? Xiaosan let out a laugh and continued filming the next scene. Tong Ning looked at the busy crew and was filled with anticipation. There were plenty of sci-fi blockbusters overseas, but none of them truly belonged to them. She refused to believe that no one in the entertainment industry could produce a truly good sci-fi film. But, to her surprise, she received a phone call the next day that completely stunned her. The person on the phone was Xianxia's daughter. As soon as she opened her mouth, she burst into tears. "Tong Ning, my father, he suddenly had a brain hemorrhage and passed away." Tong Ning had just finished feeding the two kids breakfast. When she heard this, she couldn't believe it. "How is that possible? Didn't I say so much to him last night?" "It's true, no one noticed last night. But, when I saw him in bed this morning, his body was already stiff," Xiaosen's daughter cried. "I couldn't accept it, so I took him to the hospital. But, the doctor told me that my father passed away at around 2 a.m. last night." Tong Ning felt like she had been struck by lightning. She never expected that an old child that was smiling like a naughty child just yesterday would pass away in one night. "Tong Ning, can I see you? Which hospital are you at right now?" "I'll come over right now," Tong Ning asked as she walked. After receiving the hospital's address, she did not tell anyone as she rushed straight to the hospital. On the way, she almost hit a few passers-by. Afterwards, she saw a cold Xiaosen in the morgue, with his daughter standing by the side, bawling her eyes out. You're here." Tong Ning slowly approached Xiaosen and his daughter. In the end, she could only say one word: "I'm sorry, no, it's my fault for not caring enough for him. It's my fault for not taking good care of my daughter." "Tong Ning, you didn't do anything wrong. Honestly, you allowed my father to experience the happiest period of his life. I've never seen him so happy before. But, I'm sorry that he wasn't able to complete the Ant Queen." After speaking, Xiaosen's daughter handed Xiaosen's script and proposal to Tong Ning. "These are the things he left behind. Tong Ning, you must finish filming the Ant Queen. That way, my father's spirit in heaven can be comforted." Tong Ning received the thick stack of documents as tears rolled down her cheeks. She never expected that this accident would come so suddenly. It was like a melodramatic drama. Worst of all, Xiaosen looked forward to the birth of the Ant Queen, but now, it was all gone. Everything was gone. All she could hear was one sentence: "Why are you nagging like my daughter? Why did this old man leave so suddenly?" At that moment, Tong Ning resisted the urge to scream as she pulled out her phone and gave Xianxia a phone call. "Xianxia, I have a problem. I can only ask you for help. What's wrong? Help me continue filming the Ant Queen." "Director Xiaosen, I'm leaving," Tong Ning said as she sobbed. And Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. He had never seen Tong Ning cry, never. The relationship between Tong Ning and Xiaosen was that of a friend. As soon as Tong Ning thought about how, from today onwards, there would no longer be a filmmaker that loved sci-fi more than she did, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiaosen's daughter was infected by Tong Ning's emotions, so she also broke down in tears. Even when Mo Ting arrived at the hospital, Tong Ning could not stop crying. Mo Ting's heart ached as he watched his woman cry. He immediately pulled Tong Ning up from the floor and carried her in his arms. Xiaosen's death was too sudden and no one expected it. At that time, the Ant Queen was only left with the most important part of filming before it could enter post-production. But, Xiaosen was no longer around. "Tong Ning, you are still pregnant. Don't be too sad. I simply hope that I will be able to see the Ant Queen in theaters soon. That would be the best consolation for my father." Tong Ning did not say a word. She simply looked at Xiaosen's daughter and bowed 3 times. Afterwards, Mo Ting carried Tong Ning in his arms and carried her home. But, throughout the entire process, she did not say a word. Mo Ting knew that she needed time to digest what had happened, so he notified Lu Che to temporarily stop filming for the Ant Queen to comfort the crew. Tong Ning simply listened as she leaned against the bed. It took her quite some time to recover from the shock of Xiaosen's death. Seeing this, Mo Ting's heart ached as he sat on the edge of the bed and held onto Tong Ning's hand. "The only thing you can do for him right now is to finish filming the Ant Queen because that is his wish. Ning. I know you're very sad, but the dead can't be brought back to life. Pull yourself together. The entire crew is waiting for you to deal with the aftermath." Tong Ning lifted her eyes and looked at Mo Ting. Her sadness was clear on her face as she sniffled a little before replying, "I'm fine. I've always known that life is fragile, but I've never experienced it before. Now that I'm witnessing with my own eyes, the person I was talking to just one day pass away today, I just feel, it's very sudden and hard to accept." Tongming sobbed as tears once again rolled down her face. "That's why I thought of you. Because you promised to film the Ant Queen, you've been running around the office, home, and set like a spinning top. I'm really scared." Mo Ting understood how Tongming felt and understood her sudden panic. Facing the sudden disappearance of a life, anyone would find it hard to accept. Above all, Tongming had always been more sensitive to emotions than others. She couldn't help but think of the people close to her and feel guilty. So, Mo Ting once again pulled her into his embrace and gently patted her on the back. When you're strong, even a man can't compete with you. Yet, you still make things difficult for yourself. Why do you have to bear the burden that you shouldn't have? Be strong, huh?" After hearing this, Tongming felt a little better. She cried a little more before she finally calmed down. After a short break, Tongming insisted on returning to the set. Mo Ting knew she needed to vent, so he accompanied her to the set. After hearing about Xiao Sen's death, everyone was immersed in grief. In fact, many people felt that without Xiao Sen, the Ant Queen would no longer be the Ant Queen. After all, no one was as passionate about the film as Xiao Sen was. So, as soon as Tongming arrived on set, everyone looked at her and asked, "President Tang, are we still going to film? How are we going to film?" Tongming sobbed for a moment before she replied, "Of course, we will continue filming. I've already contacted director Xianxia. After he sorted everything out, he will replace Xiao Sr." After hearing this, everyone was not very interested. So, Tongming continued, "I know it's hard for you to accept director Xiao Sen's passing, and I don't want to accept it either. But, director Xiao Sen's biggest wish was to see the Ant Queen hit the screens. So, I hope that everyone will continue to work hard for the film. When the day comes that the film is released, I will remember all of your names and remember every single one of your faces." After hearing Tongming's words, the staff on set were moved to tears. "Okay, since President Tang doesn't want to give up, we have no reason to give up either. We will persist until the end and help the new director settle in as quickly as possible. Thank you." Although Tongming was in Mo Ting's arms, from everyone's point of view, the woman in front of them appeared weak and fragile, but she had an extremely strong spirit. That kind of cohesion, that kind of hot-bloodedness, quickly united everyone. "Everyone on set of the Ant Queen will receive double their original salary," Mo Ting said. This last sentence was said by Mo Ting. It was a reward and a way to comfort his subordinates. Because this was the only way for the staff to put in more effort and give their all for the film. Soon, Xianxia returned from overseas. The first thing he did was head over to Superstar Media to look for Tongming. At this time, Tongming was at the agency preparing to issue an obituary. "I'm sorry, Xianxia, for asking you so urgently to save the day. There's no need to say these things between us. Leave it to me," Xianxia replied. "I can't do much else, but I'm willing to do anything for a friend. Plus, I'm happy that I can still be of use to you. As for Xingyan, she's attending an audition overseas. She has an assistant with her, so you don't need to worry about her for now." Like this, Xianxia received all of Xiao Sen's information and decided to do his best to understand Xiao Sen's style and narrow the gap between them. As for Xiao Sen's obituary, Xianxia gave Tongming a suggestion. "Didn't President Mo stop you? If you issue an obituary now, you'll give others another reason to slander you. Plus, I've heard that because of Luo Xing, you've made enemies out there. What do I have to be afraid of?" Tongming asked. "If they want to slander me, then go ahead. If they want to ridicule me, then go ahead. I don't care what the public says, but if a scumbag tries to provoke me, I won't show any mercy. Xiao Sen has spent his entire life studying sci-fi. I don't want him to leave quietly." "Fine. After all, there are so many people fighting with you now. As long as you're happy." After speaking, Xianxia grabbed all of the information in his hands. He needed to focus on the film as soon as possible. Afterwards, Tongming issued an obituary on behalf of Superstar Media. The wish that Xiao Sen couldn't achieve, she was going to help him achieve it. It didn't take long before news of Xiao Sen's death was announced. The cause of his death was a cerebral hemorrhage caused by overwork while filming Tongming's film The Ant Queen. This made President Fan extremely happy. Was Tongming going to have to bear 2 lives on her shoulders? The public immediately exploded with comments. Isn't it better to be a diamond manager and keep quiet? Why does she have to go and mess around with a domestic sci-fi film? Now, someone has died. I really want to know what Tongming is thinking. I don't understand, who would want to watch a domestic film that's burdened with people's lives? She's asking for trouble. I beg Tongming, it's fine if you don't come back to act, but please stop messing around. 2 people have already died because of you. Faced with the negative comments, although it was expected, Long Jia and Lin Xian still felt the scolding was a bit too harsh. Should we get Xiao Sen's daughter to explain the situation? No need. Don't drag Xiao Sen's daughter down with you, Tongming shook her head. I'm fine, don't worry. Since I'm brave enough to post an obituary, I'm already prepared for this. Fine, but President Fan will definitely take this opportunity to stir up trouble, he'd better come. Tongming placed her gaze on the computer screen, but her voice was extremely cold. A SL*T is a SL*T because he won't forgive you just because you took a step back. Xiao Sen's death was a huge blow to Tongming, but it also made her realize a lot of things. Just as Mo Ting had said, life in this world was tough to begin with. One had to face all sorts of accidents at any time. So, instead of suffering, why not live life to its fullest? That way, when one was old, when one looked back, one would feel that one's life had not been in vain. You guys get back to work. I don't need anyone to accompany me. If Tongming wasn't the one doing this, someone else would have already given up due to all sorts of difficulties. Especially now that the director had passed away and the public were boycotting and scolding her. Worst of all, there was still the SL*T, President Fan, who was constantly eyeing the film. Not only was he a SL*T, but he also secretly found out where the Ant Queen was being filmed and took photos of the current situation. He even leaked the photos to the public. This kind of infringement was extremely disgusting. Afterwards, President Fan even instigated the netizens to demand that Tongming kneel down, apologize and stop filming the domestic sci-fi film. It seemed, he had thought of all the ways to make Tongming suffer. Of course, because Luo Xing and Xing Lan had both moved to Hai Rui, they weren't affected as much. But, Luo Yinghong wasn't as lucky. All of her recent events were cancelled for no reason. Of course, she didn't pursue the matter because she knew the consequences. However, Luo Yinghong did not blame Tongming. After all, during her most difficult time, Tongming had helped her out. So, even if the entire world was against Tongming, Luo Yinghong would not stand against her. Xiao Sen's memorial service was to be held 5 days later. Although the public was currently cursing at Tongming, they were now extremely respectful towards Xiao Senator. After all, everyone believed that he was tortured to death by Tongming. So, with Xiao Sen's past achievements, it was enough for him to gain the public's respect. This was probably what Tongming wanted. Hai Rui's board of directors were a little conflicted about this matter. But, after the incident with Director Lin, they did not dare to challenge Mo Ting's authority. Most importantly, Mo Ting did not ask Hai Rui to do PR. This proved, no matter how much the public cursed and attacked them, the couple were still clear-headed. Memorial service? If you dare to show up, I will make sure you return in a miserable state. President Fan scoffed as he looked at Xiao Sen's message. Meanwhile, plenty of people called Hai Rui to complain, telling Tongming to stop causing trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Che felt extremely helpless towards the public's reaction. President Mo Ting pretended not to hear anything. After quite some time, he finally lifted his head and said to Lu Che, "Tomorrow, help me hire another 30 people to fill up the customer service department. If anyone makes a phone call, immediately retaliate." But, are there still so many events that require the madam to appear on a show? You and I both know the motive behind these shows. Mo Ting looked at Lu Che coldly. How many times has it been? Whenever I see Tongming being scolded, I have always respected her opinion and never retaliated. This time, I will not listen to her. What do you want us to do, President? Pick one of the most representative shows and tell the producers that Tongming will appear. When the time comes. I'll go, Mo Ting replied. Lu Chen nodded his head and immediately followed Mo Ting's instructions. In reality, a lot of people thought that Tongning was simply asking to be scolded. She could have done it in secret, but those that understood her knew that she was willing to sacrifice a lot for the sake of her friends. Otherwise, Xiaosun wouldn't have received so much respect from everyone. Even though he had already passed away, he deserved it. So, this was the only way to let everyone know that he deserved it. Over the next few days, Zihao stayed at home reading through all sorts of documents. It was not until the fourth day that he finally stepped out of his room. When he arrived on set of The Ant Queen, although he hadn't received the acknowledgement of his colleagues, he was confident that he would do his best. Tongning arrived on set with him. As soon as she arrived, the staff immediately defended her. The scolding is too harsh. How can these people be so vicious? That's right. Director Qiao Sen's death was a complete accident. Plus, these people have no idea how much Director Qiao Sen cared about this film and how much he loved it. There's no point talking about this right now. I won't clarify things to the public. So, you guys need to focus and tell me in the best way possible that when The Ant Queen is released in 2 years' time, it will be worth the price that we paid today. I'm not afraid of being scolded, I'm afraid that I won't live up to Director Qiao Sen's passion and determination. Please help me. Don't worry, Ning Jia, we will treat it like it was when Director Qiao Sen was still around. Zihao, I'll leave everything in your hands. Tongning placed all her hopes on Zihao. Right now, the only person she could trust and find to help her in this industry was Zihao. After all the directors she had worked with in the past were more or less afraid of being slandered. Don't worry, Zihao patted Tongning on the shoulder. Of course, Tongning had no idea that Mo Ting was going to replace Tongning at an event. The event was to be held at 8 p.m. that night, just before Qiao Sen's memorial service. As soon as night fell, Mo Ting gave Tongning a phone call to tell her that he had something to do and would be home late. Tongning did not suspect anything. It had been a long time since Tongning had appeared on any programs or interviews because of personal reasons. Apart from a few artists, she had never appeared on any of the Fei Tian Awards. So, now that Qiao Sen's incident had been exposed, why was she suddenly willing to accept an interview? Had she made up her mind and decided to come out and clean up the mess? The television program went into a frenzy of promotions because Tongning's appearance meant a huge viewership. But, Mo Ting had purposely not let Tongning know about it, so she had no idea what was going on. Perhaps, in everyone's eyes, Tongning was born to be rebellious. Everything she did wasn't for the sake of pleasing the audience. This made some of the audience angry. Why did she never play by the rules? At this moment, 7 p.m., Tongning was at home taking care of the 2 kids as usual, drinking milk and sleeping. However, Mo Zichen refused to close his eyes. Tongning ignored him and headed into the kitchen to clean up the mess. When she returned, she found the little rascal had climbed onto the sofa. Tongning crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. Just as she was about to see what the little rascal was up to, she received a phone call from Long Jia. Tongning, you have an interview at 7:30 p.m. What do you mean? Tongning had no idea what Long Jia was trying to say. What I mean is, boss has accepted an interview for you at 7:30 p.m. It's a live interview, but he didn't tell you about it. Instead, he went to the television station himself, Long Jia explained. Which husband would be able to endure seeing you being slandered like this? Especially when it's a man like boss. So, don't always think that it doesn't matter if you're slandered. Even if you don't feel bad, someone else will. Tongning looked at the time. It was already 7:10 p.m. Even if she rushed out now, she wouldn't make it in time. No wonder President Mo, who never returned late, said he had something important to deal with today. Turn on the TV and watch President Mo's cool counterattack. After holding it in for so long, I finally feel better. After hearing this, Tongning couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh. It must have been hard on Long Jia. When it came to important matters, Long Jia had always been calm and collected. But, when it came to her own people, she couldn't hide things. Now that she was able to hold it in for 3 to 4 days, she had improved a lot. Afterwards, Tongning put down her phone and turned on the television. At this time, Mo Zichen quietly crawled over to Tongning's side and buried his head in his mother's armpit. He looked extremely cute. At 7:15 p.m., in a certain television station, in a certain interview group, the director was flipping out at the staff. Where is Tongning? It's almost time for the show to start, so why hasn't he appeared yet? Director, we called Hai Rui to rush them, the staff immediately explained. Right now, the entire world has their eyes on Tongning. You guys better be on high alert. You need to understand that everyone is scolding Tongning, so why are you still being polite to her? Has the content of the interview been delivered to Tongning? Yes, it's here, a staff member answered the director nervously. That's not important. After all, the content of today's interview isn't the same as what we showed Tongning before. After speaking, the director placed his hands on his hips and looked at the time anxiously. She hasn't even arrived yet. Why is she trying to act all high and mighty? If it wasn't for Hai Rui, I would have told her to leave a long time ago. One look and I can tell she's extremely arrogant. The staff originally listened quietly. After all, it was normal for the director to get angry. Plus, everyone was pressured by his power, so even if they heard him scold someone, they wouldn't spread it around. But as soon as one of them lifted his head and looked at the door, his face turned pale. Originally, he wanted to warn the director to stop talking nonsense, but the more he spoke, the more excited he became. This won't do. Call me again to rush them. No need to rush them. If she doesn't show up, then so be it. Just wait and see how I slander her. I'll wait and see how you slander her. A magnetic and dangerous voice suddenly sounded from behind the director. The director turned around and saw Mo Ting standing in the doorway. His heart skipped a beat. Mo President Mo who's so arrogant? Mo Ting asked the director. No, to be exact, he glared at the director. The director's back was covered in sweat as his face turned pale in fear. It was my mistake for a moment. Nothing good comes out of my mouth. I hope President Mo doesn't take offense. Mo Ting let out a laugh without saying a word. But, with his king-like authority, the director almost fell to his knees. Inside his head, there was a voice telling him that his career as a director had come to an end. After tonight's recording, I will disappear. At the same time, I hope you disappear. After speaking, Mo Ting turned to the other staff. Tongning isn't feeling well today, so she won't be able to attend the interview. So, I will be taking her place. You guys can ask whatever you want. But, one thing, if anyone asks any of the questions on the document you gave me earlier, I will make them leave the entertainment industry. Don't you guys like to ask tough questions? Bring it on. No one expected Mo Ting to personally appear. Tongning did not even appear. The staff were trembling in fear, especially the host. As soon as she saw Mo Ting sitting opposite her, she was so scared that her right hand, which was holding on to her script, trembled uncontrollably as sweat soaked the front of her shirt. 7:30 p.m. The interview officially began. As soon as everyone saw Mo Ting appear on the screen, they were a little surprised. But, after a moment, they felt it was reasonable. They were disappointed, but not disappointed. Between the couple, no matter who appeared, it would always be a good show and their answers would always be sharp. So, the reason Mo Ting appeared on stage today was obviously to protect Tongning. The host was still sweating profusely, but she tried her best to hide it. Her opening speech wasn't smooth enough either. This was probably the most stressful moment in her career, because the person sitting in front of her was none other than the big boss of the industry. And Mo Ting was infamous for being difficult to deal with. Every program had to be prepared beforehand. Even a live interview was no exception. But Mo Ting was sitting here today because he wasn't prepared at all. In other words, he was talking naked. Above all, the host wasn't allowed to ask the questions she had prepared beforehand. After a few minutes of talking, Father Mo looked at her like she couldn't get to the point. Even the audience were getting impatient. The host could sense the ridicule from the audience, so she decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, she might not be able to keep her job. Since President Mo is sitting here today, I'm going to take the risk and ask you a few questions. Firstly, why are you the one sitting here and not Tongning? Is Tongning afraid? As soon as this question was asked, everyone was shocked. Was the host really going all out? How dare she ask such a question? Meanwhile, across the television screen, the audience began to feel nervous. The host had actually asked such a sharp and tricky question. She was clearly trying to stir up trouble. But, the host felt that Mo Ting had forced her to do this. Mo Ting glanced at the host and replied, "It's because I'm her manager and I've spoiled my artist. So, I'm curious about the comments online. Why didn't anyone come looking for me or attack me? Why did they attack my artist instead?" The host was speechless. Who would dare to attack the big boss? As for being afraid, with me as her manager, she's just one step away from reaching for the stars. Hearing this response, which was supposed to be a sharp question that made everyone break out in a cold sweat for Mo Ting. But, why did it sound like he was showing off his affection? In short, Mo Ting's words meant that he was the one who spoiled his artist, so why didn't anyone come looking for him? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Even the host let out a sigh of relief. She was well aware of Mo Ting's strength, so she was afraid that he would lose his temper in front of the entire nation. But, it was obvious, her worries were unnecessary. Secondly, can you give a direct response to Xiaoxin's incident? Why did Xiaoxin pass away? Did the hospital not issue a death certificate? He passed away because of a brain hemorrhage, Mo Ting replied in a serious tone. The host was once again stunned. Could the big boss not play word games? Does it have anything to do with Tongning? Yes, Mo Ting replied. Aren't you going to explain? In other words, wasn't he going to use this opportunity to clear his name? Mo Ting shook his head. It's normal for people to grow old and die. Tongning is heartbroken because, to her, Xiaoxin was an extremely important friend. Apart from that, there was nothing else. In that case, don't you want to respond to the comments online? The fact that I'm sitting here today is the biggest response. But, I don't have any words to say. If you feel that you have evidence and want to seek justice for the deceased, Hai Rui welcomes you to sue or expose your information. In that case, regarding the fact that Tongning is preparing to film a sci-fi film, she has received a lot of suspicion. Some people even scolded her for being indecent. In your opinion, do you think she is wasting her time? The host asked as she slowly relaxed her fear towards Mo Ting. Although the big boss was ruthless, he still had his limits. Hearing this question, Mo Ting thought for a few seconds before replying, no matter what she's doing, or what she wants to do, I am the first person in the world to know. I didn't stop her, which means what she did was with my permission or support. If someone had tried to stop me from turning Hai Rui into a multinational corporation, it would have been a fool's dream. If I had believed them, Hai Rui would not exist today. There are some things that you don't dare to do, but that doesn't mean that others don't dare to. Just because you can't handle the ridicule of the public, it doesn't mean others can't. The type of people I hate the most are those that don't do things themselves, yet they are humiliated and ridiculed by others. I don't understand why people like that exist. So, what my wife is doing may not be successful or right. But, she will always move forward for the sake of her goals and accept the consequences of her failures. Since that's the case, why should I stop her? Of course, if you insist on saying that she's not doing her job properly, then we can accept it. After hearing this response, the host was already secretly praising the big boss. She was also beginning to envy Tongning for meeting a man like this. Because, as soon as he replied, he placed all the blame on himself and said that he had given his permission before he refuted it. As the big boss, he had to be perfect at diverting attention. After hearing Mo Ting's response, the host was convinced. Mo Ting's response wasn't anything to nitpick about. In fact, it was reasonable and didn't leave any room for others to criticize him. After all, the way he acted and didn't bother to respond to the haters and rumormongers meant that Xiaoxin's death was a simple matter and there wasn't a story behind it. Rumor has it that Hai Rui spent a lot of effort to control the public's opinion. Did Hai Rui really do all this PR? How could they control the public's opinion? You guys have underestimated Hai Rui's abilities. Some people also said that Tongning could have handled Xiaoxin's death quietly. But, why did she post an obituary? Does she mean that no one can understand what she's thinking? I've already answered you earlier. Xiaoxin was a very important friend of my wife. She was very sad that he passed away. Xiaoxin was a complete sci-fi fan and he wanted to fill the gap in the domestic market. But, when he was alive, he wasn't respected or valued. At this point, Mo Ting did not continue. There was no need to say the hidden words. Tongming did this so that Xiaoxin would receive the respect and attention that he deserved after his death. So, the host understood Tongming's actions. She was a smart person that would do anything for the sake of her friends. Isn't it because of guilt? The host asked. Perhaps, this was what most people were thinking. But, Mo Ting shook his head, she doesn't owe anyone. But, a lot of people are questioning Tongming's existence because she doesn't seem to fit the bill. President Mo, what do you think of Tongming's value? Firstly, she is my wife. She is an inseparable part of my soul. Secondly, she isn't a savior. She doesn't need to answer to anyone. So, she has the freedom to do whatever she wants. This is also the reason why she hasn't responded to the public's comments. Because there's no need. Even if she is a savior, she can only save me. The host nodded her head. It seemed, all the sharp questions had been asked at least once. In that case, President Mo, I would like to ask a question that is a bit more distant. Today, you attended the ceremony, whereas last time, Lin Qian attended the Fei Tian Awards. I would like to ask, is Tongming really not feeling well? Or is there another reason? What I'm trying to say is, ever since the incident with Xianxia, she's been retreating from the industry indefinitely. Does this have anything to do with it? Does she have a knot in her heart? You sure know how to bring up the past, Mo Ting praised the host before he replied. If she doesn't act, she doesn't get in the way of others. If she doesn't want to act, there's no reason for her to do so. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In other words, if others wanted to guess, there was nothing he could do. No, from the way Tongming is acting, I can feel that she is resisting the industry. She's obviously talented, yet she doesn't trust the industry anymore. This is a pity. That's what I'm talking about. Who would have thought that the host would ask such a deep question? Most importantly, she could sense the unfairness in Tongming's heart. My wife, whether it's as a model, an actress or a manager, she's already done her best. She's also done her best to protect and take care of the people around her. On the surface, she appears to be a vengeful person, but in reality, she's willing to repay any kindness that others show her. When she was an actress, she was only one step away from becoming an international supermodel. For the sake of stupid, she decided to start from scratch. She's been in the industry for over 10 years and hasn't let anyone down. She's not someone that's afraid of setbacks. Or, to put it another way, she doesn't care about what the public thinks of her. Just like you said, the way she's acting right now is like a child that doesn't want to admit defeat. That's why Superstar Media was established and why she chose to help artists that have experienced ups and downs in their lives. And, this turning point was Xianxia's suicide. Why? Is it because of the criticism that the public has towards her? The host asked curiously. But, we all know that Xianxia's death was her own choice. Even if she claimed that Tongming forced her to commit suicide and even if the onlookers attacked Tongming at the time, after so much time has passed, a lot of people have come to understand or have thought things through. They simply don't want to admit that it had nothing to do with Tongming. After hearing this, Mo Ting couldn't help but laugh. In that case, why is Xiaoxin's death my wife's fault? The host was once again left speechless. But, the public is saying that my wife is responsible for 2 lives. In other words, Xianxia's incident will never be forgotten. The past scandals will continue to accumulate until new scandals appear. The only purpose of this process is to tell others what else this artist has done in the past. This will increase the hatred of the public towards this artist. No one cares about the truth because they only need gossip. My wife won't step out to cry for help nor will she step out to clear her name. She doesn't want to waste her time. Since the audience has told her to stop harming people, she has chosen to distance herself from her identity as an actress. Although she didn't say it out loud, she must have made a vow in her heart. In that case, President Mo, do you think there's any way to salvage the situation? Mo Ting shook his head firmly. She knows that she isn't that important to the audience, but she has the right to choose. The interview lasted for 40 minutes, not a minute less. During this time, whenever the host asked a question, Mo Ting did his best to answer it. Some of the topics they talked about were sharp and some were heavy. The host thought to herself, although Mo Ting answered a lot of her questions indirectly, she could clearly feel that Tang Ning was a very emotional and interesting person. She could maintain her own personality. If she said she wasn't going to act, then she wouldn't act anymore. Moreover, she was determined to defend her vows. This was an interview that neither the hosts nor the audience could find any explosive points in. Although the questions asked by the hosts were extremely sharp, for some reason, even though the questions were filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, Mo Ting's answers had the ability to instantly calm the anger in the audience. After watching the interview, those that watched it were unable to find any dirt or key points. Mo Ting was good at avoiding the important points and dwelling on the trivial. But, in reality, he did reveal a lot of hidden things. For example, the knot that Tang Ning had formed after Xianxia's suicide. For example, Tang Ning's resistance. All of these things were supposed to be Tang Ning's black marks, but for some reason, after watching the interview, a lot of people felt like they had gained a deeper understanding of Tang Ning. It was like they understood her soul better. After the interview was over, the host stood up and said to Mo Ting, "President Mo, I'm completely convinced." Mo Ting stood up from his chair and adjusted his handmade suit jacket. He then replied, "Tell your director to disappear from the industry. Otherwise, I will help him disappear." After speaking, Mo Ting left the studio in a domineering manner. On the way home, Lu Che said to Mo Ting through the rearview mirror, "President, tomorrow is Xiao Sen's memorial service. The madam will definitely be devastated. Should we do something to protect her? Focus on security. You don't need to do anything else." Mo Ting did not give Lu Che any other instructions. He simply told him that he couldn't allow anything to go wrong at the memorial service. Lu Che did not realize the importance of security, even though he was already doing his best. 9 p.m. Mo Ting returned home. Seeing Tang Ning sitting on the sofa watching TV, he walked over to her side. Tang Ning took the opportunity to wrap her arms around Mo Ting's waist. Before she knew it, her tears had already soaked his shirt. For a long time, I thought about Xianxia's death and read the comments online. At that time, I almost believed that I was the culprit. The reason I'm no longer acting in films and television is indeed because of Xianxia. It's because I'm scared of fans. Yesterday, they could support your work endlessly. But, after a single scandal, they tossed you into the abyss. Although I've always known that fans are heartless, the thing that truly hurt me was the incident with Xianxia. I told myself that I would never act again. Even if Tang Ning didn't say it, Mo Ting knew this. After being married for so long, how could he not sense her rebellious emotions? That's enough. You still need to send Xiao San off on his final journey tomorrow. You can't look too bad. Hurry, wash up and go to bed. But, because of President Fan's involvement tomorrow, even if he didn't want to look bad, he still had to. The entire superstar media would be attending Xiao Sen's memorial service. While Lin Qian was preparing her dress, Motherly happened to see her. So, she walked into her daughter-in-law's room and said, "The entire superstar media is full of loyal children." After hearing this, Lin Qian gave Motherly a forced smile. "Qian, get some rest." Lin Qian nodded at Motherly before she gave Li Jin a phone call. 8 a.m. tomorrow, I'll wait for you at the front of your home. I'll go with you. Lin Qian had no objections to Li Jin's suggestion. Although he was at the military base that night and couldn't return home, he would at least do his best to be by his wife's side if he had the chance. The next morning, Lin Qian stepped out of her home. As soon as she saw her husband's military car, she immediately walked over. "Let's go. I'll accompany you to send Xiao San off for the last time." Although Xiao San hadn't made much of a name for himself in the industry, all of his friends that were able to attend had already arrived at the entrance of the memorial service. There were plenty of reporters and fans waiting outside. However, no matter who came, they simply went through the motions. After all, they were waiting for superstar media and Tang Ning to show up. At this time, some of the hired actors had already snuck into the crowd with eggs and rocks in their hands, waiting for Tang Ning's arrival. 9 a.m. The entire superstar media team appeared in front of everyone dressed in black. As soon as the reporters saw Tongming's face, they immediately swarmed over and began to take pictures. The security guards immediately went on high alert. But, to everyone's surprise, the fans behind the reporters pulled out eggs from their backpacks and threw them in Tongming's direction. Of course, because of the security guards, the eggs and rocks fell to the ground beside Tongming's feet. Murderer! As soon as she heard this word, Tongming stopped in her tracks and glared at the fans angrily. Mo Ting immediately stood in front of her. Originally, he wanted to lead her straight into Xiao Sen's morning hall, but Tongming gently pushed him away. She wanted to personally resolve the matter. Mo Ting was a little worried, but he eventually compromised and stayed by Tongming's side. Meanwhile, the entire Superstar Media team approached the fans that were throwing eggs at them. No one had ever seen a scene like this, and no one had ever seen a member of Superstar Media with such an aura. The media were so shocked that they quickly moved aside, allowing Tongming to directly interact with the fans behind the media. Tongming did not hesitate as she took a step forward and grabbed onto the hand of one of the fans that had reached into her bag. Who told you I was the culprit? The female fan was stunned as she stared at Tongming. I think you have to pay the price for what you just said. What do you think? You killed Xiao Senator. You also killed Su Xian. Do you have any evidence? Tongming asked straightforwardly. What evidence do you have? Or did you see it with your own eyes? You heard it with your own ears? I saw it on the internet, online? Tongming caught on to the woman's words and glared coldly into her eyes. Judging from your age, you must be an adult, right? Did I study for nothing? Otherwise, why would you believe this kind of false news? Are you retarded? If not, I really don't understand how someone of your age can't tell right from wrong. Did you know that if your stone had hit me or anyone else here, you would have become the person you hate the most, the culprit? You, and the rest of you. Let me warn you one by one that I will identify every single person that threw an egg or a stone at me. It seems, if I don't use the law in this world, I won't even dare to step out of my house. Can you guys bear the consequences of intentional assault? Even if you can't, there's nothing you can do about it. According to the law, intentional assault is punishable by up to 2 years in prison, detention, or public surveillance. Let's see who gets their comeuppance faster. After speaking, Tongming turned around in a domineering manner. However, a timid fan immediately rushed out of the crowd and grabbed onto Tongming's arm. Don't call the police on me. I did this because I was paid by someone. I didn't know about your news, but someone asked me to do this. For every stone thrown at you, they offered you $1,000. After hearing the girl's words, everyone was shocked, especially the media. Tongming freed herself from the woman's grip and asked, who did it? I'm not sure. All I know is, everyone calls him Wei Gu. I even heard him make a phone call to someone called President Fan and say that he was going to use this event to get revenge on you. After hearing this, Tongming let out a laugh and said to the media, today is an important day for Xiao Sen, so I'm going to send him off first. I'm also going to give the mastermind 1 hour. If he doesn't come out and admit to his scheme after 1 hour, then don't blame me for being heartless. Who would have thought that someone would use a trick like this just to deal with Tongming? However, before the media could react, they decided to interview Tongming first. Remembering that they were at a memorial service, the reporters did not follow them in. After all, Tongming would be coming out in an hour, so they decided to wait for a good show. But, before Tongming stepped into the memorial hall and saw Xiao Sen's body, she said to Lu Che, there's something I need your help with immediately. We only have 1 hour. Yes, madam. Since President Fan wanted to make her bleed, she had no choice but to disgust him a little as a gift in return. After giving her instructions, Tongming entered the memorial hall. As soon as she saw Xiao Sen lying peacefully in his coffin, her eyes immediately turned red. Xiao Sen, I will never forget everything you've done for the Ant Queen. I will also never forget the years we fought side by side. Don't worry, even if I have to give it my all, I will make sure the Ant Queen is released. I simply hope that I don't disappoint your passion. Superstar Media will take care of your family. Goodbye, my friend. I hope that from now on, you will no longer be in pain in heaven. Tongming walked around the coffin as she gently sent Xiao Sen off. This man, who had given his entire life's work and passion for sci-fi, was still adorable and peaceful even after he left this world. Mo Ting gently wrapped his arm around Tang Ning's shoulder and helped her wipe away her tears and tuck her hair behind her ear. Even if you send him off for 1,000 miles, you still have to say goodbye. I'm sure Xiaosen can sense your determination. Right now, there are more important things waiting for you to do, Mo Ting hinted. Meanwhile, Tang Ning was well aware that if she didn't take this opportunity to teach President Fan a lesson, he would continue to cause trouble. So, after sending Xiaosen off, Tang Ning left the morning hall with the people from Superstar Media. She had already promised them that she would only give them an hour. As soon as the media saw Tang Ning out, they immediately approached to interview her. As for the fans that had thrown eggs and stones at her, because of the interference of the police, not many of them were left. As a result, the remaining fans were forced to cooperate with the police. Miss Tang, I'm afraid you will also need to come to the police station to give us a statement, a police officer reminded as he approached Tang Ning. Tang Ning glanced at the officer and nodded her head. I will do my best to cooperate. But, before I go to the police station, there is something I want to clarify. Can you give me 10 minutes? The police officer looked at each other and nodded his head helplessly. Okay, hurry up. Superstar Media's people quickly approached the fans that were being controlled. Tang Ning, in particular, looked at them coldly. So, you're not willing to tell me who the mastermind is? If you don't tell me now, you will have to wait until you arrive at the police station. I will also file a lawsuit against you. If you tell me the truth right now, I can guarantee that I won't hold you accountable for what you've done today. There were only a few girls that were being controlled and they were all in their early 20s. Originally, they didn't care about Tang Ning, but unfortunately, Tang Ning had grasped onto their weakness. I know. At this time, a short-haired girl raised her hand. I can tell you, but can you guarantee that you won't sue me? Tang Ning walked around the people in front of her and looked at the girl with a mole on her nose. She then nodded her head. I'm a man of my word. Okay, it's true that we received money from a sugar daddy. But, there's no point in asking these people. They don't know anything and are simply being used. In that case, how much do you know? Tang Ning asked. As you know, my time is limited. Recently, you've offended someone because of Luoxing's matter. After several exchanges, that person has suffered greatly at your hands. That's why he wants to take revenge on you. Even the comments on the internet were incited by him. The short-haired girl was skinny, but her eyes were brimming with energy. Are you talking about President Fan? At this time, Luoxing immediately stepped out and asked, is it because I refused to act in The Pirate Doctor? That's not all. President Fan's brother-in-law is a director at Hai Rui. No one from the outside world knows that Hai Rui has already kicked him out of the board. So, President Fan has placed all the blame on Tang Ning. So, whenever he gets the chance, he will make a move against Tang Ning. This time, it just so happens that Xiaosen has passed away, so he is using public opinion to attack Tang Ning. How do you know so much? Tang Ning asked confusedly. Meanwhile, the surrounding reporters also looked at the young woman curiously. The short-haired girl smiled and replied, because President Fan's secretary, Wei Guo, has been trying to get close to me multiple times. He also knows that my family isn't well off, so he asked me to participate in this incident and promised me a high salary. As for me, I didn't throw eggs or stones at you. At most, I simply incited everyone's emotions. Okay, that's all that I know. What do you plan to do with me? Since I made a promise to you, I will definitely keep my promise. I won't sue you, Tang Ning said to the short-haired girl. But, let me give you a piece of advice. Not everyone can be messed with and not everything can be done as you please. I was actually tricked into coming here. If I had known that I could receive a high salary in this way, I definitely wouldn't have participated. After speaking, the short-haired girl walked over to the police and told them that she was willing to confess everything. A few of the female fans that were being restrained were quickly taken away by the police. At this time, the media swarmed forward and placed their microphones in front of Tang Ning. Tang Ning, what do you think about today's vicious incident? Is President Fan the person in charge of the production of The Pirate Doctor? I wonder, how will you retaliate against President Fan's attempt to frame you? Faced with the pitch-black cameras, Tang Ning remained calm as she straightened her back and replied, I never knew President Fan was such a vengeful person. You would be so angry just because Luoxing refused to act in The Pirate Doctor. I will get to the bottom of what happened today. Otherwise, in the future, others will follow suit and think that I'm easy to bully. So, Superstar Media will officially file a lawsuit against President Fan. If anyone was actually hurt or bled today, then President Fan will be considered a heinous criminal. Competition in the industry has always been cruel. Why must everyone work so hard? Please keep an eye on Superstar Media for the follow-up. After speaking, Tongning left Xiao Sen's memorial service with everyone else under Emoting's protection and headed towards the police station. So, Tongning was determined to fight President Fan to the end. Meanwhile, a video of what happened to Tongning outside Xiao Sen's memorial service was soon uploaded online. After all, an act of violence like this was bound to incur the anger of onlookers. How despicable of him to attack someone while they were at their memorial service. It's bad enough that he used eggs, but he even mixed rocks in. Was he trying to kill someone? To be honest, President Fan, who is also the boss of East Film Studios, has always been a hooligan and is the most shameless person in the industry. It's reasonable for him to do something like this because of a personal grudge. But, he's too bold to ask someone to pretend to be a fan to hit someone. This is obviously the actions of a thug. The Pirate Doctor is determined to boycott it and support Tongning's right to defend herself. Sitting in his office, President Fan revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at the comments. He was smiling because he wasn't the one that asked for the short-haired woman. His secretary, Feng Wei, had just confirmed it. In other words, not only did he not hurt Tongning, he was actually set up by Tongning. Being exposed in public, coupled with the media's exaggeration, the police's testimony, and the fact that it was a brutal act in broad daylight, he was in trouble. Why was Tongning such a difficult woman to deal with? President Fan was at a disadvantage, but the evidence was conclusive. Although he could deny it, his reputation was still ruined. It seemed he needed to hire an expert to deal with Tongning. After giving their statement at the police station, Tongning and the others walked out of the police station. However, there was still a crowd of reporters outside. After all, a public argument like this wasn't common in the industry. So, the reporters and the media all wanted to hear from the parties involved. Xing Lan and Luoxing, go home. There's no need for both of you to be here. Xing Lan and Luoxing looked at each other and nodded their heads. Okay, Ning Jia. Lin Qian was protected by Li Jin, Long Jia was protected by Lu Che, and Tongning was naturally in Emoting's arms. No matter what, as long as she was in Emoting's embrace, she would feel safe. The reporters rushed forward and turned their flashing cameras towards Tongning and Emoting. Tongning, what do you think about what you've experienced today? What people in the industry call dog eat dog? President Fan's revenge this time has solid evidence. Can you tell me what you would like him to do? Tongning, for some reason, Tongning suddenly felt a little tired of hearing these harsh questions. Could it be that the media was lacking in attention? I haven't heard about dog eat dog yet. Why don't I share my thoughts with you when I hear about it? As for your second question, I don't have any requests from President Fan. Everything must be done according to the law. Holding something dirty in one's hand will only make one want to wash their hands. As for your other questions, I hope you can think about it carefully before you ask. Because you won't hear the answer you want from me today. The reporters raised their microphones and looked at each other. They were all shocked by Tongning's power. At least, the questions they wanted to ask were forcefully swallowed back in their mouths. Move. As soon as the reporters heard Emoting's name, they subconsciously took a few steps back and made way. Even if they wanted to get more information from Tongning, who would dare to pull a feather from a tiger's mouth? Tongning, why can't you cooperate with the media a little? Someone in the crowd asked. It was obvious that he was complaining. It's not easy for us to be in this industry. The relationship between artists and the media has always been a delicate one. If you don't cooperate, it will naturally cause others to dislike you and the media will slander you. With your high EQ, I'm sure you understand this. Tang Ning tilted her head and looked in the direction of the voice. She couldn't help but sneer. I will not cooperate with unprofessional media. I will say it here today. You want me to cooperate with you, but your questions are full of aggression, Just like how you want me to respond to you when you scold me. It's the same logic. Haven't you noticed? When it comes to creating rumors and creating trouble, the media can come up with anything they want. For example, the dog-eat-dog story. Are you sure the media didn't make it up? It's not easy for you to do this, but do you think it's easy for me? You're a weakling, so you're in the right? I have to take care of your career and your income. Do I have to support your family? I didn't cooperate with the media, and I didn't forbid the media from defaming me. If the media doesn't understand what's called objective truth, then you can spread rumors all you want. I won't say a word. Of course, don't expect me to cooperate. Because you can't even respect the objective facts. You want me to greet you with a smile? After speaking, Tongning and the others left the police station. After boarding the car, Tongning took a deep breath. But it didn't take long before she received a phone call from President Fan. As they had crossed paths a few times in the past, Tongning could easily guess what President Fan wanted to say and what he was planning. President Tang, it's best not to be so extreme. Otherwise, we'll meet again in the future. President Fan, if you have something to say, just say it. Tongning couldn't be bothered with small talk. How about this, let's each take a step back and pretend this matter is over. You cancel the lawsuit and I promise not to cause you any more trouble. What do you think of this deal? I don't think much of it, Tongning rejected. Because I'm not afraid of you causing trouble for me. Huh. President Tang, you need to think this through. Are you sure Superstar Media wants to get involved in this mess? You need to know what kind of path I take in the industry. Aren't you afraid of my methods? I'm not like righteous people like you. I walk a crooked path. If you have the time to negotiate with me, why don't you think about how to protect your position in the agency? After speaking, Tongning hung up the phone. Righteous person, hearing this, Tongning let out a gentle laugh. President Fan was wrong. She wasn't a righteous person. She simply stuck to her own bottom line as long as people didn't offend her. If the other party took the initiative, then they shouldn't blame her for giving them a taste of their own medicine. You must be tired. Let's go home and get some rest, Mo Ting said as he looked at Tongning's tired expression. Ting, take me to the set. I want to see how Zihao is getting along with the staff, Tongning replied. As you know, the Ant Queen has cost me a lot of effort. In fact, Xiaosun even sacrificed his life for it. I don't want any accidents to happen again. Your health is the most important thing right now. After speaking, Mo Ting drove Tongning home and coaxed her to get some rest. I promise, as soon as you wake up, I will take you to the set. In order to reassure Mo Ting, Tongning nodded her head and forced herself to get some rest. However, the image of Xiaosun lying in his coffin and everything that happened outside the morning hall filled Tongning's mind. Coupled with the aggressive media, Tongning felt physically and mentally exhausted. After seeing Tongning fall asleep, Mo Ting left the bedroom and headed into the study room to give Lu Che a phone call, arrange for Feng Yu's PR. I don't want to hear that Xiaosun's death has anything to do with Tongning. Seeing Tongning's exhaustion, Mo Ting's heart ached. Be more forceful. Also, find the reporter that started the rumor today and make sure he completely disappears from the industry. Also, use this as a warning to his peers. From now on, tell Feng Yu to handle any news regarding Tongning. After all, she's an artist under Hai Rui. It's only reasonable for Feng Yu to handle her. Yes, President, Lu Che replied. In the end, Mo Ting couldn't hold it in any longer. Although he always said that he wouldn't interfere with Tongning's development and decisions, when Tongning actually got hurt, Mo Ting was still the one that felt heartache. So, after a round of interference from Hai Rui, the rumors of Tongning killing Xiaosun no longer existed. All that was left was to discuss President Fan's masterpiece outside the morning hall. Not only did Mo Ting want President Fan to be a target and a laughingstock, he also wanted him to stay on the top searches. As soon as President Fan's incident was exposed, coupled with Mo Ting's help in the industry, President Fan's situation became a little awkward. At least, the industry was built around seeking benefits and avoiding harm. So, it was only natural for people to avoid trouble. As a result, President Fan lost quite a bit of money. Even the pirate Dr. Saint was affected quite a bit. The other investor withdrew their investment just like that, without even giving a heads up. And all of this was because of Tongning. After all, President Fan knew better than anyone that the show at Xiaoxin's memorial service was arranged by Tongning herself. Tongning had made him suffer a loss that he had never suffered in his entire life. As a result, President Fan went deep into the mountains to look for his retired grandfather. As the Fan family had always had a background in the underworld, Elder Fan hid in the mountains to prevent his enemies from finding him. Although President Fan went to the mountains with the excuse of visiting Elder Fan, his real intention was to gain some experience in dealing with people. After listening to you talk about this woman, she seems to be quite courageous. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so helpless. Grandfather, she is Mo Ting's woman. You know how ruthless Mo Ting is. If Tongning didn't have Mo Ting's protection, I would have crushed her a dozen times over, President Fan said as he poured a cup of tea for Elder Fan. President Fan said as he poured Elder Fan a cup of tea. That's why I wanted you to give me some pointers. Elder Fan glared at President Fan and scoffed. But, he still doted on his grandson, so he said, the young woman you're talking about is a loyal person. But, all loyal people have one weakness, the people around them. She's not easy to deal with, nor is Mo Ting easy to deal with. What about everyone else? Don't tell me you can't even deal with the people around Tongning? Luo Xing had a direct connection with the pirate doctor, so he couldn't make a move. Otherwise, he would be revealing his true identity. Meanwhile, out of the people around Tongning, Lin Qian was the weakest. Although Lin Qian was the heiress of the Gu family, she had yet to return to the family. Plus, she was married to a military man that was often away from home, so dealing with her was a lot easier. Elder Fan is indeed better at chess. It's best if you don't make a move now. Observe for a while first. Now is the time where the wind and the waves are the fiercest. Others will also increase their vigilance. If you make a move now, it's the same as rushing into a trap. So, calm down first, endure it, and wait for the right time. Director Fan nodded. In the end, it was still the older generation who could see things clearly. It doesn't matter if you suffer a bit now. In any case, you still have a chance to get it back. Let her take advantage of you for the time being. When she relaxes, you can attack her vitals. At that time, she will be caught unprepared. The old man's words were true. Indeed, it was not suitable for him to continue showing his face in public. He could first keep a low profile and recuperate. He wanted to see how far Tongning could go. So, from the looks of it, President Fan did not do any public relations nor did he try to please the audience. It was as if he had given up. Although he was being scolded, as long as he didn't watch the news, it didn't matter. As for the money, he could lose it now, but he could always earn it back in the future. But, he wasn't going to let Tongning off easy. I heard that President Fan was extremely cooperative with the police's investigation. This doesn't suit his character at all. Has he suddenly realized his mistake? Long Jia scoffed at the jerk. All he did was refuse to act in his film. Was it necessary for him to go this far? That's just the cause. Everything that happened afterwards was simply an accumulation of hatred. Luckily, the public doesn't have high hopes for the Ant Queen and doesn't think it's a threat. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have found a way to destroy it. This is a blessing in disguise. But, Tongning did not dare to let her guard down. Although she had caused President Fan to suffer a huge loss, she didn't expect him to simply let it go. It seemed she would need to be more careful from now on. The public was currently paying close attention to President Fan's incident. On the other hand, Tongning's conflict with the media also took up a lot of space. It could be seen that she really hated the presence of the media in front of her. Since she hated it so much, why did she stay in the entertainment industry? Aren't you being very fake when you're so proud and unyielding? If she despised the media so much, then she shouldn't have used it as a channel. Tongning was aware of the criticism, but she simply pretended not to see it and turned a deaf ear to what was going on. There were too many things that she cared about and wanted to change. Every single part of the industry was filled with conflict and scheming. Because of the benefits, everyone was tightly bound together. Long Jia noticed the complicated expression on Tongning's face, so she reminded her carefully, "You're pregnant, so you tend to overthink things." Tongning, you've been in the industry for so many years, haven't you realized that there are some things that you can't change on your own? Just focus on doing what you love. Don't worry about anything else. If everyone grits their teeth, the result will definitely be shocking. Tongning nodded her head. She suddenly wanted to ask herself if she really didn't love her career anymore. The answer was no. Otherwise, she wouldn't have persisted with the production of The Ant Queen. Why did she have to care about the opinions of so many people when she could focus on nothing in the past? With this thought, Tongning smiled at Xianxia. I understand. You should go home and get some rest. To her surprise, President Fan did not cause trouble for her again. Because he rejected the pirate doctor, Luo Xing was classified as an actor with a conscience and was referred to as a genuine talent. This helped him build a solid foundation when it came time to accept more resources. At least, the public received one thing: this actor didn't act in bad films. Soon, Tongning arrived on the set of The Ant Queen. She wanted to see if Xianxia needed any help. But, just like Xiao Sen, Xianxia was immersed in the world of sci-fi. I suddenly understand why Xiao Sen was so excited. It's because your film is amazing. I'm still struggling in many areas, but don't worry, since you've entrusted me with this task, I will definitely do my best. Thank you, Xianxia, Tongning thanked from the bottom of her heart. Your man's acting isn't just for show. Hearing this sudden compliment, Tongning also smiled. In another 3 months, the film would be completed. Tongning originally thought it would be a long time. But, with Xiao's hard work day and night, filming ended in just 2.5 months. That night, while everyone was celebrating on set, Lin Qian received a phone call from Motherly. Qian, what's wrong, Mom? I'm still on set. I don't know when I'll be back. Li Jing can come back later, please. Qian, listen to me. Li Jing won't be coming back, Motherly suddenly interrupted as she sobbed. Lin Qian froze for a moment. Her left hand was still holding on to a glass of red wine. As soon as she heard that Li Jing wouldn't be coming back, she was so shocked that she couldn't care less. Mom, he won't be coming back today, he might never be coming back. After hearing this, Lin Qian immediately threw away her wine glass and rushed towards the exit of the set like a madman. Tongning noticed Lin Qian's reaction, but with her 7 to 8 month pregnant belly, it wasn't convenient for her to chase after her. So, she asked Xianxia to hurry up and ask her. Xianxia quickly grabbed onto Lin Qian's arm and asked, what happened? Don't stop me. I want to go home now. I'll take you home. How are you going to return home in your current state? Xianxia quickly held on to Lin Qian. She wanted to be her chauffeur and help her calm down. But, just as they boarded the car, Lin Qian suddenly fainted. Xianxia was shocked as she quickly notified Tongning. Soon, they rushed her to the hospital. After a quick examination, the doctor discovered that Lin Qian was pregnant. She had simply fainted because she had received too much shock. Doesn't Lin Qian know she's pregnant? Xianxia asked as she lifted her head. Tongning shook her head and immediately asked Lu Che to contact the Li family. As soon as Motherly received the news, she rushed over to the hospital anxiously. It was obvious that Motherly was anxious. In fact, her eyes were red like she had been crying. Qian, you silly child. How could you not know you're pregnant? Now, Li Jing won't be coming back. As soon as everyone heard this, they understood the meaning behind Motherly's words. Why isn't Li Jing coming back? Xianxia asked. While on a mission, he was attacked by an enemy and his plane crashed. Motherly did not have the courage to say the last word. No wonder Lin Qian was so emotional. No wonder, it's all my fault. Motherly was such a cheerful and lively person, but now, she was constantly crying. Seeing this, Tongning was quite touched. It didn't take long before Lin Qian woke up. But, the first thing she did was sit up straight and run towards the door. Qian. Motherly rushed over to help her. Silly child, you're pregnant. You can't fall like this. Upon hearing the word pregnant, Lin Qian froze. It was as if he couldn't believe it. But, after repeated confirmations, she finally accepted the fact that she was pregnant. But, what about Li Jing? The base is currently searching for Jean Eyre's whereabouts. Before we receive any concrete information, we cannot lose hope, right? Motherly comforted Lin Qian, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the child in your stomach. This is the child of you and Jean Eyre, so it is the flesh and blood of the Li family. We will also be heartbroken, Qian. Seeing Motherly crying, Lin Qian finally forced herself to calm down. Let's wait for a while, wait for a while. Lin Qian did not say anything. To be exact, at this moment, her heart was so bitter that she couldn't say anything. She had a child, but what about her husband? Although she already knew that Li Jin's identity meant that every mission he went on was a life and death struggle, when the day finally arrived, she still couldn't accept it. Seeing Lin Qian's expression, Tongning walked over and pulled her into her embrace. She placed her face against her stomach and allowed her to feel the strength of life. I believe that he will be found in the end. Do you believe that? Lin Qian looked at Tongning in a daze. But, Tongning patiently asked again, do you believe that? In the end, Lin Qian nodded her head. She didn't believe in miracles, but she was willing to believe in Tongning because Tongning could create miracles. At this moment, Lin Qian calmed down and was finally able to communicate normally. She wanted to be optimistic, even though all she could do was cry in the dead of the night. It was such a great celebration party, but I never expected to receive such bad news. Sometimes, it's hard to believe that this is fate. You're the one that refuses to accept your fate the most, Mo Ting said as he drove. Just like you believe, he will definitely be found. If you don't believe in yourself, then Lin Qian's determination will eventually waver. Out of all of us, she's the most unfortunate. Why can't fate be a little kinder to her? Losing a loved one is the cruelest thing in the world, Tongning said before she looked at Mo Ting. After speaking, Tongning looked at Mo Ting. Actually, not only Lin Qian, if I was in her position, I would also break down. I can give up on everything else, but I definitely want you. If something happens to you, then I really don't know how I'm going to survive. Mo Ting rubbed Tongning's neck and continued to drive, don't think too much. Regardless of everything else, Lin Qian's incident made the entire superstar media suffer. But, at this time, President Fan, who had been tempted by superstar media for a long time, finally received news that Lin Qian was in the hospital. After asking around, he confirmed that not only was Lin Qian pregnant, her military husband might not be coming back. This is the perfect timing. Lin Qian is extremely fragile at this time. It's the perfect time to use her. Didn't Tongning say that she's not afraid of me? I'm going to see how she can be more shameless than me. It was at this time that a huge conspiracy was about to begin. 3 days later, Lin Qian and Motherly received news that Li Jin had still not been found. The faster they waited, the higher their chances of survival. So, the longer they waited, that meant, Qian, why don't we wait a little longer? Lin Qian looked at Motherly without saying a word. She simply smiled weakly. Don't worry, Jean Eyre will definitely come back. He's so capable. I know, Lin Qian continued to trust Tongning. After all, Tongning had promised that Li Jin would definitely come back. But, the next morning, Motherly gave Tongning a phone call. Xiaoning, Qian has disappeared. I suspect she went to the military base to look for Jean Eyre again. What should we do now? She's a pregnant woman, how can I not worry? Auntie, if you don't let her go, she will definitely break down. So, let her try this once. I will send someone to protect her. Hayes. Motherly was completely at a loss. In that case, Xiaoning, I can only rely on you. Tongning could actually understand Lin Qian's feelings. If she was in Lin Qian's shoes, she would have done the same thing. But, she also needed to consider her own safety. Tongning told Lu Che about Lin Qian's disappearance and asked him to help her find her location. But, Lin Qian seemed to be doing this on purpose to prevent others from finding her. She knew that if her family and friends got involved, her hands would be tied. Her only goal now was to find Li Jin. If Li Jin wasn't around, even if she was pregnant, her life would be meaningless. So, even with Lu Che's extensive information network, it was impossible for him to find out where Lin Qian was hiding. Madam, it seems we won't be able to find Lin Qian anytime soon. What should we do? In that case, let's go find out where Li Jin's plane crashed. She'll definitely go there, Tongning replied. Okay, I'll go right away, madam. Lin Qian didn't want to be found, so she pretended to be a backpacker and headed towards the location of Li Jin's plane crash. It was a quiet tourist town and the location of the plane crash was located in a nearby valley. The valley had already been flattened by the search and rescue team. But there was still no news of Li Jin. It wasn't that she didn't trust the search and rescue team, but, in this world, no one understood Li Jin better than she did. Because she understood this man, as long as Li Jin left a trace, she would definitely be able to find it. But, she had no idea that President Fan had also sent someone to stay with her at the hostel. What's that woman doing here on her own? Who knows? She seems to have cut off all contact with the outside world. In that case, when should we make our move? The two men stayed opposite Lin Qian as they discussed when to make their move. But, they couldn't understand why Lin Qian had come to this town. Let's wait and see. A pregnant woman can cause so much trouble. Perhaps, we don't even need to make a move. Okay, let's go take a look tomorrow. Lin Qian planned to enter the valley early in the morning, so she decided on a route with the hostel owner. Miss, you're also here because of the plane crash, right? The owner had already heard about the plane crash a long time ago. So, anyone that was heading towards the valley was most likely related to it. The person that crashed was my husband, Lin Qian said as she looked at the owner. Lin Qian choked up as she looked at her boss and said, "So, boss, if you really know anything, please tell me." Then you're really pitiful. The boss sighed and shook his head. Miss, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the things about the army are just rumors. At that time, no one saw it at all. Lin Qian lowered her head in disappointment. Since you want to enter the valley, I can let my daughter bring you in. The boss pointed at the girl who was serving the guests in the hall and said, "Don't look down on her because she is a woman. She went to a martial arts school to protect this hotel. After you go in, you can take care of her." Thank you, boss. The next morning, Lin Qian and the owner's daughter set off for the valley together. Meanwhile, the people sent by President Fan managed to piece together the reason for Lin Qian's visit. It was most likely related to her military husband. From the looks of it, he was undoubtedly looking for someone. The two men quickly relayed the news to President Fan. As soon as President Fan heard the news, he laughed. If Lin Qian is really here to look for her husband, why don't you pretend to be a nearby villager and tell her that you have news of Li Jin? Then, you can lure her to a dangerous place. Then, you can contact Tongning. But, she's a pregnant woman. Are you guys pitying a pregnant woman? Have you ever pitted yourself against me when I've suffered a huge loss? Don't waste time talking nonsense with me. Just do as I say. As President Fan's subordinates, they couldn't go against their employer's wishes. Even if they didn't want to, they still had to follow orders. So, the two men quickly entered the valley to get ahead of Lin Qian. Along the way, they asked around for information about the dangerous places nearby. Then, they disguised themselves as villagers and waited for Lin Qian to take the bait. Meanwhile, Lu Che searched the entire town and finally found the place where Lin Qian was staying. Unfortunately, she had already headed towards the valley. As soon as the boss of the hotel saw Lu Che and his men looking for Lin Qian, he immediately asked, "Are you also here to protect the young miss?" "Boss, is she not alone?" "No, there are two other men following her. They are staying opposite her. I thought they were here to protect her, but from the looks of it, that's not the case. From the looks of it, they seem to be following and monitoring her." "Then, where are they?" "As soon as the young miss left, they probably followed her into the valley," the boss replied. As Lin Qian had already left, Lu Che had no way of confirming her safety. All he could do was give Tongning a phone call to confirm what he should do. After hearing this, Tongning fell into deep thought. She couldn't figure out who was following Lin Qian and what their motive was. First, check the hostel's surveillance cameras and find out who the two men are. Lu Che spent a little more time asking around. After a few twists and turns, he finally confirmed who the two men were working for. So, he immediately reported his findings to Tongning. "Madam, those two men are President Fan's men." "President Fan?" Tongning was a little surprised. Who would have thought that after a few months, President Fan still wouldn't give up? What else does he want? I never thought that President Fan would hold such a deep grudge. Lu Che, take some men to chase after Lin Qian. I'll contact President Fan and see what he wants. Lin Qian was already in a difficult situation. If President Fan continued to interfere, would Lin Qian end up like Li Jin and never come back? With this thought, Tang Ning immediately gave President Fan a phone call. On the other end of the phone, President Fan said lazily, "Oh, Hai Rui is quite capable. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. What do you want?" "Just tell me," Tang Ning asked straightforwardly. "Don't try to hurt Lin Qian. If she loses a single hair because of you, I will make sure your entire family dies with her." Tisk tsk. Did you think I would be afraid after hearing President Tang's tone? Tell me what you want first. I want you to suffer. By now, my subordinates have probably successfully led Lin Qian to the most dangerous place. Tang Ning, how about this? If you go and rescue her on your own, I'll tell you where she is. President Fan seemed to have grasped Tang Ning's weakness as he teased, "My idea isn't bad, isn't it? But, I don't think you'll go personally. After all, even if you want to, President Mo won't let you. But, if you don't go, then Lin Qian will have no choice but to. The decision is in your hands. I'll give you 2 hours to think about it." After speaking, President Fan laughed out loud and hung up the phone. He believed that as long as he managed to threaten Tang Ning, it would be considered his victory. But, Tang Ning wasn't the type of person he expected. The more tense the situation, the deeper she hid her emotions and the calmer she was. So, there was no way she was going to accept President Fan's suggestion. Not only that, she was going to make him pay the heaviest price. After speaking to President Fan, Tang Ning immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call and explained the situation they were in and how President Fan was threatening them. After hearing from President Fan, Mo Ting sat in silence in his office. After quite some time, he finally asked with uncertainty, "You won't be going, right?" "Of course I will be going, but I need to plan carefully," Tang Ning replied. "You will arrange everything for me, won't you?" "Ting, you know me. I don't like being threatened. If I have no choice, I will use extreme methods." After hearing this, Mo Ting and his wife understood each other. "I understand. I'll let you know in 2 hours." Tang Ning knew that Mo Ting understood what she was thinking. So, all she had to do now was help Lu Che find Lin Qian as soon as possible. By this time, it was already 10 p.m. Lin Qian and the hostel owner's daughter asked around and finally found a nearby farmhouse where they could spend the night. However, the two brothers at the farmhouse were especially friendly towards Lin Qian and Mo Ting. "May I ask why the two of you have come to a remote place like this?" "We are here to look for someone. Are you also here because of the plane crash?" the older brother asked Lin Qian. "You might not believe me, but when the plane crashed, I was tending to my sheep nearby. Because the crash was too loud, my flock of sheep scattered, so I chased after them all over the place. What else? Also, I met a soldier who was covered in wounds. He was tall and skinny, and he walked down the canyon. Because I was afraid, I didn't dare to show myself to ask him." "Could it be that you're looking for him?" As soon as Lin Qian heard this, she grabbed onto the man's shirt and asked, "Did you really see him?" "I really saw him. How could I lie about something like this?" "He's still alive?" "Yes, he can still walk. However, there are many wild beasts downstream. I don't know if he can make it out." The man said helplessly, "We're all from the mountains. We've never seen the outside world, so we don't know if it's good or bad. So, I don't dare to get close to him." As soon as Lin Qian heard this, tears began to form in her eyes. It seemed, all she wanted to do right now was to enter the depths of the canyon and search for Li Jin. However, the hostel owner's daughter kept sizing up the two brothers. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Ningxiang, Miss Lin, I know you're very anxious right now, but it's getting dark and we can't go in. Plus, no one has been to the center of the canyon before, so we don't know what's there. Even if you want to go, you'll have to hold on until tonight," the hostel owner's daughter said seriously. "Don't be stubborn." After Lin Qian heard this, she nodded her head. If she was alone, she might have a chance. But, she was carrying someone with her, so she couldn't ignore their safety. "Then you better be obedient and rest early to recover your energy." Lin Xian did as she was told. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. It was already the 2-hour time limit that President Fan mentioned, but Tongning continued to wait for Mo Ting's phone call. Finally, at the last minute, Tongning's phone rang. "I've already done what you wanted me to do." "Is it his daughter or wife?" "They're both here," Mo Ting replied. The conversation between the two men was short, but it was the main point. To put it simply, Mo Ting had given President Fan's daughter and wife a taste of his own medicine by inviting them to one of Hai Rui's hotels to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Afterwards, Tongning gave President Fan a phone call. "Have you made up your mind? Are you going to go or not?" President Fan asked. Tongning looked at the time and asked, "President Fan, I'm currently treating your daughter and wife to dinner. I'm sure you don't mind, do you?" President Fan never expected that Tongning would do something like this. She was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. So, he wasn't prepared for it. He never expected that Tongning would actually do something like this. "I've always thought that President Tang is a righteous person and wouldn't resort to such underhanded methods. I've always treated people differently. I treat people with the attitude of a servant, but I treat a wolf with the ruthlessness of a wolf." "So, are you going to tell me where Lin Qian is?" Tongning asked. "Since we've already formed a grudge, I don't plan to hold back anymore. Let's make a bet. I'll treat your wife and daughter the same way you treat Lin Qian." President Fan gritted his teeth. He never expected that he would once again be the one being played by Tongning. "Tongning, you're going to die a horrible death. I never expected anything good to happen to anyone that provoked you. But, don't compete with me in terms of ruthlessness. You can't beat me." Of course, President Fan didn't want to compromise, so he threatened, "If you're so capable, go ahead and hold them captive. Let's see how you explain yourself to the police." "I don't need to explain myself. Even if I end up in jail, I still have Mo Ting and my 2 sons. I still have the Tang family and the Mo family. With so many people around, I'm sure I can make you suffer a fate worse than death. Oh, by the way, I'm sure you know how Ting is. He's not someone that you can afford to offend. I'll give you one night to think about it. I want an answer tomorrow morning." After speaking, Tongning hung up the phone. This time, she was the one in charge. Actually, after Mo Ting picked up President Fan's wife and daughter, he explained everything to her. President Fan's wife was a righteous person and didn't want her husband to commit any more crimes, so she agreed to stay at the hotel. Mo Ting, of course, took good care of them. After all, he couldn't be compared to the jerk President Fan. As a result, both sides were in a heated situation. Neither side was willing to give in. Meanwhile, Lu Che was also trying his best to find Lin Qian. At this moment, Lin Qian had no idea that because of her, a battle between Tongning and President Fan was about to break out. She only dreamt of Li Jin in her dreams. In her dream, Li Jin looked even bigger. "Xianxia, don't look for me, don't." Lin Qian woke up with a start. As she sat up, her eyes were filled with tears. Luckily, it was already morning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how she would survive the long night. It didn't take long before she and Ming Xiang arrived. At this time, Tongning received a phone call from President Fan. "I won't tell you where Lin Qian is. If you want to take the mother and daughter's life, then go ahead and take it. For the sake of revenge, you're willing to give up your wife and daughter. President Fan, you sure are ruthless." Tongning sneered through the phone. "I'd like to see how you're going to save Lin Qian." President Fan's voice was filled with a sense of victory. But, Tongning did not panic. She simply retorted calmly, "President Fan, don't overestimate your own abilities and don't underestimate others. Did you really think that I can't do anything to you? What else can you do? Right now, all you can do is argue with me, right?" Tongning laughed and handed the phone to President Fan's wife. His wife hesitated for a minute before she finally gathered her courage and said, "I never thought that you would treat Yao Yao and my life so lightly." As soon as President Fan heard that his wife was talking about him, he was a little moved, but he refused to admit defeat. "It's not like you've only known me for a day. I can't allow anyone to use my weakness against me. I can't have any weaknesses. You should have known from the day we got married. Plus, I don't only have you and Nyonyo as my daughter, that's enough." President Fan's wife burst into tears. Back then, you used my background to pursue me. Now that you're successful, all you've got is this face. Indeed, as you expected, Tongming won't do anything to me because she's not you. I knew it. After speaking, President Fan was about to hang up the phone. But, at this time, his wife said something in despair that made President Fan's heart skip a beat. Niao and I will return to the US. But, before that, I will hand over the evidence of your involvement in the gray areas to the police. President Fan froze for a moment and didn't know what to do. But, after calming himself down, he laughed. How could you possibly have this evidence? I've never dealt with things in front of you. You don't believe me? How did your last assistant die? President Fan was shocked when he heard that. Did you think that I didn't plan a way out for myself after being by your side for so many years? You are a complete jerk and I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. After speaking, President Fan's wife handed the phone to Tongming. As soon as Tongming received the phone, she asked, "How is it? Can you tell me where Lin Qian is?" President Fan was so angry that he flipped the table in front of him. Tongming, if you dare act recklessly, I will never forgive you. I'm not interested in your dirty business. All I want is Lin Qian's whereabouts. As for your wife and daughter, I will send them directly to the US. The SL*T has already headed into the depths of the valley. Go and find her yourself, President Fan said. Tongming, you're ruthless. With that, President Fan hung up. Tongming put away her phone and turned to look at President Fan's wife and daughter. I've arranged for you to go to the US. Is that okay? As long as I go to America, it will be my family's territory. He will never be able to hurt me again. Moreover, he will not be in the mood to find trouble with you, because he will think of ways to deal with me. All right. Tongming looked at the mother and daughter and thought to herself, President Fan's sins were enough to send him to the 18th level of hell. So he thought he could continue to be free and unfettered. From President Fan's words, Tongming could tell that he had simply lured Lin Qian to a dangerous place without actually doing anything to her. But, even so, being in a dangerous place like this was enough to be fatal for a pregnant woman. Tongming immediately gave Lu Che a phone call. After an entire night of searching, Lu Che finally found out where Lin Qian was headed. However, according to the locals, no one had ever returned alive from the depths of the valley. It was so dangerous that not many people went there. Lu Che immediately contacted the local police to help them find Lin Qian. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Lin Qian and Ning Xiang walked along the road, but Ning Xiang still felt that something wasn't right. Miss Lin, it's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but there's one thing that I need to clarify with you. Lin Qian glanced at Ning Xiang and nodded her head. Go ahead. The two brothers from last night said that they were sheep herders, but they didn't smell like sheep at all. Plus, their skin was soft and tender, they didn't look like farmers at all. As for the older brother, he said that he saw soldiers heading into the depths of the valley. Anyone that wants to survive wouldn't go too deep into the valley. A normal person might go the wrong way, but soldiers are in the air, so they should be familiar with the location and the surrounding terrain. So, do you think they have an ulterior motive? Lin Qian continued. Last night, I already thought things through. But, I felt that hope was right in front of me. On one hand, I wanted to see if the two brothers would catch up to me. On the other hand, I wanted to lie to myself. But, it's about time to stop. Let's head back. Huh? Ning Xiang thought she had heard wrong. You heard right. I said, let's head back. My husband is a man with an indomitable spirit. For the sake of his country, he is willing to sacrifice his life. If I stubbornly do things and hurt you, wouldn't I be going against his beliefs? Even if I find him, he won't forgive me. Plus, like you said, I don't think he's the type of person that would go too deep into the valley. Let's head back first and look for other clues. So, you've still retained your rationality, Ning Xiang suddenly laughed. I thought, I won't stop looking. I have a feeling that he's still alive. In that case, what do you plan to do with the two brothers? Let's head back to the town first and then we'll come up with a plan, Lin Qian replied. Okay, so, when the two brothers thought they had succeeded and gave President Fan a phone call, they did not receive any praise. After all, President Fan was currently struggling to come up with a way to keep his wife and child in Beijing. Left with no choice, President Fan directly gave Elder Fan a phone call. As soon as Elder Fan heard the entire story, he cursed, "Idiot. You've lost the bigger picture because of a small mistake. Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess. Grandfather, you need to help me. Otherwise, I'm finished. How can you possibly go up against the Mo and Tang families in Beijing? If you continue to make a big deal out of this, you will be the one to suffer. Stop right now." "But, I can't guarantee that Tongming doesn't know anything. I'm wondering if, you be asterisk starred, don't even think about it. Don't you know how much influence Tongming has in Beijing? How dare you touch her? It's fine if it's just a small matter, but don't think about creating a bigger problem. If that happens, Mo Ting will skin you alive. Problems in the entertainment industry should be resolved within the industry. Don't go anywhere else and get out of hand. Also, don't alert the police. How many times can you handle this? Does that mean I can't get my revenge?" President Fan was unconvinced. How King frustrating. Luckily, Lin Qian had already gone deep into the valley. No matter how capable Tongming was, she couldn't find Lin Qian immediately. So, this was the only thing that made him feel lucky. However, he had no idea that Lin Qian had already returned to town. As soon as she returned to town, Lin Qian heard that Lu Che had been looking for her everywhere. She knew that she had let Tongming down, but she couldn't say anything about it. But, Lu Che quickly received news that Lin Qian had returned to the hotel. So, when he saw her, he finally relaxed. "Did you know that we had to search for you for a long time? Because of you, the Madam and President Fan were just short of pointing a gun at each other." "So, the two men that were following me were President Fan's men?" Lin Qian finally understood why she had been lured to the valley. "What do you think? But, at least you didn't disappoint us. You still have a good sense of judgment. The Madam's protection of you wasn't wasted. In that case, have you caught the two men?" Lin Qian asked. "We've already found their whereabouts. Do you want to go look for trouble?" Lu Che asked as he raised an eyebrow. "Of course," Lin Qian replied as she lifted her head. She wasn't going to let something like this go. How dare they use Li Jin to lie to her? You don't need to be too desperate about Li Jin. I'm sure there will be news of him." "I know," Lin Qian replied confidently. "I can feel that he's not dead. He's definitely not dead." "Okay, let's go then. The two men are currently eating in the dining room," Lu Che said as he glanced at the dining room. "Go ahead and greet them. I'll be right there." Lu Che nodded his head and led his men over to the table where the two men were seated. He then sat down beside them. "I heard from the hotel owner that the two of you have been following Lin Qian for a few days." As soon as the two men looked at Lu Che, they immediately knew who he was, so their eyes began to flicker. "Mister, are you sure you've got the wrong person? Weren't the two of you the ones that lured Lin Qian to the valley? Where's the fake shepherd?" Lu Che laughed as he crossed his arms. "President Fan's people don't seem that smart." Seeing that their identities had been seen through, the two of them no longer had anything to hide. They directly said to Lu Che, "You don't need to mock us, we all have our own masters. Right now, Lin Qian has already gone to the canyon. If you have the ability, go and find her. Who knows, maybe she's already been eaten by wild beasts. Did you think that superstar media's people are as brainless as the two of you?" Lu Che laughed as he pointed to their foreheads. "What do you mean?" Lu Che looked past the two of them and pointed to a spot not too far away with his chin. "Look for yourself." The two of them turned around at the same time and saw Lin Qian walking towards them unscathed. The two of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. How is this possible? I saw her heading towards the amphilas." However, Lin Qian did not show any mercy. As soon as she arrived at the dining table, she poured the boiling hot coffee onto the head of one of the men. Trash, ah, cries of pain could be heard from all over the hostel. All the guests turned to look at them, but Lu Che deliberately blocked their view. Most importantly, the owner of the hostel told the guests they were caught kidnapping a child. As soon as the guests heard this, they gritted their teeth. Someone like that deserves it. So, when the two men were scalded, no one came to their rescue. Lu Che waited until Lin Xian had vented her anger before he called the nearest hospital. Have you vented your anger now? Much better? Lin Xian lowered her head and suddenly thought of Li Jin. I don't care about anything right now. I just want him to come back. Alive, you definitely will. Lu Che patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. At this time, Lin Xian finally turned on her phone and received a call from an unknown number. As soon as Lin Xian saw the caller, she immediately picked up the phone excitedly. Li Jin, is that you? Li Jin? Sister-in-law, I'm not the chief, but I have good news for you. The chief is fine and has been rescued. He's currently in Beijing and was flown in last night. Is he really fine? Lin Xian asked to confirm. He's really fine. But I'm afraid he won't be able to return home anytime soon. In that case, where is he? I'll go look for him. You'll know when you get back, the man stuttered. The man stuttered and did not explain himself clearly. But, as long as he was still alive, that was the best thing that could happen to Lin Xian. Lu Che had already heard that Li Jin was still alive, so he was happy for Lin Xian. There's always a way out. Looks like God still favors the good. Since that's the case, let's hurry back to Beijing. Okay, I'll go make arrangements. After speaking, Lu Che turned and left, leaving Lin Xian to bid farewell to the hostel owner. However, the hostel owner looked at Lin Xian with a smile. I never expected you to be the assistant of a famous celebrity. I heard from my daughter that your artist is her favorite actor. What's her name? Tong Ning. Thank you, boss. If you really want to thank me, then help me get Tong Ning's autograph. Treat it as a form of repayment for taking a risk with you. Don't worry, it's a small matter. It didn't take long for Tong Ning to receive Lin Xian's message. Ningjia, I'm sorry. I always cause trouble for you. You are a part of superstar media, so you are my relative. It's not troublesome, Tong Ning replied. As long as you're fine, everything else is fine. After offending President Fan like this, will he deal with you even more harshly? This was what Lin Xian was worried about. Since President Fan was able to lure her to such a dangerous place, it meant that he could do something even more insane. When the time comes, we'll deal with it as it comes. But right now, he probably doesn't have the energy to find trouble with me. Alright, we'll talk about it when you come back. The two chatted for a while more before hanging up. At this moment, Lin Xian was eager to return home. It didn't take long for President Fan to receive the news. When he found out that Lin Xian hadn't fallen for his trap, he was so angry that he almost smashed the house to pieces. Who would have thought that the people at Superstar Media were all smart people and weren't easy to trick? But, whether or not his wife had said anything in front of Tong Ning remained a thorn in his heart. But, he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only rely on the old man. This is the only time I'm going to meet this woman. But, don't do it again, the old man humphed. How did the Fan family produce a coward like you? But, if you ask her out, she won't show up. I have my ways. I want to see how powerful this woman is. As soon as Lin Xian arrived in Beijing, someone from the Air Force Base went to pick her up. Sister-in-law, hello. I am the chief's communications officer. My name is Chen Yan. Chen Yan, hurry and tell me where Li Jin is right now. What's going on? Lin Xian was only concerned about when she would be able to see Li Jin. Actually, a lot of people in the Air Force know that the chief has been saved, but no one informed you or the Li family because Chen Yan wasn't tall, but he was well built. From the looks of it, he was loyal and honest. From the looks of it, he was a reliable soldier. If you have something to say, then say it. Lin Xian was already mentally prepared. She had already guessed that there was an inside story. Since the chief had already been saved, there was no reason not to inform his wife. Miss Han saved the chief and he's currently at the Han family hospital. They've deliberately blocked the news from spreading. I'm not sure what Miss Han is planning. She wants to replace me, Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Do you know which hospital he's at? I know very well. Okay, I'm going to return to the Li family home first. I need to think about this carefully. But, before that, Lin Xian decided to see Tong Ning. The people at Superstar Media had been worried sick about her, so she felt that she needed to reassure them first. Soon, Lin Qian arrived at Hyatt Regency. Although Tongming knew that Lin Qian was already on her way back, she still let out a sigh of relief when she saw her. Her heart could finally relax. "You scared the hell out of me." "I'm sorry, Ningjia." "Forget it, I understand," Tongming took a deep breath and asked. "I've already heard about what happened to Li Jin." "Where is he now?" "He's at the Han family home." "Is this the Miss Han that pretended to be Li Jin's godsister and demanded an explanation from you?" Tongming quickly searched through her memory for information on this woman with the surname Han. "That's right. She's staying at her own home with someone else's husband and not announcing it to the public." "What's the meaning of this?" Tongming scoffed. "Even if she wants to replace you, doing this will make others think she's being too frivolous. Especially since you're already married. She's a soldier, so she should know the consequences of ruining a military marriage. Plus, you're pregnant. I'm planning to go back to the Li family to discuss with Mom and Dad how to get him back." After hearing this, Tongming shook her head. Since the Han family have the ability to detain them, they must have a good reason. "I don't think you'll be able to get anything out of them if you go recklessly." "I still have to go." "That's my husband." Lin Qian's brows were tightly knitted together. "I don't care if my surname is cold or hot. I don't care if it's a tiger's lair or a dragon's lair. All I know is that I have to get my husband out." Tongming nodded her head and patted Lin Qian on the shoulder. "This is a family matter, so it's not appropriate for us to get involved. So, you need to resolve it on your own. But, you need to remember, Superstar Media will always have your back." "Thank you, Ningjia." Lin Qian's eyes turned red. "You're the only one that never leaves me." "Don't say such mushy words. Hurry up and get him back," Tongming urged as Lin Qian quickly left Hyatt Regency and returned to the Li family home. She then explained the entire situation to her parents. As soon as Father Li heard this, he slammed his hands on the table angrily. "Is this family shameless? Not to mention that Jin Heir is already married. Even if he wasn't, the Han family would still be a laughing stock. If word got out that their unmarried daughter was keeping their man at home, wouldn't Han Xiao be a disgrace? Old man, this Han Xiao has been clinging to Jin Heir for a long time and even saved him this time. Although we should be grateful to this family, the things they've done are too ridiculous. How could they hide it from their parents?" "Madam, don't worry. This afternoon, Xianxia and I will go to the Han family home to get him back. I refuse to believe that this family won't return my son to me." "That's right, Xianxia, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad will always support you." Motherly hated mistresses that ruined a family's happiness. Yet, this woman actually dared to appear in front of her and seduce her son. Even if she cut Han Xiao into a million pieces, she wouldn't think it was too much. Lin Qian nodded her head and headed upstairs to get some rest. As she was currently pregnant, she was easily tired. "Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy will definitely bring Daddy home. When that time comes, you need to put on a good performance." Speaking of which, after Father Li found out that his son had been detained by the Han family and that no one had notified him, he immediately rushed to the military base. He couldn't understand what was going on. What kind of rules did the Han family abide by? After the higher-ups found out, they were also shocked. But, they had no choice but to comfort Father Li. "Old Li, no matter how bad this family is, they still saved your son's life. Even if you don't like what they're doing, you still need to consider the pride of both families. I can't even get my son back, so I don't care about anyone else. I'm going to go home right now and pick up my daughter-in-law." Everyone knew that the Han family's actions were unreasonable, but the Han family were Li Jin's saviors. Plus, Li Jin had yet to wake up, so moving him would definitely affect his recovery. That's why the military decided to turn a blind eye to the situation. But, who would have thought, the Li family would find out so quickly? Father Li was furious. Just thinking about it made him feel wronged. He was a major general of the Li family, yet he couldn't even return home. Father Li couldn't take it lying down. So, he brought Lin Qian with him to the hospital owned by the Han family. But, when they arrived, they realized that even though it was just a normal hospital, the security was extremely strict. But Father Li was not afraid. He directly said to the nurse at the nurse's desk, "I am Li Jin's father. Tell Han Xiao to come out and see me." The two nurses looked at each other. In the end, they couldn't stand the pressure from Father Li anymore, so they called the hospital's internal line. A moment later, Han Xiao came out to welcome Elder Li. "Uncle Li, you're here. If I hadn't come, would my son have taken your surname?" Father Li humphed. "Uncle, I think you've misunderstood something. Things aren't what you think." "Let me explain." Han Xiao tried to change the subject, but Father Li wasn't easy to fool. "I don't care what reason you have, Li Jin has a wife and parents. It's not appropriate for him to stay here." After hearing this, Han Xiao stretched out her hand and stopped Father Li. "Uncle, I'm not afraid to tell you that during this mission, Li Jin and I have already agreed that if he survives, we will be together. Plus, the higher-ups are also aware of this. That's why they don't think it's a problem for Li Jin to stay at the Han family. I know it's hard for you to accept this, but he told me that he's sorry towards Lin Qian and his wife. Because of his job, he can't give Lin Qian a stable life. So, he thinks that it's time for them to cut their relationship. So, uncle, there's no reason why Li Jin can't stay at the Han family." After hearing Han Zhao's words, before Father Li could respond, Lin Qian had already stepped forward and threw a slap across Han Zhao's face. "I've never seen a mistress act so openly. Miss Han, you've truly opened my eyes." Han Xiao received the slap, but she did not retaliate. Instead, she pretended to be pitiful. "I know it's hard for you to accept this. So, you can do whatever you want to me. I know that you've always wanted to replace me, that's why you've come up with so many lies." But, Li Jin didn't say anything himself, so it's hard to verify the authenticity. "I know that he's currently in a coma. Since he hasn't woken up and he hasn't told me that he's going to help the two of you, he should be returning to the Li family and returning to my side. Lin Qian, do you have to be hurt to the core before you can accept the truth?" Lin Qian laughed as she looked at Han Xiao in ridicule. "Regardless of whether this is the truth or not, I still need to take Li Jin with me. Even if you're telling the truth and you want to be together, it's not going to happen for the next 8 months. Unless, you want to go to jail." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I'm pregnant," Lin Qian said as she pointed to her stomach. "So, no matter how much the two of you love each other, I'm sorry, but Li Jin will have to return to my side first. I'm not afraid of making a big deal out of this, but I'd like to see how the two of you are going to deal with it." Han Xiao never expected that Lin Qian would be pregnant at a time like this. "Impossible. You're lying to me. This is impossible. Li Jin and I are husband and wife. Do we need to report to you how often we do it? Since we are husband and wife, isn't it natural for me to be pregnant? So, if you don't want to hand him over today, that's fine, and I won't force you. I'm not a part of this industry and I know I can't win against you. But, don't forget, I am a part of the entertainment industry. If you still want to keep your dignity and live a normal life, then you better return Li Jin to me. Otherwise, I want your entire Han clan to be shamed because of you. I don't believe you're pregnant, I don't believe it. That's easy. As long as I do a checkup in the hospital, everything will come to light. You've been trying to ruin my relationship with Li Jin time and time again. In the past, I went easy on you, but now, I won't do it again. Because I've realized that your character and your status are on a completely different level. Xianxia, stop wasting time with her. Let's do a checkup right now and I'll report this to the higher-ups. I refuse to believe that they've blinded their eyes and ignored the fact that you're pregnant." Father Li's attitude was clear. There was no way he was going to accept Han Xiao. He could thank her for saving his life, but he had no intention of changing his daughter-in-law. Why would he bring Han Xiao into the family? Was he disgusting? After hearing this, Han Xiao clenched her fists tightly. Although she wanted to fight back, there was already Li Jin's child in Lin Qian's stomach. "Uncle, it's not that I don't want you to take Li Jin with you, but Li Jin's injuries are too serious and he can't move around. If he stays here, he will receive the best treatment." Seeing that her provocation was useless, Han Xiao immediately tried a new tactic. "You can't just watch as Li Jin's treatment fails, right?" Han Xiao wasn't lying. Li Jin's injuries were indeed too serious and he couldn't move around. But, were they supposed to watch as their son was left in someone else's care? Father Li turned around and looked at Lin Qian as Lin Qian replied, since Li Jin can't be moved, then as his wife, I should stay behind to take care of him. I don't want outsiders to gossip and ruin Miss Han's reputation. It's true that I don't come from a rich family, but I won't allow anyone to bully me. Han Xiao, I'm sure that with me around, Li Jin won't even look at you. Han Xiao couldn't do anything about Lin Qian. After all, Lin Qian was legally Li Jin's wife and she was pregnant, so she couldn't reject her. I was the one who saved him. Doesn't the Li family have a word of thanks? If it wasn't for the fact that you saved Li Jin, I would have found someone to beat you up, Lin Qian replied. Seeing Lin Qian's domineering attitude, Father Li couldn't help but admire her. She was a troublemaker and not a pushover that everyone could bully. This was how his daughter-in-law should be. Li Jin is still in the ICU and it's not visiting hours yet. Even if you came, you wouldn't be able to see him. Time will eventually come. As a pregnant woman, I have plenty of time. I can just sit here and wait. Han Xiao couldn't do anything to Lin Qian. All she could do was stomp her feet and leave angrily. She was a female officer at the military base, why couldn't she do anything to a defenseless pregnant woman? As soon as Han Xiao left, Father Li immediately said to Lin Qian, I'm worried about you staying here on your own, so I'll stay here with you. I've also given your mother a phone call and she'll rush over in a moment. With the two of you here, you can take care of each other. If Han Xiao tries anything funny again, you'll be able to handle it. Thank you, Father, Lin Qian nodded. But, at this moment, she had nothing to fear. As long as she could see Li Jin, she had nothing to fear. Afterwards, Lin Qian gave Tongning a phone call and told her about the situation at the hospital. As soon as Tongning heard about the situation, she exclaimed, this Han Xiao is quite a talent. I can't believe that with her status, she dared to take such a risk to steal Li Jin from you. How despicable. Tongning laughed over the phone. She then said to Lin Qian, to ensure your safety, I will prepare 4 bodyguards for you in a moment. When it comes to a woman like Han Xiao, it's better to be safe than sorry. If she really tries to hurt the child in your stomach, at least you'll be able to fight back. Thank you, Ningjia. You've already thanked me a lot. At this moment, Lin Qian was sitting outside the ICU with a complex feeling in her heart. If a weak woman was in Han Xiao's shoes, she may have fallen for it and misunderstood that Li Jin wanted to be with Han Xiao. As a result, she would have signed the divorce papers without even seeing Li Jin. In this world, it wasn't easy to firmly believe in something. But, it was easy to doubt someone. But, the woman that Han Xiao met wasn't an ordinary woman. It was her, Lin Qian. Lin Qian sat outside the ICU for a good few hours, but there was still no movement from the ICU. The 4 bodyguards that Tongning sent over were already in place and Mother Li had already arrived at the hospital. Afterwards, Mother Li walked over to the ICU and grabbed a nurse to question her. But, the nurse simply told her that it wasn't visiting hours yet. Most importantly, Li Jin was seriously injured and had yet to wake up. So, it wasn't convenient for the family to visit him. What kind of lousy hospital is this? Even a mother isn't allowed to visit her son. Mom, this is the Han family's hospital, Lin Qian replied. For now, we need to follow their rules. But, Qian, are we going to continue to be controlled like this? Using someone else's life to threaten us is despicable and shameless. Mother Li sneered. Although she was grateful that the Han family had saved Li Jin, if they treated him like this after rescuing him, she would rather not have saved him at all. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Qian comforted. Mother Li took a deep breath. She had never been treated like this before. Did this mean that if she wanted to see her son, she had to go through the Han family's approval? Every dog has its day. Therefore, the whole family sat in the VIP resting area of the hospital for the whole day. When it was finally time to visit at night, Mother Li went to the ICU medical staff to ask them again. The medical staff was actually very impatient with Mother Li family member. I've already said that Mr. Li's condition is too serious for you to visit. Do you want your son to live or not? I am Li Jin's mother. I want to see my son's medical records. Mother Li trembled in anger. Even if you look at his medical records, Mr. Li is still seriously injured. Even if you want to take him away, the hospital will not allow it. This is a matter of life and death. In reality, the Li family knew that the Han family had played some tricks behind the scenes. Mom, don't start a fight with them. Lin Qian immediately stepped forward to stop Mother Li. The doctor with the surgical mask thought that Lin Qian had already given in, so he sneered. But, Lin Qian added, if necessary, we will do whatever we can. Let's go. The doctor couldn't help but feel a little shocked after hearing that. It was obvious that Lin Qian wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. Plus, she was part of the entertainment industry. If she wanted to cause trouble, it would be very easy. Miss Lin, I am Mr. Li's attending physician. I think you should show me some respect. After all, you still need me to treat your husband. If my husband knew that his wife was being treated like this, I'm sure he wouldn't want to be treated by a doctor like you. That's it, let's not waste any more time. After speaking, Lin Qian and Mother Li turned around. Qian, what do we do now? We can't even see anyone. Are we really going to beg Han Xiao? Since they were in someone else's territory, they had to compromise. Lin Qian felt that she couldn't wait any longer. So, she gave Tongning another phone call. Ningjia, I want to know if your second sister has a way to get Li Jin out of this hospital. After hearing Lin Qian's words, Tongning thought for a moment and replied, I'll give Tang Yichen a phone call. I really don't have a choice. After all, she didn't have any power or influence. Don't you still have me? After the two women hung up the phone, Tongning immediately contacted Tang Yichen. As soon as Tang Yichen heard what Tongning said, she almost exploded. Oh my god, this hospital is quite something. How dare they detain a patient and prevent his family from seeing him? Why didn't the family make a complaint? How could it be so easy when the Han family is involved? Okay, I'll make a trip, Tang Yichen replied straightforwardly. As a doctor, there were some things that she understood and knew how to deal with. Soon, Tang Yichen arrived at the Han family's hospital. As soon as she saw Lin Qian, she waved her hand, you don't need to say anything else. Tongning has already told me everything. Sorry to trouble you, Xianxia. I don't blame you. The medical industry is just like the entertainment industry, it's a deep well. Tang Yichen sighed and led Lin Qian to the ICU. She then said to the receptionist, ask Li Jin's doctor to come out. Otherwise, I'll make a complaint. As soon as the nurse saw Tang Yichen dressed in a white military hospital coat, she immediately gave the doctor a phone call. As soon as the doctor stepped out and saw Tang Yichen, he was a little surprised. Are you Li Jin's doctor? Yes, I am. I've never heard of a hospital that doesn't allow family members to see a patient's information. On top of that, they're even making family members wait outside the hospital. Would you believe that I'm going to sue the hospital for illegal practices? I'm sure you're aware that I've already sued the third hospital. Tang Yichen confronted the doctor with the aura of a doctor. Not only that, but Tang Yichen also saw the doctor's name tag. By the way, how did a pediatrician like you end up in the ICU? Li Jin isn't a pediatrician. Seeing that Tang Yichen was being so aggressive, the doctor immediately stuttered, just tell me if Li Jin is in the ICU. The doctor was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Tang Yichen understood what the doctor was trying to say. So, she turned to Lin Qian and said, it's possible that Li Jin isn't in the ICU. The Han family must have used some sort of cover-up. But, if he's not in the ICU, where could he be? Just call the police, Lin Qian. Right now, only the police can give you a reasonable explanation. The police and the military don't work in the same system. I happen to know an upright and plain-spoken police officer. You can try contacting him. After speaking, Tang Yichen pulled out her phone and briefly explained the situation. Wait for me at the hospital. He'll be here in a moment. Thank you, Xianxia. Tang Yichen waved her hand and rushed back to the military hospital. However, deep down, she despised the Han family. Who would have thought that such a shameless person existed in this world? How could they hold on to someone's husband and not let him go? Perhaps, even Lin Qian had never seen such a despicable act in this world. Li Jin, where are you right now? At this time, Elder Fan was secretly observing Tongning's movements. She was currently helping to find Li Jin, so she didn't have time to worry about President Fan. But that didn't mean she didn't know about his grandson's background. What if, after the incident with Li Jin was over, she decided to come back to settle the score? After much thought, the old man decided to find an opportunity to invite Tang Ning to the Fan family home as soon as possible. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered with the matters of the entertainment industry, so Tang Ning handed Luo Hong's matter to Long Jia. Soon, the police officer that Tang Yichen was familiar with arrived at the Han family hospital. He looked to be in his early 40s and was covered in muscles. One glance was enough to tell that he was a righteous person. Especially his beautiful brown eyes, which reflected a sense of justice. On the way here, Yichen already explained your situation to me. The Han family are holding your son and husband hostage. My surname is also Han, but it's not Han. Lin Qian understood as she nodded her head. Officer Han, what should we do now? Go straight to the Han family home and ask for him, Officer Han replied as he adjusted his police cap. Officer Han adjusted his police cap and said to Lin Qian, but, I need you to put on a show. This man was called Han Yu. He was courageous and hated evil. He hated trash that relied on their background to bully others. So, it was obvious that he was going to get involved in Li Jin's matter. I've been paying attention to the entertainment industry. From what I can see, superstar media has caused quite a bit of trouble. I really admire Tang Ning. She has a good temper and courage. Lin Qian never expected that this police officer would joke around with her like this. Officer Han, I would like to know how confident I am in getting my husband back if I go straight to the Han family home. If I go, they will definitely give it to me. Han Yu's gaze was as cold as a cheetah's. Late at night at the Han family home. Han Xiao stared at Li Jin, who was lying quietly in bed, in a daze. She knew that the person she had offended wasn't an ordinary person. Not only was Lin Qian a strong-willed woman, but everyone at Superstar Media wasn't easy to deal with. Plus, Superstar Media had a well-developed network of connections, so they could easily find a few experts to attack the Han family. But, she couldn't hand Li Jin over. She couldn't let Li Jin wake up. Even a moment of tenderness, she also wanted to occupy. Meanwhile, Father Han glared at Han Xiao angrily. His wife is about to turn the hospital upside down, yet you're still hiding him at home. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing me? Dad, she's already here. News of my relationship with Li Jin has already spread. Are you willing to lose to someone who has nothing? What's the point of telling others about you and Li Jin? They were simply called a cheating couple. Plus, Li Jin never woke up from the beginning. Did you think that everyone would believe the lies you came up with? Did you think your father would believe them? Dad, I have no other choice. I will never hand him over. Han Xiao held on to Li Jin's hand like a madman. Don't think that Lin Qian can't do anything to you. She simply hasn't used her connections yet. Don't forget, she's from the Gu family. Forget about her family background, what about the person behind her, Tang Ning? How much longer do you think you can hide him? Dad, I only have one chance. If I miss it, I'll be doomed. Han Xiao turned around, knelt down on the ground and held on to the back of her father's hand. Father Han flung her hand away in anger. Why did he have to give birth to such a money-losing idiot? Just wait for Lin Qian to come looking for you. Father Han expected that Lin Qian would come looking for him, but he never expected how she would do it. They had no evidence, so they couldn't confirm that Li Jin was at the Han family home. So, they had to find a way to justify their actions. The next morning, Lin Qian was admitted to the hospital. The doctor told her that she almost lost the child in her stomach. Because of this, Lin Qian broke down in tears and called the police with the Li family. When Han Yu arrived at the Han family home, he came with the police. The police arrived at the Han family home with the weak Lin Qian and the patient's records. Father Han could stop Lin Qian, but he couldn't stop the police. Even though he had power, when it came to a police officer like Han Yu, there was nothing he could do. Constable Han, I've heard a lot about you. May I ask why you're here today? Father Han asked. Deep down, he hated Han Zhao's actions. Because of his daughter, he had no choice but to smile at Han Yu. Elder Han, you've done a lot of work in the military, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because of this pregnant woman, Han Yu said as he pointed to Lin Qian. I've already done my research and a lot of people at the military base can testify that Lin Qian's husband, the son of the Li family, Li Jin, is currently at the Han family home. Han, Elder Han, let me be honest with you. Please don't lie to me. This woman is pregnant, but because she couldn't see her husband, she almost had a miscarriage. If word of this gets out, I'm sure the Han family won't be able to face the world anymore. Is there anything more vicious than humiliating a pregnant woman in this world? Above all, covering one's ears while stealing a bell isn't a long-term solution. Since the police have already gotten involved, I hope you can cooperate with them. Han Yu's words could be considered to be extremely harsh, because he had put a very big hat on the Han family and accused them of bullying pregnant women. Father Han's face alternated between green and white. He was truly ashamed. Constable Han, please be merciful. I'll get someone to carry Li Jin out right now. Father Han knew that if he let Li Jin live, the Han family would suffer sooner or later. But, on account of the fact that the Han family saved Li Jin's life, could you let this matter go? Han Yu looked at Lin Qian. Although Lin Qian didn't want to, she had no choice but to nod her head. Right now, seeing Li Jin was the most important thing. Of course. Okay, please wait here for a moment. After speaking, Father Han turned around and walked into Han Zhao's room. He then grabbed Han Xiao by the hair. I sure have a good daughter. Now that the police are here, you've completely humiliated me. Dad, as long as you don't hand Li Jin over to them. Li Jin is someone else's husband and son. Do you think he's your toy? After speaking, Father Han turned to the maids and said, lock Miss up and bring Li Jin out. Come with me. Dad, don't treat me like this. He's my only hope. I beg of you. Lin Qian and her son, do you really want hope? I've taught you for nothing. This humiliation is a lesson for me. If you continue to resist, then get the hell out of the Han family. From now on, I'm going to pretend that I never had a daughter. Dad, I beg of you, you can't let Lin Qian take Li Jin away. Han Xiao knelt on the ground and begged her father. It's no longer up to you. Dad, if you really send Li Jin back to the Li family home, when she wakes up, your daughter will be sent to the military court because I single-handedly caused Li Jin's accident. Han Xiao had no choice but to reveal the truth. It turned out, she had never saved Li Jin. After all, the person that hurt him was Han Xiao herself. Father Han was shocked when he heard that. Because he truly didn't expect there to be such a truth. Dad, if I had a choice, do you think I would do this? Han Xiao fell to the ground. Father Han looked at the ceiling helplessly. In the end, he compromised. After all, she was his only daughter. It's fine if I don't hand Li Jin over, but from now on, he will never appear in front of the Li family again. He will either die or forget everything that happened. Han Xiao was stunned. She never expected that Li Jin would end up in such a state. Lin Qian and Han Yu waited for a long time, but Father Han didn't come out. They couldn't help but look at each other and instantly understood. Something must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to bring someone out to meet him. But, just as Han Yu was about to question the housekeeper, Father Han hurried over and said apologetically, Constable Han, Miss Lin, I'm so sorry. Li Jin was originally at the Han family home, but I'm not sure if he's woken up, but he left without saying a word. There's no sign of him at home right now. You're such a big Han clan. How could you let a seriously injured person escape? Han Yu clearly did not believe it. Officer Han, I know you don't believe me, but you can carry out a search. I'm telling the truth. Li Jin's injuries aren't light and I don't want anything to happen to him. Let's go out and search for him. Who knows, we might find some clues. Even if I have to search, I'll have to search the entire Han clan first. Alright, the butler will cooperate with you to search the Han family. The rest of us will go out and look around. Father Han pretended as if nothing had happened. If not for the fact that Han Yu was used to seeing liars, he would have really been deceived by the Han family. So, after Father Han left with his men, Han Yu conducted a thorough search of the Han family home. He did not miss a single blind spot. No one. That sly old fox. I'm afraid that he has already made arrangements and hid them somewhere else. Sometimes, you don't have to use the door to send someone away. All you have to do is set up a ladder by the window of another room and it will be enough to send them away. After hearing Han Yu's words, Lin Qian's tears overflowed from her eyes. Han Xiao wants Li Jin. Why would she torture him like this? I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Han clan. After Han Yu finished speaking, he patted Lin Qian on the shoulder. Let's search the vicinity first. There's always hope. Li Jin was indeed escorted out of the Han family home through the window on the 3rd floor. 2 men carried his tall body towards the suburbs. But halfway there, he was woken up by the pain of a tug. He saw that the 2 men had placed him in the grass like a corpse. On the other side, the 2 men were digging a hole. Perhaps they wanted to bury him on the spot. Li Jin tried his best to stay conscious, but he couldn't move his body. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the 2 men were digging to escape. But, unfortunately, he was discovered. The 2 men forcefully dragged him back. Li Jin's head was spinning as he thought that he might have to say goodbye to Lin Qian forever. But, at this time, a loud yell was heard from afar. What are you doing? Stop. The 2 men were so scared that they immediately ran away. They were too ashamed to return to the Han family home, so they got into their car and fled for their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and Han Yu didn't find Li Jin at the Han family home. At this time, Han Xiao walked out of the bedroom and into the living room. Even at a time like this, she refused to admit defeat. Lin Qian, I told you a long time ago that Li Jin doesn't want to see you again. If he really cares about you and knows that you're here, why would he run away? To tell you the truth, Li Jin woke up a few hours ago and we talked for a long time, including his determination to divorce you. Lin Qian just listened and didn't answer. I heard that you almost had a miscarriage. What a shame, why didn't you miscarry? As soon as Han Yu heard this, he grabbed Han Zhao's chin and warned coldly, you will fall into my hands sooner or later. When that time comes, it won't be easy. Lin Qian's face turned pale. Just as she was about to retaliate, she received a phone call from an unknown number. Hello, is this Mrs. Li? This is the military hospital. A kind-hearted person just sent your husband here and he is currently undergoing emergency treatment. His vitals are currently normal. If it's convenient for you, please come here as soon as possible. After hearing this, Lin Qian hung up the phone. She said to Han. You, Constable Han, my mother has fainted. I need to go home and check on her. Since we haven't found her, we have no choice but to call it a day, Han Yu nodded. But, before she left, Lin Qian glared at Han Xiao like she wanted to skin her alive. If anything happens to Li Jin, I, Lin Qian, will make your life a living hell. After speaking, Lin Qian and Han Yu left the Han family home together. After they left, Lin Qian said to Han Yu, Constable Han, I just received a phone call saying that Li Jin is at the military hospital. After hearing this, Han Yu laughed, no wonder you were in such a rush to leave. Li Jin is quite lucky. At this moment, Lin Qian was eager to return home, so she rushed straight to the hospital. After confirming that Li Jin's condition had stabilized, tears began to flow from her eyes. As Tang Yichen was the first to notify Tongning and the doctor notified Lin Qian, Tongning also rushed to the hospital. How is he? Tongning asked Tang Yichen on behalf of Lin Qian. He suffered some serious injuries, but luckily, none of his vitals were hurt. He should be able to recover after resting for a while. He's already awake. As soon as Tang Yichen said this, Lin Qian rushed into the hospital room. As soon as she saw Li Jin lying on the bed, she immediately pounced on him. Li Jin was awoken by the commotion. But, as soon as he saw Lin Qian, he immediately lifted his hand and patted her on the back. Qian. As he hadn't spoken for a long time, Li Jin's voice was raspy. But, Lin Qian didn't care as she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. I'm sorry for scaring you again. I'm more than just scaring you. Do you know how difficult it was for me to even see you? Do you know that I'm going crazy looking for you? Lin Qian cried as she tugged on Li Jin's clothes. But, because of her emotions, she ended up fainting. Li Jin was so frightened that he immediately called the doctor. As soon as Tongning and the others entered the room, they said to Li Jin, she's pregnant, yet you're strangling her. Do you want to die? Li Jin was so scared that he immediately let go of her as a look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. This emoting didn't seem any different from before. Afterwards, Li Jin reached out her hand to cover her pale face. Her eyes turned red and it looked like tears were about to fall from her eyes. We thought you were going to abandon Lin Qian and be with Han Xiao. After hearing Tang Ning's words, Li Jin furrowed his brows. He didn't quite understand what Tang Ning was trying to say. Seeing this, Tang Ning explained the entire situation to Li Jin. She included how the Han family caused all sorts of trouble, starting from the hospital and everything that happened at the Han family home. If it was someone else and you could still see them when you woke up, I would have changed my surname to yours. It's because Lin Qian was determined that she wasn't affected by these lies. Tang Ning took a deep breath. Li Jin, if you don't give Lin Qian a satisfactory explanation, I will look down on you. After speaking, Tang Ning left Li Jin's room. After all, she was 7 to 8 months pregnant and she had already done everything that she could. Li Jin listened quietly as he thought about how Han Xiao had violated all sorts of rules during the battle and ended up crashing his plane. He hadn't even gotten even with her yet. How could she scheme against Lin Qian like this? Thinking about all the hurt that Lin Qian had suffered, Li Jin's heart ached. Luckily, Lin Qian trusted him the entire time. As she was merely traumatized, Lin Qian was arranged to rest beside Li Jin. Li Jin watched as Lin Qian fell asleep. Her face was so pale. How many days had it been since she last had a good rest? She even went to the gorge because of him. With this thought, Li Jin blamed himself. Ever since he and Lin Qian had started dating, she hadn't experienced a single day of happiness and was constantly being framed. She was pregnant, but because she needed to find a husband, she had no choice but to run around. With this thought, Li Jin stretched out his arms and pulled the sleeping Lin Qian into his embrace. He gently protected her like she was a precious treasure. Lin Qian was shaken awake. Feeling the familiar embrace, she finally stretched out her arms and hugged Li Jin back. Qian, I'm back. I'm sorry. Have you had a change of heart? Do you want to divorce me? Lin Qian asked mockingly. I will never divorce you. Lin Qian, even if I die, I will never betray my lover or my marriage, Li Jin said firmly. Plus, during the mission, I never saw Han Xiao at all. The only reason my plane crashed was because of Han Xiao. Didn't she save you? Li Jin shook his head. Qian, I will definitely help you. Lin Qian's eyes turned red. She could feel that the man in front of her was indeed her husband. Although he wasn't romantic enough, he was protective enough. Also, since you's pregnant, why didn't you rest at home? Lin Qian, why did you have a other than me, who else would look for you? I don't have of you, Jean said, Lin, of Jean, T. After hearing this, Li Jin hugged Lin Qian even tighter. I won't let anything happen to me again. I promise. Although he knew that his promise was useless in front of the government, Lin Qian still calmed down. The couple didn't have much time to chat before Father Li and Mother Li arrived at the hospital. After seeing that Li Jin was fine, Mother Li broke down and burst into tears. Mother Li was a strong person. From what Li Jin could remember, he had never seen his mother cry like this. It seemed, this time, he had given everyone quite a scare. The family was finally reunited and Li Jin told her parents everything that had happened from beginning to end. After hearing this, Father Li slammed his hands on the table and stood up angrily. The Han family are too despicable. So, it turns out that Han Xiao was the one that harmed you. How dare she claim to be your savior? How despicable. I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups. I refuse to believe that the Han family can continue to roam freely. It wasn't easy for Lin Qian to fall asleep under Li Jin's coaxing. At this time, Li Jin's heart ached for the exhausted Qian. Dad, I need to give Qian an explanation for this matter. You should give Qian an explanation too. If I was in her position, I would definitely divorce you as soon as you returned. What kind of woman have you been messing around with? Luckily, Qian trusted you. Mom, I know what to do. When Li Jin said this, his eyes were deep, revealing a rare fox-like expression. He had never been a person to be trifled with. It seemed, the Han family still had no idea that Li Jin had been successfully rescued and thought that they had buried him under a tree. To give Lin Qian an explanation, Li Jin took the opportunity to get to know Police Officer Han. Police Officer Han, can I ask you for a favor? After all, after we find the two men that buried me alive, you will still need to go to the Han family home. Why don't you help me out first? Li Jin's intention was obvious, he wanted to get revenge for Lin Qian. Han Yu thought to himself, this was such an interesting matter that he had to get involved. Plus, just like Li Jin said, as long as he found a witness, he would be able to convict the Han family. So, he naturally had to go to the Han family home to look for clues. So, what was the harm in going? When are you going? Tomorrow. When Xianxia feels a little better. Li Jin replied as he stroked Lin Qian's hair. Okay, let's keep in touch when the time comes. Li Jin nodded his head and thanked him. He then told his parents to go home and get some rest before he calmed down and pulled Lin Qian tightly into his embrace. Over the past few days, whenever he was conscious, he would repeatedly tell himself that he had to hold on until he could see Lin Qian again. Even if it was just one glance, it was enough. And now, the heavens had given him this opportunity. Not only did he see her again, he even had the chance to hug her in his arms. This was probably the best gift that the heavens could give him. During this time, Lin Qian woke up a few times. Each time, she would cry and throw a tantrum in a panic. Li Jin's heart ached so much that his eyes turned red. He never imagined that at this moment, he would feel so much hatred towards Han Xiao. How dare she hurt Lin Qian so deeply? The next morning, Li Jin, who was supposed to be lying in bed, woke up early. When Lin Qian woke up and saw him, she couldn't help but be shocked. You're injured so badly. It's fine, Li Jin smiled. Don't underestimate your husband. Go wash yourself, I'll take you to get revenge. After hearing this, Lin Qian was a little suspicious, but she did not object. After all, she had never been a kind person. This was something that she had learned from her mother. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pull them up by the roots. Father Han never expected that Han Yu and Lin Qian would come knocking on his door again. So, when he received Han Yu, he looked at him as if to ask, why are you here again? Han Yu smiled without directly explaining his intentions. He simply pointed to Lin Qian and said to Father Han, we haven't found her husband, and he ended up at the Han family home. If the police don't go to the Han family home, where would they go? Old man Han, please don't take offense. So you're saying that it's our Han family's fault for saving him? Father Han asked Han Yu with an angry expression. Old Han, Li Jin eventually went missing at the Han family home. In order to find him as soon as possible, we had no choice but to come here and ask Miss Han to clarify a few things. I hope you can cooperate. Han Yu beat around the bush before revealing the reason for his visit to Father Han. As you know, Lin Qian is from the entertainment industry. If this matter gets blown up, it won't look good for anyone, don't you think? Father Han humphed and said to Lin Qian, the Han family doesn't have the person that you want. No matter how much you try, it's useless. So what if you're from the entertainment industry? Do you think I'm afraid? Uncle Han, please ask Han Xiao to come out. No matter what you say, you're just making things difficult for each other, Lin Qian replied calmly. Don't all women in the entertainment industry use their bodies to get ahead? If you don't have Li Jin, you can simply find someone else, Father Han mocked. I don't care how nasty your words are. I want Han Xiao to give me an explanation today. Father Han saw how stubborn Lin Qian was, so he wanted to use some other method to get rid of her. But, at this time, Han Xiao walked out of her room and said, what explanation do you want me to give you? Li Jin has left and it means that he doesn't want to see you. Why are you still bothering me? How dare you yell at my father? There's no need to waste time talking to them. The Han family is an open and honest family. It's up to the police if they want to believe us. If they don't, they can conduct a second search on the Han family home, Father Han said as he waved his sleeves. Lin Qian, I'm warning you, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. When the time comes, I won't care if you're pregnant or not, I will still make my move. Han Xiao threatened. Miss Han, you sure talk big. The police are standing right in front of you. Can't you see them? The police? Officer Han, take a look at your rank before you come to the Han family to cause trouble. I'm not here to get him back today, Lin Qian finally said loudly after a while. You don't want me? Lin Qian, you and your boss are both powerful people. Tell me, what are you trying to extort from me this time? Han Xiao asked arrogantly. Han Xiao, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Lin Qian asked sharply as she lifted her head. See, this is your true face. How disgusting. Who knows, the child in your stomach might not even be Li Jin's. Han Xiao said. Last night, Li Jin appeared in my dream and told me that Miss Han was the reason why his plane crashed. Lin Qian deliberately tested Han Xiao. However, Han Xiao's expression did indeed change. To be exact, she was nervous. Don't talk nonsense here. Don't you know if I'm talking nonsense or not? Lin Qian probed. You're scared, aren't you? Are you afraid that someone will find out and send you to the military court? If that happens, how many years will you be sentenced to? Lin Qian, don't try to mislead people with your lies. Uncle Han, I'm sure you know whether I'm trying to mislead people with my lies or not. Do you need me to repeat what Han Xiao did to Li Jin and what you did to him? Lin Qian questioned the father and daughter. Han Xiao, you were once in love with Li Jin. How could you be so ruthless? Afterwards, you even shamelessly pretended to be Li Jin's savior. Do you have no sense of decency? The more Han Xiao listened to Lin Qian, the more she felt that something wasn't right. After all, Lin Qian's words sounded like she already knew everything. Although Han Xiao felt guilty, she still maintained her composure on the surface. I think you're crazy. You can't find a husband, so you're taking it out on me, your savior. Lin Qian, no matter what you say, the Han family has a clear conscience, and no matter how unreasonable you are, this is the Han family home. Get out of here immediately. I don't want to see you ever again. Everyone in the industry is cursing at you because of your background. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you know how badly you've dragged Li Jin down? Constable Han, leave with your men. The Han family home isn't a place where people like you can come and go as you please. In the end, Father Han had no choice but to put on airs. Also, based on what Lin Qian said just now, I can sue her for slander. My daughter saved Li Jin, this is an undeniable fact. Yet, she tried to twist the facts. What an eye-opener. Lin Qian and Han Yu looked at each other, but did not say anything. At this time, another voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Really? How could it be fake? Did your daughter save me? How come I didn't know about this? Li Jin, who had been hiding in the dark, slowly approached Lin Qian and wrapped his arms around her. At this time, Father Han and Han Zhao's expressions changed in shock. Officer Han, since everyone is here today, I'll explain this matter to you. Also, please take down the transcript. Don't worry, Han Yu said as he made an okay gesture to Li Jin. A few seconds later, Li Jin began to explain. Firstly, the problem with my fighter jet was caused by Han Zhao's illegal operation. Although it will take some time, it won't be too difficult to find out the truth. After all, I've already handed the key evidence to the base. Han Xiao caused my plane to crash, yet you insist on saying that you saved me. Han Xiao, you're so despicable that even a man can't compare to you. Secondly, I'm sure Uncle Han and his son are well aware of the fact that you were buried alive yesterday. Although the two culprits managed to escape, they've already been caught by the police. So, you won't be able to escape punishment. You'll also be a soldier. Thirdly, Han Xiao, you've insulted my wife on multiple occasions. You've framed, threatened, and lied to me. So, I'm going to write down everything you've said in a report and report it to the entire military. Fourthly, after this incident, the Han family, we're finished. After hearing Li Jin's last sentence, Father Han's heart began to tremble in fear. Don't try to scare me. At this time, Han Yu pulled out his arrest warrant and ordered his men to drag Father Han into the police car. As soon as Han Xiao saw this, she began to panic. Li Jin, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to ruin my family? That's what you deserve. Li Jin said from above her head. Why must you bully Qianqian? You could have walked onto the right path, but you refuse to take it. Don't take my father away. Han Xiao immediately pleaded, but Han Yu pushed her away. Li Jin, my father isn't someone you can touch. You need to think this through. Li Jin looked at Han Xiao coldly, if I can't touch him, then I will. If you want revenge, then come and find me. But, that will have to wait until you are released from prison. Li Jin. Han Xiao yelled. I've been by your side for so many years. Even if I haven't done much, I've still put in a lot of effort. Why can't you let me go on account of our many years of friendship? Before you say this, think about it in your mind. Have you ever thought about letting me go, letting Xianxia go? If you can't do it yourself, how can you expect others to do it? After speaking, Li Jin lowered his head and thought for a few seconds. When he lifted his head again, his expression was even colder. Towards you, I treat you the same as I treat everyone else. I've always treated you like a normal colleague. So, what effort have you put in for me? Just like how you said you saved me, even when Xianxia exposed your lie, you were still able to keep a straight face. Did you think that your methods would work on me? Han Xiao lay on the cold ground and burst into tears. I simply do it because I like you. Everything I do is because I like you, and I'm so jealous of Lin Qian that I'm going crazy. Forget it. If your love means destroying my family, then I really can't accept it. I hope the next time we meet will be in the military court. Otherwise, I don't want to look at you for the rest of my life. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Lin Qian and turned around. Meanwhile, Han Yu had already dragged Father Han into the police car and was about to leave the Han family home. But, at this time, Han Xiao suddenly yelled at Li Jin, if you don't let my father go, I will die right in front of you. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. You are a soldier, so I'm sure you're familiar with the way you move. At least that way, you won't be in so much pain. After speaking, Li Jin limped into the police car with Lin Qian. He didn't care if Han Xiao actually attacked him. Li Jin knew that Han Xiao was extremely selfish and would never do anything to hurt him. Suicide, if she had the courage, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Qian watched as Li Jin retaliated against Han Xiao. Although she pitied her, she did not think she deserved any sympathy. Xianxia, I've already applied for a transfer. Li Jin said on the way back. I don't think I'm suited for flying anymore. Why? You don't have to feel pressured. I have too many things to do for the Air Force like before. Li Jin hugged Lin Qian. His feelings for her were clear in his words. I will switch to a clerical job and try my best to spend time with you. Lin Qian did not think she was that unreasonable. But, she did not object to Li Jin's decision either. After all, this was his career and he should have his own considerations. Then you stay at home and do nothing. Anyway, I have to continue working. During this time, both Superstar Media and Tongning had done so much for her. So, all she wanted to do was put in more effort for Superstar Media. It didn't take long before Tongning found out about Han Zhao's fate. She was quite satisfied with how Li Jin dealt with the situation. Lin Qian had suffered so much because of him. If Han Xiao managed to cover up the truth, then, if Li Jin didn't do anything, she would definitely take responsibility. After all, Superstar Media wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. After Lin Qian's incident calmed down, Tongning's life returned to normal. Perhaps, because she had done so much for Lin Qian, she completely forgot that she had a deep grudge against President Fan. It seemed, Elder Fan had been observing Tongning for quite some time, so he knew exactly when she was most likely to leave the house. So, this time, he stopped her on a street near Hyatt Regency. Afterwards, a few men dressed in black stepped out of Elder Fan's Lincoln limousine and approached Tongning's car. Miss Tang, please come with us. Do you have any ill intentions? I'm sure you're aware that there are cameras everywhere in this area, Tongning asked. Miss Tang, you'll understand once you've seen our master. Afterwards, Elder Fan stepped out of the car. Although his back was a little hunched, his presence as a big brother didn't diminish. As soon as Tongning saw this man, she could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. So, she patiently opened the door and stepped out of the car. I'm quite satisfied to see you in person today. Hearing this, Tongning could tell that the man was judging her. You don't need to be curious about my identity. My surname is Fan and I have a useless grandson that caused a misunderstanding a few days ago, Elder Fan said. So, Miss Tang, would you do me the honor of having a meal with me? Elder Fan asked. Elder Fan, I'm sorry I can't keep you company, aren't you just worried about your safety? I can promise you that my men won't touch a single hair on your head, Grandfather Fan replied. Perhaps you think that we can talk on the way? Of course, you can choose where you want to meet. Tongning sighed. She realized it wasn't a good place to talk on the road, so she suggested they go to a nearby bar to have a seat. Elder Fan did not object as he followed Tongning to a nearby cafe. Elder Fan, if you have something to say, why don't you get straight to the point? I heard that you know what my good-for-nothing grandson did? After Elder Fan sat up straight, he felt a little more relaxed. But the stern expression on his face was still frightening. I don't know. Tongning denied. I only heard a few things, that's all. To be honest, I don't believe you. That's why I want to know how you're going to deal with this matter and whether you're going to reveal it to the public. Elder Fan, this is my own business. Elder Fan had been testing Tongning's emotions for a long time, but unfortunately, she hid her emotions too well. No one knew what she was thinking about at all. You sure aren't susceptible to force or persuasion, Elder Fan smiled helplessly. Elder Fan smiled helplessly and said to Tongning, although it's good to maintain your personality, you will still suffer a lot. You said you wouldn't hurt me. I won't hurt you, but that doesn't mean I can't take you with me. As soon as Elder Fan said this, Tongning stood up. I am a public figure. My every word and action is closely watched. If something were to happen to me, do you think the Fan family would be fine? Old man, let me be honest with you. If you and your grandson hadn't come knocking on my door time and time again, I would have stopped paying attention to his trivial matters a long time ago. Did you think I had nothing better to do? But, you can't deny that you're a person that acts on impulse. If my jerk grandson does something bad to you again, you'll still have to settle old scores with him, won't you? Elder Fan laughed. Young lady, as an elder, I shouldn't show my face in public and cause trouble for the younger generation. It's embarrassing for me. But, as a grandfather, I only have one grandson. If I ignore him, he's going to get himself killed sooner or later. In that case, Elder Fan, what do you want? Tongning asked playfully. How do you want me to promise you? Haven't you been filming a sci-fi film recently? How about this, I'll personally invest in your film as an investor. I'm sure that with more money, you'll be able to produce better post-production. That way, even if we have a conflict of interest, we'll be bound together for good and for bad. That way, I'll be able to relax, Elder Fan suggested. But, after hearing this, Tongning suddenly wanted to laugh. Elder Fan, are you joking? I'm being serious. No, you must be joking. Let's not talk about whether or not Superstar Media lacks money. Even if I had to give up on filming this film, I wouldn't let someone with a background like you invest in my film, Tongning said straightforwardly. That's my bottom line. After hearing Tongning's words, Elder Fan was a little surprised. He had always believed that prostitutes were heartless and actors were unjust. But, when it came to Tongning, it seemed, someone that walked the dark side was more despicable and hateful than these two types of people. I'm currently running a legitimate business. But, my foundation is still a pile of bones. The two men continued to stare at each other, neither willing to give in to the other. It was obvious that Elder Fan was also restraining himself. After all, the person sitting in front of him was a woman and a pregnant woman. No matter how despicable he was, he wouldn't do anything to a vulnerable person. You really have guts. So what you're saying is that you're choosing to perish together with us? Elder Fan asked as he glanced at Tongning. I simply don't understand. Investing in your film won't do you any harm, my film can only be pure. I can't accept any stains. Otherwise, I would be letting down Xiao Sr. rather than wasting so much time on me. Why don't you take care of your grandson and make sure he never appears in front of me again? I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as he doesn't take the initiative, I definitely won't stand out and say a word. This was probably the biggest concession Tongning could make. Actually, Tongning could tell that Elder Tang did not have any ill intentions towards her. He simply wanted to make a deal. However, she really couldn't agree with Grandpa Xing's suggestion. Grandfather Fan took a deep breath. He had never seen such a stubborn girl. He had to admit that this child had courage and tenacity. After all, there weren't many people like her nowadays. Since that was the case, he didn't plan to make things difficult for him. This old man hopes that you will remember what you said today. I, Tongning, have never gone back on my word. Perhaps it was because he heard from his subordinates that Elder Fan and Tongning were currently meeting. President Fan returned home early and found a place to meet. He originally thought that Elder Fan was going to put Tongning in her place. But, who would have thought, the person that was convinced was actually Elder Fan. After Tongning left, President Fan immediately ran over to support Elder Fan. Grandfather, how did the discussion go? As long as you don't cause trouble for her, she can't be bothered to deal with your trivial matters. From today onwards, you better stay away from her. After saying this, Elder Fan boarded his car and left. Obviously, Elder Fan did not have a bad temper towards Tongning. In fact, the two could be said to be birds of a feather. Elder Fan knew that Tongning didn't like the methods of the underworld. But, back in his era, this was the only way to survive. After all, one's birth was not something that one could choose. Some people were born in such a difficult environment. Plus, he was used to seeing people suck up to those in power, so it was rare for him to meet someone that could speak the truth. In fact, Elder Fan even felt that Tongning was rare. Afterwards, after Grandfather Fan left the cafe, President Fan grabbed onto the person beside him and asked, "What did Grandfather say to Tongning?" Tongning, that SL*T, actually insulted Elder Fan, the bodyguard replied. Hearing this, President Fan did not say a word. But, the hatred in his heart deepened. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh to Elder Fan, yet Tongning dared to insult him? One day, I'm going to teach her a lesson. A little later, Mo Ting found out that Tongning had been asked to leave, even though she told the driver to keep it a secret. As soon as Tongning returned home, Mo Ting immediately pulled her into his embrace and scanned her from head to toe to make sure she wasn't underweight. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't lose out." "If you were to lose out, would it be too late?" Mo Ting lectured. "You knew that you couldn't hide it from me. If I found out, I would only be more worried." "Or, did you think that I didn't send enough bodyguards?" Tongning breathed in Mo Ting's scent. She didn't know why, but she was completely mesmerized by it. If an enemy wants to deal with you, it's impossible to defend or avoid them. No matter how many preparations you make and how much protection you put in, as long as you observe them, they will still find an opportunity. "What did he say to you?" Tongning explained Elder Fan's suggestion to Mo Ting. After hearing this, Mo Ting felt that the Fan family's existence was, in a way, a threat to Tongning's safety. "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking without saying a word," Tongning said as she lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting. "The Fan family may be annoying, but they have a solid foundation. If you want to deal with them, it will take a lot of effort. I don't want you to waste your energy on them. Above all, the child in my stomach is about to be born. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." Mo Ting looked at Tongning's round stomach and gently ran his hand over it. After all, this was their daughter. Behind the couple, the little rascal, Mo Zichen, climbed onto the sofa and turned on the television. Tongning turned around and glanced at Mo Zichen. This unsmiling little son of hers was going to be difficult to deal with when he grew up. Although Tongning said this, Mo Ting couldn't help but be cautious at all times. He even wanted to issue a stern warning to Old Man Fan. Of course, this was after Tongning fell asleep. Grandfather Fan had no idea how Mo Ting managed to get his contact details. After all, not many people knew his personal phone number. It was clear to see that Mo Ting's capabilities couldn't be underestimated. "Since President Mo has personally called me, it must be because I invited your wife to have tea with me today." Elder Mo did not beat around the bush as he said straightforwardly. "I heard that Elder Fan is looking for someone to work with. My wife's small business dealings shouldn't catch her eye. Why don't you do business with me?" As soon as Grandfather Fan heard Mo Ting's words, he knew it was hard for him to resist. This was obviously a warning. A woman's world is pure and beautiful. I hope to maintain her innocence. There are some things that men should resolve in private. Don't bring it up in public. That way, no one will feel good. What do you think, Elder Fan? Since President Mo has spoken, what else can an old bag of bones say? I'm too tired to play around anymore. This world belongs to you youngsters. Mo Ting did not say another word as he hung up the phone. However, President Fan happened to be right next to Grandfather Fan. Although Grandfather Fan did not say anything, after being humiliated by Tongning in the morning and being bullied by Mo Ting at night, President Fan's temper was irritable. So, he directly said to the old man, "Why do you have to endure it? It's not like our family can't win. Who do you think you are? Did you think that Mo Ting managed to create Hai Rui by using violence to control violence? Rascal, grow up. Mo Ting's methods are much scarier than yours." I'm curious to see what he's capable of, President Fan scoffed. President Fan scoffed in disdain. If he was really that scary, why would he let a woman step all over him? That's called spoiling his wife. Although Grandfather Fan didn't agree with spoiling a woman to the point where she was out of control, he did not object. Either way, I don't believe it. Grandfather, get some rest. After speaking, President Fan left Grandfather Fan's room. Although Mo Ting's image in the public was stable and no one dared to provoke him, it could still be a bubble that would burst with a single pop. So, Grandfather Fan was curious to see how powerful Mo Ting was. However, President Fan did not need to make the first move. After all, Mo Ting no longer had any tolerance for President Fan. In the dead of night, he gave Lu Che a call. "There are some things I need you to do right now." Unknowingly, Tongning seemed to have left the industry for a long time. Superstar Media's artists were currently shining brightly. Xing Lan worked harder than anyone else. She won multiple Golden Melody Awards in one go and her name appeared on practically every new song chart. In fact, she was even invited to write and perform the closing theme for a film and television production. When it came to the new diva of the music industry, whenever Xing Lan was mentioned, almost everyone would think of Tongning. Meanwhile, Luo Xing and Luo Yinghong continued to advance by leaps and bounds in their respective fields. Meanwhile, another veteran returned to the film and television industry. Superstar Media's trader, Xianxia. She actually managed to return to the entertainment industry with the help of her sugar daddy. Although her reputation in the industry was pretty much gone by now, she was still loved by the production team for bringing money into the production and acting in a supporting role. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? Coincidentally, Xiaohanmo's new film was to act as a supporting role for Luo Xing. But, Luo Xing despised people like Xiaohanmo who would burn bridges after crossing the river. In fact, he had expressed his disgust towards Xiaohanmo on multiple occasions. But, now that Xiaohanmo had returned to the industry, she was like a completely different person from the innocent person she used to be. In private, she would wear a lot of makeup and smoke. Luo Xing had seen her twice, but each time, he simply furrowed his brows and left. But, the last time, Xiaohanmo actually smoked in front of him. "I don't think you need to continue acting. Go home and smoke. After all, you have someone to support you at home." Everyone looked at each other awkwardly, but Xiaohanmo didn't care. It seemed she was always looking down on herself. "I've let Tongning down. It's only right for you to treat me like this." "The person you should be letting down is Lin Qian," Luo Xing emphasized. "I don't know what kind of attitude you had when you came to the audition, but I'm sure you've already heard that I am the male lead of this film. You really shouldn't have appeared in front of me, Luo Xing. It's time to let this matter go." Afterwards, Luo Xing mentioned Xiaohanmo's situation to Long Jia, but Long Jia shrugged her shoulders in disdain. "Just focus on filming. Don't let your emotions get to you. Don't let others get hold of you. It's not worth it for someone like her." "I understand, Long Jia. I will try my best to control myself." Luo Xing felt wronged because he was working with someone that he knew had a questionable character. Was Xiaohanmo particularly bad? Not at all. It was because she wasn't completely bad enough that people looked down on her when she acted pretentiously. It didn't take long for Tongning to find out that the two were working together. But, she had nothing to say about Xiaohanmo. A few days later, Tongning received a wedding invitation. She was very surprised that this person could actually remember her. It was Trendy Queen, the editor of TQ magazine, Lin Weisun, was getting married. Along with the wedding invitation was the October cover of TQ magazine. As Tongming looked at herself on the cover, she felt that it had been a long time since she last felt this way. He was a friend of a gentleman. Although the relationship between them was as indifferent as water, he had helped her. She would never forget this. I heard this is his second marriage. You're a gossipy person, Tongming said. It's been a long time since I've stepped foot into the fashion industry. In that case, you must attend this wedding. Mo Ting smiled as he hugged Tongming. Actually, it's only right. Back then, Lin Weisan did indeed speak up for you on many occasions. Tongming nodded her head. However, she had no idea that it was this very occasion that almost caused her to get into an accident. In reality, the reason why Lin Weisan invited Tongming, apart from letting her witness his happiness, was because he knew that she had recently been researching sci-fi films. Coincidentally, he had a friend that was extremely professional in sci-fi. So, he thought he might introduce him to her and help her out. His intentions were good, but the wedding was bound to be attended by a lot of people from the industry. Sometimes, the entertainment industry may seem big, but in reality, apart from newcomers that were constantly making their debut, almost everyone knew each other. Even if they didn't know each other, they were at least familiar with each other. After all, they were all faces that liked to appear on the media. This included President Fan. Lin Weisan's wedding was extremely grand and many famous people from the industry would be attending. Tongming may not have attracted the most attention, but her presence was definitely the highlight of the wedding. However, the public had no idea how deep the feud between her and President Fan was. So, when the two of them showed up at the same time, no one expected a war to break out. Soon, Lin Weisan's wedding was held at the biggest church in Beijing. Plenty of celebrities and models showed up one after another. On that day, in order to cater to Lin Weisan's wedding, Tongming wore a long, cream-colored dress. Although she was already 7 to 8 months pregnant, the rest of her body was still the same as before. So, her figure was still as sexy as ever. On this day, even President Mo was dressed in a tailored black handmade suit, making him look even more dignified. When the couple stood together, it was bound to cause a commotion. Soon, the couple arrived at the church under Lu Che's escort. At this time, the outside of the church was already filled with stars. Tongming barely recognized any of the new faces. Regardless of which industry they were from, they didn't know what kind of achievements they had achieved. But, even though she didn't look at them, they still looked at her with respect. Tongming, this was Tongming they were talking about. She doesn't have many years left. Let's just wait and see. The industry is full of energy. It won't be long before no one knows who she is, an artist said to the person next to her. Right now, they're simply relying on superstar media to leech off a little bit of popularity. No matter how bad she is, she's still been famous longer than you, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind the woman. The young artist turned around and saw Xianxia. She suddenly laughed. Why are you still speaking up for Tongming? If I were you, I would expose all of Tongming's scandals to vent my anger. I'm not like you, Xianxia replied straightforwardly. Before the woman could respond, she continued, at least, I'm famous when it comes to He Hong. What about you? No one knows what his name is now, right? Xianxia continued to protect Tongming, even though she had already lost superstar media. But, as long as she was around, she would do her best to protect Tongming's reputation. Just you wait. Xianxia now felt that there was nothing to be concerned about. After all, with the financial backer behind her, she had the right to speak. At the very least, it was more than enough to deal with a small fry like this. Soon, the small-time artist stood up from her seat. Of course, at an event like this, with so many guests present and the fact that they were all from the industry, it was normal for her to play some tricks on her opponent. The person who quarreled with Xianxia was one such person. After leaving her seat, she didn't go to the washroom. Instead, she found a waiter and told him some things, using some despicable methods. She wanted to see how Xianxia, who had embarrassed herself, was going to stick up for Tongming. Of course, since it was a place where artists gathered, it meant that, like any other event, people would chase after fame and fortune. So, Lin Weisan wasn't surprised. Seeing him leading his bride around the newly rich, Tongming couldn't help but feel a little touched. Tongning, President Mo, you're here. Lin Weisan noticed Tongning had a big belly and it was hard for her to walk around, so he led his bride over to them. The bride looked very young, she looked to be in her early 20s. But, Tongning could tell that Lin Weisan cared a lot about her. Since you invited me, I naturally had to come, Tongning said to Lin Weisan as she stood up under Mo Ting's protection. You have no idea how many people here want to see you. I bet they want to see what kind of news I'm going to bring, Tongning laughed in self-ridicule. By the way, I have something important to tell you today. Lin Weisan pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Tongning. I want to introduce you to this person. He is also very interested in sci-fi and has some success. I think he might be able to help you. Tongning received the business card and smiled after taking a glance at it. It must be hard for you to remember to help me on your wedding day. After all, out of all the artists that I've worked with, you are the one that I like the most. The TQ magazine that you shot in the past is still hanging on the company's billboards because I want to show all the models what a real model is. I have always remembered your kindness, Tongning replied. At this time, Lin Weisan suddenly said to Tongning, if I have something that I need your help with, I will definitely ask you for help. Tongning maintained her smile. She knew Lin Weisan's words meant that he had something to ask of her. Of course, since Lin Weisan had helped her in the past, it was only right for her to return the favor. But, for some reason, Tongning suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Mo Ting seemed to see through her thoughts as he said, people change. Or perhaps, you've never seen the other person clearly. Forget it, I'll consider it as returning the favor. So, the wedding banquet was not as simple as it seemed. Tongning originally thought that Lin Weisan simply wanted them to catch up. You're not guarded against people you know. Lin Weisan and his bride continued to greet the guests, but he kept moving closer to Tongning and Mo Ting. So, Tongning overheard a few things that made her feel even more uncomfortable. I originally heard that editor Lin and Tongning were close, but I never expected it to be true. Apart from Superstar Media, the only person that has such a close relationship with Tongning is you. Hearing these words from the guests, Tongning's expression turned cold. It turned out, Lin Weisan was using her current status to raise his own status. Back then, your status wasn't high and you were just a small model. He helped you out of love. But, today, you are the most eye-catching person in the entertainment industry, so he naturally wants to suck up to you. Your heart is still the same as before and you haven't realized that everything has changed. But, there are some things that are no longer the same. After hearing Mo Ting's explanation, Tongning nodded her head, I understand. I just can't accept it all at once. If you really don't like it, you can always find an excuse to leave. Forget it. Since I've already given him face, I might as well give him enough. If worse comes to worst, I'll just avoid contact with him from now on, Tongning replied. Just before the wedding, there were already so many undercurrents. So, what would happen to the ball after the ceremony? Actually, Lin Weisan couldn't be blamed for this. After all, this was something that was ingrained in him, he always sought benefits and avoided harm. Just as Tongning calmed herself down, someone in the crowd yelled, is this a striptease? Who was the main character? It was Xianxia. Tongning had no idea that Xianxia had fallen into a trap and had been drugged. All she knew was, as the crowd moved, she spotted President Fan sitting to one side chatting with a few directors. As their eyes met, a fire burned within them. It didn't take long before Tongning spotted a red-faced Xianxia standing up from her seat and fiddling with her clothes. Her blue dress couldn't withstand her tearing as one of the straps had already fallen off. But, she wasn't wearing any underwear. The sight of her naked body caused an uproar in the crowd. After all, they were both artists. So, when they saw such an embarrassing scene, they naturally backed away, afraid that they would get involved with Xianxia. But, what made everyone even more curious was, as Xianxia was an ex-artist of Superstar Media and as Tongning's ex-boss, wouldn't she want to help? Let's go have a look, Tongning said to Mo Ting after confirming who it was. Meanwhile, Mo Ting asked Lu Che to remove his jacket and covered Xianxia up. Even so, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a moan. She had completely lost face in front of everyone. Soon, Tongning arrived in the middle of the crowd and saw Lu Che pour ice water on Xianxia. Luckily, the poison wasn't strong and didn't go deep. Because of the cold water, Xiaohanmo woke up and realized that her clothes were in disarray. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that Xiaohanmo had fallen into someone else's trap. But, how was Xiaohanmo supposed to face others from now on? As Lin Weisan and his bride saw the scene, his face turned pale. He immediately asked, "Who did this? How dare they bully me, Lin Weisan's wedding?" As the host, it wouldn't be right if he didn't get justice for Xiaohanmo, plus, Xiaohanmo used to be a part of superstar media. No matter what, he had to give her an explanation. Xiaohanmo was embarrassed and wanted to leave the wedding. But, at this time, Tongning grabbed onto her wrist and asked, "What happened? Did Tongning make a move? Didn't she say that Xiaohanmo no longer had anything to do with superstar media?" Xiaohanmo looked at Tongning as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Did Tongning still care about her? Based on my relationship with Editor Lin, I'm sure he won't let this matter go unresolved. There's still some time until the wedding, so I'm sure Editor Lin will agree to me finding the culprit. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be happy today. Since Lin Weisan was purposely trying to get close to Tongning, she decided to play along. She was sure Lin Weisan wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Sure enough, Lin Weisan nodded. Indeed. Destroying someone else's innocence is a serious matter. After hearing Lin Weisan's words, Tongning turned to Xiaohanmo and asked, "What exactly happened?" Xiaohanmo did not say a word. She simply looked at the actress that she had just argued with. Tongning understood what she meant as she looked at the female artist. "It has nothing to do with me. Although I was arguing with you just now, it doesn't mean that I would do such a despicable thing. It really wasn't me, plus, even if you suspect me, you need to show me evidence." Although I hate Xiaohanmo, all I did was tell the waiter to teach her a little lesson. All I did was tamper with her stool and make a fool of herself. How could I have predicted that I would argue with her and then prepare some medicine for her? Tongning could tell that the female artist wasn't lying. Otherwise, she would have felt guilty when Xiaohanmo got into an accident a moment ago. So, Tongning's gaze naturally fell on President Fan. At this moment, he had an expression that said, "Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess." It seemed, President Fan was planning to fight with her until the end. The public had already heard about how amazing Tongning was and how amazing her skills were. So, it was time for her to figure out a way to find the culprit. Everyone looked at Tongning and waited for her to continue. But, she simply looked at Xiaohanmo and said, "Originally, you had nothing to do with superstar media, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. I believe that the female artist that you argued with isn't the culprit that drugged you. So, go wash yourself first and sit beside me. We'll settle this score after the ceremony." Originally, Xiaohanmo shouldn't have continued to stay at the wedding after the humiliation she had suffered. After all, she was bound to become a laughingstock. But, sitting beside Tongning was a completely different situation. After all, no one dared to say that Tongning was protecting someone. The onlookers were curious. Was Tongning planning to take Xiaohanmo back with her? Xiaohanmo's eyes turned red as she temporarily left the venue under Lu Che's protection. Meanwhile, Tongning and Mo Ting returned to their original positions. However, the couple's gaze was fixed on President Fan not too far away. It seems the jerk made preparations beforehand. It doesn't matter. Let's see what else he wants to do. Of course, most importantly, the onlookers wanted to know how Tongning was going to settle the score. Lin Weisan quickly stepped forward with his bride and apologized. "I never expected something like this to happen. It's not your fault. Plus, Xiaohanmo isn't a part of superstar media," Tongning reminded Lin Weisan calmly. "Even if it was someone else, I would still make a move. Forget it. Let's move on from this unhappy incident. The wedding is about to start, so I'm going to invite everyone to the ceremony." Tongning looked at President Fan. Not too far away, President Fan raised his glass of red wine towards her. But, he had no idea that Tongning loved to give him an eye for an eye. So, before the ceremony started, President Mo gave Lu Che a phone call while Lu Che and Xiaohanmo were away. There were some things that needed to be paid back after doing something. It didn't take long before Xiaohanmo was arranged to sit beside Tongning. However, compared to before, she no longer felt that she deserved to sit beside Tongning. Tongning, I'm not helping you because I want to have anything to do with you. I'm simply worried that you may have become my scapegoat. Someone wants to deal with me. After hearing this, although Xiaohanmo was disappointed, she also understood what Tongning meant. You have such a high status in the industry, there are bound to be people that are jealous of you. From now on, when you go out on your own, don't randomly eat or drink. You are an artist, not an ordinary person. If you don't even take precautions, then you are still the same Xiaohanmo. Tongning's words were a little harsh as she lectured Xiaohanmo. Can you tell me who wants to harm you? You don't need to know that. Tongning had no intention of dragging Xiaohanmo into her feud with President Fan. You and I don't owe each other anything. You don't need to be shackled anymore. Since you found a new backer, you should walk your own path. Xiaohanmo did not respond. To be exact, at this moment, she already had a clear answer in her heart. Although she was no longer a part of superstar media, in her heart, she would always be a part of it. Plus, wasn't the scene that just happened embarrassing enough? With her current identity and her current situation, she only felt that her existence in this world was really unnecessary. After Tongning's harsh words, the couple did not say another word. Everyone in the venue was quietly watching the ceremony. At this time, Tongning glanced at President Fan from time to time. She wanted to know what the jerk was up to. Had he already dealt with his ex-wife? The ceremony only lasted for a short 10 minutes. After it was over, it was time for lunch. But, Tongning did not move at all. Was she planning to let go of the matter? Soon, Lin Weisan and his bride began toasting the guests. The first place he approached was in front of Tongning and Mo Ting. Lin Weisan was dressed in a white tuxedo and holding a glass of champagne in his hand. As soon as Tongning stood up, he asked, Tongning, do you like talented dancers? From what editor Lin says, you have a suitable candidate that you want to discuss with me. Indeed, my wife really likes dancing. But, I can't trust her anywhere, so I thought of you, Lin Weisan said as he carried his bride. I'm sure, with Superstar Media's capabilities, this shouldn't be a problem. She doesn't need to be an artist. She simply needs to learn from you. As expected, Tongning's lips curved upwards. The Lin Weisan that once sided with her was no exception now that he was pleading for the people around him. Tongning glanced at the bride. Although she didn't like her, she still nodded her head. That's not difficult. But, let me make it clear first, I will be very strict with her. I trust you. Lin Weisan knew that Tongning couldn't reject him. Not only because of the occasion, but also because he had used the kindness that Tongning had shown him in the past. Tongning didn't like owing people, so she tried her best to repay them. I'm really sorry about what happened to Miss Xia just now. Lin Weisan got a satisfactory answer and turned to look at Xiaohanmo. It must have made you uncomfortable, right? Of course she's embarrassed. Tongning replied. How dare she act so recklessly in your territory? From what you're saying, you know who the murderer behind this is? Tongning gestured to President Fan with her chin. After seeing this, Lin Weisan nodded his head. I've heard about the grudge between the two of you, but I never expected it to be so serious. Besides, Hanmo is no longer a part of Superstar Media, so why would he deliberately make things difficult for her? Not too long ago, he made things difficult for Lin Qian. I don't think he can hurt me, so he thought hurting the people around me would be a good way to deal a blow to my confidence. I'll keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Tongning replied politely. Tongning replied politely to Lin Weisan. However, there was a hint of distance in her voice. However, I also have a favor that I need your help with. Huh? Afterwards, Lin Weisan left with his bride. Meanwhile, Tongning was filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. Did President Fan make things difficult for Lin Qian? Xiaohanmo asked. Tongning's expression darkened, but she did not say a word. But, it didn't take long before President Fan returned with a wine glass in his hand. His actions were frivolous and he had a look of disdain on his face. Was the little game just now fun? As soon as Xiaohanmo heard this, she stood up and threw a slap at President Fan. However, President Fan grabbed onto her wrist. Miss Xia, watch your words. Your sugar daddy is a good friend of mine. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined tomorrow? Indeed, they were birds of a feather. From the looks of it, President Fan has already dealt with your ex-wife? Tongning asked with a smile. By the way, aren't you worried that I've found out about your secrets? Tongning, you're just a wild monkey that only knows how to make a few noises. But, what can you possibly do to me? Really? Tongning looked at President Fan's face that was slowly turning red and said in a frivolous tone, "Are you sure you don't want to put out the fire?" President Fan felt a little powerless. Especially his body, it felt especially empty. Soon, he realized the reason. But, he couldn't figure out where he had been drugged. Even so, he did not suspect Lin Weisan. Afterwards, President Fan fell to the ground and began to tear at his clothes as he moaned in pain. He was in a much more disgusting state than Xia Hanmo. After all, he wasn't as pretty as Xia Hanmo and didn't have a good body. So, for a man like him to fall to the ground, it would simply be an oily sight. Oh God, what's happening now? Isn't that President Fan? Has he also been? President Fan lay on the ground with his clothes in tatters. Most importantly, he grabbed onto the female artist next to him and held her down as he tried to take advantage of her. Hey, look, it looks like something fell out of President Fan's pocket. Is this the drug? Someone looked at the packaging of the drug and began to guess. That's obviously the drug. Could it be that President Fan was the one that drugged Xia Hanmo? Or did he accidentally ingest the drug that he brought with him? If that's the case, then he's really embarrassing. President Fan's face turned red as he rolled around on the ground. In the end, Lin Weisan felt that it was too embarrassing, so he called security to clear President Fan from the scene. At this time, Xia Hanmo stepped out and said, "I don't even know this President Fan. I don't think he did it on purpose. It's not a good idea to ask him to leave. After all, it's Editor Lin's wedding. Why don't we get someone to bring him some ice water to wake him up? How could the artists miss out on a show like this?" They quickly pulled out their phones to record the scene, even though it was too painful to look at. Lin Weisan felt that Xia Hanmo's words made sense, so he asked someone to bring him some ice water. Originally, he was going to use it to wipe President Fan's face, but Xia Hanmo ended up pouring it all down his face. As a result, everyone realized that she did it on purpose. "Hurry up and help President Fan up," Lin Weisan said to the security guards. "Escort President Fan home safely." After being hit by the cold water, President Fan sobered up a little. With the help of the security guards, he stood up and pointed at Xia Hanmo with a trembling finger. You will definitely pay for everything you've done today." Xia Hanmo did not back down. "I'll be waiting." Tongning looked at the two men and shook her head. After President Fan left, she said to Xia Hanmo, "This is my business, I don't need you to get involved." "Who do you think you are?" Xia Hanmo was stunned. "You no longer have anything to do with Superstar Media. Stop interfering with my business with Lin Qian. That jerk isn't someone you can afford to offend. Remember, next time you see him, stay away from him. It has nothing to do with you. I saw that you were having a good time venting your anger. In that case, you don't need to sit next to me anymore." Xia Hanmo did not say a word as she quietly returned to her seat. She knew that no matter what she said or did, she would never be able to go back to how she was before. She had already been kicked out of Superstar Media. "Ting, you need to watch out for President Fan's revenge on Xia Hanmo." Standing behind Tongning, Mo Ting nodded his head. "Don't worry, I'll get Lu Che to make arrangements when we get back. Although she's no longer a part of Superstar Media, I don't want anything to happen to her." They had been married for so long, Mo Ting naturally understood what Tongning was thinking. She didn't want to implicate Xia Hanmo. "I merely embarrassed the jerk today. But, it seems, he's determined to keep pestering me." Mo Ting did not say a word because he had already made plans in secret. However, some things needed time. Soon, the wedding banquet returned to normal. After lunch, it was time for the ball. As a pregnant woman, Tongning naturally didn't have the right to dance. So, she had no choice but to sit to one side with Mo Ting. It was, after all, a gathering of the industry, so there were plenty of people that could sing and dance. Especially Lin Weisan's bride. Indeed, just as he had said, she could dance at her fingertips. She was very talented in dancing. "Are you really planning to keep that woman under Superstar Media? Didn't you hear? Lin Weisan personally asked me, how could I refuse?" As you can see, the talent show she put on just now was all for me to see. She wanted me to make her famous. I do need to repay Lin Weison's kindness, but you don't like this girl. Mr. M.O., don't tell me you can read my mind? Tong Ning laughed. Do you know what I'm thinking? Mo Ting pinched the tip of Tong Ning's nose. Did she even need to think about something like this? Tong Ning scanned her surroundings and realized Xia Hanmo was nowhere to be seen. She originally thought she had left early because of work. But, in the end, Tong Ning had no idea where she had been led to. Everyone sang and danced at the open-air wedding, and it was very lively. But just as everyone was singing excitedly, they suddenly heard a scream. With a bang, someone fell from a tall building and landed on the lawn. Then, someone confirmed the person's identity. It's Xia Hanmo. It's Xia Hanmo. As soon as she heard Xia Hanmo's name, Tong Ning immediately walked over to the crowd with Mo Ting's help. As soon as she saw Xia Hanmo lying on the ground with her nose and mouth covered in blood, she immediately knelt down in front of her. Hanmo. Xia Hanmo's body twitched as she pointed to the highest floor, the 5th floor. The 5th floor. Tong Ning understood what she meant. Xia Hanmo had fallen from the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Mo Ting, who was standing behind Tong Ning, had already pulled out his phone to call the police and the ambulance. Tong Ning. President Fan is on the 5th floor. He pushed me. Hadn't President Fan been sent home? And when did she go to the hotel? Ning. Everyone has their own ending. I think. This is the best ending for me. After speaking, Xia Hanmo grabbed onto Tong Ning's hand tightly. Will you forgive me? Will you? Forgive me. Stop talking. As long as you survive, I will forgive you, Tong Ning said as she covered Xia Hanmo's mouth. As long as you survive. Xia Hanmo's face was covered in blood. Hearing Tong Ning's words, she finally let out a laugh. But, Tong Ning was in extreme pain. As she watched Xia Hanmo faint, Tong Ning clenched her fists tightly. She felt that she had been too soft-hearted when it came to President Fan's matter. She had allowed the jerk to hurt her own family time and time again. Mo Ting understood Tong Ning's pain, so he quickly wrapped his arms around her fists. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. No, I will personally make him suffer a fate worse than death. It didn't take long before the police arrived at the scene, followed by an ambulance. While the police investigated the scene, Xia Hanmo was sent to the nearest hospital for emergency treatment. Tong Ning and Mo Ting followed the ambulance to the hospital. For some reason, at this moment, it felt like all their grudges had been written off. Xia Hanmo was indeed in the wrong, but did she not? Because of this, Tong Ning began to blame herself. Especially after arriving at the hospital and seeing the words operation, she sat on a stool calmly. But, it didn't take long before Mo Ting noticed a bloodstain underneath Tong Ning's dress, and the bloodstain was between her legs. Obviously, it wasn't Xia Hanmo's. Doctor. Tong Ning was then sent to the OB/GYN department. The medical staff examined Tong Ning and the baby. After seeing Tong Ning's condition, the doctor shook her head. You are pregnant, so you need to maintain a stable and happy mood. This sudden change in mood is too damaging for the baby. The mother needs to rest in bed for at least half a month. Plus, she can't have any emotional fluctuations. As soon as Tong Ning woke up and heard the doctor's instructions, she lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting. How is Xia Hanmo? She has successfully survived the critical period, Mo Ting replied as he sat by her bedside. From now on, you don't need to worry about anything. Leave everything to me. Ting, listen to me. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for taking care of you like this, okay? Tong Ning understood how serious Mo Ting was, so she nodded her head. From today onwards, go home and get some rest. I'll take care of everything. Tong Ning could sense that President Mo was angry. In fact, he was very, very angry. Ting, don't let that jerk off, Tong Ning pleaded as she held onto Mo Ting's hand. However, Mo Ting only replied with 4 words, as you wish. Xia Hanmo made it through the critical period and her life was temporarily out of danger. But, she did not wake up as she lay peacefully in the ICU. As Tong Ning lay in bed, Long Jia and Lin Qian came to visit. After hearing the entire story, they couldn't help but sigh. Has President Fan crossed boss's bottom line? Why did Xiaohanmo fall from the building? Did President Fan do something to her? Tongming shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand the situation at the time. Ningjia is already in this state. Don't ask her any more questions. If President Mo finds out, even I won't be able to save you, Lin Qian quickly interrupted after seeing Long Jia asking so many questions. Seeing Long Jia had so many questions, Lin Qian quickly interrupted, let Ning Jia rest. Tongming's mind was filled with images of Xiaohanmo falling from the building. Xiaohanmo was covered in blood as she asked Tongming if she should forgive her. Should she forgive her? What right did she have to forgive Xiaohanmo? If she wasn't so soft-hearted and allowed President Fan to get his way over and over again, things would not have turned out this way. Right now, rumors are everywhere that Xiaohanmo was first drugged and then she fell from the building. This is enough for the public to imagine. Do you still want to continue? Lin Qian asked as she pulled out her phone. Hearing Lin Qian's warning, Long Jia nodded her head. I'm just being nosy. Does that mean President Mo has gone to deal with this matter? Tongming nodded her head gently. President Fan is such a disgusting person. If I were him, I wouldn't know what disgusting way to deal with him. But, I believe boss has a way to make him suffer. In order to make a person suffer, you must first figure out what this person likes the most, what he wants the most, and what he cares about the most. President Fan doted on his daughter, but he didn't only have one daughter. This jerk had many lovers and of course, he had even more children. Apart from his ex-wife, all of his women were willing to follow him and they all knew of each other's existence. So, what did he have to be afraid of when faced with a man that was like a demon? He only had one weakness, and that was his sister. The night after Xiaohanmo's incident, President Fan went straight to his sister's house to hide for a while. Although he couldn't guarantee that Xiaohanmo would die, it wasn't too far off. Plus, the police had no leads yet, so he pretended that nothing had happened. Even if Xiaohanmo woke up and pointed the finger at him, he still had a way to escape. Didn't he just teach an insensible little artist a lesson? Was there a need for the whole world to hype up this news? On the other hand, superstar media and Hai Rui had yet to make a move. So, President Fan sneered, I've already said that the SL*T is only strong on the outside, but no one believes me. I'm teaching her artist a lesson, but she can't do anything about it. Brother too, you can't stay at my place. You have so many homes, why don't you just go back to one? President Fan's sister couldn't help but nag. Sis, you're my only relative now. Grandpa's always on my side. If I'm not here, where should I go? Alright, you think I don't know you? What trouble did you get into this time? President Fan's sister was a typical rich madam. Especially after she married her husband and became a shareholder of Hai Rui, she had always doted on her younger brother. Sis, I've avenged brother-in-law. While the two were talking, President Fan's brother-in-law entered the house. As soon as he saw the siblings whispering to each other, he approached them with an unclear expression on his face. It's about time. Why are you still wasting time with him? The man asked. President Fan's sister froze for a moment before she said awkwardly, we've been siblings for so many years, I can't bear to part with him. What's wrong? Are you going somewhere far away? President Fan asked his brother-in-law as he ate. Brother, actually. I've already sold the things that you asked me to keep safe for you. President Fan's sister couldn't bear to look at him like this, but she still said it out loud. What do you mean? President Fan was still unaware of the situation. Didn't you kill someone? Anyway, you don't need to go to jail. President Fan's sister stood up guiltily from the dining table. So, I hired a lawyer to handle it. No, sis, what are you trying to say? What's wrong? What am I trying to say? Don't you understand? Your sister is trying to distance herself from a murderer like you, the man yelled. Who are you calling a murderer? President Fan roared. Brother-in-law, don't forget that we're in the same boat. Who's in the same boat as you? The man asked as he shielded the woman behind him. When it comes to a jerk like you, your sister and I should stay as far away from you as possible. Brother-in-law, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Don't you know how I've treated you? How could you treat me like this? Okay, then explain to me what happened. President Mo has already contacted me about Xiaohanmo. Are you sure you didn't push her off the cliff? After hearing his brother-in-law's words, President Fan finally understood what was going on. You've been bribed by Mo Ting, haven't you? The man couldn't be bothered talking to him, so he turned to the people outside and said, "Come in." A moment later, a few bodyguards entered the living room and grabbed President Fan. They then placed a bag over his head and tied a rope around his body before dragging him up to the top floor of the villa. "What are you doing?" No one responded. Plus, he couldn't see anything. All he could feel was a cold breeze blowing against his face. Before he could finish his sentence, President Fan was pushed off the roof. He couldn't see a thing. All he could feel was his body rapidly falling. Although 4 floors wasn't a tall building, it was still frightening. But, just as he thought he was about to get seriously injured, his body was suddenly restrained. President Fan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. As he was pulled up, his body felt weak. What are you doing?" "We're going to make you feel Xiaohanmo's pain," the bodyguards replied. Then, they brought President Fan back to the living room of the villa and removed his mask. At this time, a tall figure entered the living room. It was Mo Ting. He didn't like wearing a black suit because it looked too solemn. But today, he couldn't help but put it on, like he was paying respects to someone. "So it was you, Mo Ting. You played your cards well." President Fan sneered. He still had a lingering fear from what had just happened. The feeling of being able to see the Grim Reaper was too vivid. Mo Ting did not say a word as he sat down on the sofa and said to President Fan, "I'm sure this feeling is enough to make you remember it." "Sis, why did you pour him tea? Don't you know how he treated me just now?" President Fan still didn't understand his sister's actions. At this time, Mo Ting asked, "Where's the stuff?" President Fan's sister looked at her brother guiltily, but she had no choice but to hand over all the information that President Fan had asked her to keep safe to Mo Ting. President Fan's eyes turned red. He was about to run over and snatch it back when Mo Ting's bodyguard stopped him. "Sis, why did you give it to him? I trusted you so much, how could you give something so important to Mo Ting? Protecting the brother of a murderer is the same as committing a crime. Why can't she give it to me?" Mo Ting asked. "Sis, I did it for your brother-in-law's sake. Don't blame me. After all, you've already done so many wrong things. You're bound to get what you deserve sooner or later." "But, I trusted you so much," President Fan yelled. "How could you betray me?" "That's right, how could she betray you so easily?" Mo Ting said as he held up the package in his hand. "But, she betrayed you. What can you do?" "Mo Ting, I simply made a small deal with them, yet you ended up being betrayed. How important do you think you are?" Mo Ting provoked President Fan. "What? Are you upset that I almost caused that SL*T to have a miscarriage?" Hearing this, Mo Ting glared at President Fan coldly. "I'm fine. Sorry to disappoint you. Brother, why aren't you apologizing to President Mo? Why are you so stubborn? In order to avoid a few years in prison, you should kneel down to President Mo. Are you crazy? You want me to kneel down to him?" President Fan roared. "You're both crazy. Crazy. Are you going to break down so soon? I haven't even started yet. Just now, consider it my wife's gift to you." President Fan was held down tightly by Mo Ting, so he had no way of fighting back. "Mo Ting, what do you want? Make it quick. What's the rush? It will take some time for the police to arrive," Mo Ting said as he stood up. He then turned to President Fan's sister and said, "The two of you can leave first." President Fan's sister glanced at her husband, but she did not hesitate as she quickly left the living room with her husband. Afterwards, all that was left in the living room was Mo Ting, his bodyguards, and President Fan. "Based on the information in my hands, it should be enough to sentence you to death, right?" Mo Ting raised the evidence in his hands. "Mo Ting, even if I die in your hands today, just like Tong Ning said, I have a son and countless descendants. Speaking of your children." Mo Ting paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't you think out of your 7 sons, 6 of them don't look like you? You're not the only lover you have. After you go to prison, I will help you greet them, Mo Ting laughed. Humph, President Fan snorted. Is this all you've got? Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply gestured for the bodyguards to apply a little more force, causing President Fan to let out a cry of pain. His right hand is broken, the bodyguard said to Mo Ting. You can break his left hand as well. After all, when the time comes, he'll just need to reattach it. President Fan was in a lot of pain. He originally thought that Mo Ting wouldn't resort to such underhanded methods. Who would have thought he was actually so ruthless? I know you've been in the underworld for a long time, so you have quite a few henchmen. But, I'm sure you've already revealed most of these people in the information you have. So, your trusted aides and brothers will soon be caught in the net. I still have money. I can hire a lawyer. You can't do anything to me. Are you referring to Dongying? But, the shareholders have already withdrawn their shares this afternoon, Mo Ting looked at President Fan in a slightly arrogant manner. This was a rare expression on his face. This is all thanks to your sister. As soon as she says that her brother is a murderer, the shareholders are so scared that they immediately hand over their shares. I've already bought all the scattered shares. Together with your sister's share, I naturally have more than you do. So, next month, I'll clear out Dongying and demolish the building. After that, I'll use the place to build a cemetery. President Fan looked at Mo Ting and sneered, so, this is your true self, isn't it? In front of Dongying, you're pretending to be righteous. You're wrong. I'm only inhumane when I'm dealing with animals. After speaking, Mo Ting looked at the watch on the back of his hand. There's still some time before the police arrive. Why don't I take him to the top floor to have some fun? Thinking about the fear of falling from the building, President Fan's pants subconsciously became wet. Seeing this, Mo Ting sneered and did not say another word. He simply opened up the information in his hands and flipped through it. Luo Qi. As soon as he heard this name, President Fan took a step forward in excitement. Don't you dare touch my people. Am I supposed to let you touch my people? Mo Ting asked coldly. Seeing that Mo Ting didn't care, President Fan finally relented and said, as long as you don't touch this person, I can apologize to you and kneel before you. It seems, touching this person will make you suffer. Mo Ting, if you dare to touch him, I won't let you off easily. Originally, I didn't want to blow up the entertainment industry. But, it's obvious that you like it this way, Mo Ting said fiercely. Regarding Lin Qian's matter, Xia Hanmo's matter and the fact that my wife almost had a miscarriage, do you think I'll make you pay for each and every one of them? President Mo, I beg of you, please let Luo Qi go. He has nothing to do with me. None of this has anything to do with him. Mo Ting sat up and looked straight into President Fan's eyes. He then tore the man's information to shreds right in front of him. Because of you, he's in trouble. If I don't make a move, do you think I'm easy to bully? If I don't retaliate, does that mean I'm giving you face? President Fan, don't beg me. I'm serious. At this moment, I'm inhumane. After speaking, Mo Ting leaned back and his handsome face disappeared into the darkness. President Fan looked at Mo Ting helplessly as he knelt on the ground. Didn't you want me to kneel? I'll kneel to you right now, as long as you're willing to let my people go. Are you afraid? Why weren't you afraid when you were dealing with Lin Qian, Xia Hanmo, and even my wife? End of chapter 985. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.